Maybe Daryl as an answer. Daryl?
Why can't the world put more pressure on these elites of these countries to produce for their own country, rather than them being able to have talking points to rile their nations up and keep them hungry at the same time? Why not put the pressure on them internationally, where they are going to different countries on big spending sprees from money that has been sent to invest into the country? Put more pressure on them, show the corruption on them back home, however it may happen, whether it be airwaves, internet, etc. Just show the people in their countries what they are doing, vice doing the things that they should be doing to help their countries produce goods for their populations.
Well, maybe I can add something. I think what always works and has always worked is showing good examples. And what is it with the alligator close to the boat? If the world now focuses on the most important issues, one of which evidently is beating one of the most evil forces in the world of authoritarianism, sponsoring terrorism, infiltrating and manipulating other countries to fail to be able to deliver eventually, if they're in a more precarious situation, to their population. And if this can be achieved in the battlefield in Ukraine at what is comparatively low cost, because we're not talking about a vast scale conventional war with Russia. We're talking about Ukraine achieving its sovereignty back with the backing of a global coalition of the willing. We're talking about Ukraine fighting hard to achieve what seems to be today the looming surrender of a series of Russian forces close to Kherson city. Last week, same day, we spoke about the offensive in Kharkiv. Within days thereafter, the whole of Kharkiv Oblast is free. Ukrainian troops have come today into Luhansk Oblast. They're making ways and closing a large salient to Crimea. We cannot solve all problems of the world on the back of Ukraine, but what we can help Ukraine solve is teaching authoritarian regimes, authoritarian corrupt elites in the world a lesson that we are not willing to tolerate an invasion of such sort, that we're not willing to tolerate the infiltration of a society such as Ukraine, which has occurred since 1991. Since its independence, Ukraine has always been in the beaming field of influence, manipulation, corruption induced by the Russian elites. If we now help Ukraine free itself from that influence, from that magnetic field, from that poison, Ukraine as a free nation will be a success. And that we all stand together in helping it achieve such success will teach everybody in the world markets and those elites who still believe that they can, under these 41 commercial contracts, which I'd really like to see whether they ever will be performed by a fully degraded Russian economy. And they can't produce precision-guided missiles anymore. How are they supposed to deliver any kind of military kit other than maybe small arms, which they can cobble together to any African nation? And if I were at least somewhat self-respecting African despot, would I really want to rely on an S-300? Probably not. Do I want to have Sukhoi 25s which fall out of the sky when they are not perfectly maintained? Probably not. Do I want a Krasuka 4 electronic warfare unit? No. Everybody else knows already what it does because the Ukrainians captured one and its Western allies dissected it. There's nothing to be gained by it. Russian military production is toast. These contracts our French brethren fear so much will never be fulfilled. Russia will not make any money, and therefore it will not infiltrate Africa as much. That is the point. By example, by leadership, by winning, you solve and cut that Gordian knot. And in that regard, it's much more important today that we talk about how this is being won and how the Ukrainian armed forces, in their fantastic conversion of their strategies, their various leaps and bounds they are taking at this point in time, are making headway to retake Donbass, to retake Kherson, attrit and force to surrender Russian forces in the field. This is why we're here. Spring.
No, it was. I was thinking in the former Portuguese colonies that I don't know if actually the elite will be more concerned with the weapons and less with the food, because sometimes they don't care at all about their own population, and it's something that we have to have in account. And I actually think that we need also to change those elites for elites that are really democratic and that really concerned about their own populations, because the African population have the right to live in prosperity as all of us.
Absolutely, they deserve their freedom and the possibility to attain a better future. Ollie.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Axel. Amazing conversation, and it's great you guys are talking about this. I absolutely love it. Coming from a country that has suffered Soviet influence and in our very, very early days of gaining our independence, and how our country went from that kind of Soviet influence and being against that kind of influence. And it's amazing hearing this conversation, and it brings me to the point where you guys are talking about political elites in Africa and how they aspire to be like Putin himself. They are corrupt, they are power drunk, they don't care about Africans. All they do is care about themselves. And you have this kind of other sentiments down here where people think colonialism and slavery is the cause of Africa's stagnant and inability to move forward. Let me tell you guys something. My country, Ghana, has gained independence for 60 years. For 60 good years, we have not been colonized by the British, yet we are a shithole. Nothing is moving forward because of political elites who come, gain power, and all they do is care for themselves. Loot huge sums of money. I'm talking about billions of dollars. They don't care about anyone, it's just themselves. And when things are falling off, you tell us that it's because of colonialism we are struggling. It's because of colonialism we are in the mess we are in. The Asians were colonized, but see how far they've gone. Some countries were not colonized, they were okay, but they were in a mess, and Africa gained their independence. But some countries in the Middle East are far advanced. What's telling you about these foolish leaders in Africa who just care about themselves? They aspire to be like Putin. They are brutes. They don't care about anyone, and all they care about is their selfish ambition to just loot money just for themselves. It's just a heartbreaking thing, and that's why I say the West should be more strict on these leaders. The West should be strict on people like Museveni, who, when innocent Ukrainians are dying, you allow Lavrov to come into your country and you support this genocide. And you tweet out that nasty tweet he tweeted that the West, Russia has done nothing to Africa. Do you know the number of innocent children in Africa who are dying because of Wagner Group? Do you know the number of women who are being raped in the Central African Republic? Do you know the number of Ukrainians who are dying because of the stupid imperialistic beliefs of Russia? Something needs to be done about all of this. And what I think is the West shouldn't isolate itself from Africa. Africans need the West. The West needs Africa. They need to help and get these brutes, these political elites, bring about the mind of how do I put it, democracy, implant that kind of free mind, that kind of, not to empower these kind of socialist things that you hear Africans talking about. I was in class last week. We were having an argument, and there was someone who was sitting by me, and he was just like, "Man, I think this democracy we are doing in Ghana is not helping everyone. Let's be socialist." I just got pissed, and I got up from where I was sitting. Those kind of evil Leninism mindsets. They have admiration for Russia, but yet you ask them and no one wants to move to Russia. They are like, "Oh no, I'd like to, go study in the United States. I'd like to go study in the UK. I'd like to go study in Europe." If you love Russia so much, why don't you move there? It's so easy to be communist in a free country like Ghana. Try being free in a communist country like Russia. You'll be fucked. Sorry if I'm swearing. I'm very sorry. You'll be messed up. The solution to this problem starts with the West dealing with the political elites who loot and don't help their country people. The West needs to put, I don't want to say the sanctions will be tough, but the political elites in Africa who don't care about Africans need to be dealt with. Because tell me why African people from Mali have Russian flags when Russia is killing Ukrainians and have pictures of Putin. These are people who live in a village. I'm not sure they have electricity. I'm not sure they have access to clean water, but they are in the support of a genocide. Absolutely mind-boggling. It's crazy. The West needs to deal with the political elites. Traits and the values we talk about, that the West talks about day in and day out, they should be shown. The values of freedom, the values of speech, being free, just being free. Africans just want the very basic stuff. They just want clean water. They want light, they want electricity, but these political elites don't care about anyone. They care about themselves. That's why they always go running to Russia. They always go running to Russia for weapons, because they know that the West is not going to give weapons to you inhumane men who you kill your own selves. African men who kill their own selves in the pursuit of power to rule upon and hurt their people and loot money. Sorry, I'll
Thank you,
Well
Salah.
said.
You have so much energy. We could hook you up on the grid.
All right. Perfectly well said. Thank you. And this is why it has to be started. No, it's okay. And this is
hold on. Sorry if I swore. Sorry.
This is
very sorry. I'm pissed.
This is great. What you said is great, and you put it in the right words. These elites you decried as being not servicing their own countries can be told and can be shown the lesson of freedom by the West, eradicating Putin's capacity to interfere. The complete and utter degradation, economic degradation of Russia is a direct result of the West supporting Ukraine's freedom. And it's a necessity for the freedom of the world that Russia be contained and come to a reckoning through it. And Africa and other free nations will be incentivized to participate better. And that requires a bit of tough love from time to time. We have hands up, if you don't mind. Will, then Daryl, then Tim. Will? I can't hear Will. I can't see Will. Let's go to Daryl.
I just want to say to Sean, as an American, I was glad to hear it coming from someone from the African continent, the sentiment that I was trying to put out there. I was glad to hear it coming from your voice rather than from the voice of a Western person as myself. Although I'm part of the diaspora, it is more powerful coming from you. And I just want to say thank you for that.
All righty, let's go to Tim.
Yeah, I also wanted to thank Ola for his really very cogent and important remarks. I'm not going to make a point here because he said it far better than I did. And as Daryl said, it sounds far better coming from him. So thank you very much, Ola, for your wisdom and your cogent thoughts on this. It's really appreciated and very important things to say. Thank you very much.
And it shows yet again how space started to support the defense of freedom in Ukraine and of Ukraine has brought together a global coalition of people pursuing freedom, democracy, the rule of law. Excellent. Jingu.
Okay. Ola, great speech. So I just want to provide a little bit background. So I'm going to say absolutely agree with Axel. The Ukraine has to win, but probably from a different angle. So let me finish. The first is that we need to look at history. So the entire world going to the advancing to the modern world, there's a counter force, and that counter force originated from today's Russia. And basically, the entire Russian motif was to, we are a little bit behind, but we think we're the leader of the world. So instead of, going with everybody, we're trying to undermine what other people have built. So what happened in Africa in the 20th century, Russia already did it in Asia, maybe half a century earlier. So Russia was behind all the so-called anti-imperialistic movements in Asia, South Asia. So all these countries going to communism is not because they love the Marxist doctrine, but because Russia gives them weapons, support to fight against the British imperialists, to topple the British imperialists or the Western imperialists. So that's actually the background. Now, the thing is right now, the Russia's approach and also China's approach. Now, China is taking that to the next level. It's more determined. So the Russian approach and the Chinese approach is actually the more diversified, meaning this. In Africa, they're promoting those people. They actually cultivated those elites who are leaning towards the left because they think by doing so, they can get weapons and aids from China and Russia to topple the old regime. Now, to do what? To get into power. But once they get into power, they have no incentive to advance the rule of law or anything. If anything, they have the incentive to dismantle the rule of law. However, in the West, what you're seeing is the Russian and Chinese agents, they're actually going to the far right. They're actually saying that we are staunchly anti-communist. So we are going to support MAGA. We're going to support Le Pen. we're going to promote all these things, all these, the constitutional conservative and constitutional liberals. No matter they are the constitutional conservatives are the rhinos, the constitutional liberals are the stooges of CCP. So they're actually doing all these campaigns in the West. So the one thing never changed is that both Russia and China has this interest to dismantle today's world order. So why Ukraine's success is very important. Here's why. Because Ukraine used to be in the Soviet camp. And unlike the other European countries, Ukraine has a relatively short history of democracy. However, they have achieved spectacular success. So to many countries, what inspires them most is not what America has achieved. It's actually a country similar to us, what they can achieve. For example, if you go to Asia, if you see what America and Great Britain could achieve, that still sounds remote to many people. They feel that whether I can do it, I'm not sure. But if they see the countries around them, Taiwan, Korea, they achieve it. Now, this is something huge. And in Africa, there's one country which I learned is doing very well. That country is called Botswana. Botswana is almost 100% black African. Botswana established its democracy, its process. Botswana is a landlocked country without even a port. But Botswana right now is a shining star in the African continent. It's doing very well. So when you have countries like Botswana, Ukraine, they're doing very well. It will make many people around them think, yeah, maybe although it takes time for us to be, to catch up with the West, we can at least do as well as Ukraine, and we can do at least as well as Botswana. That will make a huge impact in driving the change. So that's my point.
Thank you for that. And I think we're trying to get Yehuda back up. I hope we can hear it.
I can hear you loud and clear.
Perfect, wonderful. I was just about to ask you whether you heard more about the front line, because there were rumors trickling in whilst I'm dealing with ghost speakers, meaning having 30 people shining up as speakers and I can't deal with anything.
All right. So it looks as though our initial assessment of troops, Russian troops in southwest in Kherson City, negotiating surrender was incorrect. It appears that it's all of the troops west of the Dnipro that are surrendering, not just the ones near Kherson City. That means a total surrender of Russian troops on the north or the right bank or the west, northwest. Just look at the river and look to the left. And this is about to be announced. It's quite a long procedure. I do not know the relationship that the surrendering forces have to do with Moscow, but apparently I have it on good authority. I say things and I know people sometimes say, oh, where's the evidence? The evidence is in time. Just give it a few hours or 24 or 48 or 72. Just so it's known, we did say in this space that when Kharkiv Oblast was experiencing the first counteroffensive and the move towards Kupiansk, that Kharkiv would be gone and Izium would fall, and so would all the Russian forces. Kherson Oblast is experiencing the same or similar situation, but it's a more organized surrender negotiation. I will try to post. I think there's some open source stuff on it. Just keep your eye open. Retweet the space. Let people know. This is these very important days, very heady days since the 3rd and 4th of September, and as well, Crimea has been taken by Ukrainian forces. It's confirmed, and the Pina 66 goes straight to Severodonetsk. This would be important, very important point for Ukrainian forces facing Russian forces in Donbass. We are hearing reports that Russian media is reporting that they will not be sending any further troops to Ukraine, and apparently Mr. Putin has retreated to his mansion and has refused meetings with military staff. I do not know of the accuracy of that statement or the veracity. I'm just letting you know that's from Rumint. However, Crimea on the P-66 is Ukrainian again. Kherson troops on the left, on the west side of the Dnipro are still in negotiations, if not already concluded, to surrender en masse with their equipment. I guess all you can say at this point is Slava Ukraini.
Hohem Slava.
Slava Nazi.
Yeah.
Red for him.
Yehuda,
Yes.
shall we play Nat King Cole?
No, I think we should just keep talking about it. I think getting called fake news is the best thing that could happen all day.
I meant Nat King Cole's
I
Get
know.
Your Kicks on Route 66, my friend.
I know.
I'm so glad.
Yes.
How about grain
Yes.
supplies and economic sanctions and bringing back prosperity back into the nations, please? What about the Kremlin?
What about it? Oh yeah. What about it?
I just wanted to know if Kremlin supported any relief packages or war amnesty is going to produce some.
Yeah. Well, you know what? You know the best way to do that is have Russia out of Ukraine, and as soon as that happens, and it looks to be happening more and more, or rather sooner than we expected. So you can rest well tonight, knowing that Ukrainian forces are retaking their country. I'm sure you rejoice in that as well, don't you, Ayan Gar?
Yep, I love Slava.
Yes, thank you for that. We have a lot of people trying to come up, so we're going to add them. Thank you very much for your comment. We are going to cycle some people down. Don't take it personal. There's a lot of people trying to get up. It is a bit of a madhouse, but not a madhouse as it is in Ukraine, in Kherson Oblast. So thank you very much. I think I tricked you, Axel. I think you thought I was going to say something negative.
Not at all. On the contrary, I didn't want to hope too much.
I think Sojo got a little scared when I said I was incorrect.
I did. But I'm gonna cycle myself down right now. Slava Ukraini.
Yeah. All the way to Crimea. Daryl, brother, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say Slava Ukraini, and I'm gonna go ahead and cycle myself down. But it's a great day. God bless, all of the troops and all the souls that were lost.
Amen. Thank you for that. Regina.
Hi, I just have a quick question. How many POWs are we talking now? Because I'm seeing, here and there posts about surrenders. So with that information, when confirmed, isn't that going to be quite a large number of people? And I'll go off on mute now and cycle down.
Yes, it sure would be a lot of people. How many? I guess we'll find out. These are the reports coming in, and it looks as though initially this was supposed to be possibly a certain amount near Kherson, because they were the ones closest to contact with a large Ukrainian force. However, it looks as though that has changed, and it looks as though they're figuring out how to surrender to the Ukrainians, in en masse, or how they'll do it. They obviously have to be taken care of, and the Ukrainians don't want to commit to something that, for example, if these are suspected war criminals involved in genocidal actions, that's a big deal. So I just wanted to make that clear. And we'll go to Jens.
Yeah, I don't want to upset somebody, but I think the Russian embassy of Sweden.
That was a fake account, yes.
Yeah, okay. Never mind that. No breaking news then.
Yeah, no, someone sent that to me. They thought that the Russian embassy in Sweden had trolled me, but we got trolled instead. Touche. All right.
But it was a funny idea, nevertheless. Come on.
Yeah.
Ollie.
And thank you, Axel. I wanted to ask Ben whether Emmanuel Dubois will be coming back on. And sorry, I'm very sorry for swearing. Sorry.
All good. I don't see Ben at the moment. He was trying to get hold of Emmanuel. Emmanuel originally had a 45-minute hard deadline, and then he stretched a bit because of the initial technical difficulties he suffered when setting up his Twitter. So I wouldn't know at the moment.
Oh, sorry, Ben. Would Emmanuel be coming on or not?
I'm going to pop back down and start digging up some more info here. Thanks, Axel, and thank you everyone for listening and staying tuned to the MriyaReport. We are going to continue to provide updates on the changing situation on the ground in Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you, Yehuda, and I'll cycle Tim up. Tim, so when we talked about this front line earlier today and that it was pretty much indefensible, now we're hearing more and more reports about the upcoming surrender and the ongoing negotiations. Who would have thunk it this morning?
Well, I would say this space would have. Perhaps not this morning, but there's, the surrender of the right bank of the Dnieper was always, was inevitable, wasn't it? Because we know they can't go anywhere, and we know they can't resupply. So what are they going to do? They're not the Imperial Japanese Army. They're not going to do a banzai charge or a bonsai charge. No, bonsai charge is smaller, isn't it? A banzai charge. They're not going to fight to the death. It's a campaign that fundamentally they were lied to about. And, they're not motivated. They're not trained. They're not equipped for it. They're absolutely hopeless. And so, yeah, they've been given a way out. It's the only way out, and they've taken it. So, no, to answer your question, I'm not in the least bit surprised. I'm surprised it came so soon. I was expecting some proper Fallujah crap of retaking Kherson, but yeah, I'm not surprised that it's happened. Absolutely ecstatic. What amazing news. Thank you, Yehuda.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's exactly the point. Who would have thunk it? This space. Did we expect it for tonight? Probably not. Was it inevitable? It looked like it, because there were only two options: swim or surrender.
I am slightly disappointed that we didn't see them. Sorry, there's a noisy guitarist. I was quite disappointed that we didn't see them trying to cross the river on inflatable ducks and alligators and bananas, though.
You really need to pass that guitarist. Or buy the guitar and silence it this way.
There are other ways of silencing him.
All right. So that sounds astonishing. So we have a couple of people who want to come up, and give me a second. I'll try to cycle them up. If you don't have your hand up, I will have to cycle down. I'm just highlighting because there's more and more requests coming in, and we have quite a number of people already on the space. And no surprise there, given the upcoming surrender negotiations coming to a conclusion in Kherson. All right, so as I can see, we have Ben back up, who can then opine and give us some input as to whether he has been able to speak and liaise with our friend Emmanuel again. Ben, any further notice as to when we can have him back? I presume he had a hard deadline this evening.
Yeah, no, this evening is going to be too late, but he thoroughly enjoyed it, and we'll be back soon.
That is excellent. Good news. Thank you very much for that. So we have Eamon, then we have Jingu and Torixis. Eamon.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just joined the space right as Yehuda was finishing his statement. I assume it was a pretty big statement. Can we just get another quick brief recap of what that was?
Yeah, throughout the day, the situation has developed as follows. Russian forces in the south and southwest of the Kherson front, meaning on the west bank of the river Dnipro, in and around Kherson city, had indicated that they are willing to surrender. And negotiations started between the Ukrainian armed forces on the one hand and those Russian frontline forces. And whilst we do not know too much about the content of the negotiations, indications were that it was without them destroying their equipment, and that the Ukrainians evidently demanded to be allowed to go into the city ASAP for humanitarian relief, and that all Russian forces were to lie down their weapons. Now, these kind of discussions are ongoing at this point in time. It looks quite clear that this is the regional command. Don't forget, these are the people who have been left by most of their senior officers who departed from Kherson City. Tim, correct me if I'm wrong, this was 2 weeks ago, that they, 1.5 weeks ago, that most of the senior staff officers removed themselves from the West Bank and prefer to go onto the East Bank?
Yeah, it was about a week and a half ago they paddled across. No rubber ducks, unfortunately.
And against that backdrop, obviously, it became evident to the troops that they were about to be sacrificed, given the fact that twice in the last 1.5 weeks they had orders, evidently, and once they carried them out, to even attack Ukrainian lines, where they were quickly repelled and retreated. Then very early this morning, we heard for the second time within 24 hours that Russian troops had actually relinquished their forward positions and retreated closer to the perimeter of the city of Kherson, in what was indicated as being a movement to get under the artillery screen of their own troops on the east bank. That evidently left them in indefensible positions and without any further supplies of small arms weapons and small arms ammunitions, as well as water, because they're heavily reliant on trucked-in water, as well as gas for their diesel generators, and no ammunition for their defensive batteries and artillery. They were evidently left alone, which is why we highlighted a little earlier, whilst you were joining, I presume, that these troops had only two options: swim or surrender. Evidently, swimming across a river, which is pre-sighted, and would almost likely give rise to their hopes for survival being dashed, and therefore a swifter reintegration of the food chain being, say, on the horizon, left them with no other choice other than to, at some point in time, hoist the white flag, or at least indicate their willingness to do so. This begs the question, of course, what happens to those FSB troops and those shock troops and those Wagner troops who've been committing absolutely atrocious war crimes in recent weeks and months and carrying out torture in at least 8 specific already indicated and cited torture camps and buildings in the city proper, and whether these would actually be fighting, surviving, or be handed over for that purpose, for safe passage for the others. All those things, evidently, we cannot judge at this point in time, but these are considerations which I am sure will be taken, will be considered and will be of concern to the Ukrainian armed forces whilst negotiating the surrender of the Russian troops. This evidently after the surrender of many thousand Russian troops in the northeast in recent days would be then the second large-scale surrender, if not larger, given the fact that all in total we have reason to expect that on the West Bank, both the troops currently under consideration in the southwest, as well as those now cut off in the northeast, meaning northeast of Novakhovka, that in those salients, anywhere between 15 and 17,000 Russian troops are currently still suspected. I think, Eamon, that sufficiently covers what we know and what we can report at this point in time.
It does quite well, and I just have to say that is the best news that I've heard in the past 6 months. And all I can really say to that is Slava Ukraina. Thank you, Axel.
Heroam Slava. And with that, we may go to Jingu. Jingu, do you have something in regard to Kherson?
Yeah, I just wanted to add something very quick. So Tim was talking about the Russian army is not going to do the banzai charge like the Japanese. Tim, here's the background. The Japanese, they do that not only because they have the fervor, the fervent devotion to the emperor, but also because the Japanese community take care of their fallen soldiers very, very well. Now, at the same time, you see the Russians. The Russian imperialists are the Russians living in the big cities. They want those poor minority, poor bastards to fight for the Russian imperialism, abusing Ukrainians in other country. This kind of social structure cannot hold. So the Russian soldiers will never have the same pride as the Japanese soldiers do. Because if I'm a Japanese soldier, I fall in the battlefield, my entire community will take care of my family. They will treat my daughters, my sons as the heroes' progeny and go into the future. So that's I'm not to say it's a good or bad thing, but this is what it does. So the prediction is with this spectacular defeat, the flimsiness of this Russian imperialism will show, and more likely the Russian empire will collapse on its feet. So that's my point.
Absolutely, of course. My comparison to the Imperial Japanese Army is facetious. They were actual proper soldiers.
And we're very glad that the United States Marine Corps and US Navy jointly, with support from what was then, the US Army Aviation Service, managed to overwhelm and curtail them. Ollie.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's great news. Hearing what's coming from Kherson and Kharkiv. It's good news. It's amazing news. It's going to let these people here who think Russians are liberators and Russians are some kind of powerful people and they have the best military. And you have people down here who think the Russians can single-handedly take on the Western world. There are people here who genuinely believe that. And the pictures that are going around social media would actually give them double thoughts. It would give these brutes thoughts about getting Russian military weapons. And yeah, it's good. It's good on Ukraine side how they are performing. They are helping us. They are helping break down the Russian is it the military industrial complex? Because nobody around the world would like to get Russian military gear again, and it's just amazing. What's Ukrainians? I keep on saying this, but Ukrainians are going to be glorified till the end of time. They are doing phenomenal what they are doing. Thank you.
Very well said. Thank you very much. There's lots of people who have questions down below. I can't see anyone with their hands up now, so I'll be cycling those who are not having their hands up down. I can see, by the way, famous German politicians.
Absolutely, Ola. I couldn't agree more. I mean, this has been a war that smashed so many mythologies around Russia. It beggars belief. You know, from the effectiveness of equipment to the kind of aura of invincibility they've somehow managed to create among them around themselves, despite not doing an enormous amount of fighting for the last, since the Second World War. I guess they've been dining out on the Eastern Front for a long time, and that was only a success because of an overwhelming material advantage provided by the Allies, of course. But it's certainly been one to smash a lot of myths around the Russian army.
All righty. Tim, can you hear me? It seems Tim can't hear me.
Axel, can you hear me? Are you having technical problems?
I can hear you perfectly fine.
Can anyone hear Axel?
Yeah.
Axel, I'm afraid you're having issues with your connection.
The funny part is
hang
Ben
on.
can hear me.
I'll
Ben
shut up.
can
It's
hear
my
me.
problem.
I can hear you both. I love you both.
Isn't it funny, Ben, that you can hear me, you can hear him, but he can't hear me, and I can hear him. So it's definitely his problem.
Well, we're settled for a great game of Chinese telephone.
All right, I will be cycling him back up in a second. In 13 minutes from now, we will have former head and commander of 7th Army in Europe, our friend and friend of the program and good advisor to all of us, General Ben Hodges, talking to us about the momentous day. Ben.
Yeah, if you can hear me through the train noise. You said the 7th Army. Is there always one 7th Army in Europe? Or are there several? Or how does it work?
Ben, I apologize. I can't hear you either anymore. I will cycle you up to coast for a second, and if you don't mind, and return back after restarting the phone.
Hi, can you guys hear me okay? Question I have is, does anyone have information on how the Russian rail capacity is being affected by the inability to maintain their rail cars with lack of ball bearings? They have a severe lack of ball bearings. And I've heard some reports about this. Does anyone have any updated information on how this could continue to play out month by month? They continue to lose rail capacity.
Ben, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I couldn't hear you just for a moment. Did you hear the question from Luis?
Hey, Mr. M, I can say something about that real quick.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, the thing is that there's been lots of conversation about the Russians having no balls, as in ball bearings, and the person who's been talking about that the most is finance, and the person to talk to about trains would definitely be Craig. But there has been talk that is for sure affecting their ability with the trains. But there's not people here at this exact moment who have the depth of knowledge as far as how the lack of balls, I mean, ball bearings, is having on the trains. So that's what I wanted to sort of add to that, because I heard the question when I wasn't even paying attention.
Okay, thank you for that, Prince. If there's anybody who wants to speak, please push the button in the lower left corner, the microphone, and the co-host will try to bring you up. If you don't want to speak, you can also send a
Okay.
DM.
Hey, Mr. M, Ben is just sending me massive messages that he can speak to this issue, but his mic doesn't seem to be working at this exact moment. So he's frantically sending me messages about it, that there are a number of issues with it, and he can speak to it as soon as he can get his microphone to work again.
Okay, so we will wait for Ben for a moment. Maybe he must go. Maybe he must cycle down and come up again. Maybe that will help. I don't know. I don't know who is behind the host account at that moment.
We're sorting the issue at the moment. Give us a minute.
Okay, so it's being done. Please bear with us.
There seems to be a massive influx of the Twitter pops.
Yeah, we should get some vaccination against that. That's really necessary.
Well, there's Tim. Tim,
Hi, everybody.
how are your kids? Are they still playing music?
No, that wasn't my children. That was a busker I was walking past with an extremely loud guitar. He's been dealt with.
Alrighty. It wasn't too bad, but it was interesting.
He wasn't without talent. He wasn't without talent. Thank you, Mr. M, for holding the fort. Yeah, so we are just waiting for our guest, General Ben Hodges, who will be with us in the next 5 minutes. I'm getting inundated with DMs asking me what Russians doing, re-surrender. The answer to that is we have just heard from our man Yehuda that the whole of the Russian force that is on the right bank of the Dnieper River in Kherson Oblast, so that is to the west of the Dnieper River, will surrender. This is the information we're getting from our shadowy Canadian handlers. So that's the big news. I am not entirely sure how many men that is. I've heard estimates ranging from 10 to 25,000, and I wouldn't like to put a figure on it. What we do know is that about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, their senior officers decided to abandon them and go to the left-hand side of the Dnieper River. So their senior ops room decided they didn't like the look of this anymore, and decided to decamp to somewhere allegedly safer. So I'd imagine that would have had a slight cost to morale. So yes, that is the big news. That is the big news this evening. The entirety of the Russian armed forces on the right-hand side of the Dnieper River is currently in negotiation to surrender. I see we've got an Axel back. The Germans are back.
The Germans are back.
Did you have to call Berlin for this?
Frankfurt, mate. Frankfurt. Nobody cares for Berlin.
Sorry, can I ask one question there?
Of course, go ahead. We would appreciate it if you put your hand up first, but as you're the only one here, yep.
My apologies. Sorry, I thought I had somebody activated my mic, and I thought that was okay. My question is this: General Patton in the Second World War said that they had defeated the wrong enemy when they had defeated Germany, meaning that Russia was the real enemy, and with the land grab then of Eastern Europe, that would tend to hold that out. But my question is this: there's a massive amount of propaganda still on Russian TV. So, like, is your average Russian person just listening to propaganda that they're still going to win this? That's the first part of my question. And the second part is that a large number of people have been taken away from these regions to sort of concentration camps in Russia. How's that going to play out as things move forward? It's really sort of two questions.
Sure. So to your first comment, I guess it's a bit like being asked if you'd rather have a cigar stubbed out in your left eye or your right eye if you're an Eastern European during and in the aftermath of the Second World War. But to your question, what Russians watching? My position on this is they fundamentally have access to the same information as we do. It's which information they choose to consume and which information they choose to believe that is in question. And if they're choosing the information given by a government that they know very well lies to them through its teeth, then more fool them. But excuse me, I've not actually personally spoken to any Russians in Russia about this. I can only talk about my ethnically Russian friends here in Estonia. They are very, very much on side with Ukraine. I've not heard a single one of them make any sympathetic noises towards Putin on this and towards Russia on this, which handily counters the narrative that there's a large oppressed minority in Estonia yearning to be free, yearning for the warm embrace of Russia. You know, that's bollocks, and as I'm sure you can guess. I don't know the answer to that question exactly, but they have the same access to the same information as we do. Axel, would you have any comments on that?
Not at the moment. And in the meantime, we're also clearing the channel. We can put a pin on this, Bernard, for the moment, because we are expecting General Ben Hodges in the next 2 minutes, and I hope that our colleagues are coming up. We're waiting for Yehuda and CJ to join, and Peter Doran. So I would suggest if you could come back up after the interview, then we'll be happy to address further questions if you don't mind. All righty. Tim, what would we expect the former commander of 7th Army Europe and an advocate of freedom and the defense of democracy in Europe to bring us now on such a momentous day? Last week, Monday, the start of the ongoing momentum, and this week, Monday, yet another piece of information.
I would expect such a gentleman to bring us wisdom and joy, but no need for me to waffle because General Ben Hodges is here. Welcome, General. Thank you very much for coming.
Hey guys, good evening.
Guten Abend, good evening. Welcome back.
Thank you. Greetings from Frankfurt.
Very glad to hear. Well. So, what a momentous day. Beginning of last week and the weekend, we were looking at the surprising news, which then led to freedom for all of the Kharkiv Oblast. This evening, we're hearing news that frontline troops in the southwest and in Kherson city are surrendering. Who would have thunk it?
Well, I did, and I think actually several other people did, that Ukrainian victory was inevitable. What I did not anticipate was how quickly, at least in this area that we're looking at now, the Russian forces would collapse. I've been watching the Russians now for the past few months. You could see that their logistics were exhausted. We knew that they had culminated back in August. And this is where I think the Ukrainian General Staff, and of course they're getting some help and advice, but really the Ukrainian General Staff deserves so much credit. They understood Clausewitz's concept of the culminating point, and they could see that the Russians were going to culminate in August. And so I believe they began preparing even back then the plan for how they were going to launch a counteroffensive after the Russians had culminated. And so you have a combination of endless strikes using HIMARS and other weapons against Russian logistics, command posts, special forces hits throughout the occupied areas, to including Crimea. All of the things that really put a lot of pressure and disrupted the Russian logistics and command and control. At the same time, they maintain a level of operational security, what we call OPSEC, that is masterful. When you think of how many thousands of people would have had cell phones, and yet the Ukrainians were able to move troops up into the north without being detected. And then to cap it all off, openly talking about this huge counteroffensive that was going to happen in Kherson, and the Russians took the bait and shifted troops down there. That's so impressive to me.
Now, when we look at what is happening this evening, this astonishing momentum, yes, certain troops have surrendered in the Izium area. Some actually have been fighting even so this afternoon, albeit that these are stragglers, and we're seeing that the Ukrainians are cleaning the space. But the outright surrender, negotiated surrender, as it seems, of large-scale contingents of Russian forces, we haven't seen since Tannenberg.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, there were, during the Second World War, there were huge captures of troops. But what really matters here is that if we see what looks to be large numbers of Russians surrendering or leaving the battlefield, abandoning equipment, I mean, it really could have a cascading effect. Remember, of course, and many of the participants tonight know that the vast majority of Russian soldiers that are doing the fighting and the dying are not kids from Moscow or St. Petersburg. They're out from the hinterlands, and perhaps their resolve to stick around in such a bad situation will not be that great, particularly in the absence of inspirational leadership and a chance that they might win. So I think there is something there. We just have to be careful that we don't start planning a victory parade yet. There's still a lot of hard fighting to go.
I think that is certainly true. I mean, just like the Ukrainian general staff will have to take this very carefully and cautiously if the enemy gets a vote. Yesterday we saw that Russian armed forces were still in the north, meaning from essentially the Oskil reservoir, passing through Svatove and then Starobilsk. I mean, names which other people remember from the Second World War. But they've been passing through en route to, hopefully, from their perspective, reinforcing the Donbass. But on the other hand, Ukrainian troops are now capturing these areas. We understand that this evening they have closed in on Kremina. They're closing the salient. There's no escaping for the troops to the west of that line, the Russian troops, that is. How do you see the approach, this massive forward momentum of the Ukrainian armed forces in the north and towards the Donbass?
Well, I think there's 2 or 3 things for us to watch. It looks to me, like all of us are looking at the various maps that are out there, people trying to figure out what's going on. You can sort of see everything moving towards Crimea. And the idea that they could encircle large numbers of Russian troops and equipment, bring about surrender or their destruction, and then you get close enough to Crimean Peninsula with long-range rocket capability. Now you're talking about daily rocket strikes on airfields and seaport of Sevastopol and other Russian military facilities on the Crimean Peninsula. In my view, once that starts, then it's just a matter of time. Crimea becomes untenable. So almost in a way, kind of like warfare back in the 18th, 17th century, siege warfare, where it's all about moving the big guns close enough to knock down the castle walls or the walls of the fortification. this is opportunity that I see if they trap. Turn them out. The Ukrainian forces could move eastward, southeastward from Kherson. The other thing that we've got to be watching, of course, is Ukrainian logistics. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that the Ukrainian General Staff, which has done such an excellent job getting us to where we are now, they will have anticipated both the possibility of failure, but also the possibility of success, and that they would have been shepherding fuel and ammunition and other things necessary to maintain the momentum of this attack if it's successful, and it looks like it is now. Now that would
General, I think we just lost him.
Yep, I don't hear the general either.
Okay, we'll cycle him down and back up right away. General Hodges, if you hear us as a listener, I sent you another invite. Please come up right away. There seems to be a technical issue. I think the way this happened, he received a call.
Axel, can I just jump in here really fast as we're waiting for Ben to come back
With
up?
pleasure, of course.
Yeah, because I'm like everyone else, just listening to every single word General Hodges is saying. But as he's talking, it reminds me that he has come onto the space multiple times before. And as far back in May, he predicted on this space that everyone needs to calm down. The Ukrainians are running a good war. They know what they're doing. And he expected a major counteroffensive by the Ukrainians in August. And he expected that to have some success. And he predicted that months ago, and now we're seeing it come through. So I just am really grateful that General Hodges has joined us, and I'm just listening to every word he's saying. I've got a couple questions, but I'll wait till he comes back on because I want to hear more of what General Hodges is sharing with us.
Yeah, I'm sending in a new separate invite so that he can cycle back up right away when he has terminated his other call. In the meantime, Craig.
No, I wanted to add on my seconds, my thirds, my fourths. General Hodges said a word that is very near and dear to my heart, and that's preparation, right? Preparing for defeat, right? What happens if this doesn't work? But more importantly, preparing for winning, right? Everybody kind of gets tunnel vision when you come to these things, myself included, right? What are the next steps? Where's the next bridge? Where's the next river? Where's this pocket? Where's that pocket? But from a general staff perspective, what sometimes people can be afraid of is what happens if this works, right? What happens if we do make it all the way to the Oskill? What happens if we do? What do we do then, right? And the Ukrainians didn't sit there and worry themselves to death about it. They did it calmly. They did it coolly. They did it as pure professionals. And they said, if this works and we make it all the way to Kupiansk, the Oskill and beyond, which is what some of us are seeing, then the plans were in place for this, not only for their, I guess, short-term objectives, but to go beyond that into medium and long-term objectives. That if this pays off and we get over, do we have the preparation? Do we have the logistics? Do we have the trucks? Do we have what we need to carry that offensive as far as we want to go? That is something that I really have been focusing on for about a week. And again, I want to give support to Peter and General Hodges for calling it a long time ago when we knew that the Ukrainian general staff was professional, it was prepared, it wasn't going to get tunnel vision and focus on one town, one bridge, one river, that they were going to be prepared for any eventuality that comes through. And I can see General Hodges is back on now.
Excellent. General Hodges, welcome back.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, super. So I forget where I was.
No worries. We had another question in any event, which was leading to the same thing. If you could just separate, I mean, you highlighted already that this is all driving towards Crimea, that when Crimea gets in range, and essentially with this operational range Ukraine then has, with its various long-range missiles, whatever system, I mean, there's one which you and I would prefer, I presume, but nevertheless, whatever they have, that they can threaten Sevastopol and therefore deny the space and deny the Russians controlling Crimea, that by that time, Russia will have to make a decision as to how to leave Crimea, not where, not if to leave.
That's correct. I think the prize is Crimea, and President Zelensky said this war started with Crimea, and it's going to end with Crimea. And the end state, the objective is total restoration of Ukrainian sovereignty to include Crimea. So if the Ukrainians are able to begin hitting targets all over Crimea, Sevastopol, obviously, but there, as you know, there are several air bases and other military installations there. Once they start hitting those with rockets every day, then I do believe it's just a matter of time, because the Russians are unable to stop. They can't knock down these HIMARS and other rockets that are coming in. So, and then there is a decision point for the Russians. I mean, what do they do? And we just have to make sure that we, the West, that we don't give in to pressure to somehow settle for some sort of negotiated settlement, especially if we're that close. We got to see this through to the end.
I think this is the key element, and Peter Doran had just highlighted it whilst you were coming back up. That in, I think, both our first segments, when we had the pleasure of having you on our space, you highlighted what the target outcome was, and you also said that towards the end of August, one would have to expect, and you would envisage, Ukraine going on the offensive. Now, end of August, beginning of September, who cares? You called it, and you projected what potential outcomes there might be. It seems evident that Ukraine is going to win this in the battlefield.
Yes, that's what I believe for sure.
How would you think that they are going to go about it? I mean, they seem to be very, very adept at exploiting opportunities which present themselves. The logistics on the Russian side fail. They react slowly to moves on the Ukrainian side, and they don't seem to be able to anticipate what the Ukrainians are capable of. What would you think are good next steps?
So, of course, what I'm reporting or saying is based on looking at open source, not being there on the ground. So I could be wrong in some of my assessment, for sure. But what we see is a Ukrainian armed forces that have been disciplined, patient, methodical almost, to create the opportunities that they're exploiting now. And I think the continued delivery of ammunition and capabilities by the United States and other allies and supporters, 50 nations met this past week at Ramstein, has given Ukraine the confidence that they can sustain what they're doing, that they can keep it up. And what you don't see is big attacks, frontal attacks going into the teeth of Russian defenses, but instead they're doing things using their HIMARS and other rocket launchers very cleverly to knock out ammunition stockpiles, command and control nodes, headquarters, and the lines of communication. So at that point, then the frontline combat troops of the Russian forces, they don't have any food, they don't have any water, they don't have any medical care, they don't have ammunition, and their artillery support is drying up. That's how you defeat a large conventional artillery army like the Russians.
The largesse of the large Russian army seems to be limited when it comes to real trucking capacity. We were told over the past weeks that they had replaced in certain areas the delivery by rail already in the north from Belgorod Oblast into Izium, for example, and that they had run trucks and trucks and trucks. But it seems that these supplies have not been sufficient, and many trucks have been stuck by supporting troops to be relocated when they thinned out their front lines in Donbass in order to then resupply Kherson. It seems from the outside, I have not been on general staff. That is a privilege which definitely, fortunately, was denied because I would not have been capable, I'm sure. But you've seen these kind of theaters. How do you rate the Russian strategies and their general staff vis-a-vis the Ukrainians?
Well, look, transport is the most important of all the logistical functions, because without transportation, it doesn't matter all the stuff you have or what you have. And never in my life have I been in a place where I had enough trucks, whether it was in Iraq or Afghanistan or any other place. You always want more transport. And the Russian logistical system right now is being asked to do something that it was never designed to do. It was designed for, and what they practiced was big, long movements inside the Russian Federation on their own rail lines, not trying to support long-term sustained land combat operations outside of Russia. But that's exactly what it's having to do. They've lost, we know, over 1,000 trucks in the first 6 months. So that's 1,000 trucks and probably 1,000 drivers. And not just any truck can carry ammunition or pull heavy equipment. It's certain types of trucks. And so the destruction or reutilization of these trucks has significantly reduced the ability of Russia to keep up their artillery fire. Remember, it was just a month ago. People were wringing their hands. Oh my God, they're firing 60,000 rounds a day. They're killing hundreds of Ukrainian troops. That's not happening anymore. It's not to that extent. And every time one of these ammunition storage points goes up in smoke, the Russians end up having to move it further back on the rail line, which adds to the burden of the truck fleet. So the Ukrainians were very smart to go after that. They understand that's how the Russian logistical system is set up.
Now, with the degradation, sorry, Tim, one sec. With the degradation of their supply lines at this point in time, do you consider it likely, from your perspective and with your background in logistics, do you consider it likely that they will run out of more and more items very, very quickly in different frontline areas? And would that be a cascading effect of their demise, which brings them to their demise?
Well, of course, I can't. I'm not going to dodge the question, but I can't answer it fully because I still don't know how much they started with. I mean, it's clear they have, zillions of rounds of conventional artillery ammunition, but they've consumed an enormous amount. And we also know that much of what they have, a significant percentage, has not been properly cared for. Artillery ammunition is not like a hammer; you just lay it around. It has a shelf life, and so and the Russians, I think, in my estimate, are not famous for properly maintaining and taking care of things like ammunition and maintenance on all their weapon systems. And part of the breakdown in logistics means not only does ammunition not move forward, but also the lubricants and spare parts and all the bits and pieces required to keep heavy machinery going. That's also not making it anywhere. So that in that regard, there is a sort of cascading effect. And we also know that the Russians are unable to properly replace or replenish most of the precision weapons they're using, thanks to sanctions. They can no longer import certain chips and components that are needed for their high-end missiles. This is a good thing, obviously, but they still have, I'm sure, several hundred. So it's hard. I just don't know. That's always bugged me. I don't have a feel for how much they have left.
No, good point. That's the fog of war. Obviously, I mean, with a bit of luck, maybe some agencies and definitely the Ukrainian General Staff may have better information from their own HUMINT and SIGINT. But from what we hear on a regular basis is that the Ukrainians seem to be dealing with scarcity and with challenges better, that they behave like a modern Western army. They're very careful, they're very methodic, and they prepare their logistics. So, for example, the follow-on troops in Kharkiv Oblast were perfectly positioned to take care of what could then be an advance by the other brigades in textbook. I don't know how to put it better. They have gobbled up Western doctrine and modern warfare within the last 8 years to an extent which is just outright astonishing.
Well, look, I think it's also important to note that, and I don't disagree with anything you said, the Ukrainians have taken advantage of things that are already in their favor. Their rear area is totally secure. I mean, there are millions of Ukrainians in their rear, so they're able to move there and not worry about partisan attacks or Russian special forces or anything like that disrupting their supply lines, other than the occasional Russian rocket. The Russian Air Force has been not completely removed from this war, but I mean, they, other than launching missiles from over their own Russian airspace or Belarusian airspace, they're not doing anything. I mean, if the Russian Air Force was in the fight, it'd be much more difficult. That's the Ukrainians have helped create that set of circumstances. Whereas the Russians, their rear area is inside occupied territory, and they're having to deal with partisans, special forces, and so on. Another thing that has surprised me is how incapable the Russians are of doing what we call dynamic targeting. I mean, they can hit cities and railway stations that are known points, but you just don't hear too many reports about them hitting convoys bringing equipment from Poland, for example, into Ukraine, or being able to hit trains carrying equipment on the move. They just don't seem to have that ability, and so the Ukrainians have been able to exploit that as well.
Yeah, if you allow me to switch gears a little bit, we've had this discussion earlier today on the space and with other parties as well. It seems to me that it seems to definitely also to our founder and Canadian officer Yehuda, that this is the time where the West really needs to step up and support that success with more weapons so that they can press on the advantage, right?
Yeah, the worst thing in the world right now would be for any of the 50 nations that are supporting Ukraine to say, come on, we need to give Putin an off ramp, give him a chance to escape, let him, let's stop this. I saw where President Ilves on Twitter said that he's hearing in some European capitals, come on, hasn't Ukraine humiliated Putin enough? I mean, these are people that absolutely, President Ilves is not saying that obviously, but he's irritated and frustrated that there are people in some European capitals that are saying, hasn't Putin been humiliated enough? These kind of idiots have zero understanding of the Russians, of the Kremlin, of what the Russians intend to do. And so we have got to make sure that we stick together and that we that we help the Ukrainians keep their foot on the neck of the Russians. Do not give them a chance to rebuild, reorganize, reconstitute. This was a mistake I think we contributed to back in March, once the Russians began to withdraw from Kyiv, when they realized they were not going to make it, and they started pulling everybody back, and they started moving troops around towards the Donbass. Remember
Oh yeah.
All right. There was a period of about 4 weeks where they were trying to unscrew themselves. That's when, if we had been providing Ukraine long-range capabilities, then could have been smashing these units while they were still trying to get reorganized. Instead, they were allowed to reorganize and then launch the next phase in the eastern part of Ukraine. They let them. We caused the Ukrainians, or did not give the Ukrainians the ability to take advantage of that opportunity. Cannot do that again. We have got to finish this.
Yeah, I fully subscribe to the same view. I understand, Tim, you had a question as well.
I did, yeah. I just wanted your thoughts, General, on Russian capabilities around regroup and counterattack. I mean, do you think they're capable of doing anything realistic to turn any tide anywhere at this point?
I'm not seeing it. In order to do that, they would have to have fixed quite a few problems that I think are baked into the culture of this very corrupt Ministry of Defense and military. I mean, they have a lot of expensive quality equipment. They have a lot of people, but I have not seen. I'm trying to think if I've seen a single example in the last 6 months of Russian forces fighting, conducting what we would call a joint operation, where you had the Air Force in support of ground maneuver, or that there was any sort of coordination between the services. The Navy has done zero to help ground forces, and they've also, but to my surprise, I overestimated. I don't think there's been a single actual amphibious operation anywhere along the Black Sea coast. I think there was one sort of small one in Azov coast, but you've got total control of the Black Sea. You've got thousands of naval infantry, and I had expected that they would be launching amphibious operations all along the Black Sea coast, bypassing Ukrainian defenders, etc. Zero. And so if they can't do joint operations, then they are not going to be able to mount any kind of serious, large-scale counterattacks against what Ukrainians are doing right now. I don't see it. And for sure, their intelligence, Ukrainian intelligence, U.S. intelligence, British intelligence, and others will all be looking for any sort of massing, if you will, whether it's inside Russia or somewhere else inside Ukraine, to help detect that before it could ever get going.
It's interesting to see that in this regard. I mean, my favorite tool in battle, the Air Force, on the Russian side, is so ineffective and so incompetent, has so many maintenance failures, such a lack of training amongst their pilots. They are not playing a role at all. And today we see a Su-25 going down due to pilot error.
Yeah. Well, look, of course, you and everybody that's listening to this knows that having a lot of airplanes, even really nice ones, does not equal having a great Air Force. It is about readiness. It's about training. It's about understanding or having a concept of operations. For any Air Force, and I'm saying this as an infantry soldier, the Air Force, job one is achieve air superiority on day one. I mean, that's what our Air Force would do. That's what the Royal Air Force would do, and so on. Get air superiority, which means destroying air bases, knocking out air defense, and knocking your opponent's Air Force out of the sky. The Russians failed to do that. And I think it's because their pilots have not really flown in a combat environment. I mean, what they were doing in Syria, give me a break. That's not the same thing. And so they were not trained and organized in such a way where you could achieve air superiority in a heavily contested environment. And so even though they had superiority in numbers, Ukrainians were much more effective at knocking down Russian aircraft, to the point now where the Russian Air Force does not even want to fly over Ukraine, instead launching missiles from outside of Ukrainian airspace. And I think also there's this culture, or they don't have the culture of joint operations where the services provide capabilities working in concert. And look, that is not natural. It is hard as hell. We practice a lot on doing these things. It is very difficult. So you have to make it a point of effort to be able to fight joint. They clearly don't do that.
Yeah, it seems that, as you said, the culture of that Russian, it's hard to call it an army, but the Russian armed forces really don't like to work and train. They're not set up for that. And you only fight as good as you train at best. So they are a failure in that regard. We've seen, by the way, some funny little anecdote which we've heard from our Ukrainian friends is that they're making use of the German Gepards even as mobile air defense and killing off, say, the very few intruding Russian Air Force components, especially the helicopters, who are supposed to hold them up if and when our Ukrainian friends are advancing. So even the Gepards are quite useful now. They're finally in their original habitat.
Yeah, the Gepard actually is quite an amazing weapon system because of the amount of fire, the rate of fire that it can do to knock down helicopters, drones, but also it is very effective in a ground support role, so that you could pull it up and start punishing bunkers, trenches, or if you caught Russian vehicles out in the open, it's a devastating effect. Of course, that rate of fire means it goes through a lot of ammunition very quickly. So, but that's a logistical problem. The effectiveness of the weapon system is undoubted.
But it's interesting, isn't it, that Rammstein 1 showed us that many people were quite hesitant to provide sensible weapon systems. We were all wondering as to why does it have to be the Gepards provided by the Germans? Why can't it be at least the Leopard ones as recce tanks? Why can't they give some Leopard 2s? Well, or the Marders, but at least those Gepards got wrangled out of them, and it seems that in the northern advance towards the Oskil Reservoir, those have made a significant difference. So
I think so. Yeah, I would agree.
So how would you see the opportunity? We've heard earlier today, shifting gears briefly, before we go to the many hands we have up, and I hope you have a little bit of time for the questions. How do we see it now that Ms. Lambrecht, the German Minister of Defense, has now come out with yet another statement that she really doesn't want battle tanks to be released, even not delivered, not even released for third-party export? How does that fit together?
Yeah, I'm a little confused by this. I think that there's political components of this, and then there's readiness components of the German Bundeswehr. They're still recovering from probably 15 years of political decisions that put them in the situation where they are, where they don't have. They're not at the level of readiness that you would expect from the great German Bundeswehr. Why they don't provide tanks, I think it's missed opportunity, but it's also worth keeping in mind. The United States has not provided a single Abrams, nor has the UK provided a single Challenger. So I don't know that it's useful, and I'm not defending it, but the fact that Germany doesn't provide Leopard is not unique in and of itself. There's so many other things that I think that Germany could be providing. So I don't spend time worrying about Leopards.
What would be on your wish list for Ukraine from Germany, for example?
Well, Germany has rocket launchers, multiple rocket launchers also, and they also have precision munitions. So this to me is the number one thing that the Ukrainians need more. To continue to provide them the ability to reach out and touch logistic sites, headquarters, air defense systems, the way that they've been doing. That would be, in my view, ideal from the German Bundeswehr. And then number two is the missile defense. I mean, the Russians are going to continue lobbing all sorts of missiles into residential areas, killing civilians. And so until we can eliminate the places from which they're shooting, we've got to continue to help Ukraine protect their civilians from getting murdered by Russians. So missile defense system would be number two on my list.
So more Mars, IRIS-Ts, more work for Deal and Hensoldt, Okay. Well, we have more questions for you. If you don't mind, I would start with Peter Doran, and then we'll work our way through Craig and John Howard and end with our friend Ed. Peter.
Thank you, Axel. Ben, it's good to see you on the space here. Axel, I just have a quick comment on leadership and then a quick follow-up for Ben on his perspective, if that's okay.
Sure.
I'll go ahead. Ben, good to see you here. Ben, something I've learned from your example over many years is that you are extremely open and honest when you were wrong or you made a mistake, and you're equally humble and quiet about the 1,001 times that you were right. So I know that you're not one to toot your own horn about being correct, but I can tell you, folks on this space remember when you were here in May, and you nailed it. You called it. You said, this is my perspective. This is how I think things are going to turn out. And to be fair, there's a lot of opinions on this war that are flying around the internet. I have not known anyone to be more accurate than you in predicting how things were going and explaining why they were happening that way. So well done, Ben. Thank you, sir.
Well, Peter, thank you. But there's also a lot of times where I was wrong. I've had a lot of practice on that too.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Here's my question. You have been very accurate in saying, look, I'm not going to second guess the generalship of the Ukrainians. They're doing a great job. I'm just going to observe here. But if you were in a position of being a commander of forces, what signs and indicators would you be looking for to see if and when the Russians were trying to reconstitute some kind of battle line? There's been talk that maybe they might fall back and try and create some sort of new defensive line. What signs and indicators on the either battlefield side or the political side would you be looking forward to see to get a sense of how the Russians are going to respond to what is very obviously a significant defeat on their part? And again, Ben, thank you.
Yeah, Peter, thank you. So of course, the commander's looking at what's in front of him, but he's also got to be looking at real deep. If there was going to be a counterattack of some sort, that would be forming up much further to the rear. So I'd be looking for logistics buildups. I'd be listening to intercepted communications, and of course, you'd always be wary of deception. And I think I would imagine that the Ukrainian General Staff is doing just that. That they're not only counting noses of who's in front of them, but also there's something called order of battle. And every intelligence officer has a chart, an OB chart, order of battle, where it lists all the known units that are in an organization. So whether it's in the Western Military District or the 3rd Army or the 25th Division or whatever it is, from intelligence collection, from prisoners, etc., who's out there. And so you're trying to account for everybody. And that's the key, is accounting for, hey, where's this tank battalion? We can't find them. Well, that tank battalion may be hiding somewhere waiting to be used in a counterattack. So I'm sure that that's what Ukrainian General Staff intelligence teams are doing, is trying to, on their OB charts, account for everybody. That's how they anticipate some sort of a counterattack. But you also are correct in that there's, at the political level, watching what's going on in the Kremlin, how much dissension is there. I can't believe that Shoigu and Gerasimov still have their jobs. So it's either because of total loyalty is being rewarded, or they don't have somebody better to replace them. But I imagine that Ukrainians, because they know all these guys, they know who everybody is. They're watching to see who moves up the food chain inside the Russian chain of command, and as indicators also.
That's a very interesting point, which we've discussed a little earlier with Yehuda together, that essentially people are now waiting who meets the next window, because it cannot continue like this. Thousands of people taken prisoners of war, many thousand casualties. The indications which we heard from friends at the General Staff were significantly higher than what has been published as verified so far. Not many leaders have survived such a level of defeat. Let's move to Craig.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Axel. And thank you again, General Hodges, for joining us. I can't say that enough. I want to, if I could, you kept on mentioning logistics over and over and over again, and I couldn't help but warm my heart when I would hear that phrase be repeated. If you could speak to me a little bit about, from your perspective, again, as a general officer in the general staff, the complexity of the logistics that are involved, not just at this local operational level, but at quite literally the national level of Ukraine. As you had mentioned, trains coming in from Poland, Ukraine being able to operate a train network to get things where they need to be. You can't get a truck from the border of Poland all the way to where you need it to be. You need to move great quantities. Can you speak to a little bit about the complexity of what that is and just how much staff work goes into not only, of course, the battle preparations, right? Your field officers, your field colonels, and majors, and so on. But on the side that doesn't so much go boom, right? These guys and girls are quite literally sitting there running these kind of computations. Can you kind of work us through what that looks like at a general staff level, and then try and bring us into the operational level, logistically speaking, to what we just saw here in the Kharkiv Oblast?
Yeah. Thanks for that, Craig. When I was a major at Fort Leavenworth at the what was then called the Army Commander General Staff College, so Staff College, we had to take a big block of instruction on logistics, and that for me, like, oh my God, this is painful. I'm an infantryman. I don't care about all that. As I became older, I realized that actually that's what mattered the most was logistics, and that I had to leave the fun stuff, the maneuver stuff, to the young guys. And my job as the commander of U.S. Army Europe, or as director of operations in Regional Command South in Kandahar, was to make sure that they had what they needed: transport, medical care, ammunition, food, water, fuel, blah, blah, blah. So, but when I'm sitting in the staff college, there was one thing that I remember, I'll never forget it, is number one imperative for logistics is anticipation. Anticipation, because most likely the maneuver guys like me would never think about how much fuel I needed, or how long it would take to move sufficient artillery ammunition from A to B to support the plan. And so the best logisticians are very good at anticipating requirements. And so they are always trying to move stuff, get it in place where they could react quickly, whether, again, it was ammunition or having to medevac casualties. But they're also paying attention to the truck fleet, for example. I mean, imagine a truck that's carrying a few thousand pounds of or kilos of heavy ammunition, or thousands of liters of fuel. There's a lot of wear and tear on trucks, and they're not moving up and down I-95 or I-10. I mean, they're moving over dirt roads, old roads. It's a lot of wear and tear. So you're having to anticipate, do we have enough maintenance to keep our trucks going? So that stuck in my mind, the anticipation part, and not waiting to be told, hey, I need more ammo. The second thing is consumption rates. In fact, I was talking to a dear friend last night who is, let's just say, he's affiliated with logistics at the top level in the U.S. And I said, I sure hope somebody is studying what's going on now, how much artillery ammunition, how much fuel, how many air defense interceptors are being expended in this 6 months, because it dwarfs anything that we did in 20 years of Iraq or Afghanistan. And so the industrial base, of course, is having to crank up production because we've gone through so much. And so I think the calculations, if you're planning, and so I guarantee you what happened with the Ukrainian general staff. They probably had some old books that said, if you're doing an attack this size against this kind of a prepared defensive position, the rule of thumb or the planning factor is X thousands of rounds. And then they would have taken a look at what they had and said, okay, we've got to get more up here, but we need to anticipate maybe we break through early, and so we can we want to have ammunition left for the breakthrough, for the follow-up. So this is the kind of calculations. I mean, it's a lot of math here, mixed with the art to produce the effect that's required. And I suspect there's some logisticians out there listening right now. I hated when a logistician would say, "Oh, sir, we delivered 1 million liters of fuel." I would say, "That's great. I needed 2 million." So, what really matters is percentage of requirement, not round numbers, because at the end of the day, that's what matters. Did you deliver what was needed? I don't care how much was actually delivered.
And it
No,
seems to be,
oh.
sorry, correct. And it seems to be that the Ukrainians, as Craig has been preaching on this space since March, have done a marvelous job for their follow-up troops to be supplied well.
Yeah, it certainly appears that way so far. And we'll know in a couple of weeks if they're able to maintain this sort of up tempo, which I really hope they are. That will be the verification of that.
And I
Craig,
just
you
want
have
to
a follow-up?
I did very briefly because I know we have hands. I could talk about logistics with you. That was a part of my training. I was AC rated in U.S. Navy, and there's a lot of logistics that were involved there, a lot of math and computations that exist. And I just want to highlight, and I thank you so much for highlighting the effort that goes into this. It doesn't show up on a Twitter feed, doesn't go on an Instagram or a TikTok or a Telegram page. It certainly doesn't, right? Nobody wants to see a bunch of people in the back staff room crunching numbers and doing timetables, not times multiple, but time on your watch timetables, right? And these folks, these Ukrainians, to your point, and this is where I'll conclude, we need to, here in the West, be humble and learn from what the Ukrainians have done here, because they have set the example. They have set the pace by which we should all, as whether you're current logistics or former logistics, this sets the pace in terms of what the standard should be going forward. They can do this in 6 months while their country's in a war, while their infrastructure is being bombed, while they're being cruise missiled, and they're still able to pull it off. These folks are very quiet. They're very humble to you, sir, but they do deserve a big shouting round of applause for the job that they have done to this point. So thank you again for highlighting them.
Absolutely.
Yep. Thank you very much for singing the praises of logistics. If I may, before we go to John Howard, I have one question from CJ, who had tried to come up for 20 minutes already. CJ, please.
No, sorry. Thank you all so much. And sir, thanks for being here. When we spoke last in April, May, we talked pretty extensively about the main weapon system that was being delivered to Ukraine, which of course was just the M777 howitzers, along with a lot of small arms. So my question for you, sir, is how do we move forward from here? And by that, I mean, there's been a lot of speculation that perhaps future aid deliveries to Ukraine and past ones too have been sort of precipitated on the idea that, Ukraine needs to not only use them well, but also be winning. To me, this doesn't necessarily seem like the best model, of course, because, especially in the early days of the war, the outcome wasn't necessarily that clear. And if you basically have to give weapons and gear and hope for a win, they might actually need more and more gear. So I wonder, how do we approach this and kind of move forward to a better solution in the future if a similar situation were to happen?
So CJ, you just reminded me of one thing about the last question, and then I'll come to that. It's interesting. There's so much stuff being provided, and this is a lot of pretty sophisticated equipment, whether we're talking about Gepards or 777s or HIMARS or all the other stuff, Caesar and Crabs and so on. Every one of those has hundreds of parts and that are not compatible with other things. And so the more varied types of systems you have, the more difficult the logistics, because you've got to have maintenance, repair parts, etc., for all these different types of systems. So eventually, and this is where I imagine that the U.S. and other allies that are working with Ukraine for the long term, as part of an overall strategy for the Black Sea region, which will include more sophisticated military cooperation with Ukraine and others in the region, helping them to get down to a more streamlined, this is your tank, this is your howitzer, this is your truck, to reduce the maintenance and logistical challenges associated with that. Yeah, CJ, I apologize because I started thinking about parts. the
No, sir. So the model of providing aid that is basically based on Ukrainian victories. Do you think this is an appropriate model for giving military aid, or
no.
how should it be framed?
It should be framed on what is our desired strategic outcome. That's the only thing that should matter is what do we want to happen. And of course, my only criticism of the administration is that they have, except for one time where Secretary Austin said it, then he was not allowed to say it again. He's to say, we want Ukraine to win, and we're going to make sure that Ukraine wins, and we're going to help them and give them everything they need to win. And that means, okay, if they need 45 HIMARS rocket launchers and 300 XYZ howitzers or whatever, that's what we're going to do, because it is our strategic interest that Ukraine is successful and that they win. That's what should drive it, not like, oh, they're doing good, let's give them more. Now, I'll be happy if some countries want to get in on the kill and say, all right, I'm less concerned about Russian retribution against me. If I give the Ukrainians something, fine, pile on. But that's not what should drive the support, in my view.
Thank you very much. I would like to move on to John Howard from Britain.
Thanks, Axel, and good evening, sir.
Hey, John.
From the perspective of regime survival, what, if any, upsides might exist for Putin in now declaring war? Could it, for example, enable him to pass responsibility for the failure of the operation back to the general staff rather than the direct ownership he's taken of it at the moment? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think that I'm not a Russian expert. I don't know I'm not a Kremlinologist, but I think that most of the people there in the so-called inner circle and maybe the second and third rings, they know what's going on, and it wouldn't surprise me if the president of the Russian Federation decided to try and hang this on his Minister of Defense and Chief of Defense. And like I said earlier, I'm surprised they both are still in post, frankly. But I don't think it's going to be quite that simple as, okay, we're at war, and Russia's under attack. You can see some reports that have been coming out, some of the spin coming out of some of the Kremlin cheerleaders, that, well, the only reason we haven't finished the job yet is because it's Russia against the whole world. I mean, it's Russia against all of NATO, and completely NATO supporting these knucklehead Ukrainians, and that's the only reason that we're losing. So they are perhaps setting beginning of a new fairy tale about it's now the Russia's survival. But I think there will be some people that will buy that. Just like, unbelievably, there are some people in the U.S. that believe that this is that Russia's going to win and that we should not be supporting Ukraine. I think that that won't sell. I think the Russians will be humiliated. Part of the reason they haven't done this big mobilization is because people won't show up. And even if they did have 50,000 people show up, they won't be able to properly equip and train them in time to make a difference. So I think he's trying to split it down the middle somehow, avoid doing that, but yet not get blamed for the loss and avoid a disaster somehow while protecting himself. And he certainly spent the last 20 years ensuring regime's survival.
Okay, thank you very much.
We have Yehuda joining us. Yehuda.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
I'm living a dream.
Living a dream. We've caused a bit of a race on the internet here. At MriyaReport, we made some pronouncements about Kharkiv Oblast and now about the Kherson situation, and soon to be probably the Donbass situation. What can you say? People ask the question quite often. They say, how is this possible? How could so many gains be done so quickly for someone on your level? Isn't this where you want to be? Isn't this a sign of you've done all the planning right?
Well, what's happening now is the culmination of months of hard work. I believe that the Ukrainian General Staff understood Clausewitz's concept of the culminating point, and they saw that the Russians were going to culminate probably in August. And so months ago, they began to work on the counteroffensive, which is why they had the courage to not take all the new equipment and new troops and push them into the line, but instead have them ready to launch, to be the fist, if you will, for this counteroffensive, and to get the necessary artillery ammunition and so on in place, ready to support it. And when I mean, not a day goes by that I don't see a video or a report of Russian units that are quitting, that don't want to fight. They're in terrible condition. You look at every video I've seen of any Russian position look like the morning after a rock concert. I mean, trash everywhere, personal kit lying on the ground, ammunition in the dirt. All of these are indicators of poorly disciplined, poorly trained units that are not focused on the fight. And or you look inside captured vehicles, it looks like a dumpster in there. And you know, every sergeant I was ever around would always pound us about, you know, there's a load plan, there's a reason certain things go in a certain place inside a vehicle, not trash and personal gear lying all over the place, because you can't fight like that. And so all of these indicators tell me that the Russians are going to crack. And that's what it looks like. And of course, in the absence of leadership, real determined leadership, to help them realize what they need to be doing, it's even worse. And the Ukrainians have done a good job destroying commanders and command posts.
Amazing. I don't want to indignify you with the question, but it does come out a lot on Russian Telegram and some strange ones. This is 4D chess. The Russian command has the Ukrainians exactly where they want them. They've allowed them to do this. Goodwill gestures. In a word or two.
So, well, look, who's surprised that they would be trying to put the best possible spin on it? Because you know, otherwise they're going to have to admit that they either were lied to or they lied all along about capabilities and what this was all about. One of the reasons I think I failed to appreciate how bad the Russians have performed was I did not realize, or I failed to realize, the depth of the corruption there. The false numbers, say again?
The depth of the rot.
Yeah, rot. That's also a good word. That, you know, when somebody reports we've got 900,000 troops, when probably maybe they had 600,000 warm bodies, and then quality control, quality assurance on maintenance, on new tires, on radio gear. I mean, there are so many stories of troops being issued rations that were expired before the doggone offensive started. I mean, this is all a reflection of corruption and a lack of honest reporting. So this is the kind of stuff that causes units to fall apart during under this kind of pressure.
General, question for you. If I could paint a brief picture, if we look at, you know, possibly, and these are just rough numbers, let's possibly look at 10,000 Russians, 5 to 10,000 Russian PWs in Izium, in that salient. If we look at, who knows, 20,000 Russians on the west side of the Dnipro River who are apparently talking about negotiating a surrender with all their equipment intact. If we look at Donbass, we see this vital road, the P66, going down from Izium straight into the rear of Severodonetsk, where there are about 4 or 5 mechanized rifle brigades facing Bakhmut, 1 artillery division, 1 artillery brigade, and they're all engaged, possibly fixed by Ukrainian forces on the Ukrainian side from Bakhmut into that area. And you could see these follow-on forces coming down from Izium, perhaps into Severodonetsk, and cutting them off. If you see all of this, and then you hear a Russian general stand up at a Security Council meeting yesterday and say, "You've lost this for us, Vladimir Vladimirovich," and then you hear councils going cuckoo, and then you hear Putin apparently is off to his mansion and he's not in a good mood. I don't want to put you on the spot, but could this be the end of a war in a week? I mean,
well, no, as much as I wish it was, it's not going to end that fast. But I think the famous quote from Hemingway and his novel "A Sun Also Rises," where one guy asks the other guy, "How'd you go bankrupt?" And he says, "Slowly at first, and then suddenly." I mean, I think that's kind of what is happening. Could happen that all of a sudden, because of the rot on the inside, and if you've got an institution that's so corrupt, people are not going to go out on a limb to protect each other. I think there'll be more people falling out of windows or trying to get out of there. It's going to be interesting to watch, but I'm reluctant to predict such a rapid fall like that. I'm going to stick with back to the 23 February line by the end of this year and Crimea early next year and hope that it happens sooner.
Thank you so much. I guess there's some other hands.
Yep, Jim.
Excellent.
Jim Fraser.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
General, thank you so much for everything you've done. As former commanding general of Army, U.S. Army Europe, can you talk to another commanding general of the Ukrainian army, the second army of the world now? I think we can all agree. How far? I'm sure you know him. You encountered him in your professional duty. Can you speak to how General Zaluzhny embodies the fighting spirit and professionalism of the Ukrainian armed forces? Thank you.
I loved it the other day when he was reportedly telling, "Hey, everybody, shut the hell up. Quit talking about what we're doing." I mean, he was trying to emphasize the importance of OPSEC. And I think he was also probably role playing a little bit to emphasize this deception about Kherson. But I mean, the guy is a soldier, and when I have had the privilege to speak to him some, and he's serious. There's no wasted theatrics. I mean, the guy's business, and it's paying off. And he's got an awful lot of responsibility, and he's trying to do everything he can to get what his soldiers need. But they're also, they're trying to build this territorial defense force while they're at war. And so you just think about, George C. Marshall, when the U.S. Army, which at one point we were I think the 19th Army in the world, right behind Bulgaria, at the start of World War II. And so he had to grow an army. He had to do everything from, new helmets, new vehicles, to weapons, to to a plan and to build up stuff while you've got gigantic political pressure coming from allies to do more faster. General Zaluzhny strikes me as a Marshall type figure, certainly in what he's doing right now. Hey guys, I apologize. I have got to get on Polish TV here in about 5 minutes, so I hope you'll let me have the rest of the night off.
Thank you so much, sir. We really appreciate it.
Would you allow one quick question from our colleague M, who's been patiently waiting?
Yes.
M, shoot.
Thank you, Axel. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. And in light of Queen Elizabeth's passing, I would say thank you so much for making the decision to support Ukraine. And thank you so much for your quite good-humored resolve in supporting this cause and your fellow feeling coming to our space and talking to us. You've just mentioned earlier that you see this ending by the end of this year to the pre-23rd of February lines, and then maybe Crimea next year. If I take that question further and say, how do you see the end game? Do you see a UN mission, monitoring the borders between Ukraine and Russia? Because now it's not a hypothetical question. We know that Ukraine will go all the way to its southern territories and its southern borders. And or do you see a demilitarized zone in the future, or how do you see the Nash equilibrium situation at the borders at the end of all this?
Yeah. Okay. Good question. Good one to end on. First of all, we need to make sure that war termination, we arrive at that after Ukraine has completely restored its sovereignty to include all of Crimea, all the Donbass, every inch of it. That's the objective, number one. Number two, there are more than 1 million Ukrainian women, children, and men who have been deported and scattered around Russia. Every one of them needs to be accounted for and brought back home to Ukraine, and we can't let that be forgotten. And then, of course, there's going to be a massive effort that's already underway, I think, by the European Union and the U.S. and others to help rebuild Ukraine, because the world needs grain and other product coming out of Ukraine again, mineral resources as well as food. So big effort there to help reestablish that. You've got damaged nuclear power plants. I mean, there's a lot of work that's going to have to be done, as well as the cleanup. Never in 1,000 years would I be in favor of any kind of a UN or anybody else zone, demilitarized zone, because that plays into Russian hands. I think that I see the United States working closely with Ukraine and probably with other allies as part of a comprehensive Black Sea strategy, which is being required. If Senator Shaheen and Romney's legislation is passed into law, the U.S. government will have to develop a strategy for the Black Sea region. And that would be comprehensive in terms of economic development, and so on, but also military cooperation. I don't know this for a fact, but I think the U.S. is seriously considering a 3-star or 2-star headquarters like we had in Iraq and Afghanistan, specifically for the purpose of helping with this train, advise, assist, modernize, building up the institutions. I hope we do that as a part of an overall Black Sea strategy. But the Russians, they'll be lucky if Ukraine is content with, and they should be, securing their own borders. And that's one of the outcomes, is that Ukraine is capable of continuing to defend its own borders. And I'm going to make one other prediction. Belarus, Lukashenko is right now regretting that he is handcuffed to a corpse. There's a reason that we've seen no Belarusian troops coming into Ukraine. They would be slaughtered. I think they have 10 battle groups, BTGs, excuse me, and they're worse than the Russian ones. So he's able to get by allowing the Russians to operate from Belarus, but he's smart enough not to send his own troops in there. And I think he's probably looking for an off-ramp of some sort, if he can find it. Guys, thanks very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. You've just made my day and made everyone's day.
Okay. I wish I had some authority.
Just by being here, sir, and your voice and your calm, wisdom and insight, that's more than enough. Thank you so much, sir.
All right. See you guys.
Thank you, General. Thank you, General Hodge. Have a good one. And to our audience, if you could follow General Hodge if you're not already. His insight online, his Twitter presence is phenomenal, and we're all better for it, for his knowledge that he shares with us all the time. That was a great interview. Sorry, I could not, to the team here, thank you. I did abandon you last minute. I had to pay the bills. I do appreciate it. I do have an announcement to make. Not military yet, but I did want to let you know that Ilya Ponomarev, he is the author of a book called Does Putin Have to Die? How Russia Will Become a Democracy After Losing in Ukraine. It's coming out, Simon & Schuster Books. He will be here at MriyaReport tomorrow. I will work out the time. He is a former legislator from Russia. Without love, he moved to Ukraine after the Russian invasion of Crimea, and he's been an outspoken critic of Mr. Putin, constantly living in fear of a Novichok special tea or coffee. And he is going to be here on the report tomorrow. And I like to surprise the administrators and the moderators of our chat with unannounced information. I thought I would let everyone know while we have the audience, a very, very interesting personality to listen to, and his name is Ilya Ponomarev. Probably butchered that, but at any rate, here we are. I don't know if we want to just roll into questions. Do retweet the space. MriyaReport has been here for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for over 6 months. We've been reporting and broadcasting news on Ukraine from the voice of Ukrainians themselves, in their language, sometimes with translators. We have a team of dedicated volunteers who are unpaid. We do this simply out of the love for Ukraine and the love of freedom and democracy and justice. We are also joined by experts in military, politics, economics, you name it. Anything that's relevant, we discuss here. And we exist here because of the listeners like you. You provide us the platform, and we do what we can to bring you that information. So once again, thank you all very much for being here. We are going to continue with our 24-hour broadcast, and we will bring you updates on the people who will be coming onto the show. Do like the MriyaReport Twitter handle. We have a Spotify where we have all of our best interviews and commentary available for you to listen to at your convenience. Having said that, tomorrow we have Ilya Ponomarev, and he is a former Russian legislator who had to escape Russia, and he has been an outspoken critic of the Kremlin and Mr. Putin in specific for many years. So that proves to be a good meeting, just as today is with General Hodges. And on that note, I think Jim had a question. Go ahead, Jim.
Amazing, Yehuda. The caliber of the guests that you're bringing on the MriyaReport is first class. I mean, General Ben Hodges, former Army commander, U.S. Commander Europe, and now Ilya Ponomarev, he was the only Russian politician to vote against the annexation of Crimea. That took enormous balls, frankly. And he's been living in Kiev. I met him in one afternoon. He's super open chap. You can have a chat to him. I said, "You're a brave guy." And he said, "I'm doing my job, a job that most Russians aren't doing." So we all look forward to meeting him online tomorrow.
100%. Sorry, I was just answering. Yeah, go ahead, Axel. I'm just answering a bunch of messages here.
I know that you got Yehuda. One quick question. There's so many rumors floating about the last 20 minutes. Did you hear anything verified from Kherson in the last couple of minutes?
Yeah, we're looking at the surrender. I think it's just a matter of execution of that. I shouldn't use that term, execution of the plan. The implementation of the surrender should be underway shortly. I don't know how this is going to go down in Moscow. I really don't. I know there's still Crimea at stake. Will they continue? Will someone else take over? I would argue this, that if that this week Putin will face the first real major threats to his leadership of Russia, because just when this Kherson debacle leaks out, when the truth about Izium, I mean, Russians are still talking about 5D, 6D chess in Izium. Like they've tricked the Ukrainians into taking all of our equipment and thousands of prisoners. That's a great trick, Russia. You should do more of those tricks. The Ukrainians will like it, but that's where they're going with it. That's what literally is going now. Unless they think that surrendering 20,000 Russian troops or 10,000 Russian troops doesn't really matter at that point to the Ukrainians in Kherson Oblast is part of another greater scheme to hamper Ukrainian efforts. I don't know. I mean, if it wasn't so ridiculous, if there wasn't a genocide involved, this could be funny, but it is not. And General Hodges said it right there when he talked about videos of Russian encampments that ostensibly have been manned for 6 months, 5 months, 4 months, and it looks like a tailgate party or what did he say, the day after a rock concert. These aren't professional soldiers. These aren't people that know what they're doing. And when you have people like that faced against people who do know what they're doing, it's a very bloody outcome. And again, some really salient points that I'd like to repeat that he said was the fact that the Ukrainians were holding out on their weapons. The things that they got, they weren't rushing them to the front. They were consolidating and organizing those forces in the rear. They knew that their forces, with the equipment they had and the posture they had, that they could shape the Russian enemy in a defense, and they could hold them in areas where there was vital ground or key terrain, and they were able to do that successfully. And then when they were ready, then they would have that fist, which was some of their best kit and their best trained soldiers to do what they needed to do. It's really an example, as again General Hodges said, of amazing planning, superior planning, just real effective tradecraft and military prowess. And this will go down as probably the biggest success in military action in a very, very long time. So yes, we're looking at the surrender of those forces. And I suspect, as I said in the tweet, Severodonetsk, Lysychansk, keep your eye on them. Something's cooking, and that'll probably be the next major. And think of it, all of these actions just within a week. It's so fast that the Russians don't realize what's hit them. And then we'll go back to
General Hodges reaffirmed what you had been saying in recent days when discussing the logistics and the massive failure on the Russian side in supplying their troops with shells and small arms, ammunition, ordnance, all of it at the right time and in the right amount. He said that there is no replacement for bringing the right capacity. So when we hear today that soldiers in Kherson city, have run out of small arms ammunition yesterday, then CJ said they simply can't fight. There is no defense. When we hear that the shelling has stopped around Severodonetsk and Lysychansk a few days ago, and only been erratically, yes, Bakhmut, Soledar, they tried hard and they had some shells, but it seems that the logistics chains are so brittle, so fragile, so utterly uncoordinated, that now that everything is breaking down from the north, they lose 1,000 trucks and they lose a lot of their rail capacity. There's very little they can do.
That's right, and that's part of the shaping operations that the Ukrainians engaged in last month before the counteroffensives really were getting underway. The destruction, that they meted out to Russian forces. It was pinpoint. It was planned. It was very precise. Certain areas were hit, others weren't. This was a very well executed plan. I mean, their intelligence, their ISTAR capabilities, their sensory capabilities, reconnaissance capabilities, all of that, targeting acquisitions, all of these capabilities were very, very accurate and thought out. And when they did kick off, the Russians really had very little. So all of these force multipliers, all these things the Russians had, which is part of their mainstay of how they fight, because they certainly can't fight an offensive, ground war apparently, or any war. They required these force multipliers. Denying them those force multipliers is what really, really changed the conditions on the ground, and that's what we're seeing. And again, I know people, like when I jump apparently, but I mean, I have a very good feeling that that there's something going on in the center, and I think that could be the straw that breaks the camel's back. I mean, north, south, center. God forbid anyone thinks that if the Russians sue for peace tomorrow and Putin's in a hospital because he got ill, I hope the Russians don't think that the Ukrainians are going to stop without going into Crimea, because it's theirs. And sooner or later, the Russians have suffered an enormous defeat, and that strategic defeat wasn't today or a week ago. It was in the first week of their invasion in 2022, in February, on February 24th, because we saw the abilities. I think we lied to ourselves, some people. I think we didn't want to admit that they're that bad. I think, there were a lot of excuses given for Russian, incompetence. and the belief was they'd circle back and really put on their A game because they thought this was just an afternoon drive. But in fact, it was exactly who they were. That was their best foot forward. It wasn't just untrained conscripts. It was just a total gong show, and they've proven that time and time again. So I think we need to be cautious for those supporting. I know this seems like a bit of a carnival or a game show we're watching, but these are people's lives. You know, Ukrainian soldiers are dying defending their country and retaking their land. But we sure as hell can be honest with ourselves and discuss what's going on because it is incredible. And if you want to take a look at a map, I honestly would recommend you look at Severodonetsk and you look at the P66. I've said what they can do. I didn't say they will do it. They could. And when it comes to Kremina and the roads through it, this is a major choke point. This is important to look at. Other than that, I will be collecting more information. I don't know. I'd like to start the fan out of the speakers for Ilya Ponomarev. So I'm gonna stop speaking here. I'll pass.
Can you give us three? Can you give us time for 3 questions?
I think those are questions for you, but okay. Are these 3 questions?
No, they're
for
all
me?
for you.
Okay,
Jim
go ahead.
M. Clyde. Jim Goal M.
Yeah, it was actually the other guys. I'll very quickly say, you've been calling it since February. You gave us all hope, me particularly, that it wasn't lost, that you'd seen the Russians disgrace themselves on the battlefield. I mean, they're just shocking tactics. I mean, you laid it out back then, and not many people believed you. And still, we're hoping that you're right on this one. So thanks.
No worries. Just based on the assessment of what we're seeing, and from a military planner or a doctrine perspective, these are just the only rational explanations of, or they're the only rational possibilities that can be taken. So definitely not a soothsayer, just reading a map. But thank you.
I think tonight is a very good night to put to bed one argument that has been haunting us for months. This argument has 2 points. The first one is that Russia will use a nuclear option against Ukraine or against any other country. They haven't, they won't. And no one will support Putin should he be crazy enough and depart from being a rational actor and choose so. This will not happen. So the specter of nuclear warfare should be put to bed, should be put to sleep. That's number one. Number two, the Ukrainians have proven to exhibit and demonstrate, embrace, and believe in a complete will to fight for their survival, to fight for their nation, to fight for their country, to fight for their sovereign borders, to protect their people. And even when they attacked targets inside Russia proper, they were all valid military targets. And I'm not talking about Crimea. I'm talking about targeting heavy transports or heavy transport aircrafts that were loaded with supplies that were supposed to fly into Hostomel during the early stages of the invasion. And other targets, right? They were all valid military targets that were supporting an illegal act of aggression against a sovereign nation, all while, quote unquote, uniformed units were conducting, quote unquote, illegal warfare and carrying out war crimes. So it's about time to put to bed the argument that investing in Ukraine should be shackled with mistakes of the past, be it foreign policy, be it military interventionism in other countries. It is not the case. This is a very unique case. It's like coming across a new species of birds. It is something that you're dealing with for the first time. So historical precedent is there. Yes, I get it. But historical comparisons are completely flawed because it doesn't make any sense. This is a country right now that is fighting a war to survive, an illegal aggression against it, to wipe it out, with the announced purpose of proving that Ukrainians shouldn't exist, Ukrainian language is not a language, Ukrainian people are not a people, etc., and trying to subsume a sovereign nation into a superpower. So it's about time to put to bed the argument that investing in Ukraine is comparable to whatever happened in Afghanistan, whatever happened in Iraq. That's a completely different case. Whatever is happening in Yemen, whatever is happening in Sudan, whatever is happening in Syria, it is tragic all over. Not to take away from the tragedy of other people in other countries and other parts of the world are living or are going through. This is a unique case, and it's a very clear cut and a very clear shot to win a very unique case in a very clean way. We should do it. We should go for it, and we should support it. That's it. It's about time to put to bed those two arguments.
I just want to say I don't think anyone here has ever had that thought, right? So it's these talking heads on the TV there, right? Most of us see this and we've realized that that's a ridiculous argument to make. That's basically our raison d'etre here has been that. But no, amazing points, 100%. Let's go to Clyde, and then I'm gonna pop off. Go ahead, Clyde. Just want to answer some questions.
Thank you. Thank you for the space, and what a wonderful day it's been so far. But I had one question and I apologize, I haven't been listening all day if this has been talked about already, but the reports of increased presence in the Black Sea. The one thing the Russians seem to be pretty good at is slaughtering civilians. And is this something that is of concern, or are the reports basically old news that percolates that is something that the space already knows about? That's number one. And then number two, I don't know if there's somebody on the panel who could address this. Is all this equipment that we're getting in the north, that the Ukrainians are getting in the north, is there a process that is put in place to turn that around? I mean, the Russian maintenance and repair is terrible. Can some of that be used? Is there a process for that? And that's just more of a curiosity. But thank you very much for taking my questions.
No problem, Clyde. To your first question, in fact, ships carrying caliber missiles have actually diminished in and around Ukraine to two. I don't know if they're corvettes or missile ships. I'm not a Navy person, but I did stay at a Holiday Inn, and I can tell you that their presence or the ability to affect the battle space in Ukraine is actually diminished. So that's an entirely good thing. I don't see this as an issue as well. I think, again, the Russians are barely hanging on here, and they're not even hanging on the ground. Yes, we heard about strategic bombers over the Caspian, shutting off the lights here and there, fixed within a few hours. We're seeing an unraveling. This is an unraveling of epic proportions. I know, CJ. I love you, CJ. He said to me privately, "Are we going to will this surrender into happening if we say it enough?" I think we are. I think we are, and I think it's not even us. It's really this is an own goal. This is self harm, and that's where we're going with it right now. So, yeah. If there are any other questions, if not, I know we have a good audience, and maybe if you want me to stick around, I can. Axel, maybe we can see if Chuck's around as well.
Why would we not?
Well, I was hoping to dig up some more information, but yeah, all right. Let me just go to the next hand here, and I'm just going to grab something. Hold on.
All right. Well, let me bring up the next people. Gunther has come up, and I understand that finance is coming as well. Hold on one sec.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, Gunther.
Yeah, Oakland is turning into fall. Hey, so I'm going to ask a leading question, which is, it just occurs to me that with this very successful offense in around Kharkiv and Izium, that it gave the Ukrainians an opportunity to have a large combined arms offensive with, I imagine there's a lot of veterans there, but there are probably some new non-veterans in there, new equipment, all that, and that by having a large-scale offensive where there's resistance but not massive amounts, it allows them to kind of learn and just become stronger as a military and are more able to then deal with more complicated and more difficult attacks should they happen in the future. Does that make sense?
Axel, do you want to grab it? I'm in the middle of something.
Gunther, you confused me with the question. Can you restate that, please? I'm not always confused, but you really confused me this time.
Oh, so sorry. Yeah, I get nervous for some reason about speaking to so many people. Let me try again. Can you speak
It's still
to?
me, Gunther. It's like we're sitting here having a glass of wine.
All right. Can you speak to the advantages that Ukraine has gained by having a large, very successful combined arms operation and ability to, like, just as far as capability, morale, learning, all that, and how much it will be helpful for them going forward?
It is indeed a leading question because you have the answer in it already. The last 8 years have seen this massive increase in capabilities which Ukraine has built up in engaging with its allies, in engaging with Americans, Brits, and specifically also some of the people who are dear to our heart, Colonel Melanie Lake, as the commander of Operation Unifier of the Canadian Armed Forces, who have trained Ukrainian officers, NCOs, and Special Operations Forces. More than 33,000 people of the armed forces have gone through those trainings over 7.5 years, which is an astonishing feat and great number. But as she highlighted, one has learned from each other. People have learned with each other, and she sincerely respected the quality of the young officer corps. And this dials back, and in answering your question, Gunther, dials back to the article, which, by the way, I'm sure Ben Hodges will have read in recent days of when he praised General Zaluzhny, who had highlighted how solidly, and he's done so since last year in summer, how solidly over the past years, a young corps of battle-hardened, because they fought on the Eastern Front in Donbass, had seen the enemy, had battled with the enemy, had endured indirect fire, had learned how to deal with the Russian enemy, albeit in different, say, in a different terrain, only in the Donbass, but also with different weapons and without the support of the West, because the West left Ukraine relatively alone when it came to weapons deliveries. But Zaluzhny praised those young NCOs, officers, Special Operations Forces, who had built up their expertise, their specialties, their leadership capabilities, and who had learned how to plan and work with the scarcity of weapons. And with their Ukrainian, I have to say this, ingenuity, dealt with it. So in then building up the capability for combined arms and being finally supported with better weaponry, over the last 1.5 years, when this finally came to bear, albeit that it only happened throughout the war that more of the kit came, Ukrainian armed forces were able to utilize what they had trained for. They were able to utilize what they had planned for. They were able to employ their capabilities and talents. And yes, that's your leading question. There, you're right. This is why they're winning, because they have migrated, they have transitioned to what is a modern Western army. So there you go.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I just can't, like, being able to operate all the variety of different weapon systems that were definitely not designed to work together in a unified, combined way is truly amazing.
Yep, I'm in absolute agreement with you in that regard. Alrighty, while Yehuda is collecting documents and matters, Finance, welcome. Good evening, Konstantin, both of you. How are you this momentous evening?
Excellent. Lovely to hear about all of the new and improved action. It seems that every single day brings new good news from Ukraine, and it didn't seem too long ago. I was just hoping that we wouldn't hear about friends of ours not making it through the night. So, clearly, sadly, not everyone is making it every day, but there's significant gains on the battlefield, and it's lovely to see.
Feeling very excited, and I wanted to ask if anyone have seen. I've read this on one of the Twitter accounts, War Monitor. I think the latest package of help to Ukraine from United States. Anyone has any official information on that?
Yes, there is a lot of information coming through at this point in time. If you give me a second, I'll pull up the news yet again because I had it right in front of me, but I was just trying to process something. Give me a second. Hold on. There was a ton of M777s in the package. Give me one sec. Tim, I don't know whether you can get it quicker than me. Konstantin, give me a second. Let's put a pin into this. Let's hand it
Take
over
your
to
time.
And in the meantime, we'll try to get additional colleagues up here. Did I just lose audio?
Read you loud and clear.
That's excellent. Wonderful.
Constantine, is I know you had some cousins who were in some of the occupied areas. How I hear you've been able to contact them again. How's everything going with that?
Well, that's not my. Those are my wife's relatives, so I did not connect with them. So I don't have any updates on that. But I can imagine that they're happy. Everyone is happy over there. Of course, there are some still collaborators that has to be found out and weeded out. But it's we are most of the people and who I speak with are really happy. And I've spoken with a couple of guys who are from there since, but they did not. They managed to escape before the occupation. So right now they're thinking of coming back and they're connecting with their friends.
What's the feedback from the colleagues in the 92nd?
Oh, they are happy. They are happy, but it's so you understand. Russia right now, they did not. It's not like they shut up and they're having rest at the moment. They are under really heavy shelling at the moment. They spend. I spoke with one of my friends like 2 hours ago. He told me they spent 5 hours in the sewer collector because they do not have yet fortification in that side, and they got during 3 hours he counted 69 rounds landing nearby, both Grad MLRS 152 and something else. I don't remember what he said about else. And at the same time they shelled city center of Kupiansk. They really shot really a lot of artillery into there. It was burning for a long time during today's day, and they started this actually yesterday. So while they're successful, but the situation is not yet stable and peaceful. So they're keeping their vigilance and preparing for what you will see in the next couple of weeks.
Okay, I'm trying to dig up the message which I received. There was a news flash coming through from the DoD or in quoting the DoD, but I can't find the original message. I apologize. If somebody is quicker on the file, that would be grand. But I saw a ton of HIMARS and a lot of 119s in there. It seems that Yehuda has trouble coming up. Tim?
Yeah.
I'll try to get Yehuda up, and we may swap him in. Give me a second. In the meantime, you have the con.
Okie dokie. So while Axel is trying to get Yehuda up, if you've just joined us, the biggest news today is that the Russian forces on the right-hand bank of the Dnieper River, they are currently negotiating their complete surrender to Ukrainian forces. The terms of the surrender are expected to be that they must surrender with their equipment intact. So no spiking guns, no blowing up ammunition, no getting rid of stuff. They have to hand in all of their weapon systems intact if I don't know what conditions are attached to it exactly. Yeah, that's our big news. So if you'd like to come up and discuss that, you'd be very welcome. We have just heard from General Ben Hodges, who's been giving us, who is the former former commanding officer of the United States Armed Forces in Europe, and I believe Africa too. So I may be wrong on that, but I think it was Europe and Africa. Who had some rather interesting things to say, including about the apparent collapse of the Russian army on the Kharkiv front.
Yeah, it's astonishing. Sorry, Tim. Whilst you're pulling up the map, we are inundated with messages, gentle people, I have to say, and that's nice and much appreciated. Thank you for that. We have tons of questions which are still coming in for Ben Hodges, which we will collate, and we will definitely arrange for a follow-up meeting. He's already said that he very much appreciated being with us here tonight, and he will return. In the meantime, I can see that Yehuda is up.
I got just put up the card for Chuck Fair. Chuck Fair is in the house. He's coming to join us. That's what I was doing. I apologize. I had to get off. And then the warden was yelling at me about something or other I did wrong again. So my apologies. Back to what's going on. I don't want to, I have seen, we are talking about the surrender of forces, west of the Dnipro, as you know, and geez Louise, yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I'm getting conflicting reports if it's been agreed to. I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's going to be agreed to. The question, obviously, who knows what the stipulations or the requests are from the Russian side. Obviously, there are some considerations. They've been raised on a diet of, that the Ukrainians are mass murdering psychopaths, right? So it might take some, comforting to let them know. But at any rate, that's what we're looking at now. We're looking at a very, very significant and serious negotiation to get those Russians surrendered and into custody. So this is big news, and we're still going to wait out on Donetsk and Luhansk, the Donbass. I don't know if we're going to wait for, sorry, and we also have Chuck. There he is. Chuck Ferrer, come on up.
Chuck rules.
It's funny. What's interesting about Chuck is we speak every day, and this morning I guess he has some friends in Ukraine, and I have some friends in Ukraine, and I didn't speak to him. The first thing I did was come on here to talk about a Kherson surrender of all Russian forces with their equipment west of the Dnipro, and I came in. The first thing I did was with sleepy eyes is tell us our room here and made a tweet, and then sure enough I see Chuck's tweets same thing about the same time, and then I felt good that my friends aren't pulling my legs, my contacts, because Chuck was saying the same thing. I'm saying the same thing. We're a bit of internet darlings for a moment. Our 15 seconds of fame. It is what it is, but I'll take it anyway. What about you, Chuck?
Yehud, am I on? I can't tell if it.
Oh yeah. You're on.
Oh, good. Well, boy, I'm glad I wasn't cursing in my second language, as you know. I was surprised as well. I didn't think. Of course, I absolutely could be wrong that the forces in Kherson, Russian forces. I knew they were. I knew they were under a lot of logistics stress. I also heard reports that they were going to surrender on both sides of the river, which I thought wasn't quite possible, unless that was the Inulets River, which separates roughly about 1/3 of the Russian forces, where most of them are around Kherson, and they are separated by a river and a blown bridge from the other 2/3 of the territory, which is north of Nova Kharkova. I didn't know if this was a localized surrender. I thought that it might be north of if you're in Kherson driving, like I know all of you are. If you go on the P81 highway north, it takes you to a village called Sinervika. That is where the Russian line makes essentially a 90-degree turn, sort of going from southwest, and then it comes up from the southwest, and then it heads east right there. So that town is kind of at the apex of the Russian line, and the Ukrainians have made lodgements behind it. So that city, which is the keystone of the Russian line, it's been surrounded on two sides. So I thought maybe that's where they were surrendering or negotiating, but I didn't know.
Well, I'd actually got some what I believe to be appropriate information about the Russian surrendering near Kherson City as well, and not so much info from the north, but it looks as though it was something localized across the board. So it's not so localized, but a lot of people were thinking we were full of it, and you know what? I went with it too, and I just said, no, this looks right, because they haven't had supplies for 10 days. They could probably have a week, and if they stretch it out a little longer, but with untrained troops, no supplies, and limited ammunition, limited food, this was just a waiting game. It's actually the reason, I suspect, why you didn't see a Ukrainian, very aggressive Ukrainian advance, so they could, increase their survivability. There was no need to do it when they knew that the Russians had no way to resupply. So that would explain it. Some people say, why aren't they moving? It's stalled, it's failed. Well, their enemy has no food left. So why engage them in the open and risk casualties, which you will get no matter how good you are, when you can do it a little differently, and that pretty much looks like what they did. What do you think about that, Chuck? Not a very fast offensive in the south because they didn't have to. Chuck, your mic. Chuck, your mic's muted. Did we lose Chuck, or did we lose me?
I can hear you loud and clear, Yehuda. I cannot hear Chuck.
Chuck, are you there? Okay, I guess Chuck is having a problem. Maybe we'll cycle him down and he'll come back up. Let's go to the questions. Let's go to Rick. If you're new to the panel there, Artem, raise your hand, please. And we're going to bring some people up. And we're going to go to Daryl.
Hey, Yehud, I got a question concerning with the number of people that they may have. Is it against the Geneva Convention for them to say photograph DNA sample? Not sample, take a DNA and then just release them, so to speak, into the population of the prisoners, not necessarily as a propaganda tool, but say for the purpose of later on, if there's a crimes tribunal, they would actually know if there's DNA evidence. They would actually be able to have photographs and pictures of the person that they're looking for. Would that
Well,
be outside the realms of the Geneva Convention?
so I'll start by saying I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know, but I will say that I'm pretty sure we're allowed to photograph prisoners for sure. DNA part I don't know about because that's relatively new, I assume, newer. But there's nothing wrong with the and I put them in the regular prison population as a no-no. I think they have to be. They're not convicted criminals. They're
No,
PWs. So
not criminal population, but the population. Just returning them to the prisoner population as far as the war not war criminals.
the place in which the Ukrainians are holding the POWs.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Yeah. So
Yes.
so they're going to be secured, whatever that means, right? However, as John Spencer said, it could be a bunch of concertina wire in a square, and the bad guys or the PWs in there. But they're going to find facilities for them. I'm sure they'll for sure take all their IDs and information. I don't know. The DNA part is the part I don't know anything about, so we'll have to park that. But I'm sure that if they're investigated for war crimes, that if there's a reason to believe that a bunch of people from one unit, is investigated for war crimes, or suspected war crimes, yes, they would obviously do whatever the police would do in a normal situation. I suspect DNA is part of it. Yeah, and sorry about that, Daryl. Chuck's back up. I don't know if you can hear us, Chuck.
Yep, I can now, Daryl. That's
So-
a good question. I do know this. It's quite common now. Mostly my experience was with high value target sort of people, but biometrics are absolutely part of the equation now. That's fingerprints, a DNA swab, retinal scan. Again, that's for a high value target. But I think all the prisoner of wars in any war from now on are going to get fingerprinted, DNA'd, and photographed. So if these people have not behaved in a soldierly manner, they'll be accounted for.
100%.
All right, thanks.
No worries, Earl. And what about the question I said earlier to you, Chuck, when you cut off? I don't know what happened. People complained that the southern offensive was stalled or not going far, and I would speculate because the terrain's so open and it's very canalized, a lot of very not the best terrain to advance on. Why would the Ukrainians risk casualties when they knew that the Russians would run out of equipment and manpower at some point?
No, I agreed completely. I was losing the technological war on my end. There's another thing I'd throw into the equation here is look, these troops are undersupplied. They don't have what they need to fight. They don't have food. They don't have water. And when you're in a situation like that, command and control breaks down as well. So we may be looking at individual units on the forward edge of the battle area, Russians who are disaffected. And you do have a combination of Ukrainian commanders who don't necessarily want to assault across this open territory, which absolutely favors the defenders. But you've got defenders, in this case Russians, and they're sick of fighting as well. So I suspect that there are localized negotiations going on. And I agree with Yehuda. Look, there is no point in fixing bayonets and charging at an enemy who's trying to surrender to you anyway. I heard
100%.
I heard over the weekend the Russians were saying we don't consider personnel losses, that we don't consider that in our military equations. And I think that's great, and I'm sure that had a good effect on Russian recruiting. But we're the good guys, right? And it does matter. We're not going to squander our troops if these guys are going to surrender. So
Let's
this is
talk
a
about
fascinating.
Let's talk about the surrender part of it. So someone said, well, if it was localized, because that's what some of it was coming in as. If you're on a front in a defensive position and you look to your left and you look to your right, and all of a sudden you see the unit on the left move forward with their hands up and the weapons in the air, that's got it has an effect on you. But B, if a whole brigade frontage surrenders, that leaves a hole for the Ukrainians for the rest of the defenders who don't want to surrender. So it really wouldn't even matter at that point. If you had a substantial units surrender, this would affect the entire line, and that would. I mean, I can just see. I'm spitballing in my mind there. Let's just say there are 5 brigade commanders, and 2 of them are like, right, we're done. We've got no ammo left. We've got 1 day's ammo. The next attack they make, we're dead. We're going to surrender. And if the other 3 are stocked up and bombed up, they might be like, well, no, we don't want to do that. But then all of a sudden they have to cover the frontage of those 2 extra brigades. That might factor into calculus that says, okay, I guess we're done. Like, they're going to quit. We could maybe last a few more days, but what's the point?
Right. And the other thing is, right, you look to your right and your left, and those units are surrendering, or you're seeing white flags waving. If I were in that position and I saw someone to my right or left, or maybe on both sides, I would think this: okay, these guys are surrendering, or they're willing to surrender. In any case, they're not fighting back. And it's completely within the Geneva Convention for you to attack through a mob of surrendering prisoners. I'm not saying you shoot the surrendering guys. You can't do that. But you certainly can push into the position of the line that they were occupying. And right. So what if it was me? I'm thinking, okay, where is the nearest deepest hole behind me? Because I'm not sticking around here. So
No, 100%.
we're at a really interesting point right now. I mean, this, history's in the making.
Yeah. When it comes, sorry, I just had the best question of all time and I've forgotten it. Joking. Okay, never mind. Sorry, I just had a mind freeze. It's probably about one of the messages here. When it comes to the forces west of Dnipro, we're looking at a max of about 25,000. Those numbers were augmented because people thought there was only 15. I know you said around 15 to maybe 20, and I had some other information that showed as much as 25,000 west of Dnipro. Either way, that's an enormous amount of people to take into custody. That's an issue.
It is an issue, but it's also a bit of a high class problem. You do have to feed these guys. You do have to move them out of course of the combat area. You have a duty of care to those people. But they're also, look, let's just tell it like it is. If you've got 25,000 surrendered Russian prisoners, they're worth their weight in gold, both for the political damage they do to Mr. Putin, and I'd like to remind our Ukrainian listeners for the chance you have to exhibit your own humanity by treating these people well. And I know that it's extremely tempting to take out your sorrow, rage, and frustration on a Russian prisoner. It's even doubly more difficult for you to treat that person well if you find out that his rucksack is full of trinkets from some little girl's nightstand. It's hard to do, but that's what that's what morality demands of us. That's what it demands of our soldiers. So take care of these guys.
100%. Chuck, what I remembered what I was going to say, and I'm embarrassed. I was going to tell everyone who is new to the room here, this is the MriyaReport, and we've been broadcasting for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, broadcasting from Ukraine and Ukrainian voices. And I was going to introduce Chuck Ferrer. Chuck Ferrer is a good friend of the show. I was like, well, I have to say something to Chuck, and I don't remember what it is. I was going to introduce you. Please do check out Chuck's Twitter handle. He's also he's a former Navy SEAL commander. Kind of a big deal. Guys like me only dream about what Chuck does. I get to do all the fun stuff, and I get to sit in an office still. That's why I'm an officer. I'm joking. Chuck's great. He's a former Navy SEAL commander. He's an author. He's also spent 30 years in Hollywood writing blockbuster movies and all that jazz. And he's got a great mind for a lot of what's going on here. He's a good friend of the show, and he often lends his expertise. If you do have questions for Chuck, please do come up. He doesn't bite. Super nice guy, and it's our pleasure to have him. And that's what I forgot to say, Chuck. Can you imagine what a jerk I am?
No, I can imagine that there's many times, folks, at 11:30 or 12 o'clock at night, I will text Yehuda and tell him to go to sleep because the dude does not sleep, and you know that's true, right? You can't deny that because I think I just did it last night to you.
Probably did. Sleep. You can sleep when you're dead, my late grandmother said. So no, you're right. Sleep is important. All right. All right. So let's go to some.
It was Joe Bon Jovi.
There you go.
I thought it was Warren Zevon.
So let's
You
go
are
to
right.
See, Axel, I'm a Renaissance man.
Absolutely. Shaggy.
Yeah, hi Yehuda. I hope you're feeling better than you sounded this morning. You sounded as rough as a badger's bus. So yeah, get well soon. And hello, Chuck and Al. Hello, everyone. Regarding this surrender negotiations, how long do you think it's going to take? Do you think it's going to take within 24 hours or longer, or is it just how long is a piece of string kind of question?
Wow, I never want to be the guy to pour water on the party, but I have a hunch that these are localized surrenders, and again, I don't have anything to base that on. That if they're localized or on a wider area, but I will say this: even if they are a handful of localized areas, the immediate tactical repercussions will be bad for the Russians, because as soon as maneuver elements are able to exploit these surrendered sectors of the front, I think in many cases, in very key locations, the Russians are barely sort of hanging on. I don't want you to get the wrong point about barely hanging on, but there are several key sections on this line that if you're out of ammunition, running preciously low, if you can't run your vehicles every day to charge up their batteries because you just don't have enough fuel, and you are not going to have any way to ride out of contact, get in your vehicle and take off. This could change very quickly. Just say a couple of company-sized positions within 10 or 15, 20 kilometers of each other gave up either simultaneously or sequentially, or one today, one tomorrow, and one the next day. Man, this could fall apart quickly for them. And one more thing I'd add, I don't want to be the Russian staff officer in Kherson trying to raise these units on the radio to find out and whether they're surrendering and admonish them, please don't surrender right now, okay? That's no way to run a railroad, man. So that's what I think's going on. But I think, Yehuda, what say you, as you always say?
I actually had a call, so I missed most of that question. I'm sorry. What is it roughly? Paraphrase, please.
Yeah, just I was just saying that I suspect that some of this surrender negotiations that they're localized, but that doesn't mean that any one of them or a combination of them aren't serious, because a surrendered unit in front of you is something you can really exploit tactically right away.
Right. No, I do agree. I don't have much to add to that. I think I accidentally brought down finance to bring up the firefighter. My apologies, finance. Come back up if you need to. And welcome. Is that our Roman there? Anyone? Bueller?
Bueller.
Is that our firefighter from Kharkiv?
I'm afraid I can't see my brother.
Okay. Axel, anyone? Constantine, Roman.
Yeah.
Talk to me.
Yeah. Hello. Do you hear me?
Is that Roman?
Yeah, it's me.
Hi, Roman.
Hi, guys. Hi, mates. Hi, my friends.
Well, as you know, we've been here talking about your glorious country and some neat things that have been happening in and around your town.
Oh, I just wanted to connect with you even yesterday when they hit the electricity station. So, but I couldn't because there was no.
The power was out.
Power was out, and our GSM operators was working after the blackout, like 1 hour and 30 minutes. But while it was blackout, we've been delivering the electricity stations to the parentational hospitals. I mean, where the women give birth, parentational center, right? and to the cardio centers and to the other hospitals and to the COVID department here, because some of the how do you call it, reserved generation, electricity generation didn't work there. So we've been have a lot of requests to bring them our little generators. So also a few of my squads been working in this electricity station. It was huge, but they just missed a bit. I hope they missed, because they hit transformators. They hadn't been just turbinas. And I also wanted to share you that today I finally have been spoken to my grandma from Balaklia, and he told me that how they were happy about our soldiers came to Balaklia again. She been living there like all this time. I tried to get her out there before the Russian troops came in, but she refused to go. And right now she was kind of apologized me about it. She said, yeah, I was needed to go, but she was lucky, because the Russian soldiers who was there, like who been responsible for her area, was as she's saying, like they was kind of okay. They wasn't like be insulting people or something like that, trying to help or something like that. But I mean, and I told my grandma that, hey, you are lucky with the Nazi, because when it was 1941, 1945, Second World War, my grandma was 5 years old, and her village also was occupied by Nazis, by Germans. And there was a good German who just every morning came to her and said, "Luba, Luba, come, chocolate, chocolate, Luba, Luba." And every day he gave her chocolate and said, "Hey, mom, or hey, grandma, you're really lucky for the good Nazis," because as I know, like in the other areas,
Yeah, Roman.
the
Roman, let's
Russian
introduce you. You can't just come in and tell us this. We got to let everyone know who's here, who you are. This is great. Thank you for showing up. I want to give you the credit you deserve. If I'm not mistaken, you had a PBS documentary on you. Is that right, Roman?
Yeah, it's not on the
Yeah.
PBS. It's also Channel 4 from Britain. First,
Channel 4. Let everyone know. So you came in because we're friends, but I want to let this, and it's a great honor to have you here for the audience. Roman is are you the deputy? Are you the head of a fire brigade of a unit, or are you the deputy? I forget. I'm sorry.
we have 66 fire stations in Kharkiv and Kharkiv region total, and 22 fire stations in Kharkiv. I am in charge of 11th fire station in Kharkiv, fire chief
Half
of
of the
11th fire
brigade.
station.
Fire chief, excellent. So for the audience, this is the fire chief of half of Kharkiv's fire stations. That's 11 in total. He is a great hero to us. I mean, he was telling us about, and he told the world in the news and Channel 4 and PBS about his experiences as Kharkiv was pummeled by Russian Nazis at the beginning of the war. And this is a man, I mean, hats off to him. Him and his crew responded to every call, every missile strike, everything. And he did that for months. And
I mean, not every, of course, we responded a lot, but not everyone, because Kharkiv
you
is
couldn't do
huge.
everyone, but all the calls you got, you went to, is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
right?
of course,
Yeah,
of course.
yeah. All the calls you got, you went to. Obviously, every missile strike is not the same. I shouldn't have said that. I misspoke. But yes, they went to every call they were called to. They didn't give up. They didn't say, "I'm not going." Him and his crew motivated to defend their country, to help their countrymen in their time of need. And to that, I salute you and take my hat off to you. Thank you so much for being here. And he's just telling us that now Balaklia, a nearby town, is where his grandmother was, and he's finally got to talk to her. Sorry for paraphrasing, Roman. I just wanted to bring, because we have thousands of new listeners today, and they might not know who you are, and they might not read Ukrainian. So thank you very much, and please do go on. My apologies.
Yeah. Sorry, I just haven't told you that I couldn't speak to my grandma for probably 4 months. I knew she was fine because we have a friend there, but my mom or my grandma, she has a kind of old type of phone, so she couldn't use the Wi-Fi or something like that. So she just couldn't be on online GSM. But I have friends of her who are living not so far away from her, so I just ask them almost like every week to check if she's fine, if she's okay. So yeah, they were fine. She was fine. She was okay. But I was so really glad to hear her voice today. she was crying. She describing all this mess. She also told me that the Russians told her, like, before the day our troops was about to counterattack, that hey, probably you better to hide in the basement or something like that. So I really was shocked that they were so aware of her life or something like that. But like, yeah, I know, like, my brain already changed. I mean, first month I thought like, hey, Russians. I mean, they're not all military. They're not all Putin. I mean, Russia maybe some were good, some were bad, but last probably 3 months I just hate all of them because I see in like dead kids, dead people, my beautiful city, this like destruction in here, all the taxes we paying for all this time, and with our our mayors made a really beautiful city. Shit, I really wanted to all of you just been here before the war started to see our parks, to see our beautiness of our city, like the good, I mean, good roads everywhere, good parks, like almost every district got it. And I cannot say, I just hate all of them because they're just doing nothing. They they put the government bullshit in their minds. All this 25 years they put this the stupid goat in the garden for the 25 years, and what he done, he made they're stupid, and they made like they're like be afraid of everything. And sometimes, no, I not so strong how you're talking about. Sometimes I become drunk and going to Chatlet, and I'm trying to find on Chatlet some Russians and trying to have a conversation with them. And I always tell, hey, like, what are you trying to? You always like all your propaganda saying you're trying to liberate us from what, motherfuckers? From the like somebody tell us like Russian language. You can use like Russian language. I have fucking YouTube channel here. I'm an official civil servant. I have a YouTube channel. I'm running it for like 8 years. I'm running it in Russian language, and I'm official person. So probably somebody from government would force me to do it in Ukrainian at least. But no, I'm doing it in Russian. I have no problem with that. A lot of people here speak in Russian. My stepfather from Russia, and he hates Russian right now. He just also uh, have reported on his neighbor who was Ukrainian but who was supporting Russian. So my stepfather, who has been born in Russia in Tambov, he been reported on his neighbor in his staircase who been supporting Russians, and the SBU came and took him out. So I mean, like, no, not my stepfather. I mean the neighbor. But that's when I have what I have on my topics with them. And also I told them, hey, like, you want to liberate us. I mean, you have no liberty there. I mean, I can go even right now, I can go to Kiev. I'm admire our president. I like him. I was believe him in from the his start. I vote for him. But even right now I can go to Kiev and say, Zelensky impeachment, Zelensky impeachment. I don't like Zelensky. Zelensky, go away. And nobody give me nothing. Nobody put me to the jail or something like that. Maybe some police guy will be in front of me. Just be aware that I will do nothing stupid things, But can you go in any Russian city in any street with a like like sing an Ukrainian song, because we here we can sing Russian song if you want. Yeah, sing Ukrainian song or just say like Putin go away or something like that. No, you'll be going to prison. So I mean, and all these arguments. You are speaking here 24/7 about all this. That I'm just no. This is my little fetish to make them angry. Like, no, sorry, I
No, it's
already lost
good.
my mind. I haven't slept probably for two nights, but I just lost my mind. What I about to say to you anyway.
No, listen, everyone.
Also, I just sorry,
Yeah,
I just wanted to
yeah, go
share
ahead.
you that these wonderful guys, they are professional firefighters from the Canada. Oh, sorry, not Canada. Today I have here three guys from United States and two guys from Australia, and they are here all this third time. There are two old faces and three new faces, and all of them had a battle experience. They've been in Iraq and Syria and Afghanistan before they joined the firefighter department in their countries. And while they have been going here, they have arrived here yesterday at 8 p.m. and they just entering the city, and they just seen how these three rockets hits our electricity station. And they immediately called me and say, hey Rom, are you okay? Like, everything's fine, but we've seen a lot of blasts. I say, yeah, we are fine, but we have blackout all over the other region, Poltava, Donetsk, Dnipro, Kharkiv. We are blackout, and they came to the place. I've been waiting for them, and then we came back to the fire stations. Fire station. I've been trying to coordinate my troops to deliver all the electricity stations, and also my firefighters help them to have a snack because they've been on the road 24 hours from the Lutsk to Kharkiv. It's something about 16 hours, and before this they've been crossing the border, so they was hungry. They was like this, so we have no electricity, nothing. So we had the gas, so I boiled for them pelmeni. I know why you call it pirogi. It's not pirogi. Pirogi is something like not this, but we made for them pelmeni and vareniki. They ate it with so pleasure and go to sleep. And today they again hit some electricity stations. Today was again blackout in Kharkiv, and our miraculous people restored it very fast. But you can also imagine how could it
How
be?
quickly? How quickly,
Yeah, but
Roman? Let the audience know. How quickly did they
sorry.
restore it? How quickly did they restore it?
Hey man, to be honest, I'm not specialist in it, but I think because of they didn't hit the real engine, they just hit transformators. Probably they put like extra lines from somewhere other ways. Maybe they put it
Couple hours ahead.
I'm not a specialist. Maybe they connected from the other regions,
No.
But
How long? How long? I heard 2 hours
when
and things were
for
up.
sure it wasn't long, but it was 4 hours. But people was frightened, and also I made a post on my Twitter account how was it looks this blast, and my guys in fire stations been frightened, not because they've been frightened because they thought it's nuclear, the tactical nuclear weapon was, because the blast was even from my fire station, it was like around like 16 miles, 20 kilometers, but all city have seen this blast, and people thought like it's kind of nuclear tactical weapons. They've been frightened. So after 4 hours, the electricity was restored yesterday. Today was probably 5 hits in the morning. They hit. Кто мне подскажет, как на украинском сказать очистные сооружения, канализация, куда впадает, очищают это все?
Like sewer station to clean up to make the water clean.
Water treatment.
Yeah, water treatment. Yes, water treatment.
Yeah, so they hit water treatments, and they also hit the gas tube, which having propane to the buildings. They hit the road to Kyiv nearby this electricity station. They hit yesterday, and I just certainly know that one person been killed there and one injured. They also hit УБОП, отдел по борьбе с организованной преступностью. Department which in charge of taking the bad ass which organizate criminal, like how to tell it.
The department in the police that
Organized
fights
crime.
organized crime.
Yeah, and also they hit another place. Like we have the city center and second city center. So the second city center also they hit Feribacha Street. I know, like they're trying to. It's revenge. They're trying to revenge us for liberating probably the cities.
Hey, Roman, I have a question. Did they hit УБОП на Веснина?
Yeah. This is just nearby my university. I've been running there for 5 years. Every morning and every evening we have running there 5
Yeah,
kilometers.
I lived there for 30, 40 years. I'm from Kharkiv, and
So you probably seen us running there in 6 a.m.
Yeah, so we, there is a, school number 36.
Yeah, it's nearby. It's nearby.
Yeah, so that's where I went to school, and when I was younger, and so we've seen all of you running there. So I wanted just to say thank you for what you're doing, and I want to also say that your station is on Newtona, right?
Yeah, Ньютона 132. Это новые дома, инфекционная больница.
У меня теща живет, знаете, там дом Золотой Оскар.
Не знаю, честно
Ну,
говоря.
это прямо от героев Сталинграда и с другой стороны от этого, от вас.
Тогда я
Буквально
понял.
7 минут
I
ходьбы.
understood where is it. I understood.
Yeah, so thank you. I just said that my mother-in-law lives right next in the house to their fire station. So we're very thankful for what you're doing and really appreciate it. And really great to see you in the space.
I also
This is
appreciate what you're saying.
incredible. This is incredible. Constantine, who's a member of our team here, who at MriyaReport, he's from Ukraine originally. The fire station where Roman is the chief at is beside his mother-in-law's house. So there's all these 6 degrees of separation. And in his case, much closer. Thank you so much. This is incredible. Chuck, Roman is quite the photogenic guy. He's very good. You got to see the PBS documentary. That's who we're talking to. Do you have a question for him? Or do you want to ask him anything?
Well, I want to tell him how much I appreciate what he's doing. And look, you're a hero to me, Roman. It's you're in a city that every time the Ukrainians make an advance, Putin is happy to fire on civilians and civilian infrastructure. And you're the guy on the front line making sure that damage doesn't get out of control. And listen, I always like to listen when you're talking. You're a real hero to me, and what you do every day is simple heroism, and angels around you, my friend.
Thank you so much for your words, but I'm trying to be online here where I have to say something. That's all which Victoria asked me if you have something to share.
Anytime.
Just share.
Anytime. Yeah.
Roman,
Anytime.
can I ask one more thing? I just told my wife that you're from there. She's asking, maybe you know Sergei Селиванов.
Сережа Селиванов, это Sergei Селиванов. I've been a fire captain. I've been a fire captain in the first fire station of Kharkiv, Деревянка Street, nearby the неотложная больница. I know, like emergency hospital, and I've been his fire captain for probably 7 years.
That's nice to know. Sergei Селиванов is a friend of my brother's, my wife's classmate. So she knows me. So yeah, we have common friends.
Yeah, I know him from childhood.
Wow.
So nice to see that.
He's a big guy right now. He also been through very very hard COVID situation. He almost died, but with all firefighters' helps, we help him, and Natasha, his wife, also support him very well. So he's fine right now, and I'll tell him. Okay, so what's your name again? I will say hello to him from you.
Дарья Богданова.
I will wait, give me a second. I will just sign it. Дарья Богданова. Okay.
Девятиэтажка ювелирный.
Okay.
Yeah, so she lived, Dasha lived on her entire life across your fire station in that house where her mother-in-law lives right now. So we're find a way to connect with someone. We're in Texas right now, but this is just funny how you can connect across the world. Thank you for what you're doing.
Yeah. We have the idiom that Kharkiv is a big village because you go in everywhere and you always meeting your mates. And right now I can say the world is a big village.
Thank you. All right, Roman, if you don't mind, there's people with questions for you. Can we send them your way here?
Let's do it. Let me just say something before I forgot. So these guys from Project Joint Guardian from the States, I also asked them if they want to share with you some information about their experience, about their feelings here, what they already seen, what they already help us. So they don't mind about also be a guest here. If you don't mind, I will just give Victoria as a context. And also I have a friend who is running HIMARS on the front line, and he just told me an interesting story when they just a few days ago when there was a counterattack, and they've been supporting our troops. They have a command, the order to change the position, and while they've been changing positions, they have found 10 Russian soldiers, which they're trying to retreat and also shoot back, but they are artillery, they not used so often to use their guns, but they just, as they say, we have put in them all our armor and they're all dead. So no, I mean, this kind of story he can share with you, and if you don't mind, I also will ask him if he don't mind to also join this 24/7 marathon when he will have time.
Perfect.
But he can do it only when they shot in Starlink, and Starlink working there usually when they are working, and after Starlink, when they done when they done their order to hit something, Starlink working like more 1 hour more, so he won't have a lot of time. But I know if you would like to hear something from him, I will speak with him if he has agreed to be here in our community.
All right, thank you, Roman. We can, if Axel, we can get the card up for Roman if he can be here. Roman, can you stay for a little bit, or do you have to go?
On it, if you don't mind, just 15 minutes, because
Yeah, it's fine.
Julie
We'll throw it up. Let's go. We got some questions for you. For those just tuning in, we've got Roman. What's your last name again? I'm sorry.
Kachanov.
We've got Roman Kachanov. He's a fire chief in Kharkiv, one of the cities the most hit by Russian missiles. He's been doing his job for the last 6 months dutifully, and he's been highlighted and showcased in Channel 4 and PBS, an excellent documentary. You can find it on YouTube. He's here to answer some questions. We do appreciate he can come anytime he wants and ask. We're going to grab Leon has a question for you, Roman.
Okay.
Leon, go ahead. Leonard, sorry.
Oh, thank you, Huda. Yes, a quick question for Roman. Roman, I'm in Western Canada, and we have a number of families here who originate out of Kharkiv area, and specifically went to and spent a fair amount of time at the University of Kharkiv. Now, we've heard recent reports that the Russians destroyed significant portions, or at least parts, of the University of Kharkiv. Could you shed any light on that, and how hard has the shelling been, and how badly has the university been hit there, and what kind of extensive rehabilitation or rebuilding programs do you foresee being needed to bring it back to its original great glory and form? And thank you for all you're doing, Roman. It's absolutely incredible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. Thank you for what you said, but unfortunately, I'm probably not the right person to ask like clear information about all you asking. I mean, I know that the University of Karazin have been hit. I know that Hadi been hit. I know that Городского хозяйства city something been hit. Also, I know that almost 170 schools been almost destroyed, and I don't know exactly what our government going to do about it. Of course, you know, what our mayor says, it's like when the war we will not rebuild nothing right now because it's unreasonable. They can hit again, so it will be like worthless. So when the war will over, we will rebuild everything. Everything will be fine. But no, what else politicians can say, because they need to make people like okay in good condition. I understand it, but I'm not so high in my position, or I'm not so high with like kind of this information to tell you the clear. I know a lot of universities been hit, damaged, like almost, I'm telling you, like almost 80% of all schools. So we have in Kharkiv something around 200 schools in Kharkiv. Each school have 800 students, no, like 800 how do you call pupils, like little girls and boys, children, right? So I mean, it's a big damage for education. But right now, even my daughter in Germany, she's having online lessons, so the teachers giving them online lessons. I don't say it's amazing or something like that, but it's still good than nothing. So, but I just cannot tell you all this clear information because I don't know all. I just can't remember what I heard from the news, from my chiefs, from some meetings with the high chiefs, but I did not sign it, you know, so I don't have as a list of paper which I have all this clear information. Sorry if I couldn't answer your question.
Thank you, Roman.
No, that's great. Okay, Constantine, did you wanna lead here? Because you guys know each other, so.
No, I'm actually working. I was just
Okay.
listening, so I had to. But when I heard from
No,
Kharkiv
no,
from
100%.
Station 11,
Yeah,
I could
yeah.
not resist but
No,
interrupt.
no problem, no problem. I just wanted to let you run with the question. Okay, so let's go to Nina, then Heather.
Thank you, Yehuda. And thank you, Roman, for the work you are doing for your country. And I would like to ask you what has been the most difficult moment during this war for you, and how do you find the strength and inspiration to continue what you are doing? Thank you.
I don't like answering this question because I told already, probably not only for you here, but also for the reporters who are doing the documentary, or who, like, from ABC channel, who also asked me the same question. The harder thing is the seeing the dead bodies of the kids, of the little girls, little boys, and this, or seeing how their parents died, and the little boy or girl just crying and trying to put his or her parents back, and just crying, "Mama, Papa." Oh, this is the most awful thing and the most complicated, because with the uh, death of adults, we kind of used to it. No, it's just profession. But kids, you never used to see this, and the force, the strength, how you can pick up, you just fucking feel anger, and the adrenaline makes you do your work. And this is all can I say to you.
Thank you, and I'm sorry for putting you on the spot with this. I should have understood better. Sorry.
That's fine.
All right, thanks. Heather, go ahead.
Thank you, Yehuda and Roman. It is so good to see you. When I saw pictures of the fires yesterday, and I immediately thought of you and all of the wonderful people who are doing their jobs, but taking care of their country and playing such an important role in what is happening right now. And I guess my question would be: last time I'm glad you popped in today, because it's good to hear from you, to know you are safe and that your people are safe. I wanted to ask you, you said that you've had some new arrivals of firefighters from the United States and Canada, I believe. And you mentioned last week when you popped in that they might be bringing you some gear. Have they been able to provide you with some of the gear that you needed? Is there any progress on that?
No, right now, okay, they are here already for the third time, and the one guy is already here for the third time. Another guy, Misha, he is born in Rivne in Ukraine, but he is already American citizen, and he helped me with the coordination of the troop, because sometimes I'm not around, like when I'm like doing some bureaucracy shit in the fire department somewhere else, and then I have a call like, "Hey, our troops go there, and I need to go there," and they will go there also. Like, I mean Americans, and while Misha is there, he'll help me, because he can. My fire captains can understand him, and he can transfer for the troop, for the American troops, their orders. So they first time and the second time, yeah, they brought some gears, they brought some Harley guns, they brought some different stuff. They couldn't have a lot. I mean, they used to also help our soldiers on the front line, so they had like big backpacks, military backpacks, and kind of, no, not military backpacks. They are bigger for the first aid kit backpacks. I mean, there is everything there. I mean, definitely everything, even this special device for saturation, for the blood pressure, for the stethoscope, and all, like everything they got, and they share it. This time they came here, they just have a fire truck, they have just their gear for the work, so they just come here for just a little bit make a reinforcement here. So they like make my fire station bigger on one squad. So and I also appreciate it. And yeah, I misspoken. Probably they usually from the States and Australia here. The Canadian guys and German guys was in Rivne, in Lutsk, in Kiev, but not here. Here with me always was guys from the Australia and from the States. No, what is this? Oh, nothing serious. Just opens the door somewhere. So this is my answer.
Thank
Thank
you
you
very
for
much. I appreciate it, and I think of you and all of the first responders who are helping out in all of the things that you are doing. Thank you, Roman.
Thank you
thanks,
too.
Heather.
Thank you for
Hey,
support.
thank you, Roman. Roman, we've got Peter, and he's very knowledgeable in Ukraine and Russia and think tank fella. And we also have Juho Luko, who is a volunteer firefighter. I want to say from Finland, just judging by the name. Peter, did you want to go first, and then we'll go to Juho?
Yeah, go to Juho first. I want to hear what the first responders have to say. In fact, all I wanted to do is just thank Roman and his teammates for all of their service to Ukraine. We're praying for you guys. I'll step back and listen.
Okay, great. Juho is dropped. Unfortunately, if we can get him back, I guess he wanted to have a firefighter to firefighter conversation. No problem, Peter. If you would like, go right ahead. Oh, if not, then we can go to Paulie, who had his hand up. It's up to you.
Hello.
Okay, guess not. Peter's down. We're having some technical difficulties here, Roman. It looks like we have an issue. I see that Yudes is here from the Netherlands. I read Yudes Actueel. I don't know if you know that one. Maybe they're your Flemish counterparts. Hopefully, you like each other. I'm looking at I have cousins in Antwerp. That's why. All right. All right, Paulie, do you have a question for Roman? You're in the channel there.
Yeah, thanks. Roman, thank you for your work and service. Are there any equipment that Ukraine now needs regarding like firefighting? Is there something specific that you really need? What are the needs at the moment?
No, I already told it, but I always glad to repeat that we are thankfully for the international union, to the Americans, Canadians, which already send us a lot of gear, boots, gloves, balaclavas, even fire clothes. But the biggest problem is the gloves because, like, I mean, 2, 3 big working on the after missiles, there you have no gloves anymore. I mean, they're all in the holes. They all got holes inside, and also the boots which already been sent to us. They usually, like not very popular size. It should be no, it would be like 39, 40, or 46, 47. I'm wearing 46, 47. So thanks you very much. I have probably 5 or 6 pair of boots, but my firefighters who gets 42, 43, 41, 42, they are kind of have problem with the boots. So the boots is a problem, gloves is a problem, fire clothes, I mean pants and coats, it's okay. I also have friends from the Spain who sent me already 25 fire clothes. So also a friend from Germany who sent me also 25. So probably almost each of my firefighter have like 3 fire clothes to change. And what we really need about the, okay, I told you already, like maybe kind of good helmets like MSA helmets, but not much. I mean, I just gave everything to the guys, but if it will be like 10 helmets, it will be perfect. And what about the gear is done? Yeah, gloves and boots, balaclavas maybe. But about the equipment, it's Halligan set. I mean, we already broken probably 2 sets of Halligans by the work, just my fire station, and it's been donated by the other countries. Yeah, we was really sad that it's broken, but work is work. And also, shit, I just would like to. Each fire truck has this. I don't know. We call it челюсти жизни, like jaws of life. It's the stuff which can cut tubes, cut everything, and also can spread stuff. I mean, when you're trying to find somebody or you're trying to reach something, you can cut something, you can spread it. So this stuff, and we need something which working on batteries. So my friend from Poland, Jerzy, who already bought for us two brand new fire trucks, he also bought me one wonderful instrument like this. It cost for him probably 7,000 euros, but it's this, that thing works perfectly. I mean, it's this using accumulators, so we don't need the put electricity stations, the tubes, wires. We just can take it and work with it. It's very comfortable. It's very easy to put on the heights to the second to the third floor. So stuff like this would be really amazing if every fire station, every truck would have it, because you never know where they hit again.
Thanks. I wrote it down, and I'll do my best to send it forward to my contacts.
Thank you very much, man.
All right, thanks, Paulie. Hey, Roman, here's a question for you, and then we're going to go to Sparkles. Roman, Kharkiv Oblast just grew back to 2,000 square meters more. What was the fire department doing there? Are they now back under your control? Were they always under your control? Do you have to cut away firefighters from Kharkiv to go out there to check out what's going on? Did the Russians destroy the fire departments in the occupied Kharkiv that's now been liberated? Can you speak to that?
This is a very interesting question, because right now I have one firefighter from Balaklia which been escaping from the already occupied Balaklia and came to my station and asked to work with me, and he is still working here. Прикомандированный, I don't know how to say it in English, but I mean, he been working in Balaklia in this department, but then when Balaklia became occupied, somehow he could escape, came to my fire station, and we made all documents, so he working in my fire station officially. But yeah, he still he signed on his documents. He's the squad leader of the Balaklia fire station. But even he doesn't know what's going on right now there and what they will be doing. Probably, it's just my opinion. I don't know the certain information about it. Nobody shared it with me, and probably will not share it in next few days. But as I understand the situation, like the cities was liberated, but there's still big danger of Russian hit back or something like that. So I just think no, there should be meeting today, but it was declined, and tomorrow should be meeting. They also was declined like 1 hour ago. I just thought maybe they will say something there, but I think they're just waiting maybe a week, maybe two, and then they will be restoring all these fire stations. So we need to be sure that nothing will be go back, because it's kind of reasonable probably situation. Like we need to understand, okay, we'll go back, we'll put back our firefighters there, we'll put back our trucks, which also been there is good trucks from the Europe, from the other countries. We don't want to give it again to the Russians, like so. I mean, it just I would like to be positive all the time, but we need to be also reasonable. Everything can happen, so probably they need to wait to be sure that everything is fine. So this territory totally or like under our control, and probably they will be restoring it like in 1 week and 2 weeks. Just my opinion.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Great, thanks for that. And Sparkles, go ahead.
Hey, Chief, it's good to hear from you. I just wanted to let you know I work with a couple hundred volunteers to get turnout gear and fire equipment to help support Ukraine's fire operations. And if anybody's interested, we work with Fire Aid International and Ukraine firefighters to help with that. So if anybody wants more information on that. With that said, working with Fire Aid International, one of the things that I was really struck by when we did assessments of Ukraine's fire operations prior to the war, the pride and work ethic of Ukraine's firefighters. It's just been amazing. And a lot of the gear that y'all are working with is Soviet era gear. The maintenance, the life cycle of that gear has obviously been a real challenge for y'all. And I was hoping maybe you could speak to that pride and that work ethic of your brothers and sisters. And thanks again for your service. A lot of people don't realize y'all are running toward the fired bombs and the artillery, trying to save lives and mitigate property damages. and you play a huge role in Ukraine's victory. So yeah, thanks, sir.
Thank you too. I think we all have a huge role here. Everyone, even like not in Ukraine, helping like volunteers, people who are still working for just trying to run business, like everybody doing the job. I mean, it's our war. It's our war. It's not Russian war. I don't know why the soldiers come here. I don't know why they just some of the soldiers which been captured by Russian by our troops saying, hey, they just told us go to army and go to the war in Ukraine or go to jail for 5 years. Hey, what are you thinking about? Just sell all your property and go to the other country. Like I know not a lot of country can put you in, but just don't go here. It's not your war. It's our war. It's war of the every Ukrainian, and every Ukrainian really supporting Ukraine. I know it's probably will be really historical. I know maybe it should be kind of historical documentary or the book how the citizens of Ukraine donated their money. Some I know the stories from the internet from the like Sergei Pritula channel when the old man just sold out all his property for $80,000 and just donated it to the militaries. I mean, and no, I mean, of course, it's a huge, but everyone trying to do something. Just I'm pretty sure any Russian donated nothing for their militaries, and that means a lot. I mean,
100%. Thank you for that. And Chuck, what are we missing in Kharkiv? We discussed what happens to the new
and
territories there.
if you don't mind, I would like to
Yes.
maybe ask
Yes.
one question. I would like to go to sleep if you don't mind.
Absolutely. Go right ahead, Roman.
I mean, you want to ask one question, so let's do it.
Oh, you want one last question? Okay,
Yeah.
I thought you meant you had a question for us. No, okay. Well, we're gonna. I'll wrap it up by saying, you guys made a comment about how when the lights went out, some people, God forbid, feared it was something really dangerous. Are you starting to feel that eventuality? It's not going to happen. We realize Putin's in the final stages here in Ukraine. I suspect most Ukrainians see that. Are you hearing about the same things we're hearing about dissent showing up in Russia, about surrenders of Russian troops? Are you hearing that on the ground there?
I mean, I don't have a lot of this information. Usually about the all going on militaries, I'm listening sometimes what you are speaking about the guys from Ukraine who from the our militaries who is saying some information here, but I'm not often here listening to you. Usually I'm just have this information from my friends from the front line, but I don't have this specific information. Like no, it's a war, like sorry, I can't help you with this. Or maybe I misunderstood your question. I don't know.
You'd heard about Russian surrendering in Kherson.
I heard about it, but I know nothing. I can't share anything about it. I just heard about it.
All right, I think we have some technical difficulties. Roman, thank you very much for joining us, and please do come. Mic check. Axel? Chuck?
Okay, I'll
You were
try
loud
to.
and clear. You were just
Yeah.
overlapping. Roman was loud and clear, and you as well. You just had a little
Oh.
delay both between each other. All good.
No worries. Thank you, Roman, very much for joining us. And please do come back at any time. Please do get some sleep. You haven't slept in a couple of days. Roman is a fire chief at 11 stations in Kharkiv, one of the most bombed cities in modern times. And we do appreciate you taking the time to share with us your experiences. Thank you very, very much, Roman.
Okay, guys, thank you very much to you as well.
I think
you're
he's cut off.
wonderful. You're all
Okay.
great.
Well, hopefully it's just a technical issue with his phone.
No, Yehuda, you can't hear him. He and I can hear you.
You finish it off. Okay,
but
Axel, you finish it off.
That's all right. No problems. Roman, thank you so much. Dobro noc. Good luck tomorrow, and we shall be glad to have you back anytime soon.
Okay, see you guys. Thank you very much.
Okay. Keep up the good fight. Yehuda, I had the same disease earlier, and I just had to restart the co-host. If you want to drop down, I'll bring you right back up.
I'm going to take a bit of a break. I think Chuck's here. I wanted Chuck to go through some of the info he's getting as well. Maybe Chuck, when it comes to the surrender at Kherson, we talked about localized, and a lot. And now it's come out. The Ministry of Defense is saying this. Some people are still thinking it's 4D chess that the Russians are going to do this is a big trick, the surrender feint or something. What do we say to that? What do you think?
Hi, Axel. I'm glad you're back on. Yeah, I don't know that playing the surrender game is ever a good idea. You're gambling with your soldiers' lives, and nothing is going to extinguish any mercy your enemy might have. You start playing games with a white flag, and you are pretty much guaranteeing that being captured as a prisoner and treated fairly is not something that's going to ever happen to you again. So again, to recapitulate what Yehuda and I were talking about earlier, there's been reports of surrender, some Russian units surrendering in the Kherson area of operations. We're trying to figure out what exactly that means right now. I don't want to pour water on anyone's parade, and I'll be delighted to say I'm wrong. But I'm of the opinion that these are possibly localized surrenders. That being said, the surrender of any unit on a front line is a tactical opportunity for the Ukrainians. If you accept the surrender of a platoon, company-sized unit in front of you, this is a made-to-order opportunity for you to break through. And again, pretending that you're going to surrender and trying to lure your enemy to advance, where you put up a white flag, that's look, I don't put anything beyond what the Russians are capable of. They're capable of doing anything, but that is an incredibly foolish thing to do. And every soldier you told you were going to do that would just realize that maybe you're not the guy to follow anymore.
There you go. All right. Yeah, no, it's pretty clear that people are forgetting that all the troops west of Kherson have had their supply cut. Those bridges, a death by 1,000 cuts, chipping away, and here we are. They can't eat their sadness. If they could, they'd have a lot of time left there. But eventually, something's got to give. We'll go over to Constantine and then Leonard.
I have a question for Chuck, and it's not related to Kherson, but I still would like to ask you. This is related to Kharkiv offensive, counteroffensive, and liberation. I'm sure you have seen the video where the guy walks around Russian abandoned tanks, like 20 tanks or so. It's like almost 2/3 of the battalion worth of gear left behind, and I'm just wondering, well, what happened? I don't think we know, but how would that battalion commander would explain that to his superiors? What happened? I mean, or even brigade commander would have to go and say, "Okay, I'm sorry, we lost entire battalion to some." Ukrainians that we were saying they're stupid and don't know how to fight. I'm just trying to understand: do they build some kind of pyramid of lie that is gonna fall right now, or it just I don't imagine it's doing your job and completely messing everything up, and now you have to go to your commander and saying how do you imagine this looks like?
Boy, that is a good question. I don't know how you would possibly report that in a NATO army, that you've lost a brigade's worth of tanks. And I noticed walking around those, not one of them were damaged, really. They just are sitting there. So how did he report it? I'm sure that he said they were lost in combat, cut off. We fought to the last round, because walking back to your Russian boss and saying you've lost all that because you were tired of fighting or you gave it up, I think you'd probably be having an afternoon shorter than most other people if you did that. But there are a lot of reasons why that could have happened. There's a, well, everyone knows about the corruption in the Russian military. Some of it is completely venial, and some of it actually has a bit of a good purpose. I'm not trying to say anything nice about the Russians, but there is something that goes on. If a Russian serviceman is killed or declared missing, a lot of times his loss won't be reported to higher headquarters. And that's for two reasons. It's to save the face of his commander who has sustained that loss, but it also is a bit of a benefit to his loved ones and family at home. His pays and allowances will continue to be paid to the family. And so there are hundreds, possibly thousands of servicemen that are ghosts in these units, and their families are still paid. You know, that kind of has my sympathy. It sounds kind of good, but you could be looking at losses sustained, let's say, by that armor brigade, and those guys were the drivers or the gunners or the vehicle commanders of those tanks and infantry fighting vehicles, and those people just aren't around anymore. Every time we see those, and it's not just armored vehicles and infantry fighting vehicles, it's self-propelled guns, it's massive counter battery radars, etc. You can have all this gear and you can get it to the battlefield, and then you can get it into your country, then you can get it into the battle space, but there's always a human element, right? And the greatest counter battery radar in the world, well, it's no good unless it has a crew. And you know, let's say you're manning a Patriot missile battery in NATO. Look, it takes 2 years to train a crewman like that. 2 years. So everyone can see in a complicated air defense system or a radar system, it's going to take technicians. But even just to drive a tank, even just to be the gunner, and I'm not saying just, these are very important roles, it takes time to train those guys. Not to mention what it takes to train a wily, experienced combat seasoned infantryman on the battlefield, the kind of soldier, non-commissioned officer who's going to be able to survive more than a week in combat, or in some cases even a few hours. So those people are becoming in short supply on the Russian side of the battlefield. We're also finding that, look, their morale is just going to hell. To get back to Kherson for a minute, we've been reporting, and there's been reports for weeks, that the guys on the battlefield, they're not even getting food and water. Look, and a soldier in the field, look, shelter for a soldier in the field, folks, it's, if you find half of a barn to sleep in, you're doing pretty good. And every soldier can sort of take that. That goes with the territory, right? But I'm expecting to get some food during the day, and maybe one hot meal a week. Look, I'd consider myself, okay, that's pretty good for being on the front, and I'd be satisfied with that. But if I'm not getting any food, if I'm not getting rations, I've seen photographs of Russian soldiers opening their battle rations, and they expired in 2005. That's not a taste question, because that's why God invented Tabasco sauce, so you could eat anything. But that food's going to hurt you. I think that what's going on right now, we're seeing this, certainly something that can't be called anything else than a collapse in a lot of these Russian sectors. I only think that's going to get worse. I don't know what's going to happen in Kherson, but we're hearing talk of surrender, and I'd just like to point out, look, that is the last resort for a soldier in the field. You've been trying to kill these guys for the last 6 months, and your last desperate move is to throw yourself at their mercy. And that's something that no soldier really wants to do. But what the Ukrainians want to do, of course, is look, you want to compel them to surrender, not only compel them by force of arms, but you want to make sure that those soldiers think that surrendering is not going to kill them. I posted something today on Ukrainian surrender leaflets. They look like business cards. They have a QR code and a toll-free number to call. That's what you want to do. And with these troops, Russian troops, pressed as hard as they are now, lacking ammunition, food, and water, you're going to see more. If you don't see surrenders, you're going to see more retreats.
Yeah, run with it, Chuck. Go ahead, or if you want to go to Leonard, I'm just collecting some data here.
Oh, well, listen, you just feed me a question from a patient questioner.
Okay, I've got one for you, Chuck, and this kind of turns a little bit away from the Kherson front, which has been absolutely amazing the last few days. Incredible news there, but this relates more to what your impression might be in terms of what the future holds, say on the eastern quadrant, say Luhansk, Severodonetsk, and so on. And I know that General Hodges was on a while ago and was fairly guarded but somewhat optimistic about the way things are heading on that part of the front also. But I just wondered if you, just to question in terms of what your assessment might be, I know there's some historical precedent for the Russians collapsing in retreat, sometimes orderly and sometimes not orderly at all. But I'm just wondering what you assess in terms of the Eastern Quadrant, where there's obviously an escape hatch there, and the Russians can simply go back into Russia if that avenue is open to them. But do you feel that that is a viable option that may be on deck presently, or do you think that is not really in the cards? In other words, we're looking at either a complete collapse and mass surrender, or sort of a fight to the bitter end to coin two different extremes. Or do you feel there's a middle ground where maybe the Russians could simply withdraw back into Russia, somewhat like they did after the Battle of Borodino to some degree, or do you think that's realistic? Thank you.
Well, that is a good question. I don't think the Russians. Well, let's look at it this way. Political decisions are what drive militaries in the field, even in dictatorships. Putin has invested pretty much everything in his special military operation. I don't think that he will permit his troops to withdraw any more than is absolutely necessary. So let's define absolutely necessary. We saw the collapse of forces around Izium. We saw the stuff left in their wake. The Russians are trying to spin this as a repositioning of forces. Look, one guy's how do you differentiate between a repositioning and a retreat and a rout? Well, it's basically the kind of stuff that gets left behind, right? So what's getting left behind are weapons and air defense systems and tanks and infantry fighting vehicles, and all of them with their hatches open and self-propelled guns. So now I'm talking a rout, a defeat. As these, there's been some key things that have happened in this Ukrainian offensive, and what some of the most important things that have happened is the fall of Kupiansk in the north. That was a major transportation hub This was a major means by which the Russians could resupply themselves, and that resupply was based on rail networks. By taking that city and also Izium, but especially the former, this supplied. This is one of three rail networks that supply Luhansk and Donetsk. By taking that city, you've cut by 1/3 the amount of beans, bullets, everything necessary for the occupation forces. So they've been decreased by 1/3. So let's think of combat effectiveness just for a second as a pie cut into thirds. One of those thirds, very important, is logistics. What can you supply to your forces? Do they have everything they need? Okay, what's a second third? Well, that is the manpower, right? Is it trained? Do you have a plan for them? Are they well led? Can they be entrusted with the orders they get from above? Can they execute these things? Are they trained adequately? Are they led adequately? Are they supplied? There's 2/3 of the pie, and here's the other magic third of that pie. What is their state of morale? Okay, so I could give three guys. I could give them the best tank I can make. I can give them 100 rounds of ammunition. I could give them the best training I could possibly give them, and I can give them orders to drive it into Kyiv. Are they going to do it? Well, that's the magic part, and that's why it's 1/3. What's their morale? Are they willing to do it? I am certain that the reason we see so many vehicles abandoned, we see trucks abandoned, we see infantry fighting vehicles, main battle tanks. Look, they're strewn all over the battlefield. Many of them haven't even been hit by a bullet, let alone an anti-tank round. Their crews have decided it's safer to walk than to drive this vehicle. That tells me that those men, they are defeated. They are defeated. They don't want to drive that tank because they don't want to catch a Javelin missile. Okay, really on the battlefield, let's do the calculation. Let's do a sober calculation. A couple things have to happen. Okay, I'm a Russian tanker, and I think the enemy's got all these Javelin missiles, and they're going to nuke me if I drive through this hedge. That may or may not be true. That means there has to be a Javelin within the range of the weapon. I think, what is it, 15,000 meters, something like that. Someone has to acquire me as a target, and someone has to squeeze off the shot. So for me, that's a lot of ifs, right? So I'm still willing to operate, but that isn't the calculus that's going on in the minds of these Russian soldiers. We're still dealing with this math. It's unimpeachable. I follow it every week. 10 Russian vehicles lost. Almost 4 of them, 3.8, are simply abandoned. Tanks abandoned. Hatches open, engine running, abandoned. Truck full of vital supplies, doors open, windshield wipers going, walked away from. Infantry fighting vehicles, walked away from. These guys, they don't want to fight. Okay, it takes a lot to pull together. I sent 10,000 guys forward. Okay, 5,000 of them come back demoralized, without their rifles, without their weapons, without their vehicles. It takes a long time to take that group of people who were once an army and are now a mob. It takes a very long time to clean them up, re-equip them, rearm them, and more importantly, get them to pull their heads out of their butts and get back in the fight. And that's not something that takes 2 months. With a brilliant general, somebody like General McClellan in the Civil War, U.S. Civil War, you might be able to do something like that. But there is no Russian general with the kind of personality who can come forward and say, look, let's get this together and let's get back in the fight. They don't have a command structure like that. They don't breed leaders like that. Leaders like that don't get promoted. They come up and they get corrupted by the system. Why are these guys eating rations from 2005? Because the newer ones got sold. Because the newer ones never got made. The money changed hands, the general got his cut, and nobody delivered the new rations. Or they delivered truckloads of boxes full of sandbags. This is endemic throughout the entire Russian defense industry. We talk about, Mr. Putin has his designs for Ukraine. Now, does he have the implement to do it with? Does he have the army that can do it? Does he have the generals who can lead that army? Man, we're seeing that isn't happening, right? They were within kilometers of taking Kyiv, but they didn't. They didn't. They collapsed and they skedaddled back to Belarus. We all saw that happening. I thought it would be a matter of time and we'd see that happen again. And we've seen it happen on the Izium front. How long is, how much longer is that going to go on? You can't expect the Russian army to keep retreating forever, and they won't. Someone's going to get in there and get these guys to make a stand. Right now, I think that's going to be to the east of the Donets River. I think they're going to try to make a stand in Severodonetsk, I think. But their problems don't end if they do that.
Do you think, Chuck? Don't you think that maybe the way I look at it, if you look at the force composition of Russian our units west of Lysychansk, right opposite Bakhmut, I think they're pretty decisively engaged with Ukrainians there. In fact, the only Firms Day that shows anything on the Ukrainian side is in Bakhmut. And I'm wondering if their goal isn't to fix the Russians. If they were to withdraw a bit, the Ukrainians would push up in order to keep them engaged, so that a Ukrainian force can get down the P-66 corridor or in that area. And I think the best last stand is actually in the eastern Donbass, where they had the line of control on the 23rd of February. I mean, that's me thinking. I don't know if the Russians are down for thinking too much now, but wouldn't that make more sense?
Yeah, it would. And everyone who's got, if you have a map handy, folks, north of Severodonetsk, there are two cities. One of them is up the P-66, as Yehuda was just saying. Savatove is up there. And then heading east down the H-26, there's Starbolinsk. If the Ukrainians were able to push down the H-26 and grab Starbolinsk, Severodonetsk and Lysychansk, they wouldn't be able to hold. They would absolutely have to fall back. That actually might be doable. The battle is going on right now in Lyman. As far as I can tell, the Ukrainians have crossed the Oskil River to the north of Lyman. They're in front of Lyman is a lot of very defensible, marshy oxbow lakes, low river stuff. You don't want to attack across that. It looks to me like they're going to bypass Lyman, head for the P-66, just as Yehuda is saying. And if that breakthrough is accompanied by a more northernly based thrust down the H-26, I think I'm looking at exactly what Yehuda just said, defense farther south. But I don't know. Sometimes if you have a very fast moving offensive, the enemy's falling back. You remember, you want to gain what you want to gain. You got to make hay while the sun shines, but you've also got to make sure. I always use this example. Your army's like a leaf blower, right? You don't want to go farther than your cord. You've got to keep supplying your forces to keep them moving forward. And you've always got to remember, when your attack is going really well, it might be an ambush, right? So you want to make sure that you can keep moving forward. There's a very fine, delicate balance. Keep the enemy moving backwards, but be ready for him to turn on you, because you want you spent a lot of blood and treasure to capture what you've gotten, and you want to hold on to it. So once again, a long answer, but I think Yehuda is absolutely correct there.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Polly.
Yeah, thanks, Yehuda. So Chuck, I have one specific question for you regarding the airborne units. If we take into account that I believe it's the 7th airborne unit is in Kherson, luckily to be captured or to surrender, and then the airborne units have had casualties in the Hostomel airport in the beginning of the war. What do you think is the current capability and the condition of the Russian airborne forces?
Well, look, there were the Russian airborne forces were defeated at Hostomel earlier in the Kiev salient. After their defeat, they showed probably what they're really good for, and that unfortunately was raping, killing, and robbing every civilian within sight. They were defeated decisively in a counteroffensive at Irpin and the Hostomel. They were driven back, and as they were driven back, they simply ran amok. As you pointed out, they're airborne units, VDV, and again, to remind the listeners, the airborne forces in the Russian army are a separate branch of service, like the United States Marine Corps, except all the airborne forces are in the VDV. So we're wondering what would constrain a Russian unit who is either ordered to surrender or finds themselves compelled to withdraw. I don't know. I worry about the non-combatant inhabitants of that city. I don't know. The Russians look. I'm constantly amazed. It's taken me a long time to come to grips. In a lot of ways, they don't really. Their conduct on the battlefield is not something that a NATO trained officer can really understand. They're looting, their crimes go unpunished. Look, I'm not saying that NATO armies are perfect, but look, you don't loot. You'll get arrested. You don't commit crimes on the civilians. Again, you'll get arrested. If you murder a civilian, you're going to wind up in Leavenworth in the United States, and you're looking at a death penalty. You'll be prosecuted under the Uniform Code of Military Justice that does not have all the constitutional protections of a regular civilian in the United States. At the very least, these are federal charges. Look, you're going down. None of that no Russian soldier seems to be bound by any of these, any of these moral admonishments. So the things that make Russian paratroopers terrifying to local civilians, it doesn't make them invincible on the battlefield. Traditionally throughout the world, your airborne forces are considered an elite. You train an infantryman up to about as good as he can go, and then you teach him how to jump out of airplanes. And one of the reasons they have to be very well trained is an airborne force will always land on the battlefield in some disarray, because everyone falls out of an airplane that's going 120 miles an hour. You land in different places, but your airborne forces are trained so that they can link up with whoever they link up with and get themselves quickly into an organized force that answers the radio and carries out commands from above. The Russian airborne forces, I can't think of any place here in this war where they've performed admirably or comported themselves like soldiers. So it's not just me saying it because I think they're the bad guys. Look, they haven't impressed me. And again, I don't know what's going to happen in Kherson. I don't know if you've got some dedicated soldiers who would get an order from above to surrender and decline. This might come as a surprise, but in the United States military, you're not obligated to follow an order to surrender. You don't have to do it. So I don't know what these guys are going to do.
Chuck, amongst the troops in Kherson City are detachments of the FSB, the GRU, and a couple of seemingly specialized soldiers of the Russian army, dedicated to torturing civilians now for months, having operated a variety of establishments in basements, in bunkers, in schools, to disappear Ukrainian civilians, civil leaders, and anyone they didn't like. The horror stories which have come out so far are beyond the pale. They fit with what we've heard from journalists, and Maciej and I once had the opportunity to discuss it with a journalist who reported on Izolacja, the setup in Donbass. The stories in Kherson are not good. If these people are in the city still and haven't made it all, or at least not all of them have made it across the Dnipro, they may have completely different ideas as to what to do. They also may be significantly more ruthless. Would you think that the Russian troops surrendering were to be asked, or would they follow such an ask to actually hand these war criminals over, or what would happen? What do you think? I mean, it's speculation, I know, but what's your view?
Well, we do have the FSB operating in Kherson. Of course, their job is to let's put it as politely as possible, to gather intelligence by whatever means necessary. The local FSB units were also supposed to suppress partisan activity. Look, they're not doing a very good job. Pretty much about once a week, a senior collaborator or a Russian in the security service, they've been, the term of art is interdicted by local partisans, and these have included IEDs in their car, off-road mines, which is basically an IED that will go off as your car goes by. These collaborators have been shot, stabbed, sniped. So the FSB isn't doing a terrific job in Kherson. One of the other things you'd expect the FSB to do is to sort of penetrate and wind up these partisan networks. But we see that the partisans are functioning, I would say, almost without hindrance. Almost daily, precision strikes are carried in on the vitally important river crossings of the Dnieper there in Kherson. Not only are these bridges and pontoon ferries hit regularly, but they are almost always hit at the worst possible time for the Russians. For example, if a couple of barges are being pushed across the river and they're full of artillery charges and artillery rounds, small arms ammunition, well, there's been a partisan calling that in, so that when the HIMARS comes knocking, they're hitting the most lucrative target possible, which is the supplies, logistics, and ammunition that the Russian troops so badly need. In my experience, the secret police apparatus and the torturers and the murderers, well, they always look out for themselves. And like rats leaving the sinking ship, they know exactly what they've done. They know it's wrong. They know they'll be the first to probably have a big cup of juicy justice delivered to them. So they'll try to run for their lives, and they'll get out as soon as possible. I think they're probably getting out now. I always like to put myself in the shoes of my enemy, and I put myself in the shoes of a staff officer in Kherson right now, and he's hearing that individual units to the north of him on the forward line of contact are in surrender negotiations. That's going to be very concerning. From now on, every time he loses radio contact with a unit forward deployed, he has no idea if they're in the process of surrendering. The more confusion that we can feed into his communication loops, the better. As for the people who are collaborating with the FSB, look, some of those people were willing collaborators. There'll be justice delivered swiftly for them. But one of the very difficult things to sort out in the case of Kherson's liberation, it's going to be who was compelled to collaborate, who was forced into collaboration, who did it only because they grabbed his wife, his child, his girlfriend, and who did so willingly. That's for lawyers to sort out. But it's a very complex thing, and it's almost never black or white, almost never.
Driveline, you had a question for Chuck or for us?
For all you guys, actually. So we're hearing about all this talk about possible surrender talks. Do we know if it's a bigger, or is it really truly local? And the reason I ask is that I would be thinking the Russian, general staff, that's running this whole war would be losing their mind if they saw that whole group surrendering, unless they were resigned to the fact that it was going to happen and trying to get as many people out as they could prior to that. And the reason I say that that's even a possibility is the way that they pulled everybody across the border once the Kharkiv Oblast collapsed. I mean, they did not put up a last man, fight to the last man defense at all. They just ran for the border. And it looked like they, if the upper echelons of the military didn't approve of it, at least they didn't stop it or try to stop it. So I'm just asking you guys who have looked at this kind of thing harder over the years and thought about it. I mean, is this being condoned by the general staff of the Russian, the top generals? Are they fighting it? Do they not know what's going on? What's happening? Because it just seems like it's the kind of thing we would not hear of until it happened, if it was really going to happen. And I'll listen.
Well, I think that's a good point. And we have very discerning listeners, and I'm sure many of them already know this. But whenever you're getting news from a battlefield, there are a lot of sources that can come from. We all, especially in open source intelligence, there are sources that I rely on more than others. There are sources that have been right a lot of times early. There have been sources that were generally right, but then have been wrong on big and breaking things. So it's really important when we hear this news from the battlefield. Russian units are surrendering in Kherson. I always think this: okay, who's telling me this, and what do they want me to think? Now that goes from anyone saying, "Chuck, your hair's on fire," and if my hair's on fire, they're probably telling me that because they love me, and I'm ugly enough already. So why don't you, put your hat on and put this fire out? Or I could be hearing from one of the belligerents in this fight, who are telling me that our enemies are going to surrender in mass. Okay, well, who's telling me that? Right now, it's confirmed almost exclusively by the Ukrainian side. I'm not above a little information warfare myself. I think anything that is being told to me and is plausible would have to have some element of truth in it. So I think everybody, when we're hearing that there's surrender talks going on in Kherson, try to remember it's the Ukrainians that said it. If they said it, it could have a lot of benefits for them. By now, that news has certainly reached the ears of some Russian somewhere. They're left, the Russians are now left to figure out, look, is this true? Is this really happening? To what extent are these surrenders happening? Do I have to worry about my front collapsing? And all of that is completely well and good. And that's because it's been floated in the media. I was doing a little surveying before I came on here. Look, that story is everywhere in the Western press. It is everywhere. Okay, is it true? You know, I don't know. Is it plausible? Eminently plausible. We talked just a little while ago. Look, if you're a combat soldier out there, and you've got your rifle and your weapon system, and you don't have any ammunition, and you don't have any food, and you don't have any water, you're not a soldier, you're a hobo, right? All the Russian forces on the north bank of the Dnieper in the Kherson AO, they have been undersupplied for weeks. They're on short rations. Fuel is a criticality. These guys, they're not even allowed to start their vehicle for 4 or 5 hours a day to recharge their phones or keep the batteries charged. They have to worry about keeping at least a half a tank of gas in case they have to maneuver. So are these surrender talks? Look, plausible, absolutely plausible. True? I don't know. Is that information good for us and bad for the Russians? Absolutely. So for me, it's too early to determine whether or not this is entirely true. If I were assessing anyone listening, and we were at a big conference table and you were sitting on the head, I'd say, look, I think this is plausible, but right now I'd have to say it's probably a localized phenomenon. But I hope I'm wrong.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Did we lose the other guys?
Oh, not at all. We're here. We're here. I'm just currently researching a couple of things because I wanted to go through this. And as we have Maciej with us as well, I thought we can have a little chit chat about what kind of equipment is currently on the Polish side and which may cross over to the Ukrainian side. Maciej?
Oh, hello, guys. I'm just overcame with joy. Of course, it's a long way before all of us, and I just wanted to tell everybody that I'm so proud of this space and of Ukraine and the effort that's being made. And I would just like to point out one simple thing, that it's often in this world that people who are morally right are often painted as people who for sure are factually wrong. But I think what people like Yehuda, like actually yourself, and this Ukrainian counteroffensive shown that you can be both. You can be both morally right, be on the right side of history, also be right about what things, how things are gonna unfold. And I was just collecting some stuff today just for my own pleasure, of articles even from Polish press that was saying like Ukraine is in really bad trouble, even from like a 4th of September, that Ukrainians are the offensive is stolen and stuff like that. And so I'm really proud to be here, and I just wanted to tell you that I love to see great numbers. I love to hear General Hodges on the space, and great firefighter from Kharkiv, and Chuck, who I was following for a really long time on Twitter. So thank you for being part of it. And I just want everybody to appreciate that, and all the moments that we were here and I wasn't here, and everybody else was here, and that's just fantastic job, and a small part, but I think important and crucial part in this effort, and I think it's a testament to. I think some people got bored with the war because there were no big news, but we never got bored, and people who kept this space alive never did, and this is just a great thing, and I'm really happy. There's a long way before us, but it's just the thing I wanted to say. So thank all of you for your commitment.
I'm very glad to hear that, Maciej. Thank you. Dziękuję bardzo. And you never left.
What's amazing to me is that this has been going 24 hours a day since the war started, completely by volunteers. Probably the best analysis of the fast-breaking news stories from the war, with people who are literally right on the front lines, people who are witnessing it, calling into the program, that all of this has been going on completely from volunteers who have maintained the servers, manned the microphones, kept the spaces, scheduled the guests, some of them very important people. And it just keeps going on. And all of this, of course, the MriyaReport is to help MriyaAid. And that's why everyone comes on the program. That's, of course, why people listen. But I'd like to tell you, so that this is the football game, right? And the commercial is, do what you can for MriyaAid. If you ever wondered what you could do, you've ever wondered what you could do to get the Russians out of Kherson, give a couple bucks to MriyaAid. They'll turn it into a drone that'll go right into the hands of the people who need it. That'll put it right where you want it to be. Just like the program, just like the space here, nobody takes anything. As Yehuda always says, no pizza parties, no lunch with donors, no offices. The offices are in people's living room and in their laps with their laptop. And 100% of the money that you give, hey, all of it won't buy equipment. No, some of it will go to shipping the equipment. And not only are the volunteers doing that, the volunteers are also putting their hands in their pockets to make sure it gets there, to make sure the containers are purchased and the shipping goes through, and then it's delivered across the border, and then it gets to where it wants to go. Okay, but then you get the gear there. Well, we need someone to train them how to do that, and that's what MriyaAid does too. I've never endorsed a charity ever in my life. I'm aboard with this one, folks. I'm aboard with this one. Is MriyaAid ever going to go south? Are you kidding me? With the kind of people that I've met here, that the people, look, if this is a sucker trap, wow, it's suckered the volunteers too, because they're paying their own money to do this job. And everyone you hear on this space, look, they got something better to do. They do. They've got jobs, they've got families, they've got everything else, but they're putting it in here. They're putting the time in because it's that important. It's that important. This space does what a news network does. A news network that burns hundreds of billions of dollars a year to put its correspondents in the field, to bring the news back, to bring analysts in and put them in the makeup chair and put them up front and have them talk about this. But everything here is done by volunteers of their own accord, of their own free will. And only now and then does someone remind you that, look, if you enjoy this information, if you think it's important to you, if it's made a difference in your life, if it's made a difference in helping you to make sense of a senseless war, then hey, a couple of bucks, whatever you can do. If you can't do anything, keep listening and tell your friends. that's what we're all in this for. Because look, I'm looking forward to the day this war is over. This may be my last war. I've been in a bunch, and I think I'm getting a little old. And I can tell you what, I have used up all my luck. But I'm looking forward to the next struggle, which is rebuilding a prosperous and free Ukraine. And we all want that. I don't know. Do what you can, folks. But you can make a difference right here.
Wonderfully put. Thank you, Chuck.
Thanks, guys. I mean it. I mean it. It might surprise you to learn that almost every SEAL I know is a dedicated peacenik. And I've seen a lot of war in my life, and I wish this was the kind of war that world that didn't have war. But it's as long as there are people like Vladimir Putin, people with imperial pretensions, people who think that neighboring nations should be vassal states, we're going to have conflicts like this. But I want this to be Ukraine's last war. I don't want Ukraine to ever have to fight another war as long as that great nation can exist. I want them to live in the kind of peace and prosperity that almost everybody listening here has. Look, you can walk out and go to the grocery store. You don't have to worry about getting hit by a cruise missile. Okay, we just had Roman, the fire chief from Kharkiv, on. God knows how many calls that guy has rolled out on. Yeah. Secondary fires after missile strikes, transformers hit and burning and spewing PCBs into the air. His daughter on a laptop in a basement taking lessons on the internet from a teacher in Germany. I don't want that to happen anymore. I'm not asking you to help us overthrow Moscow. I just want these people to go home. And I want the Ukrainian kids to be able to go to school. And I want territorial integrity for Ukraine. All I want are things to go back to before 2014. I just want Ukraine to be itself. And look, we can't all pick up a rifle. We can't all fly a fighter jet or load an artillery piece, but we can listen here. We can get smarter on what this war is about. And look, how much did a coffee cost you today? Wow. We could do something with it. We can do something with it. It's a small ask. Completely understand if you don't have it. And just being with us on this journey here, look, that's important too. And tell your friends to listen here. And let's learn about this. Let's learn about what tyrants do, and let's fight them together.
I hope we have clipped this. Chuck, if only you had been a screenwriter once.
I would just listen. I just want, like I said, look, I'm a snowboarder and a surfer, and I would just rather be surfing. I think if Putin went surfing a little bit more, he'd probably be a little mellower guy. But in the meantime, let's kick him out of Ukraine.
Well, I'm with you, mate. It's funny. My skiing was always shite. The only thing I'm good at is windsurfing, surfing, and snowboarding.
I'm probably the oldest. I'm usually the oldest snowboarder on any mountain I'm on, but it's okay. I'm doing it for a long time.
Yeah, it has something to do with the rhythm. I agree. So Leonard, you have your hand up. You had a question, whilst everybody else is in a slightly lighter mood, given the fact that we're all waiting for further information. Leonard.
Thank you, Axel. And it sounds like you need more snow and higher hills. And skiing would be
Yeah.
just fine.
Estonia is not good for that. I agree with you.
Anyway, I do have a quick follow-up question for Chuck. And some of this came out of the audience, Chuck, but there's questions in terms of who we think may be negotiating on behalf of the Russians, assuming some sort of power structure still exists in Kherson or Kherson City. And given the fact that it's been reported that the bulk, if not all, of the high command, if you will, has been moved or absented themselves rapidly from the battlefront, and maybe some as far as um, gone east like 100 miles or more to the east. So we're just wondering if there's any identified command structure still extant in Kherson that might be handling things, so to speak. Thank you.
Well, I think there is. There's one of the units that's been discussed in the press today is the 810th Marine Infantry Brigade, Russian unit based now in Kherson. I believe they're originally Crimea-based outfit. They apparently have lost 85% of their personnel. They're still in the order of battle there in Kherson. Whether or not they should be still carried on the organizational chart is almost academic question. If you've only got 15% of your unit, it's no longer a brigade. That's probably, good Lord, I think it's I don't know. That's probably a company left. By not rotating those people out and getting them out, you've introduced this bacillus, this toxin into the local morale. You've got a unit that is almost decimated, right? Decimation, almost irrelevant. Certainly, orders to combat. These guys are not effective anymore. They're thinking themselves, why aren't we out of here? They spread that to other people. That poisons the morale. Look, I don't think any of these guys are going to surrender en masse. Remember, it's a political decision. Every officer on the north bank of the Dnieper right now has family in Russia, right? He's not going to be forgiven if he steps forward and tells his men, his platoon, his company. Well, let's back up. His brigade, his regiment, his battalion to surrender. I just don't think that's going to happen. Okay, but let's go down the food chain. Is it possible that a platoon leader, a lieutenant, might tell his guys to surrender? Yeah, that's possible. Is it possible that a squad leader, sergeant, junior sergeant, or a more senior sergeant might tell his guys to surrender? Yeah, that is possible. And I think more and more we're dealing with greatly disaffected troops. Not only are they disaffected, but they're not being supplied adequately. Those are the kind of people who are ripe for surrender. And as we've seen on the Kharkiv front, look, even if they don't surrender, they don't fight worth a damn. We talked about all those vehicles abandoned, almost 4 out of 10. Every one of those drivers, vehicle commanders, gunners, loaders, they all made the decision that it's safer to walk than it is to ride in this vehicle. In that extent, we might not be looking at any further Russian advances for weeks or possibly months. Certainly not with any of the forces that were in contact during the Kharkiv offensive. Look, those guys are cooked morale-wise. You know, if I was in the Kremlin Pentagon, I'd be looking at those units and go, look, they've got to be absolutely reconstituted. You've got to split all these people up and put them in other outfits. And then what do you have to do? Well, you've got to retrain them from ground zero. Wow. The report the other day was that Mr. Putin retreated to his mansion in Sochi and rescheduled meetings with all of his military commanders. Wow, that doesn't look too good. Eventually, what's happening on the fields of battle in Ukraine are going to affect Mr. Putin politically. Eventually. But look, he's got a lot of money. Everyone around him is rich because he made them rich. They all want to stay alive, even Mr. Putin. There's a seminal event in Putin's life that even if some of his biographers forgotten, I promise you that Mr. Putin has never forgotten. He was in Dresden when the wall fell, and he was in a Stasi building surrounded by mobs carrying torches, and they in the building were trying to call Moscow, and nobody said anything. Nobody said anything. So Mr. Putin doesn't want to go through that. He doesn't want to have a position in his life again where that's the situation. But that's exactly what he's done, right? You think about how battered children stay battered. It's a disease that goes through families. And look what Mr. Putin is doing right now. What are his battlefield commanders retreating headlong in Kherson, not Kherson, but in Kharkiv, trying to find a defensible place, and they can't get through to the boss, right? Putin's a dictator of a military state. None of his generals dare to even tell him the truth, let alone tell him how to conduct these battles. It's Putin that made the political decision to invade. It's Putin that okayed this blitzkrieg lightning war special operation that was supposed to be over in 72 hours. It's 7 months later. He's lost more men than they lost in the 10 years of the Soviet-Afghan war. He's lost approximately 20% of his military hardware. Eventually, and look, not tomorrow, not next week, not by Christmas, but eventually this is going to start to stick to him politically. It's been his call.
It seems he doesn't care for the losses much. But the interesting thing is, the prisoners of war, that's a different ballgame, isn't it? Because these are people still alive who ultimately, at some point in time, have a voice.
I agree. And we haven't seen yet these sort of mass capitulations. And the Ukrainians have been very cagey on telling us how many prisoners they've captured. But there are a couple of places to look out for. There is a pocket south of Izium. There is one crossing point across the Oskil River at a little place called Oskil, the town. This is a very small road. It's the 211-437. It's not even a highway. It's a zero grade Ukrainian road, which you're probably looking at maybe even it's a gravel road. There are still a number of Russian troops there. I think conservatively that number is in the thousands, but they are surrounded on two sides. There's been a Ukrainian crossing across the Oskil to the south of them, bypassing Liman, and those guys are going to be completely surrounded Night is falling now in Ukraine. Actually, it is night. Eventually, those surrounded units are going to have to do something. And if we're looking, and like Axel said, if we're looking at 2 or 3 or 4, maybe even 5,000 surrendered Russian troops, that's going to be hard to hide. We've seen the Russian talking heads doing contortions of logic to convince their viewers that this has been a planned repositioning of Russian forces, winding up for the big knockout blow to Ukraine. And I don't think anyone's believing that anymore, which is saying a lot, because the Russian consumer of information, look, he doesn't get a lot of choices, right? This isn't a place where you can just tune into the BBC and sort of try to hear what's going on. But the people are not believing this anymore, and we're looking at 40,000 dead so far, and the conservative estimate for every dead soldier, you've got 3 wounded. So what are we looking at? Let's call that 150,000 casualties in this war. Okay, that's 3 times the number of people that the United States lost in the Vietnam War. And this is in 6 months. So there is nobody in Russia right now who thinks, I'm talking about the professional soldiers, not one of them thinks this is going well. Some of them are starting to think that this is really going badly. And some of them are starting to think that we can't win this. Not with the forces we have, not with the leaders we have, not with the equipment we have. And that's what we've been saying on this space for weeks. The Russian army is not the force that can win this war. They went into Ukraine with their best 1983 battle plan. Armored divisions out front, mechanized infantry bringing up the rear, and we're going to gobble up the enemy. But that didn't work. It didn't work. The FSB, the 5th Directorate of the FSB, they told Putin that, look, the Ukrainians aren't going to fight. We have sympathizers everywhere in the highest echelons of government. Look what they did in Donbass and Luhansk. They rolled over. We've been occupying them since 2014. This is going to go forward with your great plan. Well, that was wrong. It was dead wrong. And the general commanding the 5th Directorate of the FSB, he disappeared into the basement of the Lubyanka 2 months ago. And if he's alive, I'll kiss your hat. So look, this isn't going well. This offensive this isn't the end of the war. Look, this war is not going to be over by Christmas, folks. Don't think it will. It isn't. There's never been a war over by Christmas in the history of warfare. But come winter, this is going to be tougher for the Russians. Tougher. Your soldiers need 5,000 calories a day to be out in the field. They need 1,000 rounds of ammunition if they're going to be fighting hard. They need boots. And boots for a soldier, look, you could go through a pair of boots in a month. A month. You need socks. You need Gore-Tex. You need sleeping bags. You need ground pads. You need tents. You need hot food. You don't need it so much in the summer. You just eat your MRE and get some Tabasco and shut up. But you can't do that with a winter soldier. I'm of the opinion, and I have been for a while, this war is not going to be winnable for the Russians, but it's going to continue. It's going to continue, and I do think that further breakthroughs are in the cards, but this is going to be a long, hard fight. But the momentum, the morale, and the means by which this war can be won, all of those.
I think what you're saying, Chuck, is very consistent with what we've tried to portray as a message here. We're always happy if there are these pushes, when there are these significant changes. Of course, it appeals to the human nature as such. However, everyone and anyone who's ever signed on the dotted line and has taken it seriously does understand that this is a hard slog. And when General Hodges said that if by the end of the year, Ukraine will have recovered the territory taken since the 23rd, that he would consider a success, because Ukraine has the momentum, has the better kit, is capable, and can then prosecute into spring further offensive. If they take more, obviously everybody will take it. And if we look at the wonderful locations now taken with the P-66 onwards to Crimea, the possibility to take at a later stage Starobilsk, and maybe even swing around from there to take Luhansk, of course, everybody will take it. But we should not expect it.
I agree. It's hard to think that this war can be won in a war of attrition against Russia. But Russia is a vast nation. It spans 12 time zones. It has serious industrial capability. But all of those things are sort of interlinked. It takes money to make a main battle tank. And it's not just the metallurgy and the casting and the engines and the road wheels and the etc. It's having the computer chips to make a fire control system that can work on a modern battlefield. It's night vision goggles for your troops. I mean, that used to be a Gucci item for commandos. Now it's something that every soldier should have. It's thermal sights for your weapons. Those are the kind of items that Russia is not in a position to replace. Even if they could gear up the manufacturing, they don't have the critical parts for these things.
And they can't import them at all. There's no import replacement availability anymore.
Exactly. And the other thing, Russia has a vast pool of manpower, but they're discovering that the whole mechanism by which they've trained their officers, their senior enlisted, their troops to master their technical skills, that none of that is working. We just saw the capture of an extraordinarily sophisticated counter battery radar system during the Kharkiv offensive. A gold mine, a bonanza, a once in a career chance for some technical guy at the agency to take this thing apart. And the troops that were sent to man it, they didn't even take the time to try to destroy it. They ran away from it as quickly as they could. There's a whole look. Hundreds of thousands of dollars went into training those troops to operate that equipment, but they couldn't be troubled to defend it. Every one of the troops, they're trained to this standard. It just isn't working. And we're also finding not only were these troops not trained for conquest, they can't be counted on to defend the positions they've defended. What we've seen in Kharkiv, this is the biggest reversal, the biggest defeat sustained by Russia since World War II. Not in Afghanistan, not in the invasion of Czechoslovakia, not in the invasion of Hungary, not at any time during the Afghan war were the Russians, did they ever get their ass kicked this badly. And the ass kicking isn't over. It isn't over. We've seen the Kharkiv offensive do what it's done. I don't know what's going on in Kherson, but I do know this. The North Back the north bank of the Dnieper is not a tenable position. Look, Stonewall Jackson couldn't hold it. There's just not enough supplies coming across the river in order to supply, equip, and maintain those forces. It's simple math. And we talked about that cutting the pie up in thirds, right? It's manpower, equipment, logistics, supply, and a whole third of that pie is morale, because you can have the best equipped troops trained to a world-class standard, and if they don't feel like dying, they don't feel like fighting, and they're not willing to drive that multi-million-dollar tank you gave them, they don't even want to drive it because it'll get hit by a javelin. You can't win a war. You can't. And that kind of army that was trained like that and delivered to the battlefield, look, you have to start from square one. You can't rehabilitate that force. You're asking it to do the job of a hatchet, and you got a sharp rock. It isn't going to work. So I think we're at the point, we've been there for a while. This war is no longer winnable for the Russians. However, the fight's not over. They're not going to quit.
Interesting. But what you said is quite right. Novakhovka and Berislav, which is on the northern side of the basin, which is, by the way, where the Wehrmacht once crossed over.
I know that, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, well, we can talk about that story separately once. The thing is, that ain't Chancellorsville. There's no one coming to push through as the Russians tried. It's just not there. They don't have the supply capacity. They don't have the troops. They can't break out. They can't solidify anything. They can't move over to Mykolaiv as they seemingly had hoped or put up on their wonderful maps. That just ain't possible. This is more, if you go back to other examples, because we've been talking about boxing and fights, this is more George Foreman in the 6th round after having been tired out. And Ali is still fleet-footed. I think Ukraine has not just the momentum, it has the precision and the speed. The way they brought the follow-on forces for the northern attack through, and then started clearing out Izium. That's quite stunning. I mean, even if we don't know everything about it, and I'm sure we know very little by comparison to what they have in mind, but what you can see from the outside and how they moved and how it looked and how they brought forward the Gepards and their anti-air systems and how they moved elegantly across the field, swiftly and with precision planning and the logistics train in place. I think you said it very early on this evening, and General Hodges said the same thing. This is the result of a lot of hard work of planning. And then such a meticulous execution thereof with flexibility and all the resilience you need to have, because, as you know fairly better than anybody here, the enemy gets a vote. And there's always something which, fails in your plan. But then the planning helps because you have so many different scenarios, so many different options, and you have the supply in the background. The Ukrainians can only race as much as their supplies give and as much as their logistics train works. And we can see this live in action. Their resilience in their preparation around Kherson is there. They are strong. They know what to do. They don't have to hit. They can lean back and let them come. And they did. They came. They were lured into it. They were brought into an untenable position. HIMARS and long-range artillery destroyed then the logistics capacity. It is insane what the Russian general staff has allowed to occur in this region. They put the troops there on the Western Bank in that format. That these guys are running out of small arms ammunition should never, ever happen.
And it can't, but it is. And how do you lead a squad of guys in the battlefield, and they've all got 15 rounds? That's literally, folks, with an AK pattern rifle, that's not even 1 second of firing. 1 second. There's the marker for morale. I mean, you've all heard Napoleon say that an army moves on its stomach, but an army needs full cartridge boxes, right? They need full magazines. They need batteries for their radios. They like to think, hey, if the enemy's got night observation devices, we need them too. Boy, that's not going to happen for these Russian units. It isn't going to happen. My favorite thing is to see the Russian war correspondents wearing $300 ballistic helmets with the night vision clips on the front, like they're ever going to get a set of night vision goggles. Like there would ever in their lifetime be a set distributed to them with the mounting brackets and the battery. It's not going to happen. They wear those helmets, and it's every time I see it, it just cracks me up. It's like me wearing an astronaut helmet, hoping I'm going to get selected for the moonshot. It just isn't going to happen. And that's not an army. That's not a. It's not a modern army. You can't win a war like that. Russia's just discovering that. Look, it's no longer a world-class player on the battlefield. It isn't. They thought they went in with a plan that was a 72-hour plan. It's 7 months later, and they're down 40,000 people. That's bad. That's bad. So by next month, they would have lost 50,000 dead, more than America lost in the entire Vietnam War. If they get to 50,000, then we can jack that up to almost 200,000 total casualties. That's 40,000 widows, orphans, and 200,000 people that have a crippled man in their family. That's the point at which politically it's going to become more and more difficult for Mr. Putin to sustain this effort. I think he'll always be able to find stooges to follow his orders. I think the amount of greedy, venial, short-sighted people in Russia, that's an almost inexhaustible supply. But again, he lives in a bubble. He flies around in an armored helicopter. He gets to retreat to his $50 million mansion overlooking the Black Sea. And every single person he meets all day long is lying to him. Every single person. Nobody's telling him the truth. You can bet, right? Axel, do you agree?
I'm skeptical. I've been skeptical on this matter for a long time. I think that he knows very well what's going on. He may not have best information. Yeah, I agree with you. I'm sure that in the culture of lying, he will not have received best possible tactical information. And he, as a non-military officer, I mean, he was in a security. Sorry? No. Sorry. As someone who has not been trained as a command officer in the military in any shape or form, he's been in intelligence. Yes, he's been using counterintelligence measures. He's been, to the extent that we know, involved in efforts to undermine Western German politics. He may have been involved in supporting the assassination of politicians in Germany, highly likely in other media and other figures. He may have been very nefarious, absolutely fine, but he has never, ever commanded even a company of soldiers. He has not gone through the process of learning doctrine, tactics, strategy. Just because he has been informed of something, he has never done what you, Chuck, had to do and had to learn. He has never gone to school like CJ at West Point. He's never done planning on the level as Yehuda has done and continues to do. or what Melanie Lake does. Just he hasn't. I doubt that he will ever have the understanding as to how to judge what a good general is, because that army does not produce good generals. So on the one hand, he gets information which may or may not be true. Then he receives a lot of lies by people who are corrupt and work in their self-interest. That, of course, distorts the picture. Then he has people who are sycophants and who try to be close to him and try to avoid getting killed. Getting defenestrated. Well, you know what I mean. All right? So all of this is true in any authoritarian regime. And I'm sure that there's many other motives amongst his inner circle, the thuggery, the mafia circles, his troops and his friends from the St. Petersburg times, Mr. Sechin, Patrushev, all of them. Fair enough. I'm quite sure that he has a lot of information at his disposal. But even if he has, he cannot synthesize it. He cannot aggregate it appropriately to view the battlefield like a proper field marshal would do. He cannot understand what Ben Hodges can. And therefore, he would have to trust capable generals. And I think this is where the issue is. He cannot trust, not because he doesn't want to, but also because he has no one he can trust into, because they are not capable or not capable enough. They are vested in a doctrine which is marred by various awkward reforms, by a culture of an army which cannot produce the kind of leadership a modern army in the 21st century would require. And therefore, as always, everything being downstream from culture, he is limited in his decision-making capacity by those cultural restrictions. He cannot move beyond that. It's like the person who doesn't understand that there is something behind the horizon cannot believe that the earth is round. He cannot see it, and therefore he can't understand it. That's my view.
Yeah, if I may, Axel, if that's fine. I feel
Sure.
like it's I agree with you, and I don't think it's just a matter of him being surrounded by yes men. It's just no, it's just the running knowledge that the FSB agent, and it's the same way with Poland with the communist system. Like the special services were the ones that were designed and tasked to see through propaganda, right, and have a real feel for the reality. So I think in his perception, probably Putin thinks that I'm kind of accounting for that people gonna try to bullshit me, right, and paint a rosy picture, but I will have always like multi channels of information flowing to me. But at the same time, I think there is something really powerful in the nationalistic doctrine and ideology that and it's something that gets ingrained in you and your thinking. And one thing that I think is just prevalent among the Russian elites and Putin himself is just this feeling of superiority toward Ukrainians, and feeling that Ukrainians are just lesser, and they're like this made up nation, and they won't fight, and they didn't fight in 2014. And in history, even in armies, and you guys know better than I do about that, but you had this poison of a recent victory, right, that came maybe too easy to you, and you felt like that you will have the ability and the capacity to basically do that again. And that's, I think, the the misperception of the level of and capability of Ukrainians, and how things change from the chaos of 2014, and the political turmoil that we see in that, to 2022. I think that's the main thing for the downfall. I think even though he may think that he's getting real time information from the battlefield, he just cannot get over this this cultural and this ideological feeling that these people should basically falter before us, right? And you hear that even in like Soloviev, like this guy, I don't remember his name, but he was like saying, well, it turns out that the enemy can counterattack, and nobody expected that, right? And it's just this feeling that, right, they just fall before us. So I think that's the main cause of this false view of reality. Not necessarily the fact that he's just surrounded by yes men.
What say you, Chuck?
Well, I was trying to get trying to get my thing to work. I'm going to have to go shortly, but I am loving the conversation, and I think it's all of the above. I think that what Axel said is absolutely right. He has no background in military planning, or even in the what it's like to carry a rifle, which is okay, because a person who wants to lead, understands history, wants to lead his nation well, could make themselves more intelligent in those matters. But a person like Mr. Putin, an old FSB, KGB hand, all his life, the only way he knows to interact with people is to have a handle on them, to compromise them, to bring them close and make them do what he wants them to do. And I think you're exactly right. He despises Ukraine. He thinks that they're yokels. He thinks they're not as good as Russia. He thinks that all they're fit to do is be Russia's front doormat. He has grievously underestimated the patriotism, the valor, the determination of the Ukrainian people, and that's good. That's good for us. There's nothing I like better in a fight than to be underestimated. I'd mail Valentine's to the person. I want you to think that I'm incompetent. I don't know what I'm doing. I want you to think that you're going to roll all over me, because that's the way you win the war. I'm afraid I'm going to have to go now, but
No
Axel,
worries.
thank you so much. And that is, listen, I could stay here forever talking about this. And I again, just an example of the high quality of analysis and commentary here that's going on. But thank you so much.
We are very, very, very privileged to have your time. Thank you very much for being with us tonight.
Thanks, brother. I'll talk to you again soon. Thanks again. Good night, everybody.
Cheers. We'll talk.
Cheers.
All righty. The agent.
Hey, it's always a pleasure to hear Chuck and to kind of talk a little bit about one of the topics Chuck brought up, was this Russian Naval Infantry Brigade that apparently took 85% casualties. It's an important thing to remember that the Russian military is not uniform. They have some units that are dramatically better than others. And Russian Naval Infantry is one of those branches. It's a very small branch of the Russian military that has outperformed the rest since the collapse of the Soviet Union. At its peak, I think Russian Naval Infantry was 15,000 men. I think, Axel, you and I have looked it up and talked about it. I think recently, before the war, it was like 12,500 or so.
Yeah.
So and you have to understand, I want the audience to understand that in the first and second Chechen wars, when the Russians evaluated their performance, Russian Naval Infantry was considered to be the troops that did perform well, as opposed to other aspects of the Russian military. So they have a reputation within the Russian military of being effective, but there's very few of them. So the fact that a brigade
has taken 85% casualties, those are not going to be replaceable men. That's it. It's not like they just lost 85% of some unit that's cannon fodder recruits that they just pulled out of prison. This is going to be a significant loss to them. I don't know what the size of a Russian naval infantry brigade is. It's going to be smaller than an American brigade, if memory serves. I think it's 2,800 or 3,000. But if you only have 12,000 men in the naval infantry before the war started, if you just took, 2,000 plus casualties out of this unit, that's 10% of your total force before the war started. So this is a significant defeat or a significant loss to the Russian military that they're not going to be able to replace. It's not just another unit. So that's incredibly important. So whenever you guys hear about Russian naval infantry units taking casualties or surrendering, that's extremely important to keep track of. Another unit I wanted to talk about briefly was when Izium was captured. There are two very famous, and I've talked about them in this space more than once, Russian heavy divisions, and one of those being the 4th Guards Tank Division. That was actually the tank division that Boris Yeltsin sent to shoot holes into the White House during the coup against them. It's always been a Russian division that's been kept up with the latest and greatest equipment, with the best officers and the best staff. It's been an elite division for a long time in the Russian military. That unit was being rebuilt at Izium. Its tanks were in the repair yards at Izium when the Ukrainian counterattack came, and they basically captured all the equipment of the entire division. So that elite Russian division is just taken off the board. I don't know how many of the captives, POWs, that Ukraine got are actually 4th Guard soldiers. I would expect it's going to be some, but that is a significant unit that's just been taken off the map for a very long time. It was actually being rebuilt because the Ukrainians have destroyed it a couple times by now. They've had a very hard time. They had a reputation of being very elite when they fought no one. Reality turned out to be a little different. So those are very important things to keep track of. There's a division. I wouldn't be surprised if we found out if they're in Kherson, if elements of the 2nd Taman Guards are actually in Kherson, because apparently all the mobile troops who could go got sent to the best parts of the Russian military that could go got sent to Kherson, and the 4th Guards couldn't go because they were in the process of being rebuilt. So they all just got captured apparently. So that's really interesting news. When you hear about VDV Guards divisions surrendering or taking severe casualties or being eliminated, as we heard in Kherson, maybe 6-7 days ago, those things are all extremely important. They're just not another division. These are very important units that the Russians cannot replace. They tend to be overrepresented with their contract soldiers, their experienced NCOs. Basically, the entire the Russian military has a very small NCO academy, and it's basically an NCO academy for VDV soldiers only. So whenever you see VDV units being taking severe hits, their limited NCO cadre is just getting gutted by that. So again, it's disproportionately damaging to the Russian military. And then, of course, that's what I wanted to talk about when Chuck was here. But of course, I can't sit and listen into the space before Axel says something brilliant, and I have to comment on it. So here we are with the build up of our addition or flavor to something that Axel said, and lots of people talk about how battle plans, the axiom of no battle plan survives contact with the enemy. In most cases, people think about that as you make contact with the enemy and things start to go wrong. And that's often the case. But what is more interesting in history is when you make contact with the enemy and things go right, things go well beyond your expectations. And then what do you do about it next? And history is full of examples where generals, The military stood on the cusp of victory, in some cases absolute victory, and failed to move forward, couldn't move forward, were afraid to move forward, and lost their chance. What's remarkable? What's that?
I said Longstreet.
Yeah. What's remarkable about that is the Ukrainians have moved forward beyond what looked like a very simple encirclement of Izium, capture some troops, and they have instead, had this broad counteroffensive that has been incredibly successful. And those are extraordinarily difficult things to do. The amount of, not only is it planning, you can't plan for some of the things that have happened in the last few days. You have to extemporaneously take advantage of them. And that takes an enormous amount of training. You have to train for years and an enormous amount of trust. I mean, if you're at a tank brigade or a tank company and you're advancing and you're almost out of gas and somebody tells you, hey, we're going to meet you at the crossroads 12 miles ahead and we're going to tank you guys up. We're going to fill you up full of fuel. You got to believe they're there. You got to believe they're going to show up. If they don't show up, you might die. The fact that they can make these plans and successfully do this is a remarkable thing. And when you see people like Major Spencer, Colonel Spencer, talk about this as one of the greatest counteroffensives in history, it's no exaggeration. This is an extremely difficult thing that the Ukrainians have done. They took a small victory and turned it into a huge victory, and they let the circumstances not discourage them. They took the risk and pushed forward spectacularly. It's really amazing, and it's a very difficult thing to do. It's amazing to watch. This is the only way to describe it.
Very well said. I also like the fact that you were going back to the Fourth Guards. And remember that we had discussions, for example, about various specific, superbly advertised tanks, which some armored columns lost, by the way, in the north a few months ago. And our Russian adversaries have lost not just a lot of kit, but a lot of experienced soldiers of their guards divisions who they all have failed to be able to replace. So not only have they been attrited, they've really lost commanders, which they would have needed now.
Exactly. It's everything's moving in the wrong direction for them. Everything.
And this has a cascading effect, which is why as you just quite rightly explained, when the Ukrainian troops and the Ukrainian command, their officers have been properly planning for months, they could take this into account. They knew that the adversary was thinning out and that there were opportunities. But as you said, you cannot assume that you can convert all those opportunities into battlefield advantage and into victory. But if you have that momentum, then you really have to roll them up. It's like, the thread with which you can split a sweater. So you have a nice woolen sweater, but there's one thread, and if that thread opens up, the sweater splits, and that's exactly what happens here. But you have to be willing to take it and run with it, do it.
Exactly, and kind of a little historical anecdote. Napoleon won more battles than Alexander the Great, Julius Caesar combined, and everybody knows him from Waterloo. But probably the most important battle that he didn't win was Borodino at the gates of Moscow. Won on the battlefield, but didn't commit the Imperial Guard to finish the fight. He hesitated. And because of that, he lost the war and lost everything. The Ukrainians found themselves in a situation where they saw an opportunity to finish it, and they didn't hesitate. And it's a remarkable thing. It's an absolutely remarkable thing.
Yeah, never hesitate. But you can only do so when look at the article from Zaluzhny, which he co-wrote. which then appeared, 2 weeks ago. Look at this article where he describes the quality of the young officers and NCOs who have risen up the ranks in recent years, who have seen battle in Donbass. I mentioned this earlier today, who have been in contact with the enemy, have seen the enemy's strategies and their tactics, have endured indirect fire, have survived the shelling, and then have been trained by our Canadian friends in Operation Unifier, led by Colonel Melanie Lake, of said MriyaReport, as you all know. They have learned from our American friends, and they have learned from our British friends over the course of nearly 8 years how to transform themselves, but out of their own culture and out of their experience, into a modern army. And this is so interesting because Zaluzhny argues the case quite neatly and describes it, how impressed he is with what has grown out of that situation they found themselves in 2014, when Soviet doctrine still was lingering, authoritarian style, top-down approaches were still there, and how the Ukrainians have grown out of this and taken the right lessons, and now they are prepared, but they are not just prepared on the top level, they are prepared throughout the armed forces. They are ultimately a modern army. It's extremely impressive. Now, I haven't been fighting with them, but I know now a number of them, and I know people who've had the pleasure of being with them, fighting with them, some who have trained them, and all of them come back with the same kind of impression, that they've grown fond of them and that they respect the professionalism, the intensity, and the good soldiering and the smart soldiering our Ukrainian friends are actually bringing to bear, which makes it so difficult to sustain these narratives in Western politics that, oh God, the Ukrainians might overshoot if we now give them the tanks. If we give them these tanks, that's terrible. If we give them these planes, if we give them this, that, and the other, it's terrible. They may deliver too much. They may, provoke Putin. No. Putin and his regime, that is the Wizard of Oz and nothing else. They can't fight. They have nothing. They're not good at it. They're not professional. They have no values. They have a sincere lack of culture. Daryl.
That touches on the point that I wanted to make right there. When you look at the whole of Russia, how much of it is developed? Not very, from what's been said here. You have St. Petersburg, Moscow, and the area that's just now coming into play closer to the Black Sea, if I'm not mistaken. But for the rest of Russia, it is in the 1920s, 1910 or earlier, where people don't have anything. And I think it has a lot to do with jealousy. The reason why Putin was so upset at a lot of his Western former republics, because they have advanced, and it kills him to see them go forward while he's left with basically three areas and a lot of land, but nothing really to show for it. And I think that has a lot to do with why they can't fathom what is going on, in the rest of the world, because the advancement, the education, these things, they're jealous of it. They try to destroy it. That is the whole reason why they are willing to raise cities, is because they want to erase progress. Because we know that if they had taken over, there would be nothing left. The cities would slowly devolve into what the rest of Russia looks like outside of the major city. And I think that has a lot to do when you start looking at, why, why would they do this now? And I think it has a lot to do with that whole idea of everyone and advancing beyond what they will ever be, because their society does not lend to the idea of people moving forward in life and getting rich, being healthy, being independent of their government. And I think that has a lot to do with it. When you said culture, I think that's something that plays a big part in this. I think, in my opinion, anyway.
I'm with you, Daryl. Absolutely with you. So we have hands up. I think Daryl's argument is very well made, and it's an exceptionally important point. Let's go to Erland, then Gunther, then Finance, and Plaven. Erland.
Well, first I wanted to comment something that was mentioned just 5 minutes ago. The loss of so many BTGs and different regiments and soldiers. I've been thinking a little bit about this the last few days when we've seen the disarray and all this poor trained and poorly led soldiers building absolutely terrible positions behind the front lines. And I was thinking, like, is it possible that all the soldiers of the Russian army was this badly trained and disciplined? And my theory is that at least some of the soldiers were probably, at least to a better extent, more disciplined and more trained, but that a lot of them were probably lost in the early phases of the war when Russia made absolutely horrendous tactical mistakes. That's
so you're
why.
saying they were not that good as soldiers, right?
Well, no, I'm saying that maybe some of those that were at least a little bit better trained were led poorly by the absolutely terrible tactical approach they did in the first 3 days of the war, which they were supposed to take over Kiev and the last phase where they were absolutely obliterated with this endless talk of this military column. Of course, most of those soldiers were absolutely terribly trained, but some of them were supposed to be, at least we've been told in the West by our military leaders, that these are, pretty awesome soldiers. Apparently that's not true, but I can't even believe that they were this badly trained. If you get what I mean.
The problem, I get what you mean, but this is the long-term effect of Russian propaganda on the one hand, keeping up appearances, and the total degradation of the Russian armed forces throughout. Over the last 30 years, nothing has improved there.
Yeah, I would also add that I'm pretty sure that the Soviet army was better trained than this.
They failed in Afghanistan.
Yeah, we failed in Afghanistan too. So
no, we didn't actually in that regard. They failed in no. Sorry, careful. Completely different. It's so abhorrent. If you read, I can only highlight. I know it's very short, but watch Charlie Wilson's War and then start reading the book if you have time for it.
Okay.
It's
worthwhile.
Charlie Wilson's War. It's a film. There's an underlying book. I think it has a slightly different title, but it's the same thing. If you go through the film, you find the book and the basis for the script. And the interesting thing about it is it describes a little bit as to what the outside experience was And when you go through it, there's a quote to a book of all the stories people collated at that point in time about how the Afghans had to fight the Russians, how hard it was, and what kind of atrocities the Soviet army committed already in the first 2 years in the war.
No doubt.
So
I
that's
have
what I'm
no
saying.
doubt about
It
this.
wasn't even then. It was not a professional army.
No, I have no doubt about this. But what I meant is that during the first 3-4 days of the war, I saw at least some tactical, more or less okay maneuvers. I remember this CNN clip from Hostomel where I wasn't even sure if, when I was watching it live, if it was Russians or Ukrainians, but apparently that was some sort of Spetsnaz group that landed at Hostomel, and they at least, it seemed like they had to somewhat okay training compared to what we see today. That's what I meant. I don't want to say that I think they lost all their best soldiers and that they were as good as ours in the West. That was not what I meant. But I think that the best they had, at least some of them, were lost due to some strategical, tactical mistakes in the early phases of the war.
Well, they certainly lost a few. That's absolutely true. But then again, as I always say, if you're a good soldier, you challenge your NCO and your commander if they make terrible mistakes. If you're a unit, if you're unit cohesion and good and proper training, you actually don't end up in these situations. Yes,
Yeah,
technically you
absolutely.
can be encircled, but you should not ever end up there.
Yeah.
That's the cultural difference of the modern
Absolutely,
army.
I know, but that's something that we already knew about the Soviet/Russian army. That this is their biggest weakness, and it's always been like this. And that doesn't surprise me. What surprises me is that the single soldier skills isn't this bad. It's so bad. It's just like seeing how their positions are, how they group all together and just swear when they're being shot at. It's something you learn in boot camp. I mean, most of these things.
Yeah, I'll take that as a comment. Let me go back briefly before I go to Plowman and finance to Cajun because he has a view on this, and then we go to Gunter, who's also been patiently waiting. Cajun, you want to reply to what Erla just said?
Sure do. I think what you're saying is true. That they did take severe casualties of some of their best troops early in the war because of bad military planning and bad decision making. I mean, pushing the bridge at Irpin over and over and over again and squandering VDV battalions one after another was just remarkable. And those were amongst the best soldiers they had. But I think the point here is the bad decision making hasn't stopped. It's still going on. When Ukraine slowly pushed over the Inhulats, River and had their bridgehead. We've been watching this in this space for a month, maybe. And then when they started to make the recent push and to make some noise maybe a week or so ago, the Russian response was to pull some of its best units out of Izium where they were concentrated, the ones that could actually move, and put them into Kherson. And now they're trapped on the wrong side of the river and can't get out. So the poor strategic decision-making with what remains of their good soldiers is still terrible. So they're still dying by the bushel, not just because the soldiers are bad and none of the good ones are left. They're still making terrible decisions. And there's an American comedy called Spinal Tap, and there's a famous line from the movie, which is, there's a fine line between clever and stupid. You can make very small decisions that have catastrophic effects. And one of the most remarkable examples of that is 3rd Ranger Battalion in Somalia, Black Hawk Down. The Ranger Battalion asked for armored engineer support as backup, American armored engineer support as backup, and asked for an AC-130 gunship. Those were denied. If that had been approved, you would have the events that happened in Mogadishu that day wouldn't have made the 6th page of the New York Times. And now it made the front page and a movie and books and is talked about. And it was because of one decision. The Secretary of Defense at the time denied the support. So the armored support and the air support that was requested, and they went ahead in the mission without it. These kind of decisions, these kind of mistakes are being made by the Russian high command and intermediate command all over Ukraine all the time. And that's why they're hemorrhaging troops. It's not only because the troops are of lower quality. They're losing all their troops because it doesn't matter how good you're in. When you're in a situation that's untenable, training only means you lose a little slower.
Yeah, the big difference here, just to grasp it, is that in our culture, in our military, we are taught to criticize something when we see that it's absolutely horrible decisions. There are committees, there are investigations when things like this go bad, and it doesn't necessarily end up, as it doesn't necessarily lead to the commander losing his job. Well, in Russia, if someone criticized, like if there is massive criticism against one particular officer, either all these people raising their voice lose their job, or the officer disappears. And the same is on the squad level. In Norway, for instance, we were when I was a squad leader, I was absolutely hammered by my squad. But that was because after every training mission, we were sitting down in a circle, and they were all supposed to tell me what I did wrong, and that's a part of our training. And I can't even believe that they don't learn from this. But fortunately, they don't.
They are
Unfortunately,
stupid.
don't have an 11 on the amplifier as they have in Spinal Tap.
Exactly. I knew it at some point in time. Spinal Tap had to come up.
Amazing.
Oh, people, you are fantastic. What would I do without you all? Alrighty, it is getting a wee bit late here, and I still have to do a few things. I will leave you shortly in the caring, absolutely professional hands of Ryan and of our dearly beloved friend Finance. But I think Gunther had his hand up first, and then we move to finance and deployment. How about it?
Yeah, awesome. 2 questions. The first one is, how far can Ukraine get supplies up towards the east by rail? And does the takeover of the Izium area, does it mean that they can maybe push a little bit forward and just like offload on the rails?
They work by truck. The Ukrainians predominantly in those areas work by truck. They have great trucking logistics. The supply trains are well operated and coordinated. Rail supports up to a point, and as we heard from the head of Ukrsaliznitsa, the Ukrainian Railways, Alexander Kamishin, who has been with us here and as an absolute fantastic leader of the Iron Army of Ukraine. They work extremely well together with the armed forces, but the frontline support is definitely truck-based. Now, this will, of course, change over time. So with Izium freed, and especially Liman as a key switchyard freed, over time, they will become very valuable for Ukraine when also defended with NASAM systems from the impact of Russian missiles. They'll become extremely valuable as a third echelon support base and supply base. But we're not there yet. Soon enough. I mean, if you go to the page of Alexander Kamishin, for example, on Twitter, you can see that he's going as a leader of his company, of those 235,000 people who are doing such a great service. He's going everywhere where it hurts. He's going to all those places. And even after the unwarranted strikes on switchyards and substations across Ukraine in recent days. The Ukra-Saliznica only had to apologize for one delay of a train of 30 minutes because, unfortunately, that rail line had been split by the missile attack. One delay. If I could say the same thing about anything which followed up on British Rail or what is today Deutsche Bahn, gee, but there you go.
Yeah. So, but they can get rail past the Dnipro River, though, right?
They will soon enough after they've
Got it.
taken it.
Cool. And so then the other question is, so right below the Oskil Reservoir, and if you just draw a line straight south, a lot of maps show like a salient or maybe some Russian defensive positions. And so
I don't
obviously
know
those
which maps you're looking at, and I doubt that any of those maps are correct.
Okay. All right. My
currently
main
is
question
there's no real battlefield intelligence giving us good mapping. We have a few
Mhm.
anecdotal and say locational ideas, and they're good because they're confirmed by the respective forces and force commanders, some of whom have actually even spoken on this space, respectively spoken to those who then went onto the space. But other than that, I'm very careful as to maps at the moment. This will change over the next few days.
I guess my main question is, do you anticipate that the northern forces near the Oskil and then their southern forces near Slavyansk are going to be able to link up in the next couple of days?
They did already.
So that would be yes. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah, because the link up is between Liman and Kremina.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Now, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, Plamen.
Thank you, Axel. My comment is horribly late because it's more directed toward what Daryl said maybe 20 minutes ago. And it's about the, let's say, the Russian history and the way. One thing should be understood about the Russians. They barely got out of the feudal structures and feudal sort of society and got into the socialism,
Feudal.
which is a different
Feudal.
form.
Plamen, you mean
Hello?
feudal, otherwise our
Yeah.
English friends don't understand it.
Sorry, apologies. Yes,
No
feudal.
props.
And they got just barely out of the first phase, and then they got in socialism. So basically, this society has never been has never seen the Renaissance, has never seen the Enlightenment. So you could say Russia is split in two. There is a very small part which is highly educated, very intellectual people, and there is a huge mass of people who are still living under Tsarist regime, if you like, and they have the Tsar in their hearts, and they believe whatever they're told. So in this respect, even if you think a little bit back, Russia was paying tribute to the Golden Horde, was part of the Asian satrapy of whatever the Mongols for quite a long time. So this is not a country, I would say, or culture which is used to democratic or human values. So this country has no respect to human life or doesn't view it as we do. And this is sort of the basis of all they do in a way. Even in the Second World War, the way how they fought is quite remarkable, that all the human sacrifices they made and how many mistakes their generals have made, which have been corrected by just throwing more bodies at the problem. So they do the same in Ukraine, and they will continue doing it because, as I said, their society hasn't lived through enlightenment. They haven't lived through the Renaissance. So those ideas, they haven't been spread through the population. And this is a big problem for us or for the civilized world, because we need to understand they will find more bodies to throw. Maybe the only way is to hurt the ruling class. But in any case, this is a, how shall I say, this is a specific or this is a specific feature of their society which we have to understand, so that we understand how they behave. That's all I wanted to say. And apologies, it's been a very late comment to a long gone discussion. So let's hope it was useful in some form. Thank you.
Very much so. And with that, I shall pass the baton to finance. Good night and good luck.
Thanks, Axel. Get some
Right,
rest.
Axel?
Finance, you're up.
Nobody's co-hosting me. You're up, Brian. You can solo it. All you.
No pressure whatsoever. I think it's actually time for an Atacam's brand commercial promotion.
If you look into the nest, we've discovered that there was market opportunity that we had to meet, because Russians really don't know what to make of all of this backtracking that their army is doing. They're running so quickly from all of their positions, equipment, sanity, madness, that they're actually starting to have to admit something that might sort of kind of resemble reality to the rest of the world. And it's really bothering them. They can't do it. It breaks the Russian mind to admit reality when it doesn't match what they think reality should be. Ergo, they need copium, right? They've been slurping that full-on copium like there's no tomorrow. And when there's market opportunity as a good businessman, the only thing we can do is meet it. So we have brought you, well, not you, only for the Russian copium smoking audience, the new Atacam's imported copium. Just because a man who dreams for himself smokes copium, delivered free with every order. Yes. So for all you Ruskies, Vlad's got you down. Your Lada hasn't arrived yet, which I'm sure makes you very mad. Please get some Atacam's branded copium. I'm sure it will numb that pain. With that, looks like we have a hand. Playman, then Darth.
Hey, because you're talking about copium, I just saw a comment by some sort of a semi-celebrity on Facebook, explaining why this front has collapsed. And his point was to say, well, it collapsed because there weren't any Russians there. They just moved in and they weren't the army. They were never occupied. So just imagine. That was a serious statement. That wasn't a comical attempt. That wasn't an attempt at sort of being ironic. No, that was a serious attempt to say there weren't any Russians there. Therefore, the Ukrainians made it so far down. Honestly, I will dig it out. So that's copium for you.
Oh, it is 100% copious Maximus in the Russian media sphere right now. They are just smoking that heavy duty copium because they're really not really sure what to do. Their minds are just breaking over having to possibly admit reality into their Orwellian doublespeak, and it's really struggling for them. Darth.
Hello, good afternoon, folks. Good morning, good evening, wherever you may be. I was listening to the space earlier, and Mr. Chuck Ferrer mentioned that Russia could generate more manpower, and that got me thinking. They've only got 20 million more people than Mexico, but they have 10 million people less in the 18 to 45 demographic. I don't see Russia ever generating as much manpower as people think they can. You have any thoughts on that? And this is according to the Wikipedia census from 2020.
Well, they haven't declared full mobilization for any number of reasons. Vladimir Vladimirovich has decided not to declare full mobilization, and that does not seem to be serious Russia
scholars like, say, Camille Galiv, at Camille Kazani, if you wish to look him up, have suggested there are structural reasons for that, aka another leader, if Vladimirovich decides to take a long walk out of short window pane, would probably may well make a similar decision. So yeah, they're not going to mysteriously find 30,000 more soldiers. And even if they do, are these guys going to be trained? Are these guys going to be 60 years old? Like, they don't seem to want to draft the people from Moscow and St. Petersburg. So far, they've let the VDV units have died, and they're recruiting from jails, mental cases, and the homeless. Like, they're trying to avoid any sort of working class or more success or middle class or wealthier than that people in Moscow and St. Petersburg, which is, the cultural capital, the social capital of the Russian Empire that actually controls things. So, yeah, I don't see it happening. They're not magically coming up with 100,000 more soldiers. It's not something we expect here on the space. And even if they were to come up with that many more people volunteering for the army, they're going to have to train them. And as we've seen, this 3-day of training shit doesn't seem to work very well. So I hope that answers your question, Darth.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just their demographics, and ain't no one fixing their demographics or inspiring them to join the military, especially after this weekend, given Christmas. All right, I'll drop back down well listening. Thanks for entertaining my question.
Perfectly solid question. Anytime, Darth, you're always welcome up. Playman, then Phil, then Artem.
Just a quick comment on the demographic question. There were a couple of serious scholarly discussions around the fact that Russia probably had only one chance to launch this war, because the demographic would have made it impossible to wage in a decade, basically because of the declining demographic. There's an index. I can't remember the guy who created this index, but this index shows the ability of a society to wage a war based on the birth rate and so forth and so on, and the average age of the population. And Russia, by those indicators, is quite heavily declining. So the demographic question is quite serious, and maybe is actually one of the reasons for Putin to act now, because in a decade he wouldn't have had this opportunity. Even in a decade, he wouldn't have had even this amount of soldiers he has at his disposal right now. Thank you.
Yeah, can't agree more. He has significant manpower. There are significant manpower issues for the Empire of Russia right now, and they're not fixable.
Well, and while their birth rate has slowly been declining for the past decade or more, I would say it's a safe bet that with COVID and then with the unfortunate invasion of Ukraine this year, their death rate is through the roof.
I'd be upset, but I'm just not. Phil.
Thanks, Finance. I think you've moved recently because you're on like a different schedule than you used to be, and I don't see you anymore. But
I'm in Estonia right now. It is currently 2 a.m. in the morning. I'm enjoying some super late night co-hosting like everyone in America is used to be doing. And I'm currently shitposting the Russians, if you just look up into the space, like everybody is also used to be doing.
That's awesome, Finance. Thanks for the explanation. But yeah, so I sent you a DM about like just a topic that I've been seeing a lot of, and I figured since you're finance analysis that you might have an analysis of this finance question. So the question I have is, every time, so I follow a few people in like the finance, space, and every time they post something on Ukraine. So, for instance, the one I sent you was from Sven Heinrich, who goes by Northman Trader. Every time I see a post from one of these finance guys on the topic of Russia and Ukraine, there are numbers of people in the responses that come back with, and these are people that are also in the finance space, like in America and other places, that I've seen other posts that are usually great on financial stuff, but their perceptions of reality and what's going on in Ukraine are totally off base. And I sent Ryan one like a couple days ago when we had like some Bitcoin person come in and start talking smack about the Ukraine war and how Russia is winning financially. And like there really is like a lot of people that are versed in the financial, I guess FinTwit space that really are like buying into this Russian propaganda. And I'm like just trying to figure out how is it so pervasive in these people that are otherwise, posting great things about financial information. And I wanted to get you and Rosalie on at the same time to ask this question, but I was just wondering what your thoughts are on this matter. Thanks.
Well, it so happens that Rosalie is here, so let's get her up here. And I will
That
have
is awesome.
Rosalie respond before I do, because she's been PMing me and she has some distinctive, shall we say, views, which I happen to 100% agree with. So I will let Rosalie respond first.
Thank you, Rosalie.
So when we see really pro-Kremlin views in the financial space, that almost always comes down to the influence of zero hedge, which sometimes has finance advice that I hear is okay. I don't really know. I'm not a finance professional.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. Okay. But zero hedge has a history of not just publishing pro Kremlin views, but republishing outlets that we know are either controlled by the Russian state or Russian intelligence. And this is a known problem. It was a vector of COVID disinformation too. And so it's just not surprising. And that's why it's so pervasive in that space.
Thank you, Rosalie.
I would agree with Rosalie entirely. I have some people I know personally who are financial and energy investors here in Oklahoma who have responded to some of my Instagram NAFO meme shares with some ludicrous information. And when I pressed them on where they were getting their data, it always comes back to zero hedge.
Yeah, what I didn't like was, for instance, like Northman Trader posted something like showing the map of, Ukraine taking back Kharkiv Oblast, and people were just saying, "Oh, that didn't happen," or "They withdrew." The Russians just and then they're like, "Oh, they didn't get any equipment. They just had a few broken down tanks, like 3 of them, individual tanks," and then they would show pictures of like obviously doctored of Zelensky like snorting cocaine, like, and you're just like, where, like, number one, where do these pictures come from? Why is the finance world like so ingrained in like this view? It just doesn't make any sense to me. So I really appreciate it.
Yeah, you also have to remember that. Let me add something here, Rosalie. I completely agree with what Rosalie said. You also have to remember that when you say the finance world, especially when you're talking about the investing world, the serious investors, you don't hear shit from. They are not on CNBC. And if they are on CNBC, they're doing what's called talking their book, which is they're trying to talk up the stuff they want to sell. Like, you don't hear most serious investors, especially traders, talking. You never ever hear what Stephen Cohn is doing. You never hear what Renaissance Technologies is doing. You don't hear what Bridgewater Capital is investing in. Like the biggest, best hedge fund trader types, you do not hear a word that they are saying or doing. And the people who are the exact opposite, whether they be Jim Cramer on CNBC, where someone has made a Cramer index and discovered that, look at that, it loses to the S&P pretty badly, not very good, or various loudmouths all across Twitter who are telling you to invest in whatever. I'm sure if we average them out, it would be a bunch of Bitcoin and Ethereum scams, but we're going to skip that for a moment. What you're getting is not people who are, the loudest voices are not the people who are winning. They're people who are the loudest voices, which is very, very different. They're not the biggest money. The biggest money doesn't have time, effort, or in fact, it is counterproductive for them to tell anybody what the hell they're putting a single dime into. So that absolutely must be said.
Serious
Finance,
investors don't take their
100%. I just
info
wanted to
from Wall Street
clarify.
bets.
Sorry, Ryan. I just wanted to clarify. I didn't mean the finance world. I meant FinTwit, particularly the tweet. The twerps on the finance Twitter. That's all I meant. And my apologies, because I realized after I said it, I said, "Ooh, I didn't mean finance world. I meant FinTwit." So thank you for that clarification.
Totally understandable. I think I recall exactly the gentleman that came in the other night talking nonsense. And the point you made then was exactly right. The guy claimed that he was some sort of financial advisor or a finance expert. And it appeared to all of us who were in the room that night that he was a day trader who'd fallen on hard times. He obviously didn't know what the hell he was talking about. And I think you nailed it on the head when you DM'd me that evening. So bet on Russia, lose your ass, and then whine about it on Twitter to try and cover some of your losses. But just to real quickly recap, there was a famous Saudi investor, I forget his name, Prince Al-Walid, who bet, I want to say $500 million on Russia right at the beginning of this war. And I think he's sorely regretting his choices as well.
Yeah, I saw that. I'm sure he is. But on the other hand, I think that if we're seeing Saudi royal family put $500 million into Russia, it's not just Prince Al-Walid. That has political implications. That probably is an MBS included investment. And though I 100% agree with you that they are probably regretting the ever-loving daylights out of that investment, because it ain't worth 500 million anymore. Probably not even worth 200 million anymore.
I'm not sure how much of Prince Al-Walid's fortune is actually under the control of Prince Al-Walid anymore. I think he was locked up at the Hilton or the Ritz-Carlton somewhere in Saudi Arabia for a while until he turned over custody of his assets.
Yeah, he some of his assets. Rosalie wasn't, I don't think, completely done. So let's go back to her before we move on with more hands. Rosalie.
No, I was just going to suggest, I'm sorry, I can't remember the name of the person who was speaking, but when you were asking where does this come from, a lot of times if you were to go in the Google search bar and you just put site and then zerohedge.com and then the keywords, it should pull up the articles for you. And then you can sometimes see where they're sourcing it from. For example, I traced a story earlier in the war that was downplaying and trying to discredit rape victims. And it traced back to, the Russian state. So it's really easy to trace. And sometimes if you show somebody that repeatedly, that can be effective. So it's worth doing.
Another thing I like to try and do, and I'm certainly no expert like you in this regard, Rosalie, but normally on websites like that, the author will have like a hyperlink of their name somewhere. And if you click on that hyperlink, you can basically see a summary of all the journalism, if you want to call it that they're posting. And it gives you a little bit of insight into where their mentality lies, just like putting in the name of the specific website and then whatever keyword you're searching for. It's just a bit of a window into how exactly they might be trying to steer consumers of their information. But let's get to some hands. I don't know exactly the order. I'm going to go Colby, Brad,
It's
Artem.
It's Artem, Brad, Colby. Artem
Wow, I
has
got
been
that
winning.
exactly backwards.
It's right. You just aren't used to hosting with me anymore, Ryan. It's okay.
It's Artyom.
Yeah, Artyom. Hello, guys. Yeah, hello. So I'm from Russia. Sorry what my country do. I was in Russian army 18 years ago. 18 years, yeah. So I've heard someone spoke here about why Russian retreat so badly, and I do really relate, and I understand that all the guys who retreat from the battlefield, because as someone here told that there is no respect for cripples in Russia, and that's true. And I know it from my personal life that it's very bad when you're poor and when you're crippled in Russia, and no one care about the people who came from the war and with disabilities right now. For instance, in my house in my town in Russia, I know the guy who was in the Chechen war. I don't know in English, Чеченская война. It's Chechen war, and the guy is completely ill, mentally ill, and he is alcoholic right now, and nobody care. And that's true. And when everyone on the battlefield, every Russian soldier in the battlefield really understand right now, if he lose ability, if he become a cripple, it's the end. This is the end, and that's why they run so badly, and that's why they prefer to leave the tanks and so on. And I really understand it. And the second thing I would like to say about the Russian army, someone asked why it's performed so badly. Do you hear me, guys?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, okay. So when I was in Russia, in the Russian army, 18 years ago, once again, it was 2004. I was in a good squad, and we had rifles. We had sorry, my English, AK-74, maybe Kalashnikov. Yeah, we had Kalashnikov, and my squad was good, and we had ability to shoot once in a month. We had shoot. I can remember. It's one ammo load. It's 30 bullets in a month, every soldier, and that was a good squad. And other squads, they didn't shoot. I don't know, for 2 years of service. I don't know, maybe once, maybe, I don't know, but sure, it's very, very, very poor. And when we speak about relationship between soldiers and the higher commands, it's also true that it can be explained like we used to say in Russia, I am the boss and you are the fool, and that's completely true for Russian relationship between commanders and the squad or the military soldiers. So yeah, that's what I would like to say here. If any questions, I'm ready to answer, but I'm not much related to army now.
I
Thank you.
think that's a perfect summary of the situation. There's an institutional decay within the Russian military. There's no camaraderie between the soldiers and the people that lead them. And these guys, at least 20 years ago, when you were in the military, are only training with 30 bullets a month, which personally, from where I come from, seems a bit laughable. Even non-military police officers train more than that with their service weapon. So yeah, I think you have made some great points on why these soldiers are turning and running. They know there isn't any Department of Veterans Affairs that'll take care of them if they're injured in service to the Russian state, and they might as well pillage whatever they can because they know they won't be rewarded for their service when they return to Russia, if they return to Russia.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right.
Okay. Thank you.
They do
Thank
these
you.
days have a Department of Lada affairs, though they don't make enough Ladas to give enough out for the number of Russians dying. So I'm not quite sure how that works. With that, speaking of finance things, Brad, how are you this evening for you? Are we to evening already where you are? Afternoon?
It's like 5:30 here, 5:30 p.m. Mountain Time. So good being with you all. I was just going to mention that earlier somebody mentioned demographics in Russia and the rough situation that they're in. I'd add that Ukraine is also in that same situation to a certain extent. But I posted in the thread, I happen to have the data that the person was talking about in a post that it's actually a little thread about one reason why Russia is absconding with so many Ukrainians, just kidnapping so many Ukrainians, including children. But I happen to have the demographic data in there in the thread. The other thing that I was going to mention is I'm reading through a whole bunch of Russian Telegram just out of sheer entertainment.
Ben, I think, or Brad, I think we lost your audio.
No, we have his
great.
audio.
Now we're getting a connection lost notice.
We have Brad's audio. Can you hear us? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Go ahead.
All right, you be quiet. We can hear Brad. I'll let you know when he's done.
Yeah, I can hear.
Brad, please continue.
Okay.
There's a Twitter glitch where sometimes one host cannot hear one speaker.
Okay, I am doom scrolling Russian Telegram. I'm doom scrolling Russian Telegram right now for kicks and giggles, and also advertising opportunities for Attackham's cigarettes. Anyway, I came across this post, and obviously it has to be taken with like 2 cupfuls of salt. But I think it's interesting, so I think I'll read it. And this is the English translation. The enemy is concentrating equipment almost along the entire front in Zaporizhia region. Rogov, I think Vladimir Rogov is the one posting this. The movement of American M777 howitzers and MLRS to the front has been spotted at once in several directions along the line Stepnogorsk, Novoyakovleka, Orekov, Huilyai Polye, Volye Pole, said VGA member Vladimir Rogov. Bullet. Now our army is facing the difficult task of identifying the direction of the main strike in a timely manner. It is important not to miss the enemy's offensive, so we won't have to talk about, quote, regrouping, unquote, later, he said. Quote, everything will depend on the quality of intelligence, its analysis, and timely military decisions. Information about intensive fighting near Vasilyievka in Zaporizhia region is not confirmed. It is quiet all evening, and at the moment there are no missiles in the sky, Rogov added. So I just thought that was interesting. So the question is, do you go after Luhansk, or do you head south
and either head to Mariupol and then sweep the coast and pincer Kherson and excuse the French, scare the shit out of people in Crimea. Or do you go after Luhansk, Donetsk? What they have done is they've created a pivot point, a whole strategic optionality, and which leads to uncertainty on the part of the Russians, and kind of gives them pause as to where, if they're going to add reinforcements to the extent that's even possible, where do you can seal its maneuvers. We've got some very, very interesting possibilities right now. It's rather exciting.
I mean, in a lot of directions, Brad, the Russians may just surrender. So we will find out. And all in Godspeed to the Ukrainian armed forces. They're certainly moving pretty quick with all sorts of new equipment.
And there are also unconfirmed rumors about negotiations happening on the north side of the northeast side of the Dnipro in Kherson.
Yeah. Yehuda has been updating our space about that. At this point, I think we don't know what's exactly going on in the rumor, in the negotiations, but given what we're hearing from Yehuda, I'm guessing that's not just a rumor. Like there's some sort of surrender negotiation going on, and it involves them not blowing up their kit. So that's a thing. All right. Colby has been waiting a while. Colby.
Thanks, gents. I was going to weigh in on the question of Russian demographics. So it's absolutely true that they have massive problems with their demography, a real ticking time bomb. And Camille Galeev has, in fact, as was mentioned, written a lot of really great threads on this topic. But I'll say that if Russia was to theoretically issue a general mobilization, on paper, there are still a lot of available men of military age that could be drafted into service. So I would say the problem is less the available manpower, but more the economics and the economic problems that the Russian state had before the war, but certainly has now. And how do they actually train and equip and deploy those men in uniform, get them to the front, and actually be an effective fighting force? Because that's the real problem. They've got the men, they have the people, but how do you transform some young teenager or 20-something or even a 30-something or 40-something sitting in rural Russia and turn them into a soldier that can actually go toe-to-toe with an extremely well-motivated and battle-hardened enemy in the Ukrainian armed forces? That's the challenge, because as it stands, Russia is unable to adequately supply their frontline units that they currently have deployed. Adding more untrained conscripts into the fray doesn't improve the situation. It would probably actually make it worse. So the manpower is there, but the Russian economy in its current state is not going to produce 100,000 or any significant number of new effective soldiers, get them into the field with any better kind of kit and equipment than the ones that are currently deployed have. So that's the bigger problem, is the economics behind it rather than the demography.
Even so, I was some various fellow Tweeper friends of mine for a change, shared Russian television this morning. I can tell you that I consume as little Russian propaganda media as possible because I value my brain cells. I have too few as they stand. I like to drink. I don't need to kill any more than necessary. And I figure watching like every minute of Russian television is probably like downing an entire 2 liter of Jack Daniels. And so it's just not a good scene. That said, the 3-minute clip of Russian propaganda talk show was the most unhinged poop fest I've ever seen, as they try to argue for like what their options are in this war. And even they're like, well, we have to surrender or full mobilization. They're like, well, we won't do full mobilization. Uh, but like even they're realizing that the Ukrainians have kicked their ass as currently constituted into extreme form. And it's not like Ukraine's just going to sit there if they try to spend 3 months to train some sort of like reasonable fighting force of 20,000 new dudes. And, while like that's not going to work well for them. So while I agree with some of the numbers, like it at some point it's like you're done, bro. Like fucking call it. But I hear you. I think you're right on the numbers. I don't disagree with the mathematics of the situation. Just the extent to which Russia be messing up is so extreme. It's hard to wrap your mind around. Like, in financial terms, Brad, at some point you take the loss in the trade, right?
That's right. Don't put good money after bad.
Yeah, these guys are going broke. Like they're going for full on broke right now.
They appear to want to ride this all the way to the crash site.
I think we've gone through the floor right now, and by which I mean, lots of former Russians currently becoming current Ukrainian fertilizer. That said, I believe our order is Patrick, Raver, David, unless Ryan has a different order.
Nope.
All right, Patrick, you're up.
Hey guys, thanks for taking the call. A quick question. I mean, with Russia seemingly going all in on Ukraine, taking troops out of Syria, taking troops out from everywhere, from different conflicts, I'm just wondering, with the latest news, which is like a couple of hours old, that Azerbaijan is starting relatively heavy attacks on Armenia, with several S-300s of the Armenians supposedly being blown up, and quite a bit of death supposedly on the Armenian side. I'm just wondering what the implications for Ukraine are. Meaning, what I'm wondering is, for Russia, just based on all the issues that they seemingly have, I'm just wondering, are they going to double down and just really focus on a losing war in Ukraine, that even their people on TV are starting to realize that they're losing the battle? Are they still going to keep going there? Or do we think that now, seeing that some of the countries like Azerbaijan are starting to go after countries that are supposedly under the protection of Russia, like Armenia, you think that they might actually have to stop sending new troops to Ukraine? And there is some rumor that supposedly they have stopped sending new troops so that they can support their allies? Or you think Ukraine is so much more important to them that they're going to send all of the Russian allies down the river and pretty much show to everybody that they're just not a reliable ally, which obviously can have long-term consequences for Russia as well? So just wondering, if obviously I don't think they have the capacity to do both. So what do you believe is going to be more important to them? Thanks.
When you say you think, what do you mean by evacuating Syria?
No, not evacuating, but obviously they have taken out troops out of Syria to move to Ukraine a few weeks ago or months ago. I don't remember, but they obviously have removed troops even from the Finnish border. I mean, obviously they were trying to gather troops from all over the place, even in areas where supposedly those troops were still needed, because Ukraine was their number one goal, was the overriding focus for Russia. But now that they seemingly start to like realize a little bit that no matter what, they're probably on a losing proposition there. I'm just wondering, are they going to give up on all of the other conflicts? And for example, now with Azerbaijan, are they going to let Armenia just be wiped out? Or you think that maybe they realize, okay, let's not double down on Ukraine, and maybe let's move some of our troops that we still have to other areas where they still have allies that are potentially getting their asses kicked. And, I mean, if you think about it, Transnistria might be at play at one point. Georgia might at one point decide that they want to get their old territories back. If the Russians...
you know, I think Georgia's where to start, because I don't want to try to guess what the hell the Russians are thinking, because at this point, while there's solid arguments that the start of the war wasn't as horrifically strategically bad as it appears, because they just had really bad info from their personal views, right? Would they have no caring about human lives or genocide or shit? They assumed that Ukraine circa 2022 would be as incompetent militarily as Ukraine circa 2014, when Ukraine's weapons didn't fire, hadn't been serviced since the Soviets split up, and their armed forces were incredibly small. That is not what they ran into in 2022. 8 years is a long time, and a lot of Ukrainians have been trained. Their military had modernized into a NATO-style force, and clearly they've responded with a leader who they thought was the guy who played the piano with his Johnson, which he is. It's hilarious, and they just figured he was literally a joker, and not realizing that the dude had a spine of steel and would sit there in Kyiv with Spetsnaz a block away and not leave, and tell Britain to take their fucking ride home. He needed some ammo instead, right? Like that's not what Vladimir Vladimirovich was planning on. They were planning on not what they got, right? So, but everything they've done since, their tactical approach has not been rational, right? So assuming rationality of how they use their forces is something that, like, every single military expert we have on here, you can ask Yehuda, you can ask CJ, John Spencer, Chuck Farr. If Daryl comes up, we can get him laughing when I ask just various specific questions about how they use their troops. I love asking Daryl questions because I try to ask the most ridiculous ones, and then he laughs for like a minute before he starts talking. Love you, Daryl. Thank you very much. Like they're a joke, right? Like, they're not making rational decisions because of their like command and control messed up organization system that's based around not having a armed, empowered military, because they don't want it to ever be a threat to the Siloviki that actually controls the country. But that means your military sucks, like, when it's compared to somebody who can actually bring the heat, and you're not fighting 4 million strong Georgia. No offense to Georgia, there's a very big difference between having a country of 4 million people when you're Georgia and 44 million people when you're Ukraine. Size matters. So, but I think Georgia's a good example, because what they will do, and what they will change up very quickly their priorities for, is if they're worried about internal stability. And if these reports are accurate and not some sort of like psyop, like they're the real deal of, say, the city councils of St. Petersburg, and I don't know if Moscow joined in, trying to call for Vladimir Vladimirovich's resignation, or whatever the hell they're calling for. If we're seeing real signs of strain inside Russia, then they might pull back, only because their first and foremost worry is they don't want, like, their government does not want their nation to break up, as much as we in the space would cheer if it happened. Like, they don't want Tatarstan to go independent, Chechnya, right, Georgia to get South Ossetia back, etc. Like, that's their number one worry. And if that becomes a real and legitimate, like, if that's a clear and present danger to them, they will absolutely pull out of foreign countries. They will let Assad fry in a heartbeat without their troops if it means making sure that the Russian Federation doesn't crack down the middle, if that's the fear. So I think that would be their number one priority. After that, when it comes to like subtle, like where do they man troops? Look, they are not running. This is not the Israeli military where they have the best people in their society who can do math running the best operational statistics they can to try to figure out where the hell to put everybody. That ain't happening in Russia, right? They're not doing that. So that's pretty funny. Thanks, Patrick. If that answers your question, I think we should go to the next hand. You good?
Yep.
Do you mind if I weigh in on that, Finance?
Yeah, go for
it. So it's true that obviously Russia, the Russian government, Putin, they're making an awful lot of very irrational and questionable decisions. But there's still a certain logic to Putin's grand strategy, which we have to admit had been fairly successful up until this latest full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Prior to that, Putin was very much getting the better of the West, I would say, with everything that he had been doing over the past 2 decades. And this was just a very significant miscalculation that he made. But previously, I would say he was getting the better of us. Now, as for what's going on with Azerbaijan, this speaks to the fact that they are not afraid of Russia at all. That they are doing what they're reportedly doing right now with massive artillery barrages all along the Armenian border. They are not worried about retribution or repercussions from Russia whatsoever, that they're doing this. Now, I expect that Armenia will once again implore the CTSO to assist them. That assistance most likely will not be forthcoming because it is a far less efficacious alliance system than NATO is. Although they have an identical collective defense provision, they have their own Article 5, which they call Article 4. It's not nearly as effective as NATO's. The mechanisms by which it gets implemented, I think it's fair to say it was designed so that it wouldn't really ever be done unless Russia itself really wanted it to be. So don't expect the cavalry from Russia or any other members of the alliance to be arriving to bail Armenia out. But that won't stop them from trying. I would expect Russia probably will use soft power to try and get Azerbaijan to cease, but I don't think we're going to see Russia redoubling its efforts and deploying troops to try and intervene on Armenia's behalf. That seems very unlikely to me, although I could be wrong.
I mean, sorry to quickly interrupt, but if you think about it, that is another strategic loss for Russia, because if now the few countries that are allied with Russia are starting to see that if they are in trouble, nobody comes to help from Russia because Russia is busy with its own goals, it's like maybe not the best idea to ally yourself with Russia, and maybe seeing how a non-NATO country, but that is allied with NATO, so to speak, but not directly part of NATO, like Ukraine, is getting help like there is no tomorrow. Maybe anybody who is sitting on the sidelines should start to realize that there is a very clear side to go for if you actually want help.
Everybody's already come to that realization.
I mean, look at Kazakhstan.
Previously in their sphere, again, the rest of the CTSO, if you look at the Central Asian countries, none of them are siding with Russia in this in their war of aggression against Ukraine. It's completely alienated the vast majority of the countries that have previously been in Moscow's orbit. They're all looking elsewhere because they've seen that the Russian military is not what it was thought to be, and the Russian state, its just capacity has been so thoroughly crippled through the sanctions and the bloodletting that its army is experiencing. Who would want them as an ally? not many rational, state actors.
Yeah, right. I think, yeah, I was going to point out, Kazakhstan, I think you're right. I think we have hit this topic just fine. Let's move on to Raver. Raver.
Hey, real quick,
Hey.
finance, Raver and finance, before we move on, it seems like Axel promised he was going to sleep an hour ago, and instead he has dropped something in our nest for all the FinTwit folks or Twitter financial aficionados. We have McRynock on the panel with a group of other people to discuss some of these issues. I don't recognize any of these people, but I'm sure finance will be there.
Me,
And
Maddie, Axel, and then we grab a couple other guests. It sounds like we're getting Rosalie this week. Hopefully we could get if Sumi Sumleni or who else do we have this week? We had one other fine gentleman. We try to grab another of Ukrainian analysts, commentators, people who are really paying attention to the Ukrainian side of the economics. I was very happy that almost the entirety of our conversation this Sunday was focused on Ukrainian and not Russian economics. I spend way more time talking about the Russian side of things than the Ukrainian side of things. So anytime I can focus on the Ukrainian side of things, I try to do that because, well, I actually give a flying about the future of Ukraine. And quite frankly, it's more fun to talk about because it's bright and happy. Like once this horrific war ends and once we get past the fact that we're going to discover a shitload of buchas all across formerly Russian occupied territory, that's going to be disgusting. Around it, there's going to be a nice, rebuilding
roundtable discussion.
Yeah.
The roundtable you guys had on Sunday, I unfortunately missed. I try to stay up as much as I can so I can be here for all of the developments on the Maria report. But unfortunately, 6 a.m. local or Eastern time is the witching hour for me. I think hopefully we can push next Sundays to 1400 or 2 p.m. Kyiv time, which would be 11 a.m. UTC and 7 a.m. Eastern. And I will definitely set my clock to be available for that.
What I hear is excuses.
Hey, as much as you like to rip me for being from Oklahoma, I do have to get sleep every now and again.
Again, more excuses. All right, with that, let's go to Ray.
Done deal. Good night.
Thanks very much,
Axel.
7 a.m.
Night, Axel.
Eastern. Night, you guys.
Raver.
Okay, so hey, finance. I got a couple of points. One, going back to the mobilization and manpower reserves, I think we need to remember that Russia tries to mobilize all of its 18-year-olds every year and fails miserably. The system is corrupt. So full mobilization only means that the price to avoid conscription goes up a little bit. You're not going to generate that many bodies because those who are left already know how to outwit the system. You might get enough, but it's not going to be anything like what Russia's population would suggest. Anybody with resources is simply going to hop, skip, and jump right out of the way. And then on the issue of Putin, Tom brought up a really important point, a week ago, 2 weeks ago, about Putin with Parkinson's and the drug sport giving them a false sense of confidence. You guys may be reading too much into Putin's ability to perceive both danger in Ukraine and danger to himself, as the regime, simply because of the drugs and the disease. He just may not see the shark in the water and may drive Russia beyond the point of recovery. And it just may all blow up in his face and he'll never see it coming.
I think at this point we can properly say, if we're going to use the term never see it coming, that applies quite well to the Russian forces and whatever they're doing when the Ukrainian forces come up, because apparently all they can do at that point is run away with their food on the stove and leaving all of their equipment intact. That's, I think, the ultimate, they never see it coming at the current time. I know that's not where you're going for, but boy, are we seeing it.
Well,
Francis,
yeah. Go ahead.
So, yeah, we're definitely seeing that, and that's because certain things like coronavirus are contagious, but so is fear and panic. Once panic sets in, it's really, really hard to stop.
I noticed a tweet a few days ago from a pretty prominent author and political scientist, Francis Fukuyama, and his tweet said that armies don't necessarily decay in a linear fashion. Sometimes they collapse in a catastrophic manner. And I would say that that's obviously what we're witnessing right now, or at least I hope it is.
So I have one final follow-up. So historically, the hardest thing to predict in war is enemy morale. We never know, nobody's ever been able to figure out how to break an enemy's army's will to resist. Some armies break really, really quick, like the Afghan army when they lost their American support. Some armies will never break, like the Imperial Japanese in World War II. So it's really hard to tell when an army reaches that point. But when it does, it tends to happen fast. It's not just a general deflating like a tire going down. It's more like a balloon popping.
Their bubble is certainly bursting in Kyiv, or excuse me, in Ukraine. I'm trying to read and talk at the same time, and apparently I can't multitask anymore.
Do another bump.
Thanks, no thanks. I'm much too old for that stuff.
Copium, right? That's what you guys are talking about.
That's a Russian. That's for Russians. He's not Russian. He's in Oklahoma. They do math. David.
I may look like a Gopnik, but I'm definitely not a Vatnik.
Yeah, he just does math. Okay, that's not a Russian product. That's an Oklahoma product. Oklahoma local. David, how are you this evening?
I'm very well, thank you for asking. Thanks very much for hosting the Same Played, and Ryan co-hosting MriyaReport for putting this on for us all. I'd like to encourage everybody listening to visit MriyaAid.org. Give what you can. It's 100% all proceeds go to getting frontline aid to Ukraine, to civilians and military people alike. My question was about the. It's safe to say some sort of a surrender is going on in the Kherson direction. So what I wanted to get too specific, I think it might be safe to discuss some kind of generalities about it. And by that, I mean those people who have come from Russia and who are wearing uniforms, not really an army, but they're a collection of genocidal maniacs. And they've probably got the news before we have. I think we're probably at a couple of days grace before. Like, we're not getting immediate battlefield updates, but when things happen, we get an inkling. Like, when all these folks who are camped out on the wrong side of the river have understood that there's a couple of parts of their army and battalions, tank battalions, just gone. They don't exist anymore. They surrendered, or they've been all killed and shredded. It's safe to say that there's literally no motivation. And I would not be hesitant to think that with that kind of motivation or that kind of knowledge running through the Russians in their little camps, I think they're probably all going to try and surrender. I think it probably, from their point of view, with the information they may have, surrendering seems like probably the only sensible thing for them to do. Now, they haven't been accused of being sensible so far, but it's a question I have.
Right?
Finance, I was actually going to leave that to you.
I thought it was Ryan's. Quick restatement so I can rewrap my head around it. I think
Surrender. Kherson, highly motivated, as they've more than likely had the news of the collapse in Kharkiv before we have. And so it's probably safe to speculate that they may be more motivated now to totally surrender than they would have been a couple of days previous. Not to get into the details of what might be going on, but I think it's safe to assume a couple of those things.
Look, I mean, I can tell you, obviously, as much as I always ask the question, right? Like, clearly the Ukrainian forces is significantly more supplied than before, and everything that was supposed to be supporting fires for them is literally turned against them. So that seems pretty obvious. You've reached one of those rare moments, like it used to be in the late night U.S. shift, where Ryan and I are co-hosts, and neither of us is military man. Thankfully, we have at least one other military man who is awake. I don't know if Axel is, but Raver, I believe, is. Raver, you want to take this one?
Yeah, so, wow, this can get complex because partisans and social media and all sorts of other things are making sure that what's going on in Kharkiv or around Kharkiv and the Ukraine region of the border being 40
Exactly.
kilometers from Belgorod
They're being told. Exactly. They're seeing it all.
Yeah, so that's not going to help morale. But perhaps even more importantly is we've seen no signs of competent leadership. So you can look at some armies, British World War I, fighting didn't lose, horrible conditions. Our British Army didn't break. Look at the Americans at Bataan. Look how long it took them to finally give up. So some armies are just resistant because they've got good leadership. Even if they know it's doomed, they believe in each other. We can't say that about the Russians. And so what are they fighting for? What's the glue holding them together? And now add in hunger, shell fire, fear of partisan attacks. It's not a good situation to try to salvage anything from.
Well, if you believe the storyline out of some of the Russians who've been captured in Ukraine, at least in the initial months, they were led to believe that they weren't being sent to Ukraine. I don't know whether I put any stock into that storyline, but
that's an old Soviet trope. They've been training troops to say that for generations, literally.
Exactly.
And then one other thing I would add, and I don't know how it applies to Kherson specifically, but I've seen at least one video of a Russian POW captured up in Kharkiv Oblast that he was in the Russian Navy and was forcibly transferred to a Russian tank and given 1 week of training. If something similar is going on, and if something similar is going on in Kherson, that's not what they signed up for. So again, what's to hold them together? Surrender talks can be very, very real. Desertion can be very, very real. Fragging can become a real problem if the Russians don't surrender.
From what I've heard, isn't fragging already a problem for them?
Yeah, there were heated exchanges and standoffs between enlisted men and officers ordering them to the front, where the enlisted man, after a gun had been pointed at him, pulled the pin on a grenade and said, "Let's both go." So yeah, fragging. I think fragging is definitely a thing in this current conflict. And for anyone who doesn't know what fragging is, at least as far as I understand it, the terminology arose during Vietnam when drafted soldiers decided they didn't want to follow the orders of poorly trained NCOs or low-level officers. So rather than follow them into the jungle and face an uncertain future, they would toss a grenade in their commanding officer's barracks and eliminate the problem and get themselves a new commanding officer.
Okay, so the standoffs that we've seen, that's not fragging, that's mutiny. Fragging is like when the tank driver drove over that colonel's legs, and I don't know if he was truly just wounded or if he was killed. It's hard to survive that kind of an injury. But actual fragging, we could end up seeing Russian troops hunting both the Zampolits and the officers. If the Russian soldiers want to surrender and the officers say no, that's when officers start dying.
Can't say I'll shed tears if it does happen. At least it will save the Ukraine.
It happen to the nicer fellas.
Yeah, I don't think anybody here will be shedding tears. All right, two more hands. I believe we go back to Brad and then Big Papa. Love the name Big Papa. Brad.
Yeah, so I posted in the thread something that I just think everybody would find interesting. It's a railway map of Ukraine, and these are the main rail lines. If you look towards the east, flowing into Ukraine, you can kind of see why Russia's screwed. You have this, other than the Crimean rail line, you essentially have 3 rail lines into Ukraine. There are a few secondary lines that the map doesn't show just because of the zoom level. You can check it out on openrailway.org. The thing that I'd say is that 2 of those lines I mean, they all kind of lead to Donetsk, and one of them is short enough that pretty much the entirety of the line could be hit by HIMARS, and then the other two, like at least half of those lines could be hit by HIMARS, and then other than those, you're just left with Crimea, and if you cut that bridge, it's game over. So they are really, really in a bad situation logistically. I also stitched together kind of a view of the rail station in Kupiansk, the rail yard. It's a pretty big rail yard. You can see why, and it's there in the north, and you can see there's a spot where two rail lines kind of intersect, and it's like a little cross. That's Lupyansk or Kupiansk. Sorry. So you can also see why Kupiansk was so critical to take. And once they took Kupiansk, that was it for Kharkiv Oblast. Game over. So anyway.
Yeah, I agree with the game over analysis. Big Papa.
Yeah, well, while you're on the topic of that rail line there, that Kupiansk Izium north-south rail like there, I saw Trent Terlenko tweeted that they not only captured the rail line, but they captured the station and the engines and the train was loaded full of supplies. But I feel like I've been listening all day and I felt like I was kept up. Have you heard that anywhere else? Has anybody heard that?
I have not. I followed Trent quite closely. Although I've been working today, so I may have missed it, but I haven't seen that yet.
Yeah, he just tweeted that in the last couple of hours, and I read that almost floored. I was like, that's huge. I mean, on top of all the equipment and everything that they've already captured, a train full of equipment and the engine and everything, that's got to be. But I immediately did a Twitter search for Russian train captured. I got all kinds of, you know how you can do with keywords, you get all kinds of garbage, but I couldn't find anywhere else. I was just wondering if anybody else had heard that.
I mean, it stands to reason, right? Like they're leaving whole, like used tank, lots full of of Russian tanks. That I mean, they didn't have time to like sabotage anything.
They didn't bother, right? Like they didn't
bother.
Like it doesn't take that much time to throw a grenade, right?
Right.
Like you don't need to be a genius or a military expert or even friggin' trained to know that if you're retreating, you take one grenade, you pull the damn pin, you throw it inside your tank. Like this is not this ain't rocket science here.
They did not give a flying Liat, right? They just fled. So yeah, that would totally stand to reason.
Yeah, that said, with Trent, do like his analysis, especially when he goes deep on things like pallets and tires, which some of us was our first introduction into the granular details of logistics. Count me as one of those people. Never read a damn thing about war until the 2022 side of this. But for stuff like that, that's real information based. You do sometimes want to get a second verifiable source because he's not a news guy, and he has gotten it wrong for some of that stuff before. Not to say that he's bad faith or anything, just that he's not always perfect on those things.
Right. Yeah, I was just kind of wondering. I always like to kind of see it somewhere else too, and I knew he's been on before, so I didn't know if anybody had a relationship with him to see if he had a source or whatever. But I also had a Kherson front question, if that's okay.
Yeah, go for it. As I said, you've caught us when our current military expert is Raver. He's a former tank veteran of the U.S. Armed Forces. So if it requires actual military expertise, you're going to have to point it that way. The rest of us are not military men.
It's just more of a general question. I hear you guys from time to time, and I don't know who has it, but I know a lot of people have access to that firm's I think they call it firms data, the NASA.
That's actually online. You can just look up NASA firms. It's like open, like just type into Dr. Google NASA firms, or as we like to call it here, the HIMARS data.
Okay. Do you know how often it updates, refreshes, or whatever?
Raver?
Okay, I have never looked at firms, and what I understand is it's not going to update any faster than a satellite passes over it. How often that is, I don't know, but probably at least once a day.
I just got to thinking that maybe that might be one indication if there is a surrender in a certain area that might just go dark. All of a sudden, they quit shooting at each other. Anyway, that's all I really had about that.
Yeah, firms so far in this. So firms so far in there has been really useful to identify hot spots. So identifying cold spots would definitely be something that you could probably do, but it's definitely been a lagging indicator.
Yeah, okay, I wasn't sure. Yeah. All right, guys. Well, hey, I appreciate all you do. Y'all keep this thing running, and you're all rock stars in my book, man. I listen to y'all all day, every day. Keep it up.
Well, we appreciate your support, Big Papa. You're welcome up anytime. I saw a hand go up, down, up, down. I think it was Brad or Colby. I couldn't tell exactly who. Maybe Ben? No?
I'm sorry.
Ben, I think, not me. I'll just say on firms very quickly, language is the expert on that. But Raver's correct. It's more of a lagging indicator. I think probably about every 24 hours, maybe a little bit more frequently than that, you're going to get an update. It's it picks up fires, so forest fires is what it's designed for. So you're not necessarily just seeing the results of military action. Obviously, it's you can see fires all around the world. So obviously, that's not rocket barrages that are happening outside of Ukraine. But it's good when there's something fairly intense. It's not going to pick up every little explosion. But when there's a high concentration of artillery barrages or other activity, it'll pick that up. When Ukraine hit the oil depots in Russia, those were obviously quite large, so those got picked up and were useful for confirming the location of those fires. I don't know how useful it would be to confirm the absence of military activity, unless you have very, very intense artillery barrages ongoing, and then they're gone. But it is a lagging indicator, so you'd probably get confirmation, from reports on the ground sooner than you would firms.
Yeah, thank you. And Ben, I knew you wanted to talk about something. Let's go to Ben.
Thanks. Just to agree with Colby, he's perfectly right. That's how firms is used, and by people, and how the data comes from. You can see, for instance, a flare. I think once in a while, missiles being shot do pop up on the site, but you can also sometimes have like fake positive and this sort of things. No, I'm just very upset at the moment. I mean, it was a great day for the site, for the space. We've crossed an important threshold for me. I know I'm compelled by honor to say something to Tim tomorrow, but I'm still very upset because apparently in southern France, I think it was very recently, like maybe this morning, maybe yesterday, two Ukrainian refugee, two ladies, were viciously attacked by unknown, said to be Russians, men, probably quite a few of them. One of them has a few scratches. The other one, there's the picture in the nest, is got severely beaten. I hope she's okay. I've asked for further information, but I'm leaving at the moment. not in much state. Thanks, Finance. If you don't need support for the time being, I'll leave you handle the night.
Yeah, anytime, Ben. The video, for those who are interested, of that infuriated Ben is in the nest. And yeah, it'll piss you off. Don't give Russians visas to your country for tourism. They want to go to your country, they should have to leave Russia and stay out of Russia. All right. Let me. I swear I saw a hand. I don't see a hand. Brad, did you make it for our Sunday for you very early morning finance panel? Or hopefully next week when we're moving it back an hour?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Are you going to be able to make it for our Sunday super early morning finance panel? As Axel has now named it the MriyaReport group. MriyaReport apparently means market in Ukrainian.
Possibly. Well, Sunday. It depends. I actually have a funeral on Friday, and it depends if I stay up there and hang out with my parents. Maybe talk with me or hit me up on Friday or Saturday. I'll know more then. That's the best that I can give you.
All good. Well, we're having it anyways. If you can make it, great. If you can't, I understand.
Do my best.
I should let everybody know that Language Learner has told everybody that he will be here in about 75 minutes to give a military update, his military update. I told him that is excellent. I may well be asleep because it is currently 3:15 a.m. in Estonian time, and at some point I will actually get tired and go past the ever-loving F out and pass it on off to our favorite meth head Ryan and whoever else can join us in the States to take over for me. Ryan, are you back yet? Oh man, it's no fun to make jokes at Ryan's expense when he's like out and I'm covering. I thought Ryan was back. It's really sad.
I'm almost back. I'm peripherally listening, but I had a couple of unexpected guests drop in, and I will be back to assist you as quickly as I can.
All right.
Hold the jokes for Ryan in Oklahoma until I rejoin you, please, because I don't want to miss all of your haha moments. Finance, you're
I'm
such.
sure. I promise you're missing nothing of any importance. Have fun. All right, back to Ben.
I just wanted to take advantage of the bit of a lull, to be honest, to send a lot of love to two special guys. The first one is Brad, who opened up this morning, and morning for me, I guess late evening for him, and so there you go. You've got a full unit of love just for you. Do it as you want. Do with it what you want, and don't spend it all in one go. And the other one is Tyler, Ghost, who's in the background, never shows his face, never speaks. But if it wasn't for him, the space would crash within 5 minutes. I've often thought I should thank him openly, and I guess that's the opportunity. So, Mr. Ghost, a deep, deep bow to you. Thank you very much, and handsome fellow, a fantastic man. And no, I will go back to teasing you mercilessly about your squeaky voice. That was it for me now. But since I just wanted to also contradict Colby. I love Colby. I think he was the first speaker I heard when I started listening to the space. I'll listen to him for hours and hours back in the days. But you said something very, very wrong. You said that Putin had managed to appear strong on the international stage, etc. But nothing could be further from the truth. There's, if you compare, for instance, with China, there is a Chinese model. The Chinese are pushing towards something. They can be imitated. They can be aspired to. There are something. Some people are looking up for inspiration and guidance. Russia isn't. What is there to copy about Russia? What is there to copy about Putin? He's been at the helm of the country for 22 long years, and he has not managed to solve about 95% of the problems of the country. All he has managed to do is to float the place with cash whenever there was an issue, and just to kick the can further down. And he could stay in the annals of the Olympics as the greatest can kicker in the history of the world, but any else than this, the man's policy are failure upon failure wrapped into a complete mistake. And it appears clearly now, but like people have been saying this for a decade now. And if you take the economy, with the exception of agriculture, which did well, but not as well as the Ukrainian agriculture, the Russian economy is trash. It's absolutely trash. There's nothing to be saved, and he should not even be considered as. He did well for a while. He did not do well. He never did well. And I know that you were talking about diplomacy and this sort of things, but if you look at the wider picture, the soft power, Russia has no soft power at the moment. He's a complete failure. Sorry for the rant.
No, all good. And obviously, by any objective measure, Putin has not done well for Russia. His revanchist agenda is not serving the interests of the average Russian at all, which is nothing new. The Russian state has never served the interests of the Russian people. But what I said was that he was getting the better of us, and what I meant about that is he had been relatively successful in executing his agenda. And the examples I would put forward in support of that argument is that when he invaded Georgia, he essentially got away with it scot-free, and achieved what he set out to do in securing the de facto independence of the breakaway states, and thus ensuring that Georgia was never going to be able to join the NATO alliance with those unresolved territorial disputes. He certainly got the better of the United States throughout the Syrian civil war. He invaded Ukraine for the first time in 2014, and again, basically got away scot-free with very few consequences. For the past 2 decades, has managed to gain tremendous leverage over Europe through Russia's energy strategy, making them dependent on gas supplies, and that has been very fruitful and is still causing considerable pain for European states as they try and figure out how to disentangle themselves from that. To this day, right now, we still see, particularly as it relates to Germany's position on Ukraine, how that dependence on Russian gas has affected decision making in Germany. So that's what I mean when I say that Putin had been getting the better of Western political leaders the past two decades. Even if Russia is obviously objectively not a successful country, Putin had some significant successes in pursuing his policy agenda.
It definitely is a brittle sort of it all works until it doesn't. Yes, I completely agree with you that I'm going to go quote Gary Kasparov on this, the clear-eyed analysis that everybody just sort of fucking ignored because it was easier, which is the longer we wait to stop Putin, the more expensive it gets. And we should have stopped him at Chechnya, and we didn't. We should have stopped him at Georgia, and we didn't. And maybe we should have tried to stop him at Syria, and we didn't. And we definitely should have stopped him at Ukraine, and we didn't. And now it's Ukraine part 2, and every single time the cost just keeps going up. So Ukrainians are paying it, and even though they're currently kicking ass and it's great, the cost is real high. So I'm with you. I hear you. I agree. But I'm glad they're finally this horrific empire is finally being stopped, and hopefully it will be stopped in such a way that this chapter of history will be closed, hopefully for generations. We have a bunch of new speakers, so I'd like to get to some of our new hands. I believe Fuzzy Headed Realist is our next new hand. Fuzzy Headed Realist.
Greetings. Good evening, Finance. Can you hear me?
Copy.
All right. Yeah. Thanks for pivoting to natural gas and gas in general in Europe. I had sent you or tagged you earlier today on how the prices have kind of suddenly dropped with the latest news coming out of Kharkiv and Kherson, and all the noise we had last week was all about how it's going to be a cold winter in Europe, and that suddenly seems to be not so much the case. And just wanted to get your thoughts on where we're headed. Spending money or investing in Ukraine, kicking Russian butt, helps lower natural gas prices. That's kind of what I'm positing, and just wanted to find out how that investment's paying off in this past week with prices coming down. So is anyone taking a look at that? Just want to get some discussion started around that and see if Putin's inner circle is concerned about losing their shirts this winter.
Great question. Finance, I am back. European spot price for natural gas has been obviously a roller coaster in the last 6 months. I think Putin himself, or at least his energy ministers, were hoping that they had become an artificial swing producer as far as European energy was concerned. But the significant price disparities that were created on the spot markets have lured a whole bunch of producers to deliver massive quantities of LNG to both Europe and Great Britain, which have helped Germany to oversupply its storage facilities for the upcoming winter. And just because of the higher prices, there has been a definite decrease in consumption across Europe of energy, which has also helped to accelerate their ability to store gas. If I'm not mistaken, Great Britain is actually sending some gas reserves over to Germany for storage right now, with the expectation that they'll be shipped back the other direction to Great Britain if things get pretty cold this winter. But I think all in all, things are looking really good for Europe having enough supply. That's not to say that prices won't remain elevated for a longer period in time, but I don't think they're going to stay up. I mean, they obviously are not going to stay up in the $80 range for any extended duration. And just the market and people who trade in these commodities realizing how much LNG capacity is going to be coming online in the next year or two has driven the futures market down. So there are particular countries that are extremely exposed to spot pricing, Great Britain being one of them, but Germany's doing pretty good as far as storage is concerned. And I think there's a lot of solidarity between different European players who are willing to help one another out, with the exception of Hungary. But I think things are looking a lot better than they were when everyone was speaking doom and gloom back in February, March, April, and May. I hope that some of that Chicken Little mentality has passed us, but I wonder if a little bit of it wasn't Russia fanning the flames of fear and angst, just like they do with everything else. I'm not going to insinuate that there wasn't a problem with not enough supply, but free markets are responding to the call.
Yeah, I believe that Germany had some systemic problems in that they didn't have storage
Germany
capacity.
does. The UK does not.
Right. Okay. So they're doing swaps and whatnot. Futures wise, I guess, looking into the winter season, like looking at the headlines from a week ago, especially with all the noise coming from the Russians threatening cold winters and this and that, and we're gonna send everything to China now. It didn't. Ultimately, it was Ukraine speaking loud and clear that they would probably be needing to sell as much gas as they can in the future, since they're probably going to be needing to pass the hat around. I don't see them having a viable economy for long.
That's exactly the thing. I've heard lots of people try and claim that Russia was actually doing better as a result of these sanctions because prices were driven up on both crude oil and natural gas. And yes, it did help to blunt some of the sting that was created. It was intended to be created by the sanctions. But the fact that commodity prices are coming back down out of the stratosphere now, and I think WTI was hovering in the $80 range in the last week, if I'm not mistaken, that dramatically decreases any profit margin that the Russian market could receive and the tax revenues that the Russian Federation can use to further perpetuate this genocidal war. When they come back down into that range, I don't know exactly what the average Russian break-even price is on crude oil, but I think it's a safe bet to assume that it's north of $50. So if it costs them $50 to pull that commodity out of the ground, then there's only $30 of profit to go around. They have to pay any stockholders, and they have to pay taxes, and then they have to pay some of the other things. And the difference is that the Russian economy is almost tethered to those tax revenues because they're not receiving tax revenues from a more robust economy. They're a glorified gas station. So it might have played in their favor in the very short term, but they've quickly learned that even as much as Putin wants to be an energy czar, he's far from it, and global supply is ramping up as a result of increased prices, and all this stuff will normalize over a longer time frame.
I think that Putin is not a marketing guy. I mean, just the way he treats his customers is like, what customer relationship management doing? And I just don't know, how there's got to be some other petroleum marketing manager in the future for Russia to move their product to Europe, because he's just been a disaster. So I'll check that myself down, but I really appreciate your comments.
Well, and that's exactly what these sanctions were intended to do from the get-go. We didn't deploy a wholesale embargo on anything in and out of Russia. There were very targeted sanctions applied towards energy markets and some of the other big players in the Russian economy to make it sting on the people who actually have some kind of leverage, if anyone has leverage against Putin. We're not trying to, the intent of the sanctions was not to impoverish the average everyday Russian person. We're trying to impoverish the oligarchs who allowed Putin to create this despotic regime.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And sorry, Finance, I have no idea what the order of hands is.
The order of hands is Rick, then Brad, then Michael.
Hey guys, thanks a lot for all of the information you guys are giving the public that's on the Mariah Report. I've been a listener now for probably 3 weeks, and it's hard to turn you guys off and get some sleep. I don't know where Yehuda gets his sleep from, but whatever. Anyways, a little background. I got 2 questions actually. I've been to China 9 times on business. We import from China. How much do you guys, whoever wants to pick up this question, how much do you guys, well, first of all, they have a 2,600 mile border between China and Russia. That's a long ways. How much do you guys think that Putin trusts Xi to start off with this conversation?
I mean, define trust. Trust to do what, right? Like, she clearly idolizes Putin, but they're not allies. Like, she's not going to send him free equipment. She's not going to bail his regime out. She isn't even letting him trade the yuan that he's purchased. Like, very clearly, the plan for China is to make as much money off Russia and use this to gain as much leverage on Russia as feasibly possible. So, that said, they're willing to work with them because they don't give a flying about human rights, either of them. They've been doing the Uyghur genocide since before this shit started, right? Like, clearly they don't care about genocide. So, the only good thing I can say about China in this whole mess is that they're being very clear with Russia that they do not appreciate the games around Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, and they don't appreciate the nuclear brinksmanship rhetoric. So the only good thing I can say about these guys is they are being, at least for China, brinksmanship isn't okay with them. Outside of that, there is literally nothing positive that we can say about the Chinese regime in this situation. But trust, I mean, to do what? There's they're out for number one. They're not out to help the Russians.
Okay, I totally get that. So 2,600-mile border, what does Russia have that China needs? Obviously, you got natural gas, you got oil. Two things. And this is throwing it out there. What's the percentage of the Russian Federation's forces over in Ukraine as we speak, roughly? 80%? Or what do you guys think? The manpower.
I mean, depends how we define their forces, right? And I don't think it's quite that high, but it's high. And right, like, are the Siloviki their forces, right? Or all their police and intelligence forces their forces? How do you define their mercenaries, which are sort of part of their military? Like, I'm not a military guy. I don't even know if Portland may be able to run a number and try to get up to an answer, but like, where are you going with the question? And I think that's a better answer to try to get to some sort of analysis.
Okay, cool. I get it. Where I'm going with this, and this is my first question of two. Can you imagine? And this is lobbing a long ball here. Can you imagine if China invaded Russia tomorrow because they know how damn weak Russia is right now? Can you imagine that phone call Putin got from a general saying the Chinese are coming? Because I mean, think about it. She's a bastard just like Putin. They're both pieces of shit. Can you imagine and this is a long ball. Can you imagine if the Chinese invaded Russia to get all the oil fields and everything? What would Putin do?
So this is something that anyone who seriously pays attention to China, you can ask Jingu if he's around. He's not around right now. If you PM Jingu, you can ask him. He'll point you to some really solid China analysts. So, like, talking heads in the West that don't really imbibe Chinese everything miss this one. And that's sort of an easy conclusion to come to, because you're right, the Chinese are sort of bastards. But the actual China watchers, like the guys who are either Chinese ethnics who have left or who really speak, Mandarin and read everything in their own stuff, they don't expect that at all. That isn't even close to where the Chinese appear to be thinking. Xi does like Putin. But using them for economic leverage, using this as a possible security blanket, those things are absolutely up their alley, right? Trying to turn Russia into more of a client state or a partial client state because they have nowhere else to turn to, because, well, they've just been in the middle of, trying to pull a Holocaust on the Ukrainians, and I don't use that word lightly as a Jewish guy. Like, we're about to go see a Bucha-sized city in Mariupol where the estimates are well over 100,000 dead, and none of those were by old age. So it's going to be real ugly, real fast, and the entire world is going to shun Russia, except of anyone of size. China will still be listening. So they're going to try to use that for money and power, but not military attacking power, is what the serious China guys are looking at. So I hear what you're saying, but that's just not what anyone who really is watching it. And China itself is super unstable, and their military is sort of considered to be more of a Potemkin village than the Russian military, if you can believe it. Like, their tanks are worse, they're slower, etc. They have a huge navy, but its quality is terrible. Like, it is conceivable that a couple submarines could probably sink the whole thing if they were modern NATO submarines. Not, multi-billion-dollar things, just a couple serious ones with a serious crew. Like, the Chinese military has all the same problems the Russian military does, and then some. It's really good, but it only has to do Tiananmen Square crap, or it only has to beat up on Tibet. Whole nother issue if they have to take on a peer country. So, I just don't see this as a serious analytical worry for Russia. Should Russia break up and we actually see some independent republics appear on the border of China, how they play that, I have no idea. I don't even think we can speculate. I think it's pointless. I just think we have no idea.
Okay,
So
cool.
I don't know if any of those are what you were looking for, but that's what the serious Chinese analysts we have. If you want to ping Jingyu in DMs, he's usually very responsive, and he is more than happy to point people to good Chinese analysis in English of guys who really know what they're talking about. I do it all the time whenever I'm interested in China, and he gives me super in-depth sources. Really helpful.
Yeshua. Second question. I asked this question. I don't know who the co-host was at the time that answered me. It was kind of a question. I don't know. I kind of left the conversation thinking, well, whatever. Anyways, my second question. The reply from the co-host at the time, and hopefully it's not one of you guys that's on right now because you're all doing a great job. I was talking about the Kerch Bridge. And my question back about a week ago was, why aren't the Ukrainians hitting the Kerch Bridge with HIMARS or ATACMS or pick your choose?
Yeah, I don't think it wasn't in HIMARS range, and I still don't think it is. All right. Why they haven't hit it, I don't know.
So
let's take that. All right. We got a bunch of hands. I'm going to send this one to Bloke in Portland. And then I'm going to call it for my own hosting and leave it to Ryan, and Bloke will come up as host. So Bloke, Portland, Kerch Bridge, then I'm out.
Have a good night's sleep, Finance.
Can I interrupt for a second, Ryan? So the answer was, if they blow up the Kerch Bridge, the Russians won't be able to exit Crimea and get the people that want to leave Crimea out of Crimea. Now, I do get that. But they also have the land that they can leave up through Mariupol. So again, that was the reply from whoever the host was at the time. So I'm thinking, what does the Ukrainian nut do the ace in the deck and take out the Kerch Bridge, which is Putin's one of his best, in his mind, one of the best things he's ever done. Take away that from him, which would cause a lot of money, obviously, and all that stuff. But take it out, man. I mean,
okay,
the people leaving could still leave up through Mariupol, and blah blah blah. So that's my question.
Yeah. So first of all, I'm glad Portland's here. Regardless of whatever was said about taking out the bridge and whatever the political implications were for that, the thing is, it's actually really hard to do, And while I do a co-host swap here in the background, Portland, would you be able to walk Rick through why that's so hard?
Sure. Okay, so Kerch Bridge is, oh God, now ageously hard time. So first of all, conditions at the bottom of the Kerch Strait are extreme.
We can't really hear you, Portland. It isn't working out.
Sorry for interrupting. May I suggest a YouTube video on this? There's a very good one by Ryan Macbeth.
Okay.
Sure, suggest it.
You just to Portland. You just go on YouTube. You type in Ryan Macbeth, Mac MCBETH, and you find his YouTube channel. He has a lot of shorts, and he has in there, as far as I remember, a detailed video on how to on the problems with taking down bridges. And the basic problem is it's really, really difficult to do that with airplanes or anything. So the one thing that apparently would really work would be GMLRS, but they don't really have something, at least officially, that has the range.
Gotcha. So right now, the way the war is going is they just don't have the material to take it out physically.
Correct.
Or a chunk of it.
Yeah, correct. So basically, the Gimlers don't have the range. They don't have ATACMS yet. And if they did, it would be really hard. And secondly, there are lots of nice, juicy targets that are close by that would have a bigger impact actually on the battlefield. So, I mean, you know, do you want to blow up an ammo depot, or do you want to, you know, just throw your stuff at the Kerch Bridge? And right now, I would suggest that the Ukrainians probably have bigger fish to fry. But you're hot miking there, Rick. So just yeah, great. Thanks, Rick. So I would suggest that they probably have bigger fish to fry. You know, just taking back their land, and when they get closer to Crimea, you know, after Kherson falls, actually, things could get very interesting. But if they're gonna use their ammo, they're probably going to want to degrade the enemy's military, their army. They're going to want to go after their army first. Now, having said all this, once they start moving east, and at the rate they're going, they'll be, you know, next to the Crimean border on like Tuesday. You know, then we could probably see interesting things happen. I exaggerate, of course, when I say Tuesday. But Portland, if your audio is back, do you want to take it from there?
Can you guys hear me okay?
Much better.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, so you've got a couple of reasons that you might not want to take the Kerch Bridge. The first is that killing that bridge would be extremely difficult. It's an extremely heavily built structure. It's tied into the bedrock by something like 1,768 steel piles, and it is thousands of tons of concrete. It is extremely heavily built, and the geological conditions at the bottom of the Kerch Strait are not really very clearly understood. Depending on which chart you use, you've got somewhere between 6 and 60 feet of silt. So if you're going to hit that bridge with an air-launched or a long-range missile, really the only option that you've got is to use some sort of deep penetrating warhead to produce camouflage, to cause the foundations to collapse and bring the bridge down sideways. That depends very heavily on exactly how thick is the silt and how many of these missiles can you throw at once. Since the answer to both of these questions is kind of a shrug, because, well, the charts show, depending on which chart you use, somewhere between 6 and 60 feet. I think I already said that, of silt. That may be doable, or it may not be. The second thing is that as a lifeline to the people and occupiers of Crimea, it's really only of secondary importance. There is a water pipeline that runs along the Kerch Bridge. I think it's about 6¼ inches diameter. It can supply enough water for about 150,000 people. Crimea gets the vast majority of its water from the Dnipro via the Novokhovka Dam. If that dam were simply to be shut off and the flow that feeds Crimea were to be shut off, there simply wouldn't be enough water to support that population, never mind any military assets that they might want to leave in position. So Kerch Strait Bridge therefore finds itself in the position of the metaphorical golden bridge for your enemy to retreat across. The terrain in Crimea is not great for offensive operations. So if you don't have to go fight in Crimea, you don't want to. Therefore, it seems to me highly likely that the Ukrainian calculus is that it is more useful to demonstrate the ability to kill that bridge at will than it is to actually kill that bridge. You couldn't bring the bridge down very readily, but you could certainly plaster the thing with so many gimlers that the deck was unsafe. You know, you've got a couple of different options that you can use for rendering it impassable. But those are all more useful as threats than as actualities. So once you have pushed forwards to the point, I'm driving right now, so I don't have a map in front of me, but if you could move your boundary forward to the vicinity of Melitopol, you've seriously got the ability to cut off the water supply and wait for them to wither on the vine. You can also, when you get to the correct position, demonstrate the ability to hazard that bridge at will, thus motivating less hardcore units to GTFO while they still can. Yeah, I'm not sure that I would take the bridge down even if I could, as long as I knew that I could demonstrate to the Russians my ability to do so.
Okay, so you're talking about the water shut off, but I think if I got you right, you're saying the water, hypothetically, let's say that Ukrainians take Melitopol, right? You're saying that they can shut the water off. Is that correct?
I'm having a hard time hearing you, mate.
And you were saying if the Ukrainians advance to Melitopol, can they shut off the water to Crimea? I think that's what I got out of your juxt.
Oh yeah, I mean the thing is that what you want to do, they can actually shut off the water to Crimea right now, right? The Novokhovka Dam, actually, they can't shut it off right now, but once they take Novokhovka, then they will be able to.
You think they will?
I think that it is a threat that I would want to have foremost in the Russian mind.
Because the way that the Ukrainians are doing is they're trying to, they're doing all the HIMARS and in your ammunition depots, and they're doing everything strategically correct, way above what I thought they would do be able to do, and they've done it absolutely brilliantly. Would that not be another angle to make the Crimea Peninsula possibly more interesting to go after down the road? Shut the water off first.
Well, like I said, Rick,
kind of like what they've done on the peninsula of Kherson, or not the peninsula, but you know what I'm getting at.
yeah, like if I might just underline, they're in the middle of an offensive right now. So I really don't think this is top of their list of priorities. They're conquering a lot of land. They're trying to they're trying to kick the Russian army out of their country, right? And so this is not an issue at the moment. It'll become an issue later on, when they start to have to worry about Crimea. But right now, this is not I mean, I don't know what's going on in the head of Ukrainian general staff, but I can't imagine that this is the top of their list of things to do today, but time will tell. So I would just give them time. I mean, they've demonstrated some pretty good strategic thinking so far. So when the time comes, I'm sure they'll get to it. And the other thing is that they've had like a lot of effects just by scaring the Russians, right? Like, so I don't know. We still don't know to this day what missiles they used to take out Saki airfield, right? But the net result of that is that the Russians moved all their planes out of Crimea. Well, not, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but they moved a lot of their air assets out of Crimea. They have to, fly farther, and because of that, it made it more difficult for them to, fly sorties over Kherson, which sounds like it was, in retrospect, part of the plan, right? So I have pretty good confidence that they know what they're doing. They'll get to it when they need to. Right now, if I was thinking, I just don't think it's top of their list right at the moment. Plus, keep in mind that they might need that bridge to get somewhere one day, right?
Okay, so the last question, and I'll step down. Zelensky said that for him, victory is getting all of the territory of Ukraine before the invasion back, including Crimea. Do you guys seriously think that the Ukrainian forces are going to move on Crimea down the road?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Anybody who disagrees has fundamentally misread Ukrainian psychology. I'm sorry.
Don't take my word for it. Take Zelensky's.
Yeah, pretty much. I have about a dozen contacts who are in Ukraine right now, and the appetite in the Ukrainian military to avenge the theft of Crimea, they are very hungry. They want it all, and they want it now.
That's very reassuring, because I just want to see Russia's ass get totally kicked, and basically down the road again. Here we are talking about down the road. How many times? Down the road, so they never ever invade another country ever again.
I mean, this is going to be something of a lesson for them at the very least. But to if I may kind of come back to a point I was trying to make a little earlier, the thing is that what you want to do, the reason I say they probably wouldn't shut off the water until they get to Melitopol, is you want to ensure that all of their potential routes of escape can all be hazarded by Ukrainian artillery. You want to put them in a position where they have to reckon with, we can stay here and die of thirst, or we can try and fight it out, get thirsty, get weak, and then get shelled as we retreat, or we can leave now in reasonably good order and maybe not all die. That's why I say you probably wait until you get to Melitopol.
Excellent answers, guys. I'm going to step down, and like I said, hats off to all you guys that are co-hosting and stuff and taking up your valuable time and giving the average layman great information, because the news media is so behind you guys. You guys, I'm sure you guys know that the news media, way behind you guys. So you guys are way ahead of the curve, and a lot of sources and information from the co-hosts and that, and keep up the great work.
That's very kind, Rick. Thank you.
Thanks, Rick. We occasionally see some media personalities in here listening, and sometimes we're lucky enough they come up and have some conversations with them. But we're here 24/7, 360, 24/7 since the invasion began, and we intend to do that. And our sole focus is on Ukraine and helping them repel this Russian invasion. So we're kind of a single topic news source or news aggregator. I guess I shouldn't call us a source. Bloke, I'm going to defer to you on hands again. I think it was Bridget, Brad, Fuzzy,
You're
and Robert.
deferring to me on hands? I have no idea. I got so lost. The only thing I can say is that Robert was last to join this queue.
Let's go Brigitte, Brad, Fuzzy, Robert, and Dom. Thank you for being patient with us.
You're just sort of making that up, right?
Sorry if I messed your name up.
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, ma'am.
Okay. No, you did not mess my name up. You're one of the few people that gets it right. Brigitte is correct. When I tuned in tonight, I think I came in on the tail end of a discussion about populations, and I started thinking about there's a couple of great resources that I found on YouTube that have a great channel. One is Peter Zion, who talks about, he's got like an hour-long speech and there's several videos of it where he talks about geopolitics of the world, and he talks about population dilemmas that various countries, superpowers are facing, and he's got a really interesting, take on that. And it's very compelling arguments that he makes. And then another YouTube channel is Perun, Perun. He's I think it's an Australian military financial analyst. He doesn't really say who he works for, but boy, does he seem to know an awful lot about military spending and funding. And he puts out an hour-long video every week. It's kind of a glorified PowerPoint presentation. So it's definitely for nerds, but it's also fascinating and accessible for the layman like myself. And for example, last week he put it out, he gave a 6 months review of where we are with the finances of the Ukraine war, and really dug into what's going on with the Russian economy. Early on, he talked about once again about the finances of the war, and the weapons and the industrial military complexes of Ukraine, Russia, the US, and other European powers, and China. Very, very informative. And then finally, hello, people still listening? I can't tell. Oh, all right. So for the layman, myself, never having been involved with military, I follow a fellow called Task and
Did we lose Brigitte or did we lose me?
No, we lost Brigitte. Okay, Brigitte, we're going to drop you down. You can always come and re-request, but your
Brigida,
microphone doesn't seem
we
to
lost
work.
your audio. Bloke, if they haven't been dropped back down to listener yet, they still can't hear you if they're having audio issues, but I'm wondering if maybe she got a phone call. Next in the order, I think it was Brad.
Hey guys, so I wanted to comment on a few things going back. First of all, Peru, I'll back Brigida up on this. Peru is excellent. And Brigida, Peter Zihan, his demographic data, I actually had posted that previously. If you look in the thread on the bottom right-hand corner and go several posts down, I have some of Peter Zihan's demographic data already posted in there. Going to the China discussion, China will definitely not be invading Ukraine anytime soon. It's an economic issue.
Russia, you mean, right, Brad?
Oh yes, that's
just so we can clarify.
Yes, I'm sorry. It's
Don't start another Maria report.
Yes, it will not be invading Russia anytime soon for a variety of reasons having to do with economics. But most importantly, China doesn't want to break the world order. China wants to operate within the world order and dominate it. China wants order most of all. And, really the only thing that it's going to do at some point, possibly, I don't know, we'll see how they feel about it after this conflict, is potentially move on Taiwan, but I'm a little skeptical on that right now. So yeah, that'll never happen. If you go down in the thread, I've posted a few things. One of which we had a discussion on Russian oil and the break-even price. The break-even price is going to be around $60, and that's calculated by their lifting cost, which is $42, which I just know off the top of my head. But also, you look at the price spread on Euro oil and Brent oil, and at one point it was down, like, basically if you were going to buy Russian oil, you'd get like a $35 discount when oil prices were at their peak. That discount is back up to about or down to like $17.50. So I've posted data on this in the nest because I love data. So essentially, even right now, their margin is anything above $60 a barrel. And if they put price caps on it, I don't know where the price caps are going to land, but it'll provide an upper bound for where their margin can go. Lastly, we were talking about firms data, the NASA fire satellite data. This is very interesting. So I posted a couple screenshots of all of the fires that NASA firms has essentially detected in the last 24 hours. Now, so these fires would be indicative of missile strikes or artillery strikes, and obviously you have this satellite passing over, and they however long they're over Ukraine, that's when they're taking this information. So there could very well have been a number of other strikes during that time period. But I think it's very interesting because you have on the first photo that I post is there are some strikes near Kupiansk, which would have been, and granted there is a lag, right? So Kupiansk is where that big logistics hub was at, but you've got a couple strikes way to the east, which is interesting, into Luhansk, and one to the north. And then the next one is the most interesting thing, which is the only other hits that I'm seeing are near Mariupol, and then across from the Kerch Bridge, there's a bunch down there. So my hypothesis is, well, we'll just leave it to you to surmise what that could mean strategically in terms of where the Ukrainian armed forces head next. But all I can say is that they have the strategic options they've created for themselves. It's really so well done. Like, is really remarkable. I'm going to step down now, and I would love to be replaced by. Is John Spencer still here? Did he take off?
I don't know if he is. We try not to implore people to come up if they're just listening.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
John's got
it's good hanging.
kids, and he does donate his time whenever he does have a free few minutes to speak. But with that said, I don't know if anybody mentioned that we have Language Learner joining us in approximately 20 or 30 minutes. So
Awesome.
Hopefully John can come in and add some color to that conversation.
Cool. All right. I am heading back down to listen.
Thank you very much, Brad. And DM me some of that break-even price info. That's right up my alley, and I love to see it.
I posted it in the thread. All of that data is in the thread, other than the lifting cost, which is it's $41 a barrel for coming out of the ground, and I think $43 for offshore. So it's roughly around $42 in lifting costs.
You said
Brad, by the way,
and I realized you meant thread. So thanks for posting it in the thread. I will go find it.
Yeah.
By the way, Brad, there's something wonky with your microphone. There's a lot of background noise. At least I'm hearing it. So you might want to check that out. Check your connections and everything. Just giving you a heads up on that.
I'm heading. Thank you. I'm heading down to listen anyway. So anyway, this has been fun.
All right. Thank you. And by the way, speakers, if you do come up, please raise your hand, because we can't tell if you want to speak or not if your hand isn't raised. And if you could drop yourselves down to listener, you can do that by clicking on the icon. It really helps us out, because apparently it's not great for the algorithm to, if we do that for you. So please, by all means, raise your hands and so forth. Ryan, your steel trap mind will have remembered the speaking order. Go right ahead.
You're far too generous. I'm guessing it was Fuzzy, Robert, Dominic, and then Michael.
Pretty much, yeah.
I forget if Robert was ahead of me, but anyway, the discussion about Crimea and the water supply, absolutely. This is not the primary focus for Ukraine. I think I brought it up a couple months ago, and Axel was quick to point out this is a tertiary objective for Ukraine, and definitely Melitopol is the key before you pivot toward Crimea. So there is definitely an order of operations in terms of Crimea, but great focus on where Crimea, where the leverage points are, and why it's important to have access to the water coming from the Dnipro up at Novokhavika. Is that the dam up there in the canal? So other than that, I think that the early discussion was was more focused on the natural gas. I know that the crude oil prices were down considerably, but I think natural gas is the other area where Germany is somewhat exposed, but prices have softened, and that's about it. So any follow up from you guys, I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. The exposure for European markets is on the natural gas side, much more so than crude oil, and that's by design of Russia. They, in the energy industry, natural gas is never your big revenue generator. It's essentially a byproduct, and in a lot of instances, especially in developing oil fields, if they don't have an existing gathering system or a midstream infrastructure,
to get that gas to market and sell it, the margins are so low that they will happily burn it off at the wellhead in order to capture the oil, which is really what makes the money. So places here where I'm from that have had oil and gas development for decades and decades, they capture it and sell it. Places like North Dakota, where it's kind of an emerging market in the last decade or so, they were burning it off in large quantities until somebody made the local legislature aware that North Dakota was flaring off 3 times the amount of gas that they consume on an annual basis. And that's where legislators took a step in and said, hey, you've got to do something to capture this. A, because we want some tax revenue, but B, because you're wasting a valuable natural resource that's provided by the state. So I believe free markets within reason.
Yeah, and it was Russia basically punching themselves in the face by, creating this big stink over natural gas when it's actually more favorable for them to have a place to have a market, make a market on it, and help their overall stack, petroleum stack, when they're marketing their products.
It's in a perfect world, they would love to make money off of that, but they're using it as a weapon of war. It's not a kinetic war, it's an economic war. But make no mistake, Russia is in an economic war with European countries and America. We've chosen not to face them down on a kinetic basis because we don't want to take steps up the escalatory ladder. But Russia has peeled the mask off with respect to their good intentions about providing natural gas or energy products to Europe. They only wanted to make Europe dependent on that product so they could extort them and extract political concessions. One being hoping that Europe wouldn't stand up and defend Ukraine when they invaded Ukraine. It's a tool of leverage.
Absolutely. And just the final thought that, in the future, a future regime, if we were to imagine a more rational regime in place, would they be more bullish in serving the market or trying to extort it? And just, it seems like this whole exercise has been really punching themselves in the face for minimal gain, loss of prestige, loss of face, loss of their second
economic
power.
trade partners. I don't see how anybody's going to eagerly want to do business with Russia in the near or midterm, just because they know that if things go south, politically speaking, with Russia, Russia's willing to cut you off on a dime. And who wants to do business with a partner like that?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Robert, go ahead.
Okay, so if you Google North Crimea Canal 2022, one of the articles that pops up is a good summary from the NPR. And so I'll just give you the cliff notes. I've been following this pretty closely all the way through the Crimea drought that seems to have ended in 2021. So I'll just read a few sentences from this. 2 days into Russia's invasion of Ukraine in late February, Russian military forces blew up a dam that Ukraine had built to cut off Crimea's primary water supply. Putin and the Russian government promised to the Crimean people that they would solve the water problem in Crimea. And they spent billions of rubles trying various things. But the North Crimea Canal provided 85% of Crimea's water before 2014. And the only other observation is Crimea's booming agricultural economy shriveled. There was barely enough water to drink. So Crimea took a huge economic hit to their agriculture sector, which was completely built on Ukrainian water. If you want more, it's this article is a very, very good summary. So there were lawsuits. Russia was claiming humanitarian disasters and everything. But Ukraine legally points out that Russia conquered it. Russia is responsible for taking care of the people. And I will remind the group, I think you all know this, but in 2014, there were several majors developing hydrocarbon resources in Ukraine, and Ukraine has a lot, and they all left after the 2014 war. So Ukraine does have a hydrocarbons in its future. Thanks. Keep up the great work.
Thanks, Robert.
Thank you, Robert. Point of clarification, Ryan. We say Coles Notes. I think you guys, is it correct that, like, is the brand name with you guys Cliff's Notes? Is that it?
Yep, it's Cliff's Notes down here.
Okay, got it.
I was an avid consumer of those in my freshman years of college. Don't tell anyone.
Okay, learn something new every day on this space. Go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah, English Lit wasn't my favorite class. I guess maybe I got started on those in high school, but I digress. Dominic was next.
Hi, yeah. Thanks for getting me up, and brilliant day for the space, brilliant day for Ukraine. It's been crazy weekend, hasn't it, basically? But yeah, what I was going to talk about, a little bit about the gas. I mean, back in the day in Britain, there used to be, well, I think there still is, a kind of a satirical program. Boris Johnson got famous on it, strangely enough, where the very start of it was just like a silly cartoon, the Houses of Parliament, etc., and then it kind of widened over Europe, over France and Germany and stuff, and then of course it got to Russia, and Russia was there, and you got your little figurine of Vlad there turning off the gas taps. So it's kind of amazing to me that nobody ever saw this coming. But I was kind of surprised that he seems to have kicked himself completely in the face, because he's turned it off completely, and he was doing a pretty good job of making everybody scared and giving all the market jitters and stuff like that, just by threatening. So it's a very, very weird thing that he actually chose to pull the trigger.
Oh, it's a brilliant own goal. I mean, he did it so that we wouldn't have to convince Germany, right? He just went ahead and did it. And Ryan, who's an expert in the oil and gas industry, can explain why that is so bad that he shut off the gas. Sorry, Dominic.
Yeah, I mean, it just it makes absolutely no sense. And if he's going for the warfare, then the slow strangulation would have been better. It could have kept the price a bit higher. There wouldn't have been so much of a a response in the, like Ryan was talking about, the amount of LPG that's currently heading towards Europe. But I simply do not understand that move at all. I mean, that is not 4D chess. That is definitely checkers.
Well, it's a sign of their desperation.
He already, but he kept it going for 5 months, so it's not like he didn't try it. It caused a lot of trouble. In fact, if he had done it in the beginning, it would have probably been better for him and us as the West, right? Because at the end of the day, he did allow for Germany to fill up its reserves because it was rationing. So,
another key point in this is, no sooner than they finally shut off the spigot entirely, they sent a message to Europe saying, well, if you'll only loosen some of these sanctions and give us these some of this equipment that we want, then we'll be happy to turn the spigot back on. So it signals that
a little too late.
They really want the sanctions off, and they're trying anything and everything they can to get those sanctions relaxed.
Right. Yeah, and one more thing. Portland's back up. So what do we know about Taganrog, the airfield that was purportedly hit? I mean, I saw a video, but that was of the other one, the main one, which, the one on the beach that everybody knows. That looked, I saw that video at the time. I'm pretty damn sure of the guy in the car park looking over some flats, and and it looks Saki. That's the one. So have they got any video confirmation of that, or has Portland still got his synthetic aperture radar access? I'm wondering.
So,
What access?
synthetic aperture radar. I used to buy access from a couple of satellite providers. Now I'm using it for tracking vehicles that have been used for moving kidnapped children in Russia. So at the moment, I am not using any of that for keeping track of anything going on in Ukraine. This shit's really expensive, and there is a limit to what I can spend. I don't know anything about Taganrog. If somebody sends me videos, I can see if I can figure out what's going on. But like I said on my Twitter, there is so much going on right now, and I can't possibly keep up with all of it.
Well, I can tell you one
Fair
thing.
enough.
It wasn't, the Russians said it wasn't about careless smoking this time. They said the Ukrainians attacked it, which I thought was amusing. So they didn't explain it with lack of maintenance, sabotage, or smoking, or change their story 3 times. They've, said it was Ukraine. So that is one difference.
No, fair enough. I suppose somebody will do a battle damage assessment on it at some point, I suppose, in the next, well, who knows when. Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you, Dominic. I believe it's Michael who is next.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. My hand apparently got dropped down. So anyway, I just want to add a few things to what you've said before. First of all, for anybody who really wants to dig into this issue about Russian economy, I would strongly encourage you to Google the Yale paper by Stephen Sonnenfeld and Stephen Tian. And you Google that, add SSRN after that, and you will find that paper, which is, whether you agree with it or not, it really goes into depth into all those issues around Russian supply of oil, gas, Russian imports, you name it. You can also find some really great videos that are even more up to date on YouTube. If you just type in Jeff Sonnenfeld into the search bar, you will find some briefings he's given to investment bankers, I think, one at the State Department for the Foreign Press Corps. But to get back to the point, first of all, on the break-even point, Jeff Sonnenfeld generally agrees the break-even point for Russian oil is about $46 a barrel, something like that, he said. And the important thing I would re-emphasize is the Chinese and the Indians have been buying oil from Russia, but at a $35 discount compared to world market prices. And crucially, they have been basically filling up their reserves. And the Indians have pretty much filled up their reserves, according to Sonnenfeld and Tian. So the share of what they buy is actually dropping down again. And then the big issue I would think would need to address, because this is a bit more complex, is gas. Because for Russia, gas is actually more important as a commodity, as an export commodity, than oil. It's a bigger source of revenue. It's something like, if I remember correctly, 1/3 of the entire state budget in Russia. Don't quote me on that number, but it's a huge share. That's the important thing. And
Ryan might have a word to say on that, but I'll let you finish, Michael.
Yeah. Okay. And the crucial thing which I got from the Yale paper is the Russians have very limited capacity to produce LNG, liquefied natural gas. It's maybe some like 10% or in that area of the total production, and the rest just goes through pipelines. And most of it goes through Europe, and they have, crucially, because they've shut that down, they need to burn whatever they're not, they can't hold back. And importantly, they can't transfer all those supplies to Asia because they have no connection to these pipelines that go towards China. They have none.
That's true, Michael. So those are a lot of different points altogether. If you wouldn't mind summarizing where you're going with this.
Okay. The basic conclusion is yes, Europe is going to suffer from the lack of Russian supplies, but Russia is going to suffer even more. This is a much bigger issue, cutting off gas supplies to Europe for Russia than it is for us Europeans. And also in particular, because I'm a German citizen, for us Germans, because we have already decreased before that the Russian share of gas that we import massively, and we will have about 4 new LNG terminals by December or January coming online. So this is a much, much bigger problem for Russia than it is for us in the end.
Absolutely. And so
that's basically my summary.
Okay,
I
great.
Thank
Thank
you.
you for that.
with your
Now,
summary.
before, just let me finish my point, Ryan. The other thing is, I would encourage everyone to write to their elected representatives, because another way that this could end and it doesn't become a problem is to just arm Ukraine to the teeth. So, you know, a couple of squadrons of Leo 2s would come in really handy for that. So by all means, encourage your elected representatives to just arm Ukraine, because at the rate Ukraine is going, they will fix their problem a lot faster than any pipeline will or LNG terminal will be built. So I just wanted to throw that in there. Sorry, Ryan, you can go on about oil.
There are LNG terminals though, that are available actually in Norway, so Germany can get them quickly.
I do understand that, but I'm trying to emphasize the point of just arming Ukraine to the teeth.
Yeah. I think the Americans will be in the position to finally cut. People have been making rumors about rather. So it's a good thing.
Kiddos.
Okay, no problem.
Children, as they're called outside of Oklahoma.
So, Sabatoa, I don't know if that is helpful at all, but we just really have no information. I can only speculate. Speculation isn't worth a lot. I don't think it's directly related. If you allow me to speculate even more, I don't think it's directly related to Crimea. It's probably about going after air assets, but that's all I can say now. I can't offer any more insight other than that. But I see that Portland has his hand up. Maybe he has something to say.
I went and I watched the video, which is really the only evidence that we have right now. And unfortunately, the video is shot from behind 3 large apartment blocks. So we can't see what's going on the ground. We can only see the rising plumes of smoke, which looks very much like diesel smoke. So it looks like, my guess right now is that they hit the fuel dumps, which I have been predicting would be the first thing that would get struck at Taganrog as soon as they came within range of Ukrainian missile artillery. So, yeah, that looks about right. In which case, it's not about any particular air system. It is about degrading or removing the ability of the Russians to use that facility for anything at all. And actually, I shouldn't say it's diesel, it's probably kerosene.
Just a heads up, everyone. We are at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which means Language is up to give us his military update. That's coming soon. There are some speakers on our panel who do not have their hand raised. So Michael, Noah, if you would like to speak, this is just one opportunity. Okay, there we go, Michael, to get your questions in. Otherwise, we're going to go directly to Language, who actually, maybe we won't get to him because he's going up and down like a yo-yo. So let's see what.
Sorting these out, I'm happy to let some other folks go as I sort of get myself collected here, especially because I am interested in Taganrog. Because
awesome. Okay, Portland, did you want to carry on? Language dropped again. Twitter is acting up.
Actually, wait, hey, I have a quick question. I don't know if I just got on, so I don't know if I missed it. Do the Taganrog strikes?
Please go and please. Okay, go ahead. I think Michael had his hand up before you, so please raise your hand.
Oh, sorry about that.
You don't mind?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no problem. Michael, go ahead.
Just let him go first. I'm looking for a tweet on exactly the issue that we're discussing right now. Just give me a sec. Let him go first.
Okay, cool. Just
Sideways smiley face.
Quick question. You might have already answered it. I just got on. Do the Taganrog strikes basically like confirm that Ukraine has ATACMS?
Not by even a tiny, tiny sliver of a chance. It's 122 kilometers from the likely firing point. This could have been Smerch. It could even have been M31 if they were being fired on an extended parabolic trajectory instead of being fired so that they come straight down from above. There's nothing here that gives me even the tiniest snifter that this is ATACMS.
Okay, hope that answers your question. Sideways smiley face. Noah, you came up to the speakers panel, but you didn't raise your hand. Do you have a question or a comment? Guess not. Michael.
Yeah, very quickly on that strike. Christian Triebert from, I think he's Bellingcat, if I remember correctly, Twitter handle TRBRTC. He has done a debunking of this. This is actually not a strike at Taganrog, but it's an old footage from the strike at the Saki Air Base. He's done some geolocation on this, and this is apparently very clear. He has done the pictures on this too.
That is really disappointing.
Yep, but hey, that's just the way it is.
While we're waiting on
Okay.
Yeah, that's all. I'm dropping down.
Thank you, Michael.
We got time for another question while we're bringing Lang back.
Got time for one more?
Yeah, and look, I think I'm having some audio issues, so I'm gonna have to restart.
Oh, okay. So what I've seen going around on Twitter is that I know obviously that Germany and the US aren't going to be sending main battle tanks to Ukraine just yet, but I wanted to point out that Ukraine has captured a significant amount of armor, including tank. Like, I did look at Oryx's numbers, and as of today, they've captured around 300 some tanks, around 369 IFVs, including BMPs, multiple armored fighting vehicles, and multiple APCs, which they probably could use to salvage for parts in the future, if not use in their upcoming counteroffensive operations.
Okay, I'll take that as a comment. Portland followed by sideways smiley face.
Sorry about that. It's really weird that Russia made an announcement about an attack on Taganrog. But the video we have of the attack on Taganrog appears to be recycled footage, which makes me wonder what the hell is going on.
That's about where I'm at with that now. I haven't seen that's entirely obvious. There was a strike in Russia today, but that was much closer to the border and confirmed. And you're saying that footage from before of Taganrog is from before?
Apparently so, according to a researcher from Bellingcat.
That's what I had seen. I just wanted to see if there's any more data. So as of right now, we don't have any indication that there was an explosion today in Taganrog.
Yes, I saw a comment from the Russian Ministry of Defense, or some Russian official saying that the Ukrainians had struck it, which is confusing.
Alrighty, sideways smiley face, then we go to language.
In regards to the Ukrainian push now in the Luhansk Oblast around Lyman, do we have any idea if they've been able to utilize the logistics transportations that the Russians left behind? Like, have they been able to take control of the railroad tracks? Because I know that leads from Kupiansk straight to Lyman.
Oh, well, you showed up just in the nick of time because I think Language is going to get into his military update. Language, are you going to address that during your update?
Yeah, I will. Yeah, if you can give me, sorry for the delays, just having some technical difficulties on my end. If you want to give me another, 2 or 3 minutes to get set up. But the short answer is that they're not coming at Liman from the north. They're coming at it from the south across the river. So the logistics of Russian railways aren't as immediately important.
Is that helpful? Sideways smiley face?
Oh yeah, that was great. That answered exactly what I was wondering about. Or since you mentioned that, do we have any verifications of like where they've crossed the river? On Twitter I've seen it like mentioned 3 points, like one near Sivernotnets, one like right south of Lehman, and one like right near the Oskol River.
I'll
don't
get
know.
into that. I'll get into that. But in generally, it's near Ozern, or so near Ryhorodok, just to the northeast of Slovyansk. There's another one near Seversk itself, and then one a little bit closer to the Russian positions at Lysychansk. But they're all broadly coming up from the third, and Svyatogorsk. I'll talk about that in the update. Again, I'm sorry for the technical issues on this end.
All good, awesome. Cleared things up.
Alrighty, folks, before we get started, just a little reminder to please retweet the space. We don't do any advertising at MriyaReport. We are a group of volunteers who are from around the world. We donate our time here 24/7 to keep everyone updated about the illegal Russian invasion of Ukraine. So if you're able to retweet the space, you can do that by going to the top of your screen, and there's a little square bracket there. Retweet. It helps us get the word out. And please, if you can find it in your heart to donate to MriyaAid.org. We're not the same organization, but they are a group of volunteers, very much like ourselves. They donate their time. They don't get paid. And they take donations for all sorts of things that are badly needed in Ukraine. We've all seen this offensive underway. This takes a lot of things. The Ukrainians need tourniquets. For $30, you can buy a high quality tourniquet that saves lives, right? That's literally the difference between life and death on a battlefield or in a collapsed building for civilians. Mriya Aid provides non-lethal aid to Ukraine. You can donate several different ways, PayPal, etc. And it's a way of supporting Ukraine in their hour of need. And they need this now more than any other time while they do this offensive. So I know we're all really giddy with the success, astounded with one of the most historic advances in military history. But don't forget, we need to keep supporting Ukraine, and they need bandages, tourniquets, and non-lethal aid, night vision goggles, drones. So please visit MriyaAid.org. Language, if you're still trying to get your technical details sorted out, Michael had a question. Do you mind if I go to him?
Well, please go right ahead. I'll probably need just another 2 minutes. I'm just throwing up the text and map so everybody can follow along.
I just have a quick correction. Two things. Tribert is actually with the New York Times now. He was previously Bellingcat. And he's actually talking, I looked up the tweet again. He's talking about a specific video that purports to show explosions at Taganrog when it's in fact about Saki Air Base. So it may actually be true that the Ukrainians hit Taganrog, and he's just talking about this specific video. And so that video that people attribute to that strike is actually misattributed. Just wanted to clear that up.
Okie dokie. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Go ahead, Portland.
Yeah, so the video I was looking at doesn't actually show explosions. It just shows 3 very tall, dirty black smokestacks. So I think he may be talking about a different video. I'm pretty confident that Taganrog was hit, though, and it looks like they hit the fuel dump.
So I just threw up the text and map. We'll be using the ISW, Institute for the Study of War, interactive map tonight. Still working on some new things with some very fine folks, and as soon as they're beta tested and developed and ready to be shared, then we'll be bringing them to you here. But they still, require a little bit of work. With that, if you go up to the top and you click on the last tweet in the nest, swipe all the way to the left there, you should be able to see both the text for tonight as well as the map we'll be using. So I'll give you, a minute or two to hop onto that if you'd like to follow along either via text or with the map itself. If there's issues with that map, please do let me know and I'll throw up another one before we start. But we should be good. And while it's, still from 3 p.m. local time in Ukraine as of yesterday in Ukraine, it's still quite accurate. The battle lines have dramatically slowed down. Thankfully, well, not thankfully for the Ukrainians, but for the mappers, it's become a little bit easier. It's no longer you start writing something and Ukraine's taken 3 towns, though I'm happy to have those kind of problems.
Everything okay, language? You good to go?
Yep, I'm just setting up so I can do the recording as well. I don't know, probably just an issue with the Wi-Fi. We've had some storms moving in as of late. But with that, we're all ready to go. Let's jump right into it, shall we? And as usual, we will start from the northwest in Belarus, proceed clockwise, end with some general statements, and take some questions. So, let's begin. So this is the military update for September 12th, 2022, day 201 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. In Belarus, there's been no major changes. Both sides continue to have exercises across the border, or along the border, I should say. In Kiev in western Ukraine, following strikes over yesterday or the day before last, Ukraine has announced that they're going to allocate some $11 million to restore damaged energy infrastructure, particularly in the Kharkiv region, not just in Kharkiv city, but also in some of the more recently liberated territories. In the Sumy and Chernihiv region, along the border, Russian forces continue to skirmish and fire missiles and grenades into the Ukrainian territories, but there's been no signs of any major advance. Moving to Kharkiv city, Ukrainian troops continue to consolidate their control along the border north of Kharkiv city, with footage of Ukrainian troops in Ternova appearing today. This is right along the Russian border. It's an area that Ukrainian troops had pushed into, been pushed out of several months ago, and it just further serves to indicate that the Russians have generally had a mass retreat back into Russia proper, given the fact that they've lost Kazacha-Lopan to the west, which was their main base west of the Siversky Donetsk River, and they've also retreated from Vovchansk, which was their main logistical hub to the east of the river. Moving towards Kupiansk and the eastern Kharkiv offensive, the Ukrainian offensive has continued to consolidate its control over all of Kharkiv Oblast west of the Oskil River, all the way to the Russian border in essentially all directions that do not cross the Oskil River. This is going to be on the rightmost edge of the Institute for the Study of War map in the blue shaded area. Russia launched very heavy strikes on Ukrainian positions all along the river today, with priority on Kupiansk. Elsewhere, Ukraine did launch a strike into Russia proper, destroying a number of mortars. Across the border into Russia, along this entire front, the Russian military has suspended sending new Russian units into Ukraine due to a large number of these recently recruited volunteers refusing to deploy in light of the high Russian losses and the constant lying by Russian officials that is already being seen through. It's very difficult to say everything's going great when you see battered and bruised troops running past you. Ukrainian troops have been forced to shelter in bomb shelters and other reinforced structures under the very heavy Russian shelling along the Oskil River front. One contact in Vovchansk stated he counted 75 salvos from inside his bunker in nearly 3 hours, which comes out to about 450 some odd shells themselves in just this limited amount of time. It appears that Russia's goal is to suppress the recently captured Ukrainian positions so as to prevent Ukrainian advance across the Dnipro River. Thus far, there has been no evidence of Ukrainian troops crossing the Dnipro River in force, with the possible exception of partisan troops and special forces. Thus far, it appears the majority of Russian troops that were able to get out managed to retreat either back over the Oskil River or into Russia proper. In the far northeast corner of the Ukrainian advance, so we'll be at the absolute northeasternmost terminus of the blue area there, near Topoli, Topoli, along the Russian border, Ukrainian troops responded to a Russian mortar battery that was firing from some 2.5 kilometers inside Russia proper near the Russian town of Logachevka along the highway. Via unknown methods, reportedly involving a drone, the Russian forces were struck and killed. Russia claimed that innocent civilians had died, but if they were the same folks manning the mortars and firing into Ukraine, then it would seem they were neither innocent nor civilians. Per the Ukrainian government, 2,850 Russian troops and 590 pieces of equipment were destroyed in this offensive over the past week. The Russian losses are estimated to be as follows: 86 tanks, 158 armored vehicles, 106 artillery guns, 159 cars and trucks, 6 aircraft, and 7 helicopters, and 33 other various kinds of equipment, be it radar, electronic, etc., for a total of $675 million in destroyed material. Additionally, Ukraine is confirmed via visual evidence to have seized some 129 pieces of equipment worth more than $43 million. There's also speculation of, frankly, on the low estimate, at least 100,000 rounds of various kinds of artillery ammo spread up and down this previously major Russian supply highway, as well as the 30,000 that we believe to be in Balakliva. Otherwise, the hard work of demining villages and dealing with the thankful, although abused, civilian population looms ahead. Ukraine is working to ensure mail and pension delivery begin operating immediately in the liberated territories, and there's a number of special investigators being sent to look into the unfortunately numerous allegations of war crimes and summary executions. Moving south towards Izium, Ukrainian troops continue to clear Russian holdouts left behind in Izium, and as such, the city cannot be considered secure as of yet, and clearing operations will likely take several days. Although there has been a couple photographs of Ukrainian troops raising the flag in Izium, per the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense, the city itself is not clear yet. At least 1,000 civilians are known to have been killed since the Russian occupation began here in the beginning of April. Further to the southeast, but to the north of Sloviansk, Ukrainian troops have apparently crossed the Seversky Donets River, that large river you see to the east of Izium, at Sviatohersk, and captured the town. This is right near Borodichne, where Ukrainian troops have been fighting for several months and holding that town. This will place pressure on any remaining Russian holdouts and evac routes on the far side of the river east of Izium, as well as possibly allowing for another front towards Liman. Speaking of Liman, Ukrainian troops continue to assault onto Liman, with Russian forces apparently intending to defend the urban area and heavy shelling ongoing. Ukraine has apparently crossed the Seversky Donets closer to Yampil, the urban area to the east, as well, which opens a third axis of possible attack towards Liman. Isolated reports and videos of Ukrainian special forces operating near Kremina across the river, just to the northwest of Severodonetsk, emerged today. This is the furthest into Russian lines we have evidence of Ukraine operating, with the unit ambushing a Russian vehicle out of the tree line. Moving to Seversk, Russian forces appear to be somewhat dislodged from the Seversk region as Ukrainian troops continue to skirmish towards the outskirts of Lysychansk. The situation remains unclear, but there continues to be rumors and speculation that Ukrainian troops have been spotted at the outskirts into the south of Lysychansk and are working on trying to clear the large industrial area midway between Seversk and Lysychansk along the highway. However, the majority of Russian troops do appear to have moved their attention south towards Bakhmut. Moving to Bakhmut, starting from the north, fighting continues in Soledar, with Russian forces have been pushed back generally to the southeast side of town over the last week and occupying a rather small industrial area. The 93rd Kolodny Yar Battalion that was sent here continues to batter Russian defenses in this area to great effect. To the south of Bakhmut, Russian forces have attempted to push up from the Kodema area, and there are reports of Russian fighters and Wagner Group PMCs who have managed to assault into the southeastern section of the city proper industrial area. However, the overall rate of Russian shelling has apparently dissipated somewhat, and there are reports of fresh Ukrainian fighters arriving to reinforce the embattled Ukrainian defenders here. Much further to the direct south, Russia is attempting to push up the southern Bakhmut highway from Mykolaiv Druha and thus go around whatever Ukrainian defenders still remain in the hills of Kodema, although it's believed that these Ukrainian positions were wiped out yesterday and forced to retreat. However, this southern highway is both heavily defended and also has minefields entrenched along its route, indicating that any Russian gains will be slow at best. Russian shelling in the region prioritized the south here, and the Ukrainian strong point just a little bit further up the road at Zaitsev today. Moving towards Donetsk, fighting continued without much change near Donetsk, aside from Novo-Mikhailivka, which is to the southwest of Donetsk city, near Vuhledar, Vuhledar, grouping of Ukrainian troops. Reportedly, Russian troops attempted an assault here on the continuing to grow UA units, or Ukrainian units, and ended up getting annihilated by Ukrainian artillery. There are isolated reports of a Ukrainian offensive moving further southeast from here. Moving to Mariupol, the situation remains grim, and there is not predicted to be enough energy infrastructure to make the city generally livable through the winter, and there's been widespread international condemnation after Russia staged a concert outside the destroyed Mariupol Opera House, where several hundred civilians were killed while they were sheltering during the siege. Russia continues to withdraw military equipment from Mariupol to the west towards Berdyansk, even that which had been dug in and entrenched. The equipment we've seen heading into Mariupol over the recent days appears to be transiting through rather than stopping here. Moving to Zaporizhia and the southern axis, Ukrainian troops continue to shell along the front lines. There were a number of deep strikes and missile attacks against targets on the southern axis, and the Ukrainian grouping in the southeast near Vuhledar has continued to worry Russian troops as Ukrainian forces continue to reportedly amass military units and clear minefields and other obstacles. The Russian Igor Girkin has expressed that Russian defenses in this region are not much better than they were around Balaklia. Moving west towards Kherson, across the Kherson front today, the ongoing Ukrainian operation continues, with Russia launching 15 airstrikes across the front and Ukraine launching 2, which along with over 300 artillery strikes were responsible for eliminating 59 soldiers, 1 tank, 12 armored vehicles, 5 artillery guns, 3 ammo depots, 2 bases, 1 electronic warfare unit, and 1 ferry crossing. In summary, Ukraine continues to advance towards Kherson from the northwest direction. Fighting is fierce across the bridgehead on the inlets, and the northeast front remains apparently stagnant over the past 24 hours, with the exception of 1 small village being gained by Ukraine. Russia continues to apparently enjoy more air control in the form of higher airstrike missions compared to the reduction in Ukraine's numbers. Broadly speaking, Russia's airstrikes have gone up by a factor of 3, and Ukraine's airstrikes have gone down by a factor of 10. Starting from west of Kherson and moving clockwise, Ukrainian troops along the river and coastline to the west of Kherson are further confirmed to have taken Oleksandrivka today. This allows for a continued Ukrainian assault along the western highway into Kherson, which has been heavily targeted by Ukrainian artillery already. Isolated reports of Russian troops surrendering in the northwest section of Kherson continue to come out, although the wider message of a mass surrender seems highly unlikely, given A, the original source and statement that was made in Ukrainian, plus the deployment of a tank platoon and heavy airstrikes on Ukrainian positions. Russian troops continue to attempt to move units across the river via barges and helicopters. Russian forces in Snihorivka, along the western bank of the Inulets River, that river just to the northeast of Kherson city that is very serpentine, continue to survive under Ukrainian heavy artillery. However, their supply lines have been targeted so much, as well as possibly the bridges that let them retreat back across the river, that there continues to be speculation that Russia will abandon this base. There are also reports of a Ukrainian advance threatening from the ground directly with armor and mechanized units. Moving further up the river, fighting continues southwest of Davidi Brid near Suky Stavok, right where you see that large blue bulge in the Russian lines. Ukrainian troops who have crossed the Inulets River continue to attempt to make gains towards the western of the two major supply highways. This is the highest concentration of Russian air power and where they've been devoting most of their strikes. There's also been further confirmation from the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense today that these cities here, including Suky Stavok, have in fact been captured. So we're not just looking at them on a map and hypothesizing it anymore. The Ukrainian government themselves can confirm it. Ukraine's believed to be in control of these towns for, frankly, over a week now. Further to the northeastern front, Ukrainian troops are believed to have advanced towards MriyaReport, continuing to press down from the center of the northeastern front. There are reportedly a number of Russian pontoon barge operations moving directly into Kherson city from the south across the river, and these have been continued to be targeted in the last few days. Ukraine also hit the Antonovsky Bridge, the large major bridge to the southeast of Kherson, with HIMARS again today. An assassination attempt was made on the collaborator-appointed head of Kherson University, who had gotten her position by arranging the kidnapping of the former president, who thankfully had been released. She is in hospital with critical wounds, and her bodyguard was killed in the bombing. Otherwise, explosions continue in Kherson via the work of either Ukrainian artillery or partisans, and the blood shortage continues to worsen with donations of all kinds needed urgently. Moving to the Black Sea, reportedly in the Black Sea, there are 4 combat ships with about 30 missiles available for use deployed off the coast of Crimea. And speaking of Crimea, footage emerged today of a Russian fighter crashing shortly after takeoff. It is unclear whether this is the same Russian fighter that was reported crashed and or shot down by its own units several days ago, simply with the video footage arriving today, or if this is a secondary one. In general, yesterday, Ukrainian forces eliminated 300 soldiers, for a total of 52,950, 23 armored vehicles, 14 tanks, 6 artillery guns, 18 cars and trucks, 1 aircraft, and 1 UAV. The losses were most pronounced in the Kherson and Izium regions. Internationally, the Azerbaijani-Armenian conflict flared up again, which was previously something of a proxy war between Russia on the side of Armenia and Turkey on the side of Azerbaijan in 2020, supplying them with the now famous Bayraktar drones. With Azerbaijani forces firing on Armenian military barracks and reportedly destroying one, as well as using Bayraktar drones to destroy Armenian defenses, Russian peacekeeping troops deployed in the area came to general alert. Armenia reportedly shelled Azerbaijani positions, and both sides accused the other of reigniting the conflict. At time of writing, reports of a ceasefire are apparently not the case, as continued reports of airstrikes and shelling occur across the region. What is known is that Russian influence abroad continues to diminish in the face of its military defeats in Russia, to the point where even having Russian units in your country is not enough if you are relying on them for defense. Frankly, there's a lot of factors into the Armenian-Azerbaijan war. I encourage you to look into it. The sides are much less clear as far as, who is in the right and who is in the wrong. However, one side is supported by Russia. The Russian military has stated that there is no need for mobilization or martial law in Russia as tensions continue to grow regarding the Russian defeats in Ukraine. In France, Russians beat 2 Ukrainian women severely because they were listening to Ukrainian music. The Foreign Ministry of Ukraine demands that the attackers be punished, and they are currently at large. Ukraine has continued to request ATACMS rockets from the U.S., which have a range of approximately 300 kilometers, further indicating they have not been given them as of yet. There was a reported explosion at the Taganrog Air Base in Russia, in the Rostov region, just to the east of the Donetsk region, Ukraine, but some of the footage appears to be old. The footage that we have seen may be of fuel dumps having been set alight. The circumstances currently are unclear. In the last week, 55 companies left the Russian market, including Petrobelt Technologies, Schmitz Cargo Pool, Halliburton, and Sony Music Group. And the group of 7 G7 countries are working to limit the price of Russian crude oil and to set the maximum level at $40 to $60 per barrel, which would cause quite some strain to the Russian economy. With that, thank you guys for listening. If there's any questions or anything I can clarify, please let me know.
Thank you, Language. That was great. Really appreciated. Folks, if you have questions for Language after his update, please request to speak, raise your hand, and we'd be happy to hear from you. I have some people already coming up. Right now, we have Sideways, smiley face with a raised hand. Go ahead. And Language, I'll let you just go directly to the questions and choose the order yourself, as we usually do, if that's okay with you.
Sure, let's do that. Let's go to Aaron first.
Hey, Language and everybody. Good to hear from everybody again. Language, your update. I got most of your update. I didn't hear all of it, but what do you think is going to happen north of Kherson? You said that the 1 or 2 units had surrendered. There has been a lot of disinformation about that. Assuming that these units were surrounded. These are isolated units up along the front of the from on the other side of the river, up the north side of the river. What is your estimation of their strength?
Well, here's what we know, because there's a lot of stuff that's been going around. Part of it comes from what appears to be a mistranslation of a Ukrainian military official statement. As best I understand, what we do know to be true is that the Russian troops to the northwest of Kherson City have been having considerable issues with their artillery ammo. As a result, there are allegations, and some of these seem to be backed up by the Ukrainian claims of gains in the area, that Russian troops are withdrawing back towards Kherson City from the northwest in order to be within the range of their friendly artillery guns on the south side of the Dnipro River, where they can much more easily get ammo than trying to float it across, because you do use much more artillery on defense than you do on offense. We also know that along this northwestern section specifically, there's a large number of these DPR, LPR, forcibly mobilized conscripts who, already having poor morale, were essentially left here with minimal food and water, reports that they weren't getting enough water every day, that they were having to share one ration between 4 people, that their cell phones had been taken away, so that way they weren't aware of the broader Ukraine offensive in Kherson over the past few weeks. There's allegations that one of these units has been surrounded, and there's discussions on organizing some kind of surrender that may have been blown a little out of proportion, unless there's other evidence that I'm not aware of, and that's entirely possible, indicating that there was a mass Russian withdrawal. However, I haven't seen that data points. If somebody has them and wants to send them to me to validate, I am more than happy to look at them. I'd be happy to learn that's true. But until such a point occurs, frankly, extraordinary claims do require extraordinary evidence, especially when we're talking about the surrendering of some 20,000 individuals as Russia continues to move tanks into the region. Does that kind of answer the question? That's as far as we know right now.
It does, because yes, I knew that they're moving more stuff up into the region to reinforce the Kherson line. So that is definitely true. And all right, thanks so much, Language. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Yeah, and like most things, it's unclear. And while Russia's certainly having considerable difficulties getting stuff across the river, it's not completely cut off, though they do keep sending these more or less suicidal barges, these helicopters. So, yeah.
Absolutely. I'm even hearing about my 26 Halos being used, but if they're putting them up into Kherson, they're definitely really risking. They're really
heard
risking.
about that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So for those listening, the Mi-26, the Halo, it is the largest Russian transport helicopter, roughly equivalent to what you might see in the U.S. as the Chinook, or that large helicopter with 2 blades, one at the front and at the back.
Actually,
I want to say, okay, go ahead. Sorry.
It's okay. It's actually it is more comparable than to the CH-53E Super Stallion. In comparable in size, it's more comparable to that one, but it is a bit larger, from what I remember.
As I understand, that is, Russia doesn't have a tremendous number of these.
No.
They are very good at heavy lifting. They've also been used for firefighting operations around the world, actually. but Russia's doctrine has been not to use these anywhere close to the front because they are big, they are slow, they are not easily replaceable. As far as I understand it, they've been using more of their conventional helicopters to ferry things across the river because, frankly, where they're landing them at the Chornobyka airport to the northwest of Kherson doesn't really have the best reputation for things surviving there. So they'd rather use the ones that they have thousands of than the ones they have maybe 100 of.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you. With that, let's go to Michael and then to WikiFace.
Just a question to language. Maybe I missed that part. Do you have anything on the strike on Taganrog? Chuck now says it's confirmed, and the issue we had earlier about this footage, that was just a mix-up. Some people misattributed footage, but the strike is confirmed. Do you have anything on that? Thank you.
All I have on that, and I think Portland might be able to speak a little bit better on this or more eloquently than I, is that right now we have reports that there was a strike on or nearby a Russian airbase in Taganrog in Russia. This is in the Rostov-on-Don region, right to the east of Ukraine, frankly. And then, as I believe Portland said earlier, what we've been able to confirm is that there was at least 3 large clouds of billowing black smoke, indicating the destruction of some sort of oil, lubricant, chemical storage. But other than that, because there's been a couple conflicting statements here, Russians claim it happened, a researcher claimed that some of the footage was old. I think that, frankly, Portland can speak on that a little bit better than I can, if you'd like to.
You sort of covered it all, buddy.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know if there's much more to be said right now. If more information emerges, that'll be fantastic. Taganrog isn't exactly in the middle of nowhere, so if we go digging for it, and I will try to do so, there should be more Russian evidence of it, or like a whole bunch of these videos floating around. So far, I've only seen a couple. So beyond that, we know what the Russians are claiming happened. We have video evidence of something happening, but the extent of the destruction is currently unknown. This was a fairly decent Ukrainian Russian airbase with a number of crafts deployed here, including their AWACS craft, or I'm always getting it wrong, but it's an airborne warning and something control. Essentially,
mainstay is the designation.
Yeah, the A50U. Yeah, I don't know I don't actually know what the acronym for AWACS stands for as of right now. It slipped my mind. But
it's Airborne Warning and Control System.
So I appreciate that. So what we've seen in the past, and you can tell these are the aircraft that looks like a giant dish on the top. To put it mildly, they essentially allow your aircraft to cheat in the sky. They are a massive, massive force multiplier. That cannot be overstated. Getting into some of the public things they can do, they can very much see targets from drastically longer away than individual fighter can relay that information not just to the fighter but to their missiles, while the fighter is has their radar off and whatnot, and then basically guide those missiles in to a distance much further and much more accurately than the fighter might be able to do so alone. They're also capable of a number of other very interesting technological capabilities. They are certainly a force multiplier. In the past, when Ukrainian forces have gone up against the Russian air fleet, with these, they've been swatted out of the sky, most notably near Belarus in the early war, and reportedly there was a big furball of jets shooting at each other over the Black Sea several months ago, where unfortunately one of these was also present. Russia does not have a lot of these. If one of them was destroyed, that is huge, huge, huge. I want to save their most modern version of these because Russia is more antiquated than this than other countries, including the US by far. I want to say they have like 10 of the most modern ones, and these are not things they can replace easily, especially with their microchip shortages. This is still very much speculation. If one of those was damaged or destroyed, I imagine Russia would pull back the rest of them from more active combat duty, because this is something they can't afford to lose one of. It's almost like losing the Moskva in its significance instead of for the air rather than the sea, and they wouldn't want to lose another. They probably wouldn't want it to be known if it did happen. But at this point, all we know, 3 clouds of smoke, whatever is there remains to be seen. All right, let's go to Sideways Smiley Face.
Yeah, I have two questions. One, is there any estimate on like the number of POWs captured? And then the other thing I was wondering, looking at like the Kherson front, do we know if like the forces have reached the second line of defense? I know that there are like 3 lines of defense on the west bank of Kherson. Are they still trying to push back, like break through the first line, and have they made it to the second line of defense yet?
At this point, that's difficult to tell because those seem to be a little more localized around villages. It does appear that they are moving on the second line of defense, but they haven't broken through it yet. As best I can tell, the second line of defense is around Kislivka and sort of a line drawing from there in a semicircle all the way up to the Russian forces along the Inhulets River to the northeast, as well as the Russian forces down along the coast of the southwest. I would argue that that line hasn't been broken through yet, given what I've seen. But remains to be seen. Just the easiest way to tell, I have found, where the battle lines are is to see where the artillery is firing. That's something that you can check out with firms or other satellite imagery websites that detect flashes. There's a number of them on Twitter. That will tell you, okay, well, the front line hasn't moved much in the last 72 hours, 7 days, or what have you. Or, oh, wow, something's moving in this direction or that direction. So far, that seems to be the best indicator. To the northwest, I haven't seen a massive change as of yet.
And then any estimate on like POWs captured? Also, if I've seen some reports about like some pretty advanced Russian electronic warfare tech being captured. Do we know if that's been confirmed, or like any other kind of sensitive material that Russia definitely wouldn't want Western intelligence agencies getting a hold of?
I had heard some musings about that, but I'll turn this over to Portland because he may know more specifically about it.
So, in the grand scheme of things, we don't know, but we do know that in one fairly small-ish pocket, that at least 7,000. So the number that, if we speculate from there, it could be significantly higher. As for electronic warfare capabilities, I am waiting for more concrete evidence before I speculate.
Right. As far as that, I think the highest numbers we had seen, this was from Ukrainian War Mapper. He's a great guy. He does a lot of work and a lot of research. I'm just going to, be kind of a wet blanket here. I think his numbers seemed the highest possible estimates. He was claiming this is because we're talking about 2 different regions now. Right now, we're talking about the captured troops near Izium, were somewhere on the order of 7,000. He had also reported the capture of some 1,200 armored vehicles, so 450 tanks. We're not quite seeing that yet, though we are seeing, about 100 or evidence of at least 100 additional Russian vehicles captured per day per open source photographs and videos in the Oryx blog that tracks all of them. So it's probably going to take, I would argue, the better part of a week before we get a real firm estimate on everything Russia left behind and how much was captured. But based on that same report, which does seem to be the high watermark, it was for the offensive front, some 7,000 Russians had been captured. As best I can tell, most of the captures came from within the first day or two after the Russian retreat en masse began. There were units that got left behind and were surrounded and were either captured or killed. But those that were in the back lines and started sprinting for the Russian border did, by and large, manage to get away, unless they were some of these DPR, LPR conscripts, the ones that Russia has forced to take a Russian passport, enlisted them with little training and thrown them into the meat grind on the front lines. As the final insult to injury, they said, oh, well, congrats on the new passport, but we can't let you into Russia. So a number of these units were captured, which, to be perfectly honest, is probably the best resolution for these people, especially because a number of them were again, forcibly mobilized under threat of violence against both them and their families in the occupied regions, and were sort of thrust headlong into it. They'll probably do much better in a Ukraine prisoner of war camp than being cycled back into another bloody meat grinder by Russian forces if they had managed to cross into Russia.
Thank you, Language. Got another request coming up. So if you stand by a few minutes. There we go. Go ahead, our hand.
Hi. Do you have any indication as to what level of POWs Ukraine had before this happened? Was this a huge doubling of the amount of POWs, or small in comparison to what they had before?
So the issue is we're not entirely positive what the previous POWs were. The best number I had seen had really stopped being counted at 1,000 some, frankly, months ago, like 4 or 5. So it's unclear what the exact numbers are. We know there hadn't been a tremendous number of captives. It was more an isolated incident. This is likely to be one of the largest gatherings of Russian prisoners of war since the war began, with a couple of statements from Ukraine saying that the amount of both captured vehicles and captured prisoners of war is actually so large as to cause some logistical issues in transporting them all. We've already seen a couple videos just regarding the equipment, which may have either been surrendered or abandoned, of people using abandoned Russian equipment to tow other Russian abandoned equipment with captured Russian gear on top of it, because if they try to load it all up into the vehicle they came with, they wouldn't have enough room. So extrapolating from that, if any of the crews were caught, I'd say it's safe to say somewhere in the thousands. How many thousands? Currently unclear. But I'd say it's, as if I was a betting man, I think we can look at very conservatively at least 2,000 captured on top of whatever Ukraine had before.
Thanks.
Thank you. And then as we have more people here, please feel free to click on that button in the lower left-hand corner. Come on up, ask a question. Shoot a DM up to either myself, to Ryan, Bloke, to Portland. Be happy to help you. Looks like we've got Raj here.
Raj Rishimori, you are up. You have a question for Language or about the ongoing invasion of Ukraine by Russia? Raj may not know he requested the mic. Nope, maybe he does.
Hi, Ryan. I will be back in some moments. Please continue. Thanks.
Perfect. If you'll just raise your hand when you're ready to ask your question, you hit the little heart button at the bottom, and it's the far right. Oh, you know how to work the emojis. Never mind. Thanks.
And a statement from a listener from Gray Wolf makes a very good point regarding captured equipment as well as captured Russians. Because Ukrainians still aren't freely moving around inside Izium because of some pockets of Russian resistance, once they're able to completely secure the city in full, there should be quite a large amount of equipment captured, and hopefully for all parties involved, a large number of Russian troops captured rather than just killed. So that would be, that's certainly true. I've heard various estimates on how long it's going to take to fully clear the city, ranging from a couple days to a week. Just Ukraine is not eager to throw its folks away against, desperate pockets of Russian troops. And the longer that they don't have food and water and supplies, then the easier it will be to convince them to surrender, right? The time is on the Ukrainian side at this point. Another question from a listener regarding partisan efforts since the counteroffensive began. Broadly speaking, the greatest partisan efforts we've seen in the Izium region and the Kharkiv region proper have been in the form of aiding Ukrainian military units rather than outright rising up against people. Frankly, you don't need to throw a Molotov if you can take a picture and send it to your buddy down the road who's manning an artillery gun and say, hey, the Russians are camping inside Old Man Grayson's house. I never liked that guy anyway. Shell it to bits. There was a lot more of that. A good intercommunication, something that had been set up, frankly, quite some time in advance. by Ukrainian forces. Russian troops had broadly deserted these small villages and had chosen to instead convoy between the largest cities because they had drawn down their forces so much, which allowed for easier Ukrainian infiltration into the small villages themselves. And with that, let's go to Andre.
Hi, Language. Thank you very much for your updates. I just wanted to point out that I think at this point you did a great job at learning how to pronounce Ukrainian names. So kudos to you. So for this name of the city in Russia, it's not Taganrog. Sounds a little bit mystical or Nordic. It's Taganrog, which is not important, but if you probably as you learn language, you wanted to pronounce it like a little bit better. It's Taganrog, and it's easy to remember that emphasis is on the very last syllable. Yeah, thank you very much. But it doesn't matter. Call it whatever you want.
Spasibo bolshoye. I appreciate it. Seriously, thank you. This is how we learn. With that, let's go to Niranjan Adhikari.
Hi, Language. I heard you say about the Russian crude oils having a price. I guess the top floor, not the bottom, I guess. Is it because the G7 countries are not in, I guess, agreement, or is it just it taking time? When can we see that? I mean, is there any idea? I guess, are they having next meeting, the G7?
It says that they may set that the measure is set to begin December 5th, and it will probably be a few weeks before the price of crude oil and other petroleum products is officially determined. But the range is being discussed from 40 to 60, where the $40 is the marginal production cost in Russia, which I'm far from an economist, but if I'm reading it correctly, it means that if they're selling it at $40 a barrel, they're not making money. And then $60 is the historical price for Russian oil, which means they're not able to gouge the market. There's still some concerns they have to discuss with Saudi Arabia and other oil producers. People who have more of a relation with Russia may want to have a higher oil amount so Russia gets more money as they have some alliances. But it's a dangling. If it's too low, then Russian oil can kind of undercut Saudi oil, and they don't want that. If it's too high, then, well, the Russians are getting more money, and other people don't want that. But I think if we can have an economist chime in here, they might be able to explain more. The deadline is by December 5th, though.
I'm highly skeptical about their ability to succeed in these endeavors as far as jacking around with oil prices and setting a ceiling on it. I wish I could be more optimistic, but I think a wholesale embargo is probably the better idea.
I think the biggest concern right now. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say, small caveat to that. I know the Department of Treasury released some initial guidance on that today, and a friend of the space shared it with me. I have yet to take the time to sit down and read all the details of it, but I will do that this evening once I'm no longer co-hosting, and hopefully I can provide some more better informed opinions on it in the coming day.
Apparently, based on what I'm reading here, the U.S. Treasury Secretary for Economic Policy, Ben Harris, says it's going to be a couple weeks, but that there's even because this is more directed towards China and India specifically as the larger importers of Russian oil right now, that they said that even if China negotiates a separate 30 to 40% discount on Russian oil because of a price cap, they still consider that a win because it would help force down prices for Asia and other consumers. So there's still tangential benefits, even if it doesn't quite succeed. Again, far from an economist, but this seems to be still in the early stages.
Any attempt is better than nothing at all, and obviously they are still succeeding in retailing their oil to the global market. So who am I to critique any attempt? I'll shut my mouth on it because I want to see anything and everything. They should throw the kitchen sink at Russia with respect to trying to curtail their ability to profit off of global energy demand right now.
Absolutely. Raj Rishimori, are there any other questions?
Hang on, I think we've got a couple of other speaker requests too.
Fantastic.
First one's Santiago, if he can get connected. There he is.
Hey, hi. Hey, Language. Thanks for doing this, or thanks everybody for putting this together. I had a question about center of gravity. In your assessment, can you talk about what is the thing that Ukraine can take away from Russia that would really undo Russia's military capability in Ukraine? An example would be if we take away the railways, do their supply lines dwindle and then the military falls apart, or the airspace, or the frequency, or is it a information war ultimately? I was hoping if I can get your thoughts on that.
Sure. So I think it's very hard, at least for me, to determine a specific center of gravity. For those listening, in military parlance, you can think of it as being like the center of mass. If you're wrestling with somebody, if you upset that center of mass or center of gravity, then they tend to fall down, right? That's where we're broadly applying here. There's a number that could be it. I think we'll probably know after the fact rather than before. Otherwise, it's predictions. There's supply lines being cut from Belgorod and the abandonment of a tremendous amount of munitions and equipment that they cannot effectively replace in time. That could very well be it. The amount of shells that they are going through could also very well be it. I think the estimates, and Dr. Paul's done some digging into this with Trent Telenko, I believe, saying that Russia had at maximum some 11 to 12 million shells before the invasion began, contrary to popular belief and my belief that they had much more than that. And they have, by Russian independent media experts' estimates, they have already fired some 7.1 million of those shells as of a few weeks ago, with the destruction and capture of all these ammo depots beyond that, which they hadn't factored in. They hadn't factored in any of the destruction of ammo depots. They just said these are how many that have been, shelled based on, patterns. It's estimated, I think we're being very conservative, Russia has fired some 8 million shells or lost 8 million shells in this conflict one way or the other. This means that if they only have some 3 million shells, let's say they got another million total from Belarus and from North Korea now, of all places, they're running out of time. When Russia loses the capacity to effectively leverage its artillery as willy-nilly as it desires, especially on defense, then I start to see some of this Ukrainian maneuver warfare breaking through their lines and doing so very effectively, because we've already seen what happens when Ukraine is able to leverage these effects, and Russia, just given the status of the defenses we've seen, both really on the north and the south, we're not talking about World War I style trenches with concrete and barbed wire. We're talking about holes dug in the dirt. And frankly, one Ukrainian tank is worth a lot more than those holes. If Russia loses their artillery superiority, I think that could be the center of gravity. If they lose enough troops back home, it could change the political calculus. We are already seeing some murmurs, although let's be clear, Russia still is very much an autocratic surveillance state, even under the control of Vladimir Putin and his appointed ministers. The estimates I'd heard from folks who would have known a couple months ago is that when it gets to the point where there are 100,000 Russian soldiers killed, not just killed, wounded, deserted, but 100,000 killed with a corresponding ratio of injured and deserted, that's when people can start talking about things like regime change in Moscow, which is probably, by my personal estimates, and this is more of a guess than a hard and true fact, that's what would end the war the earliest, because Putin is looking at this as his legacy. He's becoming emotionally invested. He doesn't necessarily care about these traitorous Russians that have failed to help him achieve his goals, and this state serves him, right? So he'll keep throwing people into the grinder if he can. At some point, though, when people in Moscow, St. Petersburg, and other major Russian cities start to wonder why all of their kids have gone missing and are coming back missing limbs, that does start to trickle up enough. And with the economic destruction currently being wreaked on Russia, other people may say, hey, it's time to start thinking about choosing a new guy. Again, you can only really start discussing that without being laughed out of the room at 100,000. It doesn't mean that's a hard and fast number, but that could be the other center of gravity. Long response, sorry for monologuing, but in short, it's the supplies they've lost, it's the artillery ammo they may or may not have, and it's the amount of casualties that they've sustained. Does that kind of answer the question?
Yeah, it does. So you're not worried about maybe the command and control aspect, that they still have that in a rudimentary form to still survive no matter what Ukraine does?
I think they're just having listened to Russian comms, their command and control has been, it is garbage, it's been garbage. While this retreat is showing new lows, frankly, the Russian military is sort of used to this bureaucratic inefficiency, and it doesn't take a lot unless Ukraine troops are coming down on you to just try and force people to the front, especially as we've seen, frankly, a very casual disregard for their soldiers' lives. Unfortunately, while we have seen some elements of the Russian military either deserting or possibly committing fragging, killing their officers and leaving, we haven't seen that spread to the same level as we saw in Afghanistan in the 80s, which means that probably hasn't become the failure point just yet. It could be, certainly. But I go ahead.
No, go ahead, language.
Yeah,
I
but
cut you
yeah,
off.
no, all good. I'm not sure that that's going to be the point that fails first. The Russian military is a house of cards that's been rotting from the inside with corruption for years. There's a number of places it could fall. I certainly won't pretend to know them all. But, you know, I think that it will be a logistical issue before it becomes a command issue.
Exactly. And that's all I was going to add in. Their command and control capabilities have been piss poor from the start of this war. That's why they've done so god awful up to this point. So there's not much to degrade there. Their air capabilities have pretty much been neutered by the overwhelming amount of man pads that are available within Ukraine, all over the place. And really, if I was going to throw something out and you kind of finished it up with that, I would say logistics is where you get them, because you can degrade their artillery by attacking them directly. But if you cut off their ability to resupply any artillery within Ukraine by attacking railways and logistics paths, they're going to starve, or they're going to starve for both ammunition and food.
Let's go to No Hero and then to Aaron.
Hi, language. I'm interested to know who controls a small town northeast of Kherson called Bruskinsky. It's to the east of the Inhulets and sits on the T-2207. The map tonight has it in Russian hands. I think Defmon 3's map has it in Ukrainian hands. And it seems like the key, a pretty key point to control, to cut off supply to that whole front, Russian front that remains on the Inhulets. You have any information about that?
Let me pull that up. I believe that Bruskinsky is currently being contested as far as there's fighting around it. We do know that Ukrainian troops have pushed into or near it, but the actual control over that town and on the strategic highway that it sits is currently unknown. The greatest extents I have seen say that Ukrainian troops have reached there. There is a very large Russian base immediately to the northeast in those villages of Ishenka and Bezvodne, and those are probably hindering the Ukrainian efforts, unfortunately. I don't know much more than that for sure.
Okay, that's more than I knew. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Aaron and then to James.
So, language, we've been talking about it, and I've been assessing what maybe that they're getting from the North Koreans, and it's the possibility they were looking for something. There was definitely, they were even looking for something similar to the which is the KN-09 from North Korea, 300 millimeter, 200 kilometer range, or maybe even the K.
To me?
No, not yet. Please, if you'll raise your hand,
sure,
we'll be happy to move to you in order.
Sure, thank you.
So either the KN-09 300 millimeter system, or they're looking at maybe even possibly the KN-25. But that is something that I guess that's a possibility, because they're looking for something that is going to be able to push and hit back with a possibility of some accuracy. It's probably not going to be very accurate, even with inertial guidance. Something they want, something that they can have that's MLRS. Sorry?
You kind of keep cutting in and out there.
Oh, sorry. They want to be able to hit back against HIMARS. So there's the KN-09 with a 200 kilometer range, and then there's the KN-25 with a 500 kilometer range. And I'm just want to hear what you're hearing as far.
So you look like you keep hitting the mute button or something. But as far as North Korea, what they're sending, if I'm understanding the question, I'm certainly not into the weeds with it as much as I think some other people, including yourself, may be better informed. From what I gather, though, Russia is increasingly reliant on older artillery systems. There was some evidence of Russia actually issuing, I would say it's the D1 and the D44, which by themselves, they mean nothing, but those are artillery guns that Russia produced in 1943 and 1946. So we're not just back to your granddaddy's rifle, we're back to your granddaddy's artillery gun. There's a quote. Go ahead. Sorry.
Even the KS-19, 60 millimeter anti-aircraft guns. I'm just wondering, if you've heard of them maybe purchasing something long-range artillery systems from North Korea, like KN-09.
As I understand it, a lot of it has to do with the actual artillery shells. Frankly, North Korea, is a little more easily bullied around in terms of what Russia can promise them, but they have a larger quantity of these smaller things. And I won't pretend to be an expert on North Korean politics and their posture on the Korean Peninsula. That's a much larger topic for a different time. But I would imagine that if North Korea had to choose between things that it could use to threaten and terrorize areas deeper into South Korea or give them away to Russia, they'll probably choose to hold on to at least a couple of them. But getting rid of a bunch of their artillery ammo that Russia can already use with their more antiquated systems, that seems to be more the case because, as we previously discussed, Russia is starting to run low on artillery ammo. There's a fantastic article. I'd thrown it up a couple days ago. If you search for insider.ru, I promise it's actually a pretty good website. It's in English. They have a good article called A Farewell to Arms, catchy title, which discusses the rate of loss and degradation of Russian military equipment and their artillery supplies. And if they continue their current shelling patterns, as we've seen in the past, and frankly, what we saw today along the front in Izium near the river, they'll be done by early next year at the absolute latest. So I suspect it's probably less flashy. Russia does still have a number of air-launched cruise missiles they can use, as they did the other day. But rather than trying to rely on hyper-specific rocket artillery, they probably just want to get more of the conventional stuff to their guys on the front lines. That's my hypothesis.
Yeah, and that seems more likely. Absolutely. Thank you, Language.
Thank you. Let's go. Let's see, we got Craig up here. It's been a while, so let's go to Craig, and then to James, and then to the sideways smiley face, and then Skykiss if you have any questions as well.
So I wanted to add on to something, if I could change direction just a little bit from certain units and certain things and tools of the trade, so to speak. Do we have any estimates, rough estimates, of course, to what Russia lost in this counteroffensive? Has that data started to accumulate? Aside from the toys, I'm talking about manpower, right? Do we have any idea how much they've actually lost in that offensive in terms of just whether you're a POW, wounded, or KIA?
So the numbers released by Ukraine today, 2,850 troops and 590 various pieces of equipment were destroyed in this offensive over the last week, or specifically from the 5th.
So that is the equivalent. Yeah, that is the equivalent. Just for people to understand, that's the equivalent of a Western brigade. That is the equivalent of a Western style army, regular conventional army brigade. That is not that is not something you replace overnight.
And not if you're Russia and you're recruiting people out of psychiatric hospitals and homeless shelters either. The other thing is how many have been captured. That's still more nebulous. The estimates I have heard start somewhere in the quote thousands and may range up to as high as 7,000, though that number is still very much unconfirmed. But we know it's at least in the thousands because it's been causing some logistical issues with getting them back from the front to POW camps.
Fair enough. Thank you so much.
Thank you, brother. Let's go to Sideways Smiley Face, then to James, then to War Pigeon, and then Sky Kiss. If you have any questions, please feel free to throw up your hand and we'll get you in the loop.
Yeah, I just wanted to know two things. I saw on Oracle's page. One, apparently the Pentagon came out, said they've trained publicly over 300 Ukrainians on how to use the HIMARS system, and I think that system at a max just needs like 3 people. So technically they have like right now enough people trained to operate over 100 HIMARS systems. And then talking about like electronic warfare, apparently the Russian army couldn't be bothered to remove the wreckage of the Su-30 that came down in the Kharkiv area before it was liberated by Ukrainian forces. So now Western intelligence agencies are a proud owner of a slightly dented SAP-518 Regatta jamming pod, which is like one of Russia's most advanced electronic warfare systems they have. Also, I have a question. Do we know to what extent Western provided surface-to-air like aerial defense systems are aiding Ukraine in like their offense? Like I know the U.S. has provided NASAM systems. I think Finland or Sweden also provided some air defense systems. Do we know what they're being used as? If they've been used in the offense in Kherson or in Kharkiv, or if they're being like placed around in Kiev or somewhere else?
So I'm going to answer that question. I'm going to flip around because you said something incredibly interesting that I wasn't aware of, and I thank you very much for bringing it up. As far as which systems have been sent to Ukraine, there's talk about NSAMs, NSAMS, very capable anti-air system, more for intercepting ballistic missiles, as we've seen those wreak havoc on Ukraine cities. I don't think I'm spoiling anything to say that the speculation is that they would be deployed around most of the larger Ukrainian cities, places such as Kiev, such as Kharkiv, such as Dnipro, Zaporizhia, possibly Mykolaiv, Odessa, places like that. All depends on how many they get. All depends on when they get there. Those are two things that we probably won't know for a while till after the fact. As far as the equipment that the Ukrainians have been trained on, looking at the data here from the Pentagon, they said it was some 630 troops on the M777 howitzers, some 325 on the HIMARS, another 300 on the M109 self-propelled artillery guns. Actually, fairly low number, so I think they may have dropped a 0 here. It says 20 on the M113 armored vehicles, which are very old, and we sent frankly more than 100 of them, so I don't think they only trained 20 people on them because I've seen more than that. And then 100 UAV operators of various kinds, so they don't specify. And then finally, the last one I'll answer, and then I will turn the question to you. We do know that the Ukrainians have been using anti-air man-pads and other systems more locally as well. During this most recent offensive, there was footage of not only Ukraine moving up their more larger scale things like the Tor system and other more heavy-duty surface-to-air missile systems that you might think they're moving around on tracks or wheels to keep their tanks from getting hit by Russian air power, but also just literally guys in the back of a pickup truck with a Stinger rocket launcher and maybe 6 rockets next to them or something like that. So they've been using those as mobile air defense. Apparently it worked out pretty well for them, given the fact we didn't see a massive Russian air bombing going on here. But what I really want to talk about, something I wasn't aware of at all till you brought it up, you're saying that one of Russia's attack aircraft using their most modern jamming pod or electronic warfare countermeasures was shot down and that was recovered?
Yep.
Yeah, it's on the
Yep.
Oryx's Twitter page, posted about 10 hours ago. It was on the wreckage of a Su-30SM, and a picture that shows it very clearly. It's the Regatta jamming pod.
That is hysterical, and I am sure there are a bunch of bright people somewhere in Northern Virginia that would love to take a look at it.
And they probably already are. Another surface-to-air option that I became aware of just in the last week or two is Sidewinder missiles that have some kind of ground-based launch platform. I think at least for the U.S. military, that's typically an air-to-air munition, and I guess somebody built some kind of ground-based launch capability. I don't know if there is a mobile option for that,
Norway.
just stationary. But Sidewinder missiles are around as well, so they've got a whole portfolio of equipment that they can keep at their disposal.
Yeah, I haven't seen a lot of specs on those ground-based launchers. I know that Norway made them, but I saw pictures. They look relatively portable. Does anyone know any specifics about them?
Norway had like a skid-mounted option that fires or can hold a battery of 6 Sidewinders. If I'm not mistaken, I saw a week or so ago, and I've slept since then, so maybe I dreamed this up, but I thought there was also some kind of vehicle-mounted launch platform that held 4 of those missiles. Either one of those would be an awesome addition to the Ukrainian repertoire, just because they're easily reproducible and we can feed them quite a few of those. We probably have plenty of spares that are, need to be used in one way or another before they reach their expiration date. And I was just going to say, real quick point of order, just so we can keep things flowing here. We've got about 5 requests to speak right now. So if you have an immediate question, raise your hand. If not, I would like to go ahead and drop a few people down just so we can make room for some other interested listeners.
You can drop me.
Thank you much. James next. Language, feel free to call on hands as needed.
Yeah, let's go to loud and clear.
Okay.
Let's go and then we'll go to Skykiss.
So I had 2 completely unrelated questions. So I'll state them both now and then drop down so that others can chime in later. I've heard a lot about the Grim 2, or I don't know how to pronounce it properly, but is it in production? And are other native Ukrainian longer range missiles in production that can do precision ground strikes inside of Russia? For example, in Belgorod and region, without having to step on American toes. And so that question is one, and completely unrelated to the topic of the evening is, have there been any recent accurate updates to forced deportations of adults and children from Ukraine to Russia or elsewhere? I haven't seen reliable numbers in a long time. So if anybody's got something, please contribute.
Yeah, I think maybe somebody else can tackle the second question. I know just personally, it's not something I track as much. I do know that we're talking huge amounts we're talking in the several millions. And I think well over a million children at this point have been forcibly deported either into Russia or to other more Russian-controlled areas in Ukraine. And then as far as the first question, would you mind repeating that again? I'm sorry. Shoot, he dropped down. What was the first question? I'm so sorry. I was typing something up.
I can't remember. Ryan, do you remember his first question?
Nope, that's exactly what I was getting ready to say. I'm not sure. He's free to come back up if we want.
Or shoot a DM. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that'll work. We got DMs. I forget about those sometimes. So if you've ever DM'd me and didn't get an immediate response, apologies.
Yeah, I apologize there, brother. Sometimes it's a lot of plates to keep up, and I think I just dropped one there. Let's go to Skykiss, and then to DFA 10940, and then to Working Title.
Hi, language. Yeah, and I'm recently up. I slept a lot today, so I'm glad to catch your update. The situation in Kharkiv, is it, or Kharkiv, is it secure?
I would say yes. Oh, sorry.
Okay. And also a second question about filtration camps. There are some that are inside, they're in country in occupied areas. Have any been liberated? I may have missed it when you said it. Sorry.
So, to my knowledge, the bulk of there's two kinds of things going on here, right? Like around Izium, Russia moved in and consolidated control, and then limited the movement of civilians there. Like you weren't allowed to. Well, we'll have to check you for a driver's license if you drive through our checkpoints. Oh, you can't have a driver's license unless you've signed up for the military because this is now part of the DPR. Oh, you've signed up for the military. Congratulations. Here's your rifle. Go to the front. So there was a lot of that, but the actual quote unquote filtration camps are much deeper, closer to the Russian border. Those I don't believe have fallen under the purview of this most recent counteroffensive. Even the Russians, frankly, if they're trying to either disappear you or move you out of country, they're going to move you a lot closer to Russia.
Right. Okay. And quickly, just your next update. Any idea? I'm just thinking things are moving very, very quickly, and we'll probably need another update before 24 hours has gone by. So I'm just putting that as an idea.
Certainly, we'll try and get one done tomorrow, but unfortunately, I do work for a living, and so I can only do these in the evening, U.S. time.
All right. Understood. Thank you very much for your update.
The ball has been moving so quickly in the last week. We frequently are kind of doing an ad hoc one in the morning, but language is here as often as humanly possible, and I appreciate it, language.
Thank you, language.
Thank you for listening. Let's go to DFA and then to Working Title. I think Dawn Stacy also came up. I don't know if they've got a question. If so, we'll go to them after Working Title, and then we'll go to Justin Ford. But first to you, DFA.
Hi, thank you so much. And firstly, thank you to the team or faculty for your work. It's truly remarkable. And I've been in and out with work as well, so forgive me if this has already been asked. But I'm wondering, as this continues to play out in Russia with the economic devastation and perhaps social unrest, plus or minus regime change, plus or minus the involvement of the military and government and so on, I'm wondering what the consensus is in terms of the risk that a further destabilized Russia presents to Europe and to the world, and perhaps how that tension is managed, if indeed it's considered to be more risky than what's already been in play.
So here's the sort of cold, or at least my perspective on it. I am far from a Kremlinologist or whatever the fancy buzzword is these days. I do not see, as some people have suggested, a complete splintering and balkanization of Russia, which is a good thing because there's nukes around there. I suspect, in the absolute worst case for Putin's government, almost somehow riots in the streets, they're dragging him out like Beria. You know what we get? We get somebody that's like Putin in every way except he doesn't want to fight in Ukraine anymore, which is still an improvement. But I'll bet you right now, if it comes to pass, it will be some party apparatchik that 99% of us have never paid attention to now. And then the next day, 80% of us will be saying, of course it was, Olgan Shenkinov or whatever his name is, right? There's no real way to tell. It is incredibly opaque. But Russia possesses a very strong security state. Unless you end up with multiple challengers, as you have seen in civil wars in, both Southeast Asia, in Africa, and the Middle East, generally somebody consolidates power and moves on. In Russia, where there is I would argue, institutional cultural fear of chaos, both born out of the legacy of Stalin, the Second World War, the collapse of the Soviet Union, all of which were very much traumatic events that you could argue have been embedded on the cultural memory. Rather than people saying, well, I want to go my own way, somebody else will say, we're in charge now. This is all Putin's fault. We're fixing things, remain calm. There's nothing to see here. And broadly, people will go along with it. That's my hypothesis. In the unlikely event something like that happens, I do not see a, chaos-stricken Russia managing to menace the West anymore. Frankly, beyond the fact that they've cut off their gas supplies, which is, as I can see it, the last real bullet in their chamber that they can fire in terms of economic and devastation to other countries without escalating to something so ludicrous we're not even going to discuss it here. I don't think they can do any more, frankly. Does that sort of answer your question, or what are your perspectives on it?
Yeah, no, it does. Thank you. Look, I think history is a wonderful teacher, and would suggest that certainly over the last, several hundred years even, that it's more likely that they will replace one sort of dictatorial leader with another. Yeah, I thought that was most likely, but I was wondering how you thought, or if you thought that much more chaotic, splintered scenario could play out. But I think that's the best of someone Putin-like, but who no longer wants to fight, but who maintains the same sort of international mores, like in terms of their use of, or their avoidance of the use of nuclear weapons. I would have thought that was more likely. So thank you.
Yeah, I think it likely be more of the same, except with less invasion of Ukraine than anything else. I don't see Russian Bernie Sanders coming to the lead and starting to focus on, agricultural development, unfortunately. I think it'll just, if there should be a change, it'll be more of a another party apparatchik, unfortunately.
Sure. Thank you.
With that, let's go to working title. I believe they have a hand up. Might be having some challenges there. And then we'll go to Justin Ford, to M Ishimatsu Prime, and then to Winky Face.
All right. Hey, thanks. Can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yep. All right. So I'm of the current opinion, whether right or wrong, that I think potentially the largest internal threat to Vladimir Putin would be the implementation of a full mobilization on the Russian society. I was just wondering, what do you guys think the odds are of that ever happening, in the near future or down the line? And if you do believe that were to be the case, what do you think some of the potential realistic consequences we would see of that?
I think Craig's the best person to answer this, but just as far as when will it happen, as of today, the Russian Ministry of Defense, or a specific sector of it, said that currently we do not see any case for full mobilization or for martial law. But with that, let's go to Craig.
Yeah, so a good example for mobilization in wartime is one of the United States after Pearl Harbor, right? So after Pearl Harbor, the United States was put onto a full war footing. The economy was converted. Everything shifted to military development. All of government spending went to the military. You had to give everybody a uniform. You had to give everybody a gun. You had to give everybody a training camp and logistics and everything like that. And before the United States did anything, they only engaged in Africa in 1943, was when they launched Operation Torch. So you have 2 years of full United States mobilization. And it took them this is the United States we're talking about, right? This isn't some podunk backwards country like Russia, right? This is the United States, one of the strongest logistical industrial countries in the world, and has been for over 100 years, and still continues to be, despite what some people might think. It took the United States 2 years before they launched Operation Torch. So even if you were to convert Russia into full mobilization, even if they were to go full World War II, the amount of time it would take before they would even be battle ready, before you could actually deploy them, is at most you're talking 2 to 3 years. It's not the flip of a switch. It's not simple. You got to pull the tanks out of storage. You got to fit them with units. You got to inspect them. You got to make the shells. You got to make the lubricant. You got to get the gas. You got to get the uniforms. You got to get the rifles. You got to get the training camps. You got to get the food to the training camps. This is not an easy thing. And so to answer your question, ignoring the social fallout of what that might mean, speaking purely from a numbers perspective, it's impossible. It will make no difference whatsoever, because while it might take Russia 2 years to do that, that means that Ukraine has also 2 years to build up its reserves of M777s, HIMARS ammunition, more javelins, more ATGs, everything that they might need. They can mobilize even more. They can put more people in a uniform, and it just doesn't get Russia anything, right? The more time that goes on, the less strong they get. And even if they were to, let's play out that scenario and say, boom, it's 2 years. Russia's got a 1 million man standing army. Well, the last time I checked, they had a 1 million man standing army with modern weapons and tanks and all the rest of this stuff. They got torn apart in the span of 6 months, right, by the Ukrainians. So just because you can mobilize a lot of people doesn't mean you can operate a military very well. And that's kind of the rub when it comes to this mobilization talk. It's just not feasible, and it's not workable, and it doesn't get you anything. It's only going to make things worse.
Thank you. And I have one more little addition to that. Correct me whether I'm right or I'm wrong. But if you'd humor me for a second, maybe I'm wrong on this, but I feel like we have seen a lack of hesitancy on the side of Russia to deploy, absolute raw recruits, raw conscripts. I think that was a large problem with the initial assault on Kyiv, is a lot of the soldiers didn't have the training or didn't even have the knowledge that they were going to invade.
So that's actually incorrect. That's actually, what attacked Kiev, what attacked Sumy and Kharkiv, those were the best of the best. Those were frontline, well-equipped T-80s, T-72s, sometimes T-90s. I think there was even like a T-10 or T-14. There was even a Russian, but get this is going to make you laugh. If you remember those Victory Day parades that Russia likes to have where they paint their tanks with St. George ribbons, right? I don't know. Yeah. They lost about a dozen of those around Kiev because they ran out of gas. And they still had the parade paint on them. They weren't even camouflaged. They had literally just been taken off the parade ground and given to units. So they attacked with the best that they had, and they got completely slaughtered. Because what you have to remember is that what the best of the best is to Russia in the United States, in the way that we train, the best of the best in Russia is basically like, I don't want to say like a raw recruit, but based
like National
on
Guard.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the equivalent of.
I'd say it's but I mean, before going into all that, because what we're seeing now with the Russian forces that are being recruited or mobilized is that they have tremendous inadequacies. There's a lot of videos. I will try and pull one up. Frankly, it's lost somewhere in Telegram. Basically, what Russia does when it makes these BTGs, which we now no longer really use that as the way to count these Russian troops, because it turns out that A, a number of these were not fully staffed. B, the vast majority of them have taken such heavy casualties, they've been glued together. So Russia will say, we've got 10 BTGs here, but in reality, that was 10, but they're all at a third strength or a quarter strength, and now they've all been glued together into some amalgamation. In the Russian military, as I understand it, Battalion Tactic Group is supposed to be like the quick response force of the best of whatever military unit it's being pieced out of. So you can think of it here as that each Russian military unit has their A-League team, it's the New York Yankees. You got your B-list team, as much as it pains me, it'd be like the Washington Nationals. And then you've got your Little League team. And Russia already ran through and killed all the Yankees, and they already ran through and they killed all the Nationals. And now they're at the point where they have to start asking the Little League team who wants to go sign up. We're seeing them triple dip, really, into these units to try and find forces, to the point where they've tried to get Navy sailors to volunteer to pick up a gun and go fight on land. That hasn't been super productive. We've seen them quite literally recruiting out of mental hospitals, homeless shelters, prisons, and so on and so forth, giving soldiers a literal week of training before sending them to the front. We saw some of this to the north of Kharkiv right before this recent offensive, which is why I suspect a lot of those troops melted back into Russia. And the train that they are getting, I've seen video footage of it. It's literally just lying on the ground with a bunch of your buddies, firing a rifle full automatic into basically just a small berm, a hill of dirt that doesn't even have a target on it, while the local Bratva thug fires an AK over your head, and then every so often you get up and run around and all flag each other with your rifles. Not exactly going to help you survive if you decide to attack a Ukrainian position. So the quality continues to decrease, the equipment they get continues to decrease, and there is no Russian ready force waiting in the wings because, as Craig so eloquently put, they all got annihilated more or less in the first 90 days of the war. Does that kind of answer the question?
Yeah, and then my little final really quick thing before I can relinquish my speaking title and go back down to listening is you mentioned North Kharkiv new recruits. Do you think Russia has shown a hesitancy in deploying fresh recruits and raw conscripts straight to the front lines?
I originally would have thought that because they moved them there instead of Bakhmut. But at this point, enough of these volunteers, big air quotes there, mostly people from ethnic minority regions of Russia that are being either having their arm twisted to sign up or being promised more money than they've ever seen in their life. They'll never get it, of course, but they don't know that. So they're being coerced by economic means. We've seen it both ways. The DPR, LPR conscripts that Russia doesn't care about, as well as ethnic minorities, they got ran into meat grinders all along the eastern frontier. These most recent volunteers seems like they got stationed up in the north of Kharkiv city, because that was an area that Russia didn't really care about. So there was at least some recognizance that if we take these guys and run them into Bakhmut, then we will just have wasted a bunch of gas trying to get them there because they'll never come back. So as best I can say, they're at least cognizant that these guys are incompetent. There's been some statements by Russian military commanders saying, why are you sending us volunteers, promising us 200 guys, and we show up and the average, or they show up and the average age of them is over 55? You know, why are you even wasting my time? There's been a couple communications like that where they think it's like somebody's trying to pull a prank on them, and the guys in the Far East say, no, these are the only people that signed up. So I think they're aware these guys are not super competent, but they're also not entirely against throwing them into the meat grinder if they're the closest things available, if that makes sense.
Okay, yep, got it. Makes sense. Thank you so much, guys. Keep up the good work.
Thank you. Let's just go to Constantine, because it's, you know, where we always get him up here, and then we'll resume the order. I believe that was Justin Ford, M. Ishimatsu, and then Smiley Face. But first to you, Constantine. It's good to see you, brother.
Thank you. Good to see you as well. I have a question. Do you have any indications that there is a buildup of Russian forces along the Oskil River to north of Kupiansk, and, you know, well, from Izium to Kupiansk, or there is no such information at all?
So what we know today is that there was a massive artillery barrage today and into a little bit of yesterday that unfortunately has been, well, luckily most Ukrainian units have been able to keep their heads down, but we've seen a lot of artillery strikes. As far as buildup, it seems like Russia is still trying to consolidate its forces on the east bank of the Oskil River, but I haven't seen any indication of like a formation of a strike group. To my knowledge, pretty much all the bridges have been blown at this point by either retreating Russians or the advancing Ukrainians. So they're trying to form some kind of defense, but in the meantime, it's just firing as many artillery shells as they can across the river to keep the Ukrainian heads down, prevent any other further assault, and also to give themselves time to regroup.
Thank you. And the next question, I don't know if you have monitored the Kharkiv counteroffensive, but if you did, in case that you did, can you estimate in terms of units how much worth of armor and equipment and troops do you think Russia have lost in Kharkiv counteroffensive?
So right now, what we have confirmed by the Ukrainian government is that some 2,850 Russian soldiers were killed and another 590 pieces of equipment were destroyed. There's also open source photographs indicating somewhere on the order of, at minimum, I want to say 200 captured pieces of Russian equipment. The highest, most extreme estimates I've heard, so take it with a grain of salt, are 7,000 Russian soldiers captured, some 450 tanks captured, some 22 artillery units captured, and I want to say like 1,800 or 1,200 armored vehicles, and then an assortment of other things. We haven't seen evidence of that just yet. It may be more rumor than fact, but at the very least, most likely, several thousand Russian troops captured. I would argue tens of thousands, probably closer to 100,000 or more of artillery shells, like we had talked about, because Balaklia had all of those, and that's nothing compared to what should be in Kupiansk and these other cities. And then a huge amount of Russian artillery equipment just left behind. So, I mean, I don't know if there's anything you can comment on that we can talk about publicly here about what some folks you might know have seen in terms of the Russian ammo storage left behind.
I'm just asking you, and thank you. So basically, what you're saying, the numbers that official numbers say that around a brigade worth of equipment, brigade and a half worth of equipment, and almost brigade worth of people, maybe half of full brigade worth of people have been Russia has lost. And by captured, I think you mean total killed and captured, because I don't think Ukraine has captured 2,000 people, right?
Well, we don't know that. It's 2850 is reported has been just killed. The last I had heard or seen from a Ukrainian Telegram source was that they said that it's in the thousands or it's over 8,000. I may be misremembering exactly which word they used, but they had said that with the amount of Russian equipment left behind and the amount of Russian soldiers captured, it's actually causing them logistical difficulties in getting stuff to the back because they don't want to just leave things there, and they also don't want to. They have to, feed and move and take care of these POWs, a lot of whom were DPR, LPR fighters. So there's a lot of factors going into that, but I'm going to be a little more generous than usually. I'm going to say at minimum, probably at least 1,000 captured. Frankly, I'd be surprised if when all said and done, especially with clearing out Izium, there's not at least 1,000 captured, assuming that most of them surrender rather than die. And I think as the numbers increase, we'll probably see somewhere close to 3,000 dead.
I got it. Thank you. And the last question, let's be the modest number is 1,000, right? It's like maybe 700, maybe 1,000. And I've seen myself a couple of videos, where the only one single video has like 20 tanks captured. What would you say? We've seen you've been watching this war, from the start and monitoring them. What can be the reason for Russia, failure like this? Why, or alternatively, how would you say? I don't know, be a devil advocate and say, okay, Russian did it on purpose and they're holding back for some reason. Could you name that reason, or I don't know, come up with any idea why that may be happening?
Sure. I mean, as far as why they lost, the truth is as I'm sure you've seen the jokes too, none of us realized that their first line of defense was their only line of defense. I certainly didn't realize that. I thought this was going to take much longer. And apparently most people did, including the Ukrainian government, came out today and they're like, we did really well and went a lot faster than we thought it was going to, which is always a good thing. But in Izium, Russians had already moved a lot of their troops out. They had done so months ago for the Kherson offensive, then also not just for Kherson, but for when they were aggressing into the Donbass area and what have you. What we had seen months ago, or at least a month and a half, was that Russia had moved enough of its forces out of Izium that they weren't even in control of the local villages. They had a couple guys there maybe, but instead of having a guard post or a command post, they had their guys in the cities. They would just drive through every so often, and they would try and find a local collaborator, give them a rifle and a phone and say, call us if anything goes wrong. That's not a great way to occupy a place. So when the Ukrainians went in, they did so incredibly quickly. They managed to break through the first line of defense very quickly, as well as cause panic. They outran the artillery range. So it's almost like hugging a target. You got in real close. They were able to suppress the local defenses long enough that the tanks were able to come in and kill anything that resisted, and then they just kept going. And because the Ukrainians can fight at night and the Russians cannot do so effectively, this did not stop when the sun went down, too much to the horror of the Russian troops. So that's why they failed. Broadly, there's a lot of other factors, but that's strategically on the ground, that's how they lost. If I'm trying to play,
so like with the modest number of 700 captured and killed, what would make a general decide, okay, let's give up 700 troops and let's hold back our forces for some reason? What would make a general make such a decision?
I think a lack of communication, a lack of information, and a lack of strategic interoperability, i.e., way too much bureaucracy. If you are in what you think is a relatively peaceful front, and now you just lost contact an hour ago with 2 towns over and 30 minutes ago with the next town over, you're going to start panicking. You're going to say, okay, this isn't working, everybody pull back. What if Russia's on some 12-dimensional chessboard? What could they try and do with it? The only possible thing I could think of, and this is not a victory, this is a Pyrrhic victory at its most, would be, okay, we're going to withdraw, let Ukraine move into all of these ammo depots, and then we're going to destroy them, and we'll kill a couple thousand Ukrainian troops with missiles that way. That is the only possible thing. I think it's not the case. It's certainly not an effective use of your materials, unless Russia really just wants to shrink its combat line to behind the Oskil River. But this isn't a benefit. There's really no way to swing this as a good thing, which is why so many Russian military bloggers and media personalities in Russia are kind of panicking and throwing a tantrum about this. It's like when the Moskva sunk. You can't explain this away. It's there in black and white.
Okay, so thank you for saying all this. Did they have? And I'm once again, I apologize to everyone for taking so much time and asking so many questions. But was there any indication that actual Russians, even though they have only one line of defense, they were still have resources somewhere hidden, reserves that could strike and change the outcome of the battle? Suddenly inserting, I don't know, three or 4 or 5 battalions worth of armor and artillery into the theater, or were there indications like this, that they're holding back?
There's no indication that they're holding back. Frankly, the equipment they did have, there's a really good video. You may have seen it. It's a Russian captured, very young guy. They go, basically, what the hell are you doing in a tank? He goes, oh, well, my job was something else. They go, well, what are you doing there? Why didn't you shoot her? And there was another one, why'd you run away? And he quite literally says, well, some of these are broken. He goes, well, why were you moving but not shooting? He goes, we didn't have ammo. So it's sort of this old joke. If you can move, you can't shoot. If you can shoot, you can't move. So the Russian army, and I do see we have a lot of hands up, so I'll try and end it on this. A good point that was made in that same insider.ru article, Farewell to Arms, which I encourage everybody to read, was that the average lifespan of a Russian tank's engine before it needs to start being repaired is 1,000 hours. And they were running these all day long in the winter before they went in and after they went in order to stay warm. And most of these are well over 1,000 hours and haven't been maintained. So the sort of logistical damage to just the vehicles they're using means that a lot of these probably are junk, or they're going to need to be repaired somewhere or be towed away. And that may have contributed to it, the fact that Russia had tanks, but they couldn't move, or the ones that could move couldn't shoot.
Thanks a lot for addressing all my questions, and I apologize to everyone for taking so much time to it felt for me like interrogation, but I just have to address all those concerns because I heard a lot of theories where the Ukrainians are being lured in and there is a magical force that is holding back everything, and right now things are going to change. I just wanted to hear if there was any at least any indication that Russia has some kind of build-up reserves to counterattack or do anything like that to do something. But from what you have said, it just looks like a complete first of all, it looks like a bluff by Russians, failed bluff when they put too much on the table, but at the same time they could not raise any more because they simply did not have any chips to do so. And what Ukraine did is just raised it by just what's needed and destroyed whatever was left there.
Absolutely. With that, Craig, if it's all right with you, just because we have had a couple people with their hands up, I don't know if you want to go first, or if we can cycle through some of these other folks.
No, not at all. It's at Ryan and Joseph's pleasure. I serve at their discretion.
All right. Let's go. I believe the order was Justin, Ford, Ishimasu Prime, and then to Winkyface. So thank you guys all for being so patient. To you, Justin.
Hello, thank you, Language. Appreciate everybody's work on this space. I've been listening for a couple weeks now. This is the best information I've gotten around the war, anywhere. So I appreciate all the work you put in, Language. I just a couple questions around really around the artillery side of things. So when I've heard all the numbers around the amount of artillery being used by Russia versus Ukraine, I haven't gotten a sense of the Ukrainian numbers, like how much they're shelling, but it seems like a lot less than Russia. And I think it's kind of parlays into my second part of my question is, from what I could tell and everything everybody's talked about, it seems like Russia indiscriminately just shells whatever the hell they can. And whereas Ukraine has more of NATO doctrine and they target things. So, can you get a number on what Ukraine is actually doing and how they're strategically or tactically striking Russia in comparison? This first part of the question. The second part is I've heard a little bit about the intelligence provided by, non-Ukraine sources. U.S. I think I heard the Five Eyes in the Sky. Sorry if I said that, but from my perspective, it seems like one part of this war, which I don't think is spoken about as much as I want to hear a little bit more about it, and I understand why, because it's intelligence, but it seems like Ukraine has a definite leg up on Russia as far as knowing where everybody is and where to strike. And I think that's a huge factor. And my guess is that Ukraine doesn't have that natively, so they're dependent a lot on NATO, US, whoever. Do you have any information, data around that? And then, sorry, that's two kind of pseudo questions. And then the third question I have is, in the past, there's been some real hardcore city fighting, like MriyaReport, for example, which Ukraine held out for a lot longer than anybody expected. From what I'm seeing here, now that they're attacking major cities, it doesn't seem like Russia has the appetite to actually fight that type of war. I think it probably goes back to the artillery question, but want to get your take overall on that. I hope that made some sense to you, and really appreciate all the hard work and effort everybody's put in. I've not gotten, anything close to the amount of information as I have on here, and for the most part, you guys have been great, which I was a little skeptical to begin, to be honest with you guys. So appreciate your hard work and time, and hopefully you can answer those couple questions.
So let's just try and summarize those real quick to make sure we all kind of got them there. The one question was, what kind of intelligence are they getting? I think we can broadly answer this. NATO countries and Five Eyes countries are providing more intelligence to Ukraine than they'd be able to get on their own by alliance, but by country mile, whatever aphorism you want to use. And it was said by both the U.S. and the Ukrainians that the rate of intelligence sharing increased in advance of this offensive, and that this was very much something that was assisted by NATO countries, i.e. the good old US of A. Beyond the specifics of that, I'm sure we don't know, and if we do know, we can't talk about it. As far as artillery goes, what we're seeing with Ukraine is the quality versus quantity argument being put into effect. Russia likes to put a lot of old artillery together fire them all, give them a grid, and then just say, hey, shoot at this, and if you need anything, call us. And it takes several hours for them to actually get the order to fire somewhere else. Ukraine distributes their artillery, they shoot further, they shoot faster, and they have better ways to react. So there was something where the Russians might take 2 hours or more once they get told by a friendly unit, hey, we need artillery fire here, if they don't have that in their area. Whereas the Ukrainians could basically start moving to change a fire mission inside of like 2 minutes. So the difference is pretty substantial there. And then as far as the urban combat, my hypothesis is that Russia does not have an appetite for urban combat. Admittedly, we are seeing an urban defense in Liman right now, so that does kind of run against the grain. But I do not see Russia committing to an urban defense in an area where they do not have fire superiority and where there's a bunch of civilians who are either trying to work to make sure they die passively, i.e. feeding their information to Ukrainian units, or more actively, i.e. knives in the dark. Does that kind of answer your questions?
It does. I appreciate it, and thank you for all the good work that every single one of you guys put in, including a lot of the speakers. So appreciate it.
And Craig, Constantine, Ryan, Joseph, I don't know if you guys want to comment on any of those as well. I don't want to hog all the light here.
Actually, I have something to comment about the intelligence that I might be interesting to add.
Please, well, let's get that, and then we'll go to Ishimatsu Prime, who has been very patient, and we thank you for that.
Well, I think the intelligence that the U.S. and the West in large is sharing with Ukraine is, in some ways, actually performing much better than in, say, like a lot of war scenarios between NATO and Russia. Because in those scenarios, spy planes, satellites, those would all be targeted by Russia. Like Russia would try to hack them, shoot them down. But because NATO, the U.S. aren't at war with Russia, and because the last thing Russia wants is to get into a fight with NATO,
Did we lose you there? It sounded like we were getting a little staticky for a second.
Yeah, I can't hear him.
If I heard you correctly before you cut off, I think it was something to the point that because this is provided by third-party countries, it can't be so much targeted. And then if I'm going to take that step further, it's also probably stuff better than what Ukraine had organically.
Quick follow-up question there, if I could. So, do we think that actually Russia has the capability to target satellites like they say they do, given the fact that they've been kind of a paper tiger throughout this whole war, right? Overall, from what we expect, or what we've been fed for, I'm 40 years old, so what I've been fed for, 40 years. It's been, I guess, wrong,
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely not the Ivan Drago we all thought they were, but their electronic warfare stuff is things to sit up and take notice of. That Krashuka 4 or Krashuka 6, I'm forgetting the number, that's designed to blind AWACS systems, really just turn them off, as well as a lot of elements of our Air Force. Whether it can or can't do that, we know it's being able to basically run no-go zones for satellites imagery, as well as our drones in Syria. So there's at least some speculation that that was sort of their idea of a silver bullet to the overwhelming, American air superiority. I wouldn't quite discount it without getting too much into it. Generally, what we've seen outside of the Russian radio communication stuff has been pretty effective when it gets to their electronic warfare. They do a very good job of it from the stuff I've seen deployed on the ground. So I don't think they're not at the point where they can kill a satellite from the ground. However, there is some speculative evidence that they can blind a satellite from the ground, but they're not going to do that to a NATO satellite because obviously we get a little jumpy with after that happens. And then even if they were somehow able to blind or degrade the satellite that Ukraine purchased, because Ukraine purchased satellite insurance available in your latest homeowners bundle, it means that they can get a new satellite if the first one breaks. So I don't think it's something that'll necessarily play into this war specifically, outside of them just listening and using those electronic warfare units.
Okay, appreciate all your answers. Thank you guys. I'm going to step down and thank you again.
Thank you. Let's go to Ishimatsu Prime, just because you've been so incredibly patient.
Hello, mic check.
Loud and clear.
Okay, great. Thanks for taking my my call. We've seen over the last few days, particularly in Kharkiv and other places, the huge amounts of Russian armor that have been captured. And then also, I think, Language, you posted a video or a photo earlier of this huge ammo warehouse that was captured. I was just wondering, particularly for the ammo, knowing that how poorly the Russians are storing their equipment, particularly ammunition, how keen do you think the Ukrainians are going to be to using that, particularly as I think there's a post or thread by Trent Telenko a couple of weeks ago about the fail rate of a lot of their ammunition. Do you think it's going to be a priority for them to use? And also for the things like tanks that they've captured. Again, I think it's something you covered a bit when talking or replying to Konstantin about how poorly maintained a lot of their equipment is. Again, are the Ukrainians going to be keen on using that, or is it going to take too long for them to get it ready to be put into service? Thank you.
I think Konstantin will probably be able to answer this better than I. I suspect the Ukrainians will use as much as they can, although somebody did shoot me a DM saying that in at least one of the videos of a Ukrainian basically struggling with, I can't take all these tanks home with me using my tractor. He said, oh, I could only get one of them because the other one didn't physically have an engine in it. So, but Konstantin, he's definitely more in tune with, would you use this old Russian artillery ammo if you came across it?
100%. And I will tell you that I've spoke with so many artillery crews, and absolutely everyone who's working on Soviet equipment is saying we're such a long way from where we had our own ammo. We're using Russian ammo for like 2 or 3 months, and sometimes we get ammo from Czechs. Sometimes we get ammo from Bulgaria, but most of it right now that they have is Russian ammunition. So it's going to be used, it's going to be checked out, and it's going to be repurposed. It's going to take some day or two, for artillery unit to make sure it's functional. There is a bureaucracy involved in that. It's not just you grab an ammo and you run with it. But it's going to happen definitely. Regarding the armor, of course, there's a huge problem also that armor is left behind, not for a reason. Most of it, if you drive in a perfectly intact tank, you're just not gonna jump out and run away because you can, drive away, right? The tank drives much faster. So most of it is, has some issues. There are a lot of issues with those tanks that they were simply why they abandoned them, because they simply were not in those tanks when the artillery barrage started and they run away, or when enemy, well, not enemy, for it's for them enemy, when our guys started engaging them, they were not in the equipment, and equipment was not started, and there is equipment that is absolutely intact, but a lot of it, I mean, really a lot, is broken down or damaged. But once again, it does not mean that that equipment is not usable. Lots of it can be repaired. Ukraine has the facilities to repair. It takes time. And once again, this war is not going to be over tomorrow, not going to be over in a month. So it's going to be used. And if not, if some equipment is damaged too much for beyond restoration, is going to be scavenged for parts, which is really important, because when you're operating on the front lines, the parts in Craig, I'm sure, can give you a lot of insight on this, how much parts matter, because equipment breaks. It's not that driving your car, from your home to work. It's really heavy equipment. It's like working on the oil rig, on the gold mine. Everything keeps breaking endlessly. You can go, to, if you want to see how war for mechanic drivers and tank crews looks like. There was like a documentary on Discovery Channel, I think. It was called Gold Rush, where they have somewhat all right equipment, they have the money, but they endlessly repair it, and something always breaks. So the parts, and it's super important, and it's not a game changer, but it's gonna be used to its purpose. But of course, it doesn't mean that if you have seen 20 tanks on the video, like that crazy video that I have not, we've seen those videos like that at the start of the war in Sumy region, but you must understand, not all those 20 tanks are going to be used next day in the war. And another reason for that, also, you have to get the trained crews for them, and those trained crews have to be integrated into the fighting units. And there is, I will tell you this, I know definitely, there is some bureaucracy and some rivalry between the units when they capture something. So imagine you have you're operating the brigade, you're a brigade commander, and one of your companies, just captured, for example, 7 tanks, and they say, "Oh, we're going to keep all of them." And what you're going to tell? They want to keep all of them, and as a brigade commander, what you're going to tell them? You're going to tell them, "Okay, how about you go fuck yourself? I'm going to get them to guys that actually lack the armor." And it brings some tension. I will be honest with you. Some guys are not happy. When they captured, and everyone wants to have their own tank. But reality is a bit different, and it's not all that we captured the 93rd Brigade captured 80 tanks doesn't mean that 93rd Brigade is going to operate 80 tanks.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much, Language and Konstantin, for answering that. Thanks very much, and have a good day. Thank you.
Constantine, I'm wondering, did you see that video from that guy recently? He was like talking about he got some tanks and he was trying to pull one back and he was like, but the 92nd got them all. And I don't know, he's just a funny guy. He said something to the effect of like, a car is a car. Like it was tricky to drive it, but a car is a car. Did you happen to catch that video, Constantine?
Yeah, he was complaining that he said like, "Oh, I found the tank, yeah, and I jump into it and try to drive it, and it's mechanics." He said, anything that is mechanical is still mechanical, so I can make purpose of it, And that was pretty fun to watch. And you must understand that most of the our population. Ukraine is a huge agricultural country, and there are hundreds of thousands of tractor drivers that are not driving, latest fancy state-of-the-art John Deere tractors. We mostly, have lots of old Soviet Union equipment that we still utilize, and those guys, they repair it with their hands, bare hands, and they know how it works. They know, much more than you can imagine in terms of living in the city in the United States and calling some mechanic to help you with I don't know, if you have a pipe leak, and it's not the way for Ukrainians in the living in the rural environment. You fix everything yourself. You don't those are tough people, like literally tough, and they have experience of dealing with mechanical issues, with tractors, with equipment, and for them it's like a dream come true.
Yeah, absolutely. And go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to add a joke that I've heard continuously when it comes to this type of stuff, and it was an old Soviet Union joke that goes back a while. Maybe Konstantin can maybe bear witness to it. There was a Soviet citizen who went to a car dealership and bought a car, and he said, "Well, you can have your car. I'll take your money now, but you can't have your car for another 2 years." And the guy says, "Oh, okay. Are you going to deliver it on a Wednesday or a Thursday?" And the guy says, "Well, what do you mean? I mean, this is 2 years from now. What are you talking about?" He's like, "Well, because the plumber's coming on Wednesday." Right. And the joke there is that didn't land very well. But the joke is that the idea that what Konstantin is describing is these old Soviet machines is that the Ukrainians are able to fix this stuff on the fly, as he described. These are your blue collar workers. These are what you call the good old boys who know how to fix stuff and get stuff moving again. The Russians don't have a particularly good history of doing that. They always relied on the Ukrainians and the Baltic countries to do a lot of their intelligent work, while they kind of sat back and kind of sponged off of their resources. And so it was an old joke that had a parallel to what the Ukrainians always brought to the Soviet Union, and that was their expertise, their ingenuity, and their hard work. So just thought I might add a little to that line. But yeah, maybe it fell a little bit flat, but okay.
I thought it was funny, Craig.
And I will add to that. Yeah, thank you for telling that. And I will add to that Ukraine Russians, they have mostly their armies, conscripts, or not exactly conscripts, but mostly people, at 20 to 25-year-old that did not have any experience like that. The Ukrainian army, if you've seen most of the pictures, it's those men who force themselves through through all this hardship, and they know what they're doing. And I will add to that another thing is that, for example, you're talking about the person who I gave my contacts to multiple mechanized and artillery brigades and told them, you have any problems with the spare parts? Well, we have a metalworks business in Ukraine, and we will make sure that we will manufacture anything that you cannot get. And we actually specialize in producing stuff that is not produced in million, in millions, and that's perfect for this for things like that. So we have and I'm not the only one like this. We had even competition, because I will give it for free. We had one guy was saying, okay, local farmers gonna make this for us for free, and I said, well, we're gonna do this for free, and we will give you on top of that a drone. And he was like, yeah, hell yeah, make sure you make this for us. So there is even a competition for that. Who's going to help Ukrainian military more?
Right, it's like the guys who are bribing their way to get onto the TDF or into the army, right? It's the opposite of people want to go versus Russia. Anyway, so we do have Craig on for kind of a brief time. Yeah, I know, Craig. That's how it feels to not have a joke land, huh? So we do have Craig on for a brief time, and Craig, of course, kind of his focus, I would say, is logistics. And I think Craig has been processing a lot of information, obviously, in the last few days. And I think at this point, it's safe to say that, of course, Ukraine has a lot of consolidation to do in Kharkiv Oblast. Right, they're right now kind of clearing out areas of any residual Russian forces. In addition to that, I have to imagine they're doing some major consolidation of their supply line. So I guess Craig, now that you're looking at the current situation on the ground, I'm sure you have many thoughts. I'm sure you've been looking at your railroad maps and your other maps and things. And so I guess I'm just wondering, I'll leave the floor to you to kind of frame it. I don't quite know where you want to go with this, but just maybe your thoughts in the last 24 hours. Go ahead, Craig.
Yeah, I mean, I think the word that comes to mind is preparation, right? You prepare to win. You don't prepare. Nobody gets into a boxing ring preparing to lose, right? They're preparing to win the fight. And then what does that terrain look like? What does that scenario look like? If you're a Ukrainian, as Konstantin said, you're a Ukrainian brigade commander. You get the green light from your division, or however that structure might break down. Division says, go, you got the green light. You do what you got to do. Well, the people at division, and again, I'm trying to use these words, so please feel free to correct me. I'm just using, Western terminology, right? You have brigade, then you have division, et cetera, corps,
Craig,
army.
I'm gonna help you here. We have Ukraine moved out from a divisional structure. We have operational command, and that's
there you go.
Basically 3 divisions, and we don't have anything in between.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so there you go. So that operational command, thank you for breaking that down. So that operational command, they gave the green lights to their brigade commanders, whether they're a colonel or they're a brigadier. In the Western parlance, they were given the green light. They said, go, right? And the colonels are like, fine, my guys are chomping at the bit. They want to get at the enemy. They want to make contact. They want to do the business end of war, right? And what was done at this operational level was, okay, well, let's look to see what that world looks like if we pull this off. If everything works like clockwork, if everything exceeds our expectations, if everything goes beyond what we said, then what does that world look like, right? That looks like Ukrainian soldiers on the banks of the Oskil crossing to the east side. That looks like the entire Kharkiv Oblast liberated. That looks like Izum liberated, Yampil, Liman, driving towards Severodonetsk. That is a world that they have prepared for, because any good trained army isn't like, okay, well, geez, you guys took 20 miles, like you guys going to go another 40. This was an operation that was set up to win. And when you live in that world of proper expectations, right, it's called the good, the bad, and the ugly, right? Those are like the kind of terminology that you would use. The good is that everything works to plan and you put those troops on the western bank of the Oskil, right? That's the good. The bad is, well, we didn't get to the Oskil. We got halfway there. We were able to capture some stuff, but, you know, we met some steppe resistance, not as much as we had thought it was going to be, but you know what? It's there. And then the ugly is a complete and utter failure, right? This just didn't work, right? It completely fell apart. Our units were disorganized. They weren't communicating. Logistics wasn't set up to supply these units that were bypassing and all the rest of this stuff, right? So it's the good, the bad, and the ugly. The preparation that went into this, it is beyond clear that the Ukrainian troops at the spear tip end of this had the support they needed to keep going. Because yes, it seems on the map, it seems like a really short drive, right? And this is where I'm going to kind of go into a little bit of math here. So just kind of bear with me. If you're a Ukrainian prior to this offensive, and you look at your distance from where you're standing to the Oskil Reservoir, right, which is kind of like where the line is, right? So I'm just kind of using it as a geographic marker for everybody. If you look at that, you're like, well, that's not a very far drive. That's like what, 40, 60, 80 miles, right? Depending on where your launch point was, right? Whether you're at the tail or you're at the tooth end of that offensive. If you're at the tooth, it's a 40-mile drive. But remember, at the tail, it's actually a 60-mile drive, right? Just for kind of basic numbers, because if you're at the end, you have further to drive than you would be at the beginning, because you're at the front, right, so to speak. The idea behind this is that those frontline units of Ukrainians that were able to go 24 hours, 48 hours, 72 hours, 96 hours, money. You've hit the jackpot. That the fuelers were brought with them, the ammo trucks were brought with them. These units were carrying their logistics with them. You can't do that. You can't sustain this operation unless you have fuelers, ammo, food, water, mechanical repair. Your repair guys are traveling with you. It's a comprehensive unit. It is not just all trigger pullers. A lot are, yes, but that what we saw in this was that their logistics were moving forward with the units. They weren't just sending their units on these thunder runs down the Oskil and saying, well, we hope it pays off. We hope this works. Let's see what happens. No, they prepared to win. And what winning means is preparing your brigade from the operational command, preparing your brigade with proper logistical sustainment. So again, this is the second key word. It's preparation and then sustainment. I am preparing to win, but I have to then sustain that win all the way through Kupiansk, all the way through the entire Kharkiv Oblast. Because sooner or later, with all due respect, regardless of the distance, you don't wage a battle on thinking, well, I mean, if you get there, you're still going to have half a tank. You're going to be just fine. That's not the way it's done, folks, right? I don't care if it's 80 miles. I don't care what the range is of the unit. I don't care what the range is of the IFE or the tank or whatever. You don't win. You don't fight a battle thinking, well, I mean, if you get there and it all pays off, you'll have half a tank. You'll be just fine. Everything's going to be fine. That's where logistics breaks down, right? And so where my thoughts went to on this was, and I'll echo Ben Hodges on this, is that it is amazing amount of preparation. I mean, he kind of hit the nose. If you guys were stuck around for that interview, he hit the nail right on the head. This was long in planning. This was properly prepared. This was organized. and then it was lethal. It was a lethal strike meant to cause maximum violence. And when you can only sustain maximum violence if your logistical capabilities and your logistical lines are well fed, well run, organized and disciplined, and good communication between what my experience was, good communication from that brigade commander down to the battalions, down to the companies, and then it feeds through, and then the colonel turns around to his kind of like his logistical sidekick, if you will, right? So think of like Batman and Robin. He turns around to his logistical sidekick, right? Maybe probably another colonel, maybe an 05, turns around and says, okay, listen, here we are. What are we at right now? Well, we've ran through about half our logistics. That logistics officer has a separate command that he reports back to that says, hey, we're at half. We need more. That guy in the rear says, okay, good. Show me the lines of communication. You have your follow-on troops. You have your traffic, what we call them traffic cops. That's kind of the joke that we would have. But they aren't. They're rear security. They're supply security. These would be the traffic cops that are assigned to each brigade, each battalion that tell you where they need to go. They have a rendezvous point. Once they get to that rendezvous point for that brigade, each battalion will then have its dispersal point, and then everything will go out. That is obviously ideal, right? That's the world you want to live in. But the point that I'm trying to thrust at here is preparation and sustainment. If you just take off and you say, it's going to take me 4 days to reach the Osco, and whatever you're carrying with you is all you got, that is not a recipe for success. That is a recipe for failure. Because, and this is where I'll kind of conclude, because remember, it's about preparation. What happens if that lead unit met a Russian unit that decided to stand its ground? That they decided to say, you know what? We're going to make a fight of it. We're not going to move. We're not going to budge for Mother Russia. We're going to stand and we're going to fight this unit. If you're not prepared for that, right, good, bad, and ugly, then by the time, if you do reach that point where you have that unit that is going to stand its ground, those units are going to burn through their ammunition, burn through their fuel, burn through their food, burn through their water at a higher rate, at a higher cyclical rate than you would have otherwise been able to. And so this was done properly. The units were well supplied, at least to my knowledge, and they had what they needed to operate at 100% every single day of the fight. There was always a refueler there. There was always an ammo truck nearby. Maybe not in every single company, but there was always somebody to keep the machine going. So those are kind of my thoughts on this, Joseph. 2 words: prepare and sustainment. Preparing the battlefield, preparing your logistical plans, and then that plan goes into the sustainment of your forward troops, your first, second, and third echelon, to always be at 100% capacity. Nobody has to worry about ammo. Nobody has to worry about anything. You guys are always going to have bullets, RPGs, javelins, fuel, gas, water, food, whenever you guys need it, because at that point, the Russians don't. And then it just becomes a matter of tick tock, right? Sooner or later, Ivan's going to turn around and he's going to be like, oh, what is RPG? What is my ammunition? I need food. I need water. I need fuel. Well, I mean, you burned it all up in the past 3 days. We don't have any more for you. Well, then I am screwed, right? That's prepare and sustainment. Preparation and sustainment are the 2 key takeaways from this.
Beautiful, Craig. So preparation, sustainment, that's Craig's topic for today. It seems that people have questions or maybe some thoughts for that, Craig. So first we'll turn it over to Constantine, and then from there, Craig, I'll let you maybe take the hands. I think the order is Dr. Paul, Christopher, Boring, Crimea. So go ahead, Constantine.
So, Craig, there is like you said, there is the good, the bad, and the ugly, and there is an excellent that's not being considered here. And I will tell you this, that they left so much ammunition, so much fuel, so much equipment behind them that there was no need to wait for the logistics. And it was one of the problems, that the offense was much faster than the rear guard that was moving behind. It's a good problem, to have, I would say, but like the logistics were planned, of course. There is no question about that. But they captured literally. Russians just dropped everything and ran away.
But you can't. But in preparation, you don't plan for any of that. You carry what you need.
You're totally right.
Yeah.
Totally
Okay,
right.
good. Yeah, we're on the same
I'm
page.
just saying that you never plan for planning for I say this, to my wife when we go on any trip, where plan for the worst and hope for the best. And yeah, the best happened. That's just and it's great, and that's what we see. But it was just there was even no need for logistics to follow, because Russian logistics were just given up into the hands. I mean, um, I was told that like the first day under Shevchenko, first of all they pressed through the Wolochev Yar. I'm talking about people that I know. And the second day, when they went into Shevchenko, they were after Wolochev Yar. It took them like an hour to cut through it. And under Shevchenko, they already had reports from the rear guard that they have captured like a couple of thousand of Grad missiles. Just open storage left in one of the farms was the where the cows, we call them korovnik, it's like cow house essentially. And there were like multiple of things like that, and it's like, but what you're saying is absolutely right. I'm just saying the incompetence of the what Russian did. And well, it's not only incompetence, it's just I'm quite sure that it was planned, and Ukrainian command has knew this, that there was no second, third line of defense, and this is what was a guard house that's gonna collapse when they attack, but no one expected it to be so to collapse completely.
No, and Constantine, and when I was trying to paint, first of all, Constantine is absolutely correct. Nothing that he said was inaccurate. The idea, though, is that from everything that I have seen, from every person that I've spoken to, from every DM that I've gotten, it was that yes, the Russians left behind ammunition, but the Ukrainians were very selective in not using that ammunition. Some of the fuel that the Russians have may, from some people I talked to, they were a little hesitant to put some of that fuel into their IFVs or into their vehicles because they didn't know the quality of the fuel, right? There's a bad habit in the Russian army of extending gas by watering it down. And I've known that for a couple of months, but I didn't want to kind of get into it because that talks about all kinds of mechanic stuff that's just well beyond my knowledge. But they had a habit of taking their fuel and actually putting water into it, or putting less quality oil into it that would degrade
oil.
Yeah. They would put oil into it. Well, I'm saying just to increase the volume is what I'm saying. But yes, they'll put oil into it just to kind of give a little bit more volume, because the oil or the fuel that they were using wasn't at a good quality. And so, Constantine, correct me if I'm wrong here, but there was at least I think this was like 2 months ago, or like maybe like a month ago, that I had this conversation that some Ukrainian units were hesitant to put some of the Russian fuel cans into their own vehicles.
That's definitely true, and I will tell you, I have two stories when we had a generator donated by volunteers like me and you, like me and Maria, donated damaged because there was water in the gas, not gasoline, the diesel that was left by Russians, and right now everything that's pretty easy to check. But what I will tell you that I know it's funny to hear, but my boys, they filled up at the local pump. They just drive up to the local pump and fuel that for free without paying anything, because the locals just run and fuel them up without even asking for anything. And ammo consumption was really, really low because they were just surrendering and running away. So it was the artillery that was that was struggling to keep up.
Me and you had that conversation a couple of weeks ago when me and you were doing some kind of math on moving mortars versus moving artillery shells, and the artillery at least again, to my knowledge, from some of the, again, my knowledge is to the extent that I communicate with people on Twitter and some people on Signal that I knew from back in the day. And moving this artillery was kind of a bitch, right? It's a real pain in the ass. There's a big difference between moving boxes of mortars and moving artillery shells that weigh 100 pounds. When your battery is calling for, each gun is calling for 100 rounds, 150 rounds a day, and you have a battery of 10 guns, do the math and the extrapolation weights on that. It's a lot, right? But yeah, to Konstantin's point, I mean, it's something that I've spoken to some people about kind of like, what happens when you see these Russians run away and you got all this free stuff. Well, what they reminded me is they said, go back and read your books and like quite literally go back to day one in 2005 when I did my training. Go back and read your books and you say it's quality control, quality control, quality control. If I were to give you 200 tanks and you don't know the quality of those tanks, then essentially they're useless. But I'd rather give you 100 tanks that I knew worked, that I knew had the gas, the guns, and the ammo that they needed, that rather than give you a mass quantity, right? Quality control means that the army works. And for those that don't believe me or think like, oh, what are you talking about? Like, give them everything they can. Look at what happened to the Russian army when they invaded Ukraine. Their tires blew out, their tires rotted, their frames on the logistical trucks broke down because they had wooden bottoms and they weren't properly prepared. The guns blew up. The shells failed. The MLRS rockets failed. Horrible quality control. Give me 5,000 rounds of shells that I know works versus 200,000 shells of, is this going to blow up my gun? If I shoot this, is this going to blow up my gun? Like, what's going on here? No. You want to give them stuff that works and works. But no, thanks for calling that out, Konstantin. I do appreciate that. I wasn't aware of that kind of on the ground tactical experience. I was just trying to kind of give the standard textbook answer, if you will. But yeah, you're absolutely correct.
And real quick, Craig, I hate to cut in once more, but I do just want to ask our audience real quick, if you guys could retweet the space, it does help us out a lot. We got a lot of new listeners coming in, so a lot of people maybe haven't been exposed to the program before, so it really does help us out. And of course, if you do have a question, we got Craig here talking about logistics, preparation, and sustainment. I would say that's the topic. And then, of course, we have Konstantin, who fought in Ukraine, in Donbass in 2014, and of course now knows guys in Ukraine, particularly in the 92nd Brigade, but of course in other places. So of course he has a lot of observations from those guys about what's going on the ground. So I think we got two great guests here. So if anyone does have any questions, please press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. So thanks. Back to you, Craig.
Yeah, let's go to Dr. Paul, and then I guess we'll go to Christopher. So Dr. Paul and then Christopher.
Sure, thanks. And I got a question for both of you, Konstantin and Craig. So Konstantin, I'm sure your wife loves to hear that saying you just mentioned earlier, prepare for the worst but plan for the best or whatever. Anywho, have your buddies kind of hinted towards how much ammunition was captured at all?
Are you asking me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I did not realize that. No, I asked them like multiple times, and they say like, "We're not. I'm not the guy to count. I'm not talking. My connections are not MTZ. What MTZ is like, material and supply officers. I don't know any one of those in 90 seconds. So they don't. They then don't possess the information. They just walk in and say that's fucking a lot. That's all they can do.
Good to go. Thanks. And Craig, so after, we captured the Volchansk and Kupiansk, the entire railway, all the way down to Zoom, what's the next big one? And what's the volume through it? And my understanding, it's Rostov-on-Don. So Rostov goes up to Donetsk and it goes to Mariupol. But the problem with Mariupol is it doesn't go any further westward towards Melitopol. Is that accurate?
Negative. That is, well, I mean, Mariupol. So first of all, Mariupol has a special place in my heart. So first and foremost, but I would simply say in this context, Mariupol as a transportation hub is, I'm sorry to say, irrelevant for the Russians. It is not. Its infrastructure was destroyed. its ability to operate in any kind of organized sense. I mean, that city, for all intents and purposes, was absolutely leveled, and soon to be liberated, I might add. But I would say that the Rostov-on-Don logistics line, there's two critical junctions about 3-4 weeks ago that I had initially brought up because I didn't see this offensive coming. I didn't see what Ukraine pulled off. I'm not a magician. I don't see into that kind of military sphere. That's not what I do. But what I can see are volume and movement and speed that are required to sustain and prepare future operations, right? That's what I can see. That's what I can do. I can do those math extrapolations. There's two areas to focus on. One is Rostov-on-Don, and the other one is actually Luhansk proper. Now, everybody can remember, right? Let's all break out the history textbooks and remember that the Donbass is a heavily industrialized area, right? It has been for hundreds of years. It is not, this isn't some sort of new development, right? MriyaReport was not built overnight. The Donbass has an intricate spider web-like amount of railways and spurs and junctions and switch yards. It's quite frankly just mind-boggling. The reason I'm going to that is because Luhansk resides in the Donbass. And so with that, there are a lot of switch yards, a lot of transloading. It has not been under any real sustained bombardment. Maybe it might get the occasional missile dropped on it or the occasional bomb dropped on it, but it is not in any way, shape, or form under threat by Ukrainians, at least as we speak today. And so if I were the Ukrainians, I'll rewind the clock 4 weeks, and I'll remind people of two one of these towns I'm sure is very close to Konstantin's heart, and that is Lyansk. Lyansk is to the southeast of Donetsk. It is the Ilyovaisk, excuse me, I beg your pardon, Ilyovaisk. It was the scene of a Russian war crime where Ukrainian units had tried to surrender. They tried to get a green corridor set up so they could lay down their arms and leave. And then Russia proceeded to slaughter them all. They killed up to 200 to 400 units, 200 to 400 men who had put down their arms, surrendered, and then they were then massacred by Russian artillery and Russian regular army units. The Ilyovaisk is what feeds from Rostov-on-Don, right? That's one. That is the spur. That is the junction. There is no other junction. That is the junction that feeds into Melitopol area, right? So from Melitopol to MriyaReport for geographic, specificity, right? That kind of that geographic area, Melitopol to MriyaReport. If you turn west from Ilyovaisk, that train line will get you into that area. That train line will get you there. You can bypass MriyaReport to the north. You can get around it, and then you can kind of just keep on moving stuff down to Melitopol. Now, the other one, really quick, Dr. Paul, if I could just remind everybody, is Luhansk. There's two junctions that I described. One is Ilyovaisk, and the other is, let me see if I get this pronunciation right. I always get it wrong. I'm going to get it right this time, I promise. Hang on one second. It is Rodikova, Rodikov, Rodakove. That is directly to the west of Luhansk. So when you and I were having our conversation, Dr. Paul, I said, yes, Rostov-on-Don, but then remember that Luhansk is still deeply embedded into the railway system, into the logistical system of the Russian army in the Donbass. And so those two key areas, Ilyovaisk and kind of going to butcher it again, Konstantin, help me out here, Rodakove. Rodakov, I believe it's pronounced, but either way, those are the two critical rail junctions that feed into the Donbass that are still operating. Ilyovaisk, I'm sure, again, is very near and dear to a lot of Ukrainians at heart due to what the Russians did to those soldiers. But then the other one isn't very well known, but it is a major junction. that if you're trying to hold Severodonetsk and you're trying everything you can to hold that area, if you're Russia and you're in it to win it, so to speak, right? My favorite phrase is becoming in it to win it. If you're actually in it to win it, then those two areas are absolutely critical to any type of sustainment operation that you want to have. So yes, Rostov-on-Don is important, but remember, Luhansk is Luhansk is enormous. If you look at their rail operation, Luhansk, it is by no means chicken feed. It actually kind of rivals Donetsk and Rostov-on-Don in terms of its logistical capability.
And just a quick.
And I will say real quick, there have been strikes in Ilovaisk, and Craig gets real excited when they happen. Sorry, back to you, Craig.
Yeah, no, go ahead, Dr. Paul.
So, you know, remind me, Craig, what do you have to interdict the actual city, or do you, I mean, to me, why can't you just cut the line and with units, right? Land units controlling possession of that land and kind of fanning out and protecting and interdicting it outside the city. Is that possible?
No, because remember, you want to work smarter, not harder, right? Why do that? If you look at those two places where Ilyovaisk is to the southeast of Donetsk. Rodakov is directly to the west of Luhansk, right? You don't need these two areas. Like, think of it like World War II, right? So let me kind of break it down like this, right? It's World War II, and you're the 8th Air Force, and you're trying to cut supplies going to German steel factories that make tanks and Panthers and Tigers and all the stuff that goes boom, right? You don't go. Remember, logistics always works upriver. You always go upriver to cause disruptions downriver. You go as upriver as far as you possibly can. So if you have, like the Ukrainians do, instead of a bomber, instead of a B-17 Fortress, you have HIMARS, and you don't have to put pilots at risk. So if I could just be violent for just a second, I know logistic guys are known for being nerdy, but we're also incredibly violent when it comes to this kind of terminology. You take those two areas and you strangle them. And when I mean strangle, I don't mean 1 HIMARS a day or 2 HIMARS a day. I mean saturate that fucker, right? Everybody else can swear, so I can swear at least once.
Make it rain.
You strangle it until there is nothing left. I mean, there is not one chance that it's ever going to get repaired. You strangle it until, because remember, you don't strangle somebody until you think they're dead. You strangle them until they're past dead. That's when you do it. You do it until there's nothing left. And I can assume, I'm just hypothesizing here. I'm not in any general. Say that again, language?
So that sounds awfully close to a confession.
Yeah, a lot of Craig's metaphors turn into serial killing. I don't know,
No.
Craig. Go ahead. Sorry.
No,
Texas thing.
No, it's fine. But remember though, logistics is the breath of the army. Logistics, the beating heart is the soldier. The heart is the soldier. The heart is the artilleryman. The heart is the person in the trench, in the tank, taking the ground. That's the beating heart of war. But the breath, the oxygen comes from logistics. And so the word that they taught, I still remember the dry board that the guy would look up and he'd kind of circle around, he'd take his dry board and he's like, you're at this junction, you're at this road, you see this, you see that, you go upriver from your logistics, you find that node and you strangle it. That was the word he kept on saying. You strangle it until it's past dead. There is no option. And then you'll strangle them of breath. So it doesn't matter how much heart that you have, it doesn't matter how many soldiers you have, they don't have the air to breathe. Logistics is the air to breathe. And so those two things, those two junctions are the breath, are the oxygen of Russian fighting forces in the Donbass. And so you strangle those nodes until there's quite frankly nothing left. You blow it off the face of the map. Because once you do, and I'll quote Ben Hodges here, because I'm not going to say anything, but he might have stolen a line from me here or there. But but he had mentioned that he's like, what you do is that you hit these logistical nodes, which force the truck line to expand and to get longer and longer and longer. And that's where you get into time, distance, speed equations. Because if you destroy the node, then the trucks have to go further down the road to get the logistics they need to support, which extends the time it takes It decreases the volume that they can deliver, it increases the distance, and it lowers the speed, and thus it lowers the volume of X over Y. X being what you can, Y being what you need to do, right? So X being the equal of that equation, that is what you can do, given now your real logistical constraints. Y being divided by Y is the percentage that you need to sustain. And what you do is that when you destroy those things, you actually create more time, and Russia doesn't have many trucks left, right? Russia doesn't have 1 million deuce and a halves running around Ukraine supplying every unit. And so instead of going to, say, Ilyovaisk or Donetsk, Donetsk now is completely strangled, which means those trucks have to go past Ilyovaisk and closer to Rostov-on-Don. That's about a 6-hour drive. 6 hours there, 6 hours back, that's 12 hours. Now that truck is now deviated from its mission of being able to deliver supplies every 2 hours. Now that truck is now occupied for 12 hours. I know that seems like really nerdy, and people are like, what are you talking about? You probably just sit there with a calculator. Well, yeah, I do, because that makes a real impact. Because if you're in the middle of an offensive and Ukraine is attacking and you're calling for fire and you're a Russian unit and you're like, I need 300 shells a day just for this one gun. We got to saturate this area. And then you turn around one day, you're going to turn around and you say, you don't have 300 rounds, you have 100, because the truck is still on the trip back from past Ilyovaisk, past Rostov-on-Don, and it's on its way back. It should be here by 4 o'clock today. Can you guys hold out? Well, no, we can't hold out until today. What are you talking about? The Ukrainians are bearing down on us. And then you see what happened in Kharkiv. They just throw up their hands and they just run away, shoot themselves, surrender, or die, right? Those become your options. So that's where that whole equation boils down to what it actually means to talk about logistics. It is the air the army breathes. The heart is the soldier. The lungs are logistics.
Very well said. I'm going to have to run real quick. I threw the text and audio for the update up top. If any folks have any questions or complaints, do let me know. But thank you guys very much, and have a wonderful evening. I'll see you tomorrow.
Take care,
brother.
brother. We appreciate you doing a lightning round and a marathon session this evening.
Yeah, thanks so much, brother. I always appreciate being here. I don't know what the order. I think we're going to go to Christopher, and then we're going to go to not Dr. Paul, but Paul, you brought your doppelganger with you. There's another Paul here who has much better facial hair than you do. So we're going to go to Christopher and then Paul.
Good evening, everybody. Greetings from New York City. Just a quick mic check, please.
You're good.
Go Big Blue. Go New York. Go Big Blue.
Go New York. So Craig, I waited to see if I could talk to you a little bit about some logistics, but in terms of gas and coal going from Russia to China, and also to talk a little bit if you have any thoughts about Xi Jinping's upcoming trip that he's going to be taking this week to go visit. Where the hell is he going to go? Yeah, I can't pronounce. It's a little late, but he's coming in and he's visiting. And according to some Duma readout, he and Putin are going to meet. You have any thoughts on any of those? And then one final thing was, and I thought of you about this. I saw something come across on my rail channel, and there's the rail line in Mongolia to China has been completed. And something that I didn't know, that Caterpillar is actually supplying the engines for that through Progress Rail. And I don't know anything about that, but I don't know if that's a suspect or not. Anyway, there's some things to chew on. But thanks for everything you do.
Yeah. So I had that conversation actually with a couple of people in our group, and I'll simply say this: it's irrelevant in terms of anything, because while I am now known as the train guy, before I was trains, I was bonds and I was finance, and that was kind of my obsession way back then when we were talking about Russian default and what that meant and monetary policy towards Russia and etc. And then once that kind of faded to the background, everybody wanted to know about logistics, and then so I started talking about trains, etc. So that's where the backstory is. But when that conversation was kind of raised, it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. And I'll tell you why. Because if you're a factory owner, let me boil this down to just one factory that's producing, whatever, right? Like freaking, I don't know, Barbie dolls. Okay, let's say they're making Barbie dolls, right? That factory operates on energy that is supplied and has already been budgeted for that year, right? That factory has a budget, right? That factory has a cost for that energy. Now, the time that it takes for Russia to get that there, right, is not tomorrow, right? It's not going to be the next day. It's going to be some distance down the road, right? And so where the rubber meets the road is that it doesn't affect anything for Russia now, because chances are they didn't get that at contract rate. They took a steep discount on it because they have a surplus of supply. So again, imagine this factory. You have this factory that takes, I don't know, 1,000 gallons of gas a year to operate, right? Just use a round number. And then somebody pulls up to you and says, hey, I have 10,000 gallons of gas for you. Do you want this? And you're like, yeah, your supply exceeds my demand. So I'm not going to pay you contract rates for this. I want a much cheaper price. I'm not going to pay you contract rates because that violates all kinds of market forces. And let's face it, China isn't exactly, the biggest backer of Russia, right? I think China's strategic goal is to turn Russia into its long-term gas station, because China does not have a lot of domestic energy production. It actually is a huge energy importer, right? Unlike the United States, where we import a lot, the United States can also export a lot. We're energy rich. China is not. And that is a great strategic Achilles heel of China, is that it needs a reliable energy supply. And so it's not going to affect anything now. It will affect things sometime next year, where China can save 20 to 50% of its costs and its budget in terms of energy. But the amount that Russia can supply is only accountable on the books for China next year, or say a couple of quarters from now. It's not going to do anything to affect them now, and it's certainly not going to do anything to affect Russia, because, going back to my original point of supply exceeding demand, if you have 1,000 gallons of gas and I only need 50 gallons of gas to supply my needs, I am not going to pay you market rate for those 1,000 gallons if you pull up with a truck and say, here, take all my stuff. I'm going to say, okay, fine, I want a discount on that, a steep discount. And then, not to mention the currency exchange rates that you're seeing for the ruble internationally is kind of a joke. And so I think China's long-term goal here is, if you want me to be succinct, is for Russia to be its gas station, for Russia to be its long-term gas station, to get it as cheap as they can by leveraging by leveraging Russia's isolation, its weakness, and its strategic dependency on energy to fulfill its budgetary requirements. China's holding all the cards there. And so it can really pay whatever it is that China is saying that you have to pay, because they don't really have a choice, because they need the revenue. They can't, right? China's not going to sit there and say, oh, you know what? Fine. I like you a lot, Russia. You know what? You're not so bad. I'll pay you an extra 10%. No, they're not going to do that. That's stupid. Why are you going to pay an extra 10% or 5% for something you might be able to get cheaper on the international market? Because if you haven't noticed, oil went from 110 gallons, $110 a barrel, to now to somewhere in the low 80s, right? China's going to take the good deal and is going to have them over a barrel, quite literally over a barrel of gas.
Thank you
I
kindly.
feel-
That's
I feel remiss not to let Ryan just cut in here very briefly. If you had anything to add, Ryan, about oil or energy in China and Russia.
Well, real quickly, I would just remark that China is actually capitalizing on some of this market imbalance situation and exporting residual LNG that they had already paid for at a contracted rate, and sending it the long way around Africa to Europe, because prices are so high in Europe right now. But I think Craig covered that pretty thoroughly. The other issue to keep in mind is that COVID is definitely not over in the People's Republic of China, so their economy is extremely depressed right now, and they don't have near the demand that they thought they would for energy products, at least as far as hydrocarbons are concerned. Well, they're burning coal for energy generation as far as electricity is concerned, but they don't need oil and gas nearly as much as people assumed they were going to need it. So they really do hold all the cards about whether or not they choose to buy or not purchase Russian energy.
Thanks, Ryan. Sorry to cut you off there, Christopher. Any follow-up?
No, that's good. I had seen that too. And I think the LNG came from the U.S., if I'm not mistaken. Yes.
Not as much as you might. Are you talking about the United States or Russia?
No, the United States, for that the excess that Ryan was speaking about that was being sold back.
Oh
to
yeah.
Europe.
Oh yeah. I couldn't speak to that. I couldn't speak to that market swap. I'm not too sure how that worked. So yeah, sorry, I couldn't go much further than I've already gone. Sorry.
No, that's cool. And one last thing on do we have any issues with, in terms of the U.S. government and regulators or whomever watches over these things, the idea that Caterpillar is through Progress Rail is supporting the Mongolian rail line, which basically is supporting China. Do we have any issues with that, or is that? I don't know. I'm just asking.
That would have to be, so that would violate sanctions. Number one, that's going to violate U.S. sanctions if they were actually directly cooperating with the Russian government on any kind of project. That is now currently against U.S. regulations as passed down by the U.S. Treasury Department. So if they were to do that, that's a big no-no. Not just like a moral no-no, like, oh, you're helping Russia. No, that's like a legal get fucked no-no. Like you're going to be taken to court by the U.S. Treasury Department. There might be,
I'm sorry to interrupt. No, it's going to be, it's Mongolian. It's like a 250 kilometer run from north-south, from Mongolia to China, and it's a Mongolian rail line that Caterpillar is working with. I just didn't know how it would impact, or if we had any issues with, because that's definitely benefiting China. They're going to increase double or 2.5 times the coal, coking coal actually too, that they're going to be able to get from.
But that's a good
thing. Mongolia.
But that's a good thing.
Oh, okay.
Right? No, that's a good thing, because remember, remember, strategically, energy is a strategic asset. Energy is always a strategic asset, and that's a good thing. You want China dependent on coal because it burns less efficiently than oil and natural gas. It burns far less efficiently, which means you need more of it. You need a lot of it, and it also causes pollution. It causes a lot of socioeconomic issues in terms of cancers that develop. This is an issue that the Chinese government constantly has to battle against, is pollution. And so if you're the United States, you're like, okay, sure. Yeah, bring in some more coal. That's fine. We're against pollution and we don't really like pollution because we want to go green. But strategically speaking, you hope the entire Chinese economy runs on coal because it burns less efficiently. It decreases productivity. It is far less economic in terms of what you actually get for it. So your production value is not at the highest coefficient it could be if they were running on what the United States is running on, right? We are shutting down our coal plants because productive wise, relative to the coefficient of productivity, it's next to nothing compared to hydroelectric, LNG, natural resources, and oil, which you've been getting for not only a fraction, but also increases your productivity because you need less of it to get more out of it. So that's actually a good thing. So the more China is dependent on coal, the more China is dependent on 19th century technology. As an American, the more I'm dependent, the more I love it. Stack it up. I really don't care because that means that they are far more dependent on something that the world has long since said is a really stupid way of conducting energy policy.
That's an awesome point, man. Thank you very much. I'll drop down to listening. Thank you.
No problem. Yeah, thanks, Christopher. I appreciate it, brother. Let's go to Paul, and then we're going to go to Baza, and then we're going to go to Termafella. So, Paul, take it away.
I got a question for Konstantin or whoever else might want to jump in. We're seeing a lot of equipment being abandoned, both on the Russian side, especially lately on the Russian side, as well as some on the Ukrainian side as well. If you look at Oryx, tanks and other equipment. My question is there training or procedures that say that you should be destroying this equipment prior to abandoning it? We're talking about equipment that's worth millions of dollars, so soldiers might be hesitant to destroy it, but I'm curious if there's procedures in place to throw in a couple grenades prior to abandoning it.
Are you saying that Ukrainians are throwing grenades or Russians are throwing grenades in there?
I'm saying that if someone is abandoning equipment, whether it's Russians or whether it's Ukrainians, shouldn't they try to destroy that equipment, make it
Yeah.
inoperable prior to, you know?
Yeah. So I don't mean to laugh. Your question is salient and it's on point, but it's funny because maybe Ryan or Joseph or Konstantin can check me on this, but I think in this most recent offensive that the Ukrainians have launched, I think they captured 3 or 4 Russian command and signal vehicles. I think it was 3. I was trying to keep count, and these have the most high tech, most informed stuff. I mean, these are your command and control. These have your signals intelligence. These have your encryption methodologies. These have your maps, your digital stuff. You can rip the hard drive right out of these suckers, and you can get so much intelligence from just quite literally taking your hand and ripping the hard drive off, sending it back to Kiev, where a couple of really smart Ukrainians are going to download that hard drive, and boom, you got the keys to the castle, right? And you know what the Russians did? They just walked away from it. They literally just left it there. They didn't bother to throw a grenade or a thermite plasma. There are procedures in place in the United States to destroy logistical equipment. There are books for that. They're trained on it. And you're supposed to memorize it, that if your position, for whatever reason, is overrun and you're in that position, there's always somewhere in that compartment a thermite. It's a thermite grenade is what it does. It's basically a device that liquidates everything that's in the compartment. There's supposed to be 2 or 3 of them that are strategically placed. You pull a ripcord, and then the timer sets off, and I think it's about a 3 or 5 minute timer. And at the end of that 3 or 5 minute timer, so it's not so much a grenade, they actually have self-destruct cords. You reach underneath the desk or you reach in the forward compartment, you break the glass, you put in whatever code you have, you pull the cord, and once you pull that, then the self-destruction has been initiated. And 3 to 5 minutes after you do that, you give enough time for your guys to get clear, and it's supposed to basically melt the hard drives. The entire inside of it, from the hard drives to the wall, are completely melted like a nuclear reactor meltdown. And the Russians clearly don't even have that. I'm sure they at least have a grenade, but it's irrelevant because they're not trained, they're not professionals. They panicked, they ran, they ditched their vehicle and they just ran into the woods. That's quite literally what happened. But in the United States, you're trained to pull these cords that melt the hard drives, that melt all the sensitive information, and then, or you might even throw a plasma grenade in there if you have it, and melt everything.
Real quick,
And Craig, I think it's safe to say that, like, if Ukrainian forces have been given very sophisticated MRAPs and other types of equipment from NATO forces, like, it's pretty obvious that this is a basic part of their training. And I think it's pretty clear that they're doing it. We haven't seen any notable, throughout the entire 6 months of this war, we haven't seen any notable Russian captures of equipment. So, I mean, you want to speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, so that's actually a good point. And I'll tell you why, Joseph, because Western equipment doesn't break down. It is built to last. It is built by a lot of it is built by Oshkosh out of Wisconsin and Minnesota and Michigan. Oshkosh has had a lot of, and when I say Oshkosh, I mean like literally Oshkosh Bagash. I don't know if you guys remember that, wearing those as a kid, those clothes. It's a company
Taking me
that.
back.
Yeah, exactly, right. Oshkosh Bagash, right? When you wear those overalls, your parents would throw you in those. But Oshkosh is a major manufacturer of those. And the truth is, this is where you have to rewind the clock, Joseph. When everybody was saying at the beginning of this war, give them 300, T-72s, give them 500 of this, give them everything you got, take all your warehouse and just dump it on the Ukrainian border and get everything you can. Negative. That is not the way it's done. Okay. You go through your warehouse, you go through your checks, you lube them up, you turn the engines on, you fire 50 rounds, you make sure your electronics work, you go through quality controls, you make sure that it works, because what you haven't seen is Ukrainian equipment do what? Break down. And if it does break down, it is in a position to be repaired, because there are professional people, professional logisticians that Konstantin just described, that says you have a digital, what you do is you pull up a spreadsheet. So if you're in a motor pool in the United States, if you have 20 MRAPs, then in your spreadsheet, what you have is different major components of it. Each one is broken down, and then you're able to go in and select that. So it's kind of put into a menu where if you're at the battalion or the brigade level, you'd say, well, I had 5 MRAPs go down, and I need an alternator, I need an axle, I need a this, or I need a that. And then you go into that menu and you quite literally order it. You select it, it's pre-selected, and then the next time somebody shows up with spare parts, boom, there it is. It's right there for you within a couple of days. You got what you need to fix it, and then you can go on down the way. This is all about process and procedure.
If I
Doing
could
it right.
if I could roll us back in time, what seems like ages ago, but it's only been 5 or 6 months now, in the opening salvo of the Ukrainians trying to invade and take Kyiv, one of the things that I first recall that really left my jaw hanging, I had to pick it up off the floor, was that some Russians had abandoned one of these command and control vehicles and left it completely intact. And not only did they do that, they left the radio code list for how they were going to roll their communications on a daily or, hourly basis, and pretty much handed it over to the Ukrainians. So the Ukrainians held on to that info and were basically listening in on everything the Russians were doing for the first couple of weeks of the war. It was an astounding failure of standard procedures. It was so astounding that I couldn't help but think that it must have been somebody who the Ukrainians had bought off and convinced them to abandon that intact. Nobody in their right mind would walk away from some equipment like that and not destroy it and destroy the code lists and everything else that was contained in the back of the truck.
I do remember that actually. It was out of gas, wasn't it, Ryan? It was kind of like broken down, or it was just on the side of the road.
It was just sitting on the side of the road. Yeah, they didn't take any fire, or there wasn't any obvious sign of destroyed vehicles around it. It was almost like they just parked it and walked away. And I cannot fathom what explanation there would be for that, even if they just ran it out of gas. Like in there's no storyline where I can wrap my head around how somebody who is a trained military professional would do something so idiotic, other than deliberate sabotage of the Russians that were operating that equipment. I mean, there's just no explanation for it.
Yeah, so Paul, I know you had that question for Constantine. I don't know if he's available at the moment. He might be doing something. Constantine, you there?
A bit, yes. I'm still here.
So we were just talking about this idea of different sides destroying equipment. Let's say that you are under the assumption your equipment is going to get captured, or you're in a position you need to abandon a position. Destroying equipment. Are there procedures that the Ukrainian army has in place, like when equipment's lost or are going to be lost, obviously to not just abandon it like the Russians have been? And then I don't know, have you heard any just like sort of stories that really surprise you of stuff the Russians left intact? Like why do you think they don't just take like a quick thermite grenade or yank the crypto cards out or something like that on these really sensitive pieces of equipment? Go ahead.
I cannot give you a definitive answer. When I served, we definitely did not have any instructions like that, but everyone understands that you don't want to leave any gear behind. But doing so is a bit different than, there aren't many people who have been through a situation where you have to abandon your vehicle and retreat. And when it's happening, I certainly hope that everyone would be really trained and do the right thing. But until you have been in a situation like that, I would say don't overestimate your abilities to do so.
And is there anything the Russians have just left that really shocked you, that they would just leave something like that intact for the Ukrainian side?
Oh, for me, it's the command and control vehicles. That's definitely. I mean, I understand when someone leaves a BTR or a tank. You have a poorly trained crew that did not want to be there, and they start getting shelled. They see in their parallax their body destroyed, and they just say, "Okay, hell with it, we're bailing out and running away in different directions." But for the commander, when you're a major or a captain rank, well, you have to be a bit more, how you say this, have a bit more self-control and do what you have to do. You have to destroy that vehicle. But the problem is that the Russians, the entire culture itself, they strive on saying that everybody lies. Everybody lies. The lies over there, the lies over here. We're being lied by NATO is lying, United States is lying, European Union is lying, and it's not. And they also believe that the government is lying as well, because you cannot simply convince that everyone is lying to you unless you confuse the person absolutely where he does not know who to trust. And that's when things like that happen, he does not know who to trust. So I can understand, he would say like, hell with this war, I didn't want to be part of anything. And he would scream, Putin and fighting against Biden, and I don't care what happens next, and just jump out and run away. That's how I imagine what's happening with those Russian Nazi commanders.
And Konstantin, well, we've got Paul up here. If I remember correctly, you have an apartment in Crimea. Is that right?
Not me, definitely.
Not you. Okay, never mind.
No,
But
no, I don't have an apartment there, but I was born there. I grew up there, and then I immigrated to the U.S.
So UMod just released a video fairly recently. I want to say today, that was about Crimea. Paul, did you happen to see it?
No, I haven't seen it yet.
I mean, basically, it's just I can't remember the song. Ryan, what song was it? It was a beautiful song.
I'm not sure I've seen that. Which
Oh
one
my
are you
gosh,
talking
you
about?
guys! The one
Yeah, if you
about
haven't,
Crimea.
if you've
Can you
seen
sing?
it,
Can you
DM it
try
over
to
to me.
sing it?
Are you talking
I
about
know.
Justin?
I'm trying to
Justin
remember which one it
Timberlake?
was. It's like an old Frank
Crimea
Sinatra
River?
song or something. No. Anyway, yeah. So it's good though. And it just basically, it was like if you love something, like you want it back, right? And anyway, it's just it was just the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense saying like, hey, we're coming for Ukraine. So I was just wondering, as someone born in Crimea, like I mean, to hear the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense saying we're coming for Ukraine, and I think before, I think they were obviously saying that, but now you've seen Kharkiv, right? So I'm just wondering, like, now that they're saying that and you've seen what they've done at Kharkiv, like, how does that resonate with you to hear that the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense has mentioned that this is one of their goals?
I think the question is for me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm absolutely excited. I'm excited about the current offensive. I'm excited about the prospects of taking over the rest of Ukrainian territory, including Crimea, including my place of birth. So I'm looking forward to that day when it actually happens, when Ukrainian forces move into Crimea and either take it by force or through surrender of Russia, take it over. I'm looking forward to that day.
Where you were born in Crimea?
Chernomorskaya. Well, actually, I was born in Yevpatoria, and then I grew up in Chernomorskaya.
Thank you, listener. A listener told me it's Vera Ellen's "We'll Meet Again." Sorry, go ahead, Konstantin.
I found the video and posted it in the nest. I'm woefully behind on Ukrainian Defense Ministry videos, and whoever the heck is running their Twitter account deserves one of those medals of freedom or whatever Ukraine's version of that is.
Okay, videos in the
done
nest.
a knockout job.
Sorry, Constantine, go ahead. Constantine, you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, I just asked Paul. Yevpatoria, right? Did I understand right?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's right. That's where I was born. That's where my father was born, and then I actually grew up in Chernomorskaya, which is just north. It's on the western tip of Crimea.
No, I know. I perfectly know where those. We used to travel each year to Crimea for our holidays, and it was quite a pleasant trips. I didn't. There were lots of problems traveling to Crimea, but well, not problems, but service there was always lacking. But we loved it anyway, and we always went there. So it's nice to meet someone from Crimea and from Yevpatoria, and the commander of one of my brigades. Where I served in the 43rd Brigade, he was from Yevpatoria. They moved out. There was a large Ukrainian Marine Naval Infantry base, and the commander of the brigade moved out and said, like, I don't want to do anything with the Russians. And he became my commander. He was retired, one of former commanders. He was retired back then, and he was living in Crimea. And when it happened, he said, "Fuck you all! I'm not gonna stay part of this." He moved out and he joined the Ukrainian military. Yeah, and it was pretty cool guy from Yevpatoria as well.
Yeah, and it's one of those things, being born in Crimea, my first language, my native language is Russian, but I'm Ukrainian ethnically. I consider myself a Ukrainian. I've never looked at myself as a Russian. And so this whole idea of Russians claiming, that Crimea is Russian because the population speaks Russian, that doesn't make sense. To me, it's colonization. It forced the native population to speak a language. Therefore, you speak that language. Whether you speak it or not, it doesn't make you a Russian. I'm still a Ukrainian, no matter which way you look at it. My mother is from part of Ukraine that speaks Ukrainian as kind of the first language. So I understand both languages. But as far as Russian language, it just I think that argument is kind of a false argument.
Next, it's cool to meet you. So, thank you.
Nice meeting you.
And
Drop
Paul,
off, guys. Thank you. Oh,
well, I was gonna say, I hate to put you on the spot, Paul, but I was wondering, just because, our attention has mostly been on Kharkiv recently for obvious reasons, and a little bit on Kherson. But there have been some things happening in Crimea, and I don't know, if you've been following super closely, but I do remember there was kind of a fun video of some ballot fraud being done by Putin's party in Crimea, where she sat on some ballots and refused to not sit on them anymore. And then there was actually, on a less funny note, a pretty major protest after the police, I think, killed someone. And then, of course, there have just been some pretty, I don't know, there's been some partisan stories. I don't know if, I can't get into a ton of details, but I don't know if they're credible or not. But point is, it seems like Crimea is abuzz with activity. Is that your